the Lumineers to Disney Lorcana Challenge Season 2.
We are here live in Richmond for your Disney Lorcana Challenge. It is day 2. I am joined here in the lounge with Zebex and Baker. Are you ready for day 2?
Born ready. This is always the highlight of my life, being here watching top tier competitive Lorcana. Zebex, are you excited?
Absolutely. We have so many unique decks that have made it today into the day 2, and I can't wait to see which decks will make it into that top cut when we get to single elimination. Ooh, you can feel the tension in the room this morning.
Yeah, these players are ready. They are hungry. They want that title. They want that invite. And we are going to have that metagame breakdown for you after this first round. But right now, I do want to take a look for everyone joining us maybe for the first time today at the structure of the event this weekend. Of course, this is a core constructed event, not Infinity, where you can use all the cards available, but core constructed is limited to sets 5 and further. And of course, we have all the other normal deck restrictions. And then we had yesterday on day 1, we had 8 grueling rounds that everyone went through, those best of 3 matches, which is new actually for this Disney Lorcana Challenge Season 2. And all the players who got 6 wins, 18 points, have advanced here to day 2. So exciting.
I'm a really big fan of this new point system using best of 3. I know a lot of TCG players appreciate that, and so we get to see how the results are affecting day 2 today.
Yes, and what do we have on the docket?
And today we already have 4 rounds coming up this morning that will be similar to yesterday, best of 3, before we cut to the top 64, which will be single elimination and just 60 minutes per round. Then we're also going to have the single elimination in best of 3, and the finals big thing here is best of 5, and that's the one I'm really excited for.
Yeah, best of 5, really allowing our players skill expression to come out. We want to make sure the decks are doing their job. They've been spending time cooking, refining the list, so let's see what they have made and see which players are going to qualify not only for nationals but for the World Championship.
Yes, and before we jump into the prizes, Baker, I did also want to mention that on day 2, it's open deck list.
It is, and it changes the format very much, being able to sit down before your match opposite your opponent and be presented with the list that you're about to face off against. Both players will get 5 minutes to review that list, and that really changes everything. Takes out the element of surprise, but it can also be a double-edged sword, because suddenly you see that one-off tech like a Bell Accomplished Mystic or things like that, and suddenly I need to play around this card and respect it a little bit. So open deck list is really fascinating the way it influences competitive play.
Yes, and of course we do have these prizes, that Pegasus, that gift for Hercules. Everyone got that as a gift yesterday.
My favorite.
Just for participating. 3 match wins got you that Mulan charging ahead. And then top 64 today, and the same match points will get the Simba Pride Protector, and top 32 with that Elsa Ice Maker.
And super happy that players with the same match points will get that Simba. Of course, some players will be understandably disappointed to get the correct match score, but maybe not quite make it into that top 64 cut. If you're an experienced TCG player, you've probably had this happen to you at some point, but we hope we can turn that frown upside down at least a tad by ensuring your Pride Protector. And then, of course, top 32, the beautiful, the wonderful Elsa Ice Maker. What a beauty. Also an incredible playmat with that art on it if you make top 16. But going further on, we've also got that Dragonfire and Let It Go promos. Those are available on the prize wall. Players earning tickets over the course of the weekend and in their side events as well. But Rebecca, Zebex, one of the main prizes from the Disney Lorcana Challenge, the creme de la creme, the golden Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor. These are serialized. There are only 500 of these in existence, plus the one of one from the World Championship, of course. But 500 of these serialized Mickey Mouse. What an incredible piece of Lorcana history, a trophy, just a wonderful bit of memorabilia to take home. And look at this video as well, shot by our wonderful videographer, Tate. Tate doesn't get enough shout-outs. We need to do that.
Yes.
Tate is an absolute legend, bringing us this fantastic filming. But yeah, that golden Mickey looking beautiful, as are all those promos. Rebecca, can I just go play? Is that all right?
No, you can't go play.
Oh, fine,
you can't go
fine.
play. I know you want those uncut sheets, and all these beautiful prizes. I'm really excited that they have those uncut sheets. Top 4 gets the uncommon, and then first place, our champion will get the foil uncut rare sheet along with the trophy. And then there's a few invitations that are going to be sent out with this DLC, and we're going to have the top 32 gets the invite to the North American Championship, and then of course our champion getting that trophy you see here on screen and going straight to Worlds.
And that, for a lot of players, that is what it's all about. Obviously, they want the prizes, but for a lot of players, it's just, when's my next opportunity to play competitive Lorcana?
Yes.
Absolutely. Getting your name out there, getting recognition from the community, getting featured in a feature match, and having your name known by everybody. This is what dreams are made of. Right.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, we have our wonderful broadcast team. I hope you all enjoyed the stream yesterday. It's been a dream working with these people, of course, Baker and myself, joined by Zebex, Liam, Brent, bringing the energy, and the wonderful, amazing Katie. It is a fantastic team to be a part of. And thank you, Zebex, for everything you brought to the stream yesterday. Honestly, it was so much fun.
Thank you for saying that. I've been having such a joy interacting with everybody, seeing everybody in chat back at home, just seeing all of the excitement experienced through me, through you, all together. Make a great team, if I do say so myself.
Yes, I mean, really, we're here bringing the magic home to you viewers, Illumineers. And then the other magic that we have here at the event is these Disney Lorcana artists that are here. Javi Salas, John Lauren, and Valentina Grazioso. What did we get to do this morning?
Yeah, I was just going to say, the casting team did get a bit of a treat this morning. We got to meet these wonderful artists. Valentina I'd actually met in the past. She was at Comic-Con in the UK last year. The artist of a very well-known card from Infinity, Merlin at Crab, and of course some other fantastic cards to her name. We've got Yavi on the far left there with some wonderful cards, including the newest Hades looking for a deal. I bet he signed a lot of those over the course of the weekend. I certainly got mine done.
Did you hear the number?
No, I didn't hear the number.
I asked him.
I counted?
I said, he was counting-ish, and I said, Javi, how many Hades looking for a deal have you signed? And he said at least 400.
One or two, I can imagine.
Yes.
But what a set of artists. And of course, John Lauren making a very rare appearance. He's very shy.
Oh, yeah?
For a man with such talent, he's so humble and reserved. He was a beautiful man, but yeah, one of the greatest artists in the game. Someone I know that the other artists really look up to as a mentor and as a hero. And he has brought us the like of Winnie the Pooh, Honey Wizard, voted by fans as the greatest art from Infinity format. Although that was reprinted, so you can still play your Winnie the Pooh. Also did that Iago Giant Spectral Para.
That's what I got signed this morning.
Yeah,
I didn't want him to sign every single card that I had of his.
Oh, I would have if we could have. But then also that Robin Hood is one of my favorite pieces by John
the
Lauren
rival archer.
from first chapter.
Yeah,
it was one of the first cards ever revealed for Disney Lorcana and really embodies the spirit of the character. And yeah, just the artists are fantastic. And I know a lot of the players and community members have really enjoyed getting to meet them.
Yeah, so much excitement here today. And I know that the biggest excitement, like we said, is this challenge that's going on. And so we have some standings for you.
Ooh, let's go.
Let's see them.
And we have the top 16 going into the day. So here are some players that we are going to be seeing this morning. Maybe you recognize some of these names. I know Diego there at 14. We saw yesterday on stream. Alphas is a name in the community. Scott M. I believe that might be Scott Markison. Who
it certainly is. Yeah,
is.
He was first seed coming out of day one, so a fantastic showing for him. And I also want to give a shout out to second place there, Dave Solberg. This is a player that has been putting in so much work right from the beginning of the first chapter, has had some wonderful records over the course of DLCs, but it's another one of these players that hasn't quite got to the top of the mountain. I'm hoping this is going to be his day.
Yeah, so we're going to have some fantastic matches for you, and I know that I'm going to be watching some of these players very closely. In fact, there are 5 players. Well, I might be down to just 2 players on my team left, but we have our fantasy draft. I hope you've been following along. Here are our standings. I'll start with you, Baker. How's that team looking?
Yeah, I mean, hey, I picked some big guns. There's some fantastic names here. Zenulus, Melissa, also known as Lizard Kitty, Kendall Badette, one of the original Ruby Amethyst masterminds, and Zach Bivens. Anyone that plays Lorcana knows the name Zach Bivens, one of our most accomplished and a sweetheart in the community. Unfortunately, it was not their day, but I'm so incredibly proud of all of them. Kendall, in particular, got to a point where he would have dropped to play sides, and he kept playing just to get me as many points as he could.
That's so sweet.
That's amazing.
Very, very grateful for that. So, yeah, I'm proud of my villain club, but Jeremy Barattarioni still going strong. Hopefully is going to get me some more points and keep me alive. But, Rebecca, who else do you see here? What team takes your fancy?
Yeah, I'm going to just shout out Team Katie with her Lorcana Justice, Fumbles. Skylar is still in it. Team Brent, we have DKP still here, and Wonderland. And then Zemex, let's talk about your team for a minute.
Yeah, so my first round pick, Zanside, is still doing wonderful. And I talked to RMB this morning. He's feeling really good about today. And Daniel, I actually saw yesterday during round 6 when he was at XN2.
Okay.
He came and said, Zebex, I need your positivity. I gave my player a little pep talk. The coach stepped in.
Cool. I love
and
it. Got
he did, in fact, make it to day 2. So I feel pretty good about having at least 3 people equal to Team Katie. But look at Team Liam there.
I know,
all
Team
5
Liam.
players still alive in day 2,
It's
ready to
incredible.
compete these challenges.
But you know what's interesting about that? Yeah, full credit to Liam having his full cast still in, but Team Katie only has 3 in, but she's still in the lead. What does that say about the team members that Katie has drafted? I think we need to take some hints from Katie next time.
I think so.
The Lawkeeper's in. I'm getting my advice from there.
There you go. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the points go. And we, of course, wish all of our players good luck in the rounds that they're about to play. We can't wait to bring you these games. And we have, in fact, Katie and Brent, who are in the booth, and they are going to be bringing you our round 9 match. Good morning, Brent and Katie. How are you?
Up? How's it going? I'm feeling ready for a full day of Disney Lorcana action. What about you, Katie?
Oh, I'm so excited. And
So just a little excited.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
okay.
I think that your excitement is too much to handle, so we need to give you a bigger screen. So we're gonna pop out and let your screen of excitement take over.
Give us the screen!
I've ascended. Okay, now you get the real Katie. I didn't want Rebecca and them to know.
I know. You got to keep it a secret. How you really feeling, Katie?
I'm excited. To be fair, watching just all the players, the plot line, right? Because when we start the day, we're like, I want them all to do well. But then you start seeing the deck list. Then you start seeing the players and the teams and the sad, like the happy, the people go together saying, what are we going to do? The rally, all of it. I love all of it. There's so much plot going on out there, and we're going to get to follow it along today.
Yeah, it's all leading up to today, right? We got 4 more rounds of Swiss. All the players from yesterday who scored 18 points or more were able to come in today, scoring a nice 10,000 tickets.
Woo.
Easy.
Woo.
But from now on, the stakes are higher because we are going to cut after these 4 rounds into the top 32.
Yeah, I mean, they say like every round's important, but these are very, very important.
Absolutely.
At this point. I mean, the stakes are on the line for each player, everyone. I mean, we talk about this is going to have your standings as you go into the top cut. If you keep doing well, even if you do well, you have to do well. It's all on the stakes right now. And
Are you ready to watch some of these stakes?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's watch the game.
Oh, so this is very exciting here. We have 2 players. I do reckon on the right, that is a player is well known in the community. Who do we have here?
Absolutely. That's Scott. That's Scott Markison. If you are saying he looks a little familiar, it's because he took 2nd place. He was the runner-up at the North American Championship of Disney Lorcana last season, Season 1. He also was a Worlds competitor because of that.
Yes, yeah, your finish in the North American Championship is going to help you get to Worlds. So
Right.
it's like one of the things, there's a few different paths to Worlds. You can win a DLC. So basically Scott can try to secure one of those invites
Last
today.
season, one of the ways to get in was to top 8 at the North American
Yes.
Championship.
Yeah, and that was a fun thing to watch. But we do have against him Cameron Folger, who has said, there's these two ink colors that people talked about all the time. In set 9, that you couldn't get out. This was just the deck you saw all the time. It is Amethyst Sapphire. And today, I feel like players said, those two colors are still good, guys. What happened? Because there was a time where people kind of were talking down. They said it was over, but it is not over at all.
Not at all. As seen yesterday, the numbers showed that Blurple, Amethyst Sapphire, was actually second place in how many players brought it to the DLC. Now, the numbers are going to shift in terms of today, in terms of the top 32 cut, in terms of who made it to day 2. But let it be known, Amethyst Steel was number 1, and Blurple, Amethyst Sapphire, was number 2.
Now, I do love the tension here because we were looking at, okay, so I do see, it looks like, is Scott Markson on one of the more niche? We talked about dominant colors, but it looks like Scott Markson. I don't think we have the little ink icons up yet, but that looks like Emerald Amethyst.
I think that is Emerald Amethyst.
I would bet my money that's what I'm seeing.
And we are right as we get off to the start with a Flynn Rider Spectral Scoundrel. This is a 1-cost 1/2 quest for 1. You think, that's not too bad. But you can boost 2, put a card underneath that Flynn Rider, and give him an extra lore pip as well as 2 extra strength, making him a 3/2 that quests for 2. Meanwhile, Cameron Folger going to go ahead and play the Royal Guard, the Octopus Soldier.
And that Royal Guard is very, very well suited in this current meta because you get rewarded for drawing cards. He's going to go ahead and get that +1 challenger for any time you draw cards. So no matter what, if you're drawing card per turn, you're getting that boost. But speaking of boost, we're actually boosting here on this Flynn Rider. And it's something where you do have to pay an ink cost to do boost. So it's not like a free thing. You do have to invest in it. The benefit is you get to split it across turns. For example, turn 1 he played it, and turn 2 he turned it from a good card to a super good card. But he did not quest it because he does have that Royal Guard on the other side saying, by the way, I plan on getting bigger. And his friend just showed up with his other friend, Basil, practice detective. So I assume that Scott is on a pretty aggressive deck, but now I don't know. When I saw Flynn Rider, I was like, okay. So the Amethyst Emerald is going to be possibly, but I see a Hey in there. So at this point, I'm saying I don't know what Scott's up to, and that is one of the more interesting things about this. So what are we seeing with that Hey?
That Hey is actually, I believe, the Bumbling Rooster, 2/3 quests for 2. When you play the character, if an opponent has more cards in their Inkwell, then you get to put the top card of your deck into the Inkwell Exerted, much like the Webby Vanderquack. But that Hey we're not going to see because Scott is on the play. And notably, Cameron did not ramp.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting, right? Because we say, what are the hallmarks of the deck? What are the things that show us what they're up to? I don't think I've seen a non-ramping version of Amethyst Sapphire, so that tells me he missed it. On the other side, Scott, we have a different mystery here because we have Emerald Amethyst, which is a color combination that has different archetypes inside of it. There's sometimes you can just say the color pairing, like if you say Blurple, I pretty much know what you're up to. But if you say this color pairing that Scott is on, I don't 100% know. And this looks like it might be mid-range style. It's tough to say. And there is another little trick here.
Ooh, the Madam Mim Elephant is going to come down, and it's going to bounce back the Flynn Rider. But notably, when you bounce back a character that has a boosted card underneath it, you get both of those cards, so you're getting a 2-for-1 there. Wow, I think I just saw something a little spicy go into Cameron's Inkwell. We'll save that for later, but Dumbo comes out, and this is an immediate threat because you will be able to break history, make records, and exert the Dumbo, pay 1 to draw a card and gain a lore.
Yeah, and this is where interactions can be very interesting because right now we're at a little bit of a stalemate. These cards are saying, no, you go, no, you go. Because on one side we have some cards, or both sides has that Cheshire Cat, which is hoping to get some damage. Now we have Madam Mim Elephant that also can move damage around. So what we're doing here is we're saying, I don't want to be the first one to turn because it might be the last time I go ahead and exert these characters. So we want to have these cards that encourage interaction. That's going to be Elsa, Fifth Spirit. And I'm wondering if she's coming in. I saw it in the hand, but that basically says, hey, by the way, you don't have a choice. This card shall be exerting now. But here we go, and so let's see.
You called it.
I did it.
Fifth Spirit comes down. With her ability Crystallize, she will be able to exert one of the characters. She's going to choose Basil because Scott's probably a little bit afraid that Cameron has an Elsa Fifth Spirit himself and would be able to use the Basil support in combination, one of the classic combos there, to take out something like the Cheshire Cat.
Yeah, and I love when one-cost cards become impactful to the game, because sometimes we play it because you're like, well, turn one, I want to play something. But as we saw, the one-cost Flynn got him an extra card draw, and we saw these Royal Guards can challenge it. Oh, there we go. Here is some control.
In the form of Mother Knows Best, we'll sing it with the Cheshire Cat to bounce back Cameron's Cheshire Cat back to hand.
Yeah, and the dynamic is basically... And traditionally, I would say, oh, Cameron's control, Scott's probably mid-range or aggressive style. But now Cameron is being controlled a bit by Scott, by that Elsa, by moving damage around. Now we have this Dumbo who you need to draw cards when you're on these higher-end decks. In theory, you're supposed to be ramping, which is where you're going to go ahead and try to ink twice per turn so you can do cooler stuff. So Cameron's kind of on this thing where he wants to gain his resources. He wants to stay on the board. He wants to kind of maneuver around the hijinks that Scott's up to. But he can't do it all. He has to pick.
You know, Blurple, it feels like last set had a much more consistent curve, right?
Yes.
You have to have your two-drop, either the Sail the Azurite Sea or the Tipo in order to ramp. But now you have some options, as Cameron is showing, and maybe he did have the ramp, maybe not. You have options because you have that Cheshire Cat, and it looks like he might be thinking about replaying the Cheshire Cat down. Maybe he has some inking decisions. I mean, what is Cameron thinking about right here? I can't see any of the cards in his hand.
So part of me wonders if when he saw Scott play his first card, he said, it's aggro, I got to go wide, I got to focus on getting my wide board because I'm going to get a flood of characters, there's going to be merfolk, there's going to be crazy. And so there's a chance that he prioritized going wide. Now, there is also a chance he just did not have the access to the ramp he wanted. But as we're seeing, I saw Clarabelle light on her hoofs in Scott's deck. So this isn't a deck that I have a word for yet. It's kind of his own thing, it looks like, because we have things we'll hear Brainiac in the community, which is where you're going to be using things like Cusco and your Bend to My Will to control hand size. We have the aggressive style decks. People will call it Burn, where you're trying to get as much lower fast as possible. And then there's this mid-range kind of deck, which you don't see a lot. It's kind of not been a super popular deck, but it's very fascinating to see doing very successful.
That Elsa's going to go ahead and challenge in and then move the damage from the Cheshire Cat, with the Cheshire Cat, from the Elsa to the Dumbo, take out the Dumbo. Dumbo's now in the discard pile, and that Royal Guard is actually going to be a little bit less effective because now you don't have as steady of a draw engine as you would kind of hope. Those Royal Guards will gain... Oh, what's up?
Well, I got sad because he said, we don't have a Dumbo, and he said, yeah, we do. I guess.
Said, yeah.
Right as you said, we don't have a Dumbo. Scott said, I have a Dumbo. But to your point, that Dumbo is vital. He's not going to win. If you play a Dumbo, no one's scooping at the sight of a Dumbo. But it is the engine that pilots the rest of the game. If you can have a nice Dumbo in the middle of the game, you've played a smart beginning, you have a Dumbo that comes up in the middle of the game, you can use it to propel you through a powerful end game. And I hope, I feel like Cameron feels like that was my plan. But there we go. Spicy.
Spicy Wasabi coming down. I believe this is a 4-cost character, 3/3, that when you play him, you are able to banish an item. Scott is not as familiar with this card either. Let's take a look. When you play this character, you may banish chosen item. Its player gains 1 lore. That's it, exactly. And then during your turn, the character has evasive, which works a lot with the Dumbo that Cameron no longer has, sadly.
Exactly. There's two kind of things where you can gain that evasive. Sometimes you can, well, there's a couple ways. You can grant evasive through another character. You can have alert, which is a new ability that was introduced in the newest set, Whispers in the Well, where you only have evasive for challenging purposes. But this time, he just has evasive. So Dumbo would love to be there, but Dumbo, as we know, Scott got rid of that. So he does not have access to that. So all his plans, Cameron is trying to get these like synergistic cards. But that's one of the disruptive things about Emerald. Emerald is so good at tempo plays that disrupt the tempo of your opponent, saying, you know how you have all these plans, all these things you want to do, you're not doing them.
And Scott really showcasing how valuable the Cheshire Cat is. Both times he has elected to remove the Cheshire Cat from the board. And now if you're Cameron, I mean, the board of Scott is getting mighty wide. That Cheshire Cat is going to be a problem. Also, we have 2 Elsas on the board. We're challenging in, and Belle, Accomplished Mystic, 5-cost, 4/4, quest for 2. With her ability, she will be able to move up to 3 damage counters from one character to another. The question is, probably Wasabi, but to who? To Dumbo. Obviously, we don't
perfectly
want Scott.
sized. A perfect sized piece of damage for a three willpower character. But I love this Bell Accomplished Mystic seeing here because a lot of people saw Cheshire Cat and said, well, Cheshire Cat does what Bell Accomplished Mystic does. But they are different, right? I mean, 2 is just a different number than 3. Bell Accomplished Mystic is going to quest for 2. She's got a more substantial challenging ability at 4. So the Cheshire Cat benefit is you get to do it every turn. But it's fun to see both being in there because he's saying, hey, moving damage, pretty nice.
Down comes Clarabelle, light on her hooves. This 7-cost character not only is a big 5/6 body that quests for 2, but at the end of your turn, you get to draw the amount of cards that your opponent has in hand. So Scott says, okay, your hand size is now my hand size. And Cameron is playing Blurple, which is a deck known for drawing an obscene amount of cards. That Clarabelle is going to be the great equalizer here in this match.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times in these Blurple decks, the goal is to get as greedy as possible. It is designed to get as many cards, to get those Hades, Infernal Schemers, to get even sometimes like an Elsa. I mean, here's another one. Hades looking for a deal. They want to get to those top-end answers, but now Scott has done something that checks the greed of Amethyst. He says, no, draw as many cards as you want. Do it. I dare you.
I double dog dare you.
So you play different because there's things you would have done that you no longer want to do. And Clarabelle is a card that has rose so much with the rise of Amethyst because she takes advantage of that greed.
Yeah, and it's about how effectively can you empty out your hand. Right? And we got the Cheshire Cat on board. We are not exerting that. Scott showcasing exactly why it's so important. 3 cards under that Cheshire Cat. If a Madam Mim Elephant comes down to scoop that up, all those cards go to Scott's hand. So there's so much synergy within this deck. It's quite exciting as a Lewis endearing alligator hits the inkwell here. Scott's going to try to empty out and play as many things as possible, ink as much as possible, so that he can keep drawing. It looked like Cameron was only on 1 card as well, though.
Yeah, I know you giggled because you're imagining Liam playing the trumpet like Lewis yesterday on
I
our
was
stream.
exactly.
But to your point, this mechanic of returning things to the hand, one thing to note, if we saw Scott running Mother Knows Best, if he played that, he can return chosen characters, not opposing characters. So Scott, when you have that boost, a player described it to me as you're investing. Even if you don't need to boost for any reason, there's no damage to move, you want to boost because it kind of threatens your opponent to say, go ahead, Hades Infernal Schemer, I don't care. It makes it where Mother's Know Best, he can, if your opponent has it, they don't want to do it. And for him, he can do it to himself. So it's very important if you have a very boosted character to deal with it responsibly.
Another Cheshire Cat coming down on the side of Scott Markison. This inexplicable cat is able to move damage much like the Bell, but will be able to do it once per turn, which makes it so effective and dangerous here. We're just going to quest out. Scott's saying, okay, you want to race me? Let's go. You take out whatever you want. Dealer's choice, but you only got 5 strength on board on the side of Cameron here.
And it's so fascinating because, I mean, we usually see a pretty explosive start, or not usually, but you can see a very explosive start in that ink pairing that Scott's playing. But he had a very measured start. He was just the first part of the game was just control, establishing. And now, I mean, we've seen Cameron say, can I please play some Disney Lorcana? Because he has only quested for 1. He's trying here. This Elsa, as we know, she can force that interaction. She can kind of thwart your plan. Oftentimes we don't exert because we're afraid of this. And Elsa says, no, you are exerted.
Even then, we're taking out one of the threats on board using both of the Elsas here, and we are getting the Clarabelle into the inkwell, but I still believe that's 9 lore, not 9 lore, 6 lore, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, it was already game.
I have done that many times where I pass to my opponent and they look at me like I'm crazy and go, and then I quest and I go, yes, you do. Good game. Because you're so focused on your math. But that was fascinating. And I talked to some players about this where they mentioned about how some of these picks in the decks were unexpected. And my theory is sometimes these unexpected picks, like Scott's deck had some things. I mean, that Wasabi was not usual. It's not a standard pick. And this build that Scott has made is not something that you see a lot. I feel like that would help you because your opponent, the more they go, wait, what? Wait, what? Because you practice play lines for months leading up to the tournament. And when there's play lines they don't know, they have to make choices. And Emerald is so good at saying, make a choice, wrong one, over and over again.
So talk to me about the battle plan here going in with Cameron now that he is on the play. Like, what is he aiming to do?
I think his first game, I mean, I wish I knew if he missed ramp. I think it's on purpose. I can't imagine a world that he's like, I got to go wide for fun.
I just don't feel like ramping today, right?
I don't want to.
Player, right?
Now, I will say there is that anxiety because you only, when you do these games, I know it's open deckless kind of, but it's not easy to know who you're against and you find out who you're paired against. There's still lots of players out there. So long story short, he has to kind of guess what to do. We saw him go wide and say, oh, okay, I'll just go ahead and challenge your board. Maybe you'll have lots of little questers out there. But he didn't. Scott is playing a mid to long game here with that Clarabelle. We know there's shift lines in there. So I think now Cameron is probably going to need to shift to making sure he gets that ramp, making sure he gets some removal like that into the unknown. Also is very powerful in that match for saying if there's anything Scott's trying to protect. We saw that Cheshire Cat putting on it being the pressure cat, saying that I'm going to make sure that you know that I can get rid of your stuff if I need to. So I think this is going to be, this is a great start, having board presence, getting ramp. But Scott,
What's the battle plan, do you think, from what you've seen so far? What's the strategy here?
I mean, I feel like his strategy is what he did last time. I mean, getting out these characters where he's able to do a little bit of removal here. He says, I will do it the same. That's a good point. But he is here on the play. Now, we see that Demona. So, yeah, I mean, this just looks like he's, oh, do you see malicious, mean, and scary? If this is Prince Philip.
There is a Prince Philip combo. I did see the Vanquisher of Foes last
game. So his battle plan is, I don't know how to tell you this, Brent, but I haven't seen this deck a lot. But the battle plan, it sounds like it's like a hybrid between, you know, the Amethyst package that we know. We call the Amethyst shell because so many of the Amethyst cards are the same on both sides. But it's mixed with like a Emerald Sapphire shift. It's basically saying that I'm going to get to those top ends. So he's looking for the long game. If you see those expensive cards and you know they don't have access to ramp, you know he's like, I'm going to make it to turn 7 or 8. Well, we have shift, though, so yeah, I can take advantage of that benefit.
And I do want to point out that Cameron did not miss ramp this time. Sail the Azurite Sea came down. He is ahead on the board as well as in the Inkwell here.
Maybe I can say for production, maybe we get a sign, did not miss ramp. Because it is such a critical thing with Sapphire. Not every deck is going to. You hear somebody talk about a Kiwi deck. That is something that's going to be a more mid-range Sapphire deck, and they don't ramp at all, which is crazy. Some ramp once, some ramp twice, but it is something where Azcasters were like, they missed it, they didn't miss it, because it's very vital, and it gets them to the power. But here we go.
It's interesting that Scott went ahead and quested this because the Royal Guard would be able to challenge in and take it out after just boosting the Flynn. I would have thought that he would have left it up, right? Yeah, just an interesting play line to me. Genie comes down, wish fulfilled, another card in Cameron's hand here, and Scott needs to find a little bit of an answer. Missing turn 3 is not what you want to see.
Yes, so generally in this game, you like to play something every turn. It's you want to ink, you want to play something every turn. He did not do that. He did ink, so he's got ink, but we are seeing some kind of top end options here. I will note that a lot of times players say, I'm happy to take the trade. You'll hear them say that. So sometimes characters will be turned sideways, exert, quest, whatever they're up to, because they say, well, at very least, you'll lose your character. As we know, that Palace Guard only gets more powerful as the game goes on. So it could be a situation where it's like, I'm happy to do it. But seeing him have an empty board makes you go, are you sure, buddy? Because you got nothing right now.
Right. Scott did notably, I believe, alter for 6. So not starting out with the hand that he had hoped for. The Hey Hey Bumbling Rooster would have been absolutely amazing for him there because he would have been able to not only get a nice body on board, a nice quester, as well as taking some ink from the top of his deck immediately into his Inkwell because Cameron has much more ink than Scott does. But the fact that Cameron chose to play this Bell Accomplished Mystic without any damage on board, without any real value there, says to me that maybe Cameron doesn't have the exact hand he wants either.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the optimal playline, and then suboptimal is the nice way to put it, where you're like, was bad. Because there's the things you want to do with the cards, and then, ooh, my goodness. So sorry, I'm going to rip myself, because this is a card we have not seen on stream.
The Ink Runner, 2 cost. When you play it, you get to draw a card, and then whenever you exert it and pay 1, you can give one of your characters alert, which means that it can challenge into evasive characters. Alert is not evasive during your turn, so it won't operate the same way with the Dumbo effects, but it will give the ability for this Bell to take out this Genie, even though Bell is not evasive.
Yeah, I mean, so it basically extends the ability. Like, for example, sometimes it feels like it's an evasive war. It's like, do you have evasive? Do I have evasive? And this says it's a little bit of insurance saying, listen, if all of you start being evasive little guys, I am ready. At the very least, you get to draw a card. So it's an interesting include. Items are something that can be a tough call because you have to pay those 2 ink. It's not something you can sing. You have to invest in it. So it tells me, though, Cameron, looking at his score, it is paid off for him. He's able to do things, probably take care of things like a Prince Philip, like Vanquisher of Foe, who famously has evasive and is huge and a problem. Quest for 3. But here we go. Scott's back to saying, okay, at this point, I'm pretty sure I would describe this as a kind of control deck, how Scott is running.
Yeah, mid-range kind of control.
And he's like,
a little more control.
I need to do some control because that is the hallmark of control. We say it's control because you're basically controlling what your opponent gets to do.
Scott thinking about whether or not he wanted to quest that or ink that Ursula, and the thing is, there's not a lot of songs in Cameron's deck, which is why I think he ultimately went for it. I think he was also considering that You're Welcome in his hand, but he elects to go with the Cheshire Cat instead, utilizing all of his ink, taking out the Genie.
Yeah, and to your point, I mean, we saw Into the Unknown, but I mean, sometimes Into the Unknown, I mean, it does go ahead and give that as ink into your inkwell, and so sometimes we knowing that Scott has some expensive cards in his deck.
Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan comes down, and not only does Scott have to exert all of his characters, but Cameron gets to refill his entire hand. You get to draw up to 3 if you have less than 3.
Yeah, so this is a very, very good play for him. Like we said with that Elsa Fist Spirit, it forces interaction and says, hey, whatever you're up to over there, your plans are changed because now you're exerted. So now he just has that Genie, and we have a very healthy statted 5/6 Demona standing there, being the Scourge of Scott Markison.
And one lone Genie to try to come back here. Scott's going to do the best that he can. He's thinking through the play lines. He's trying to figure it out. But that was a phenomenal turn for Cameron. It's going to be very hard, especially because Scott is behind on ink. He's behind on board. He's behind on lore. So it's like we need to find some kind of answer here.
Quickly. Now, that being said,
yeah,
he has access to a board wipe. We say board wipe, which is where you wipe the board to get rid of all the characters, and not every in combination has it. He's one of the rare ones that he can because he has got Emerald. But that is one of the pieces you need, so that tells me he's not going towards that. He's going towards a different plan here.
Probably a little too slow.
I know, because, I mean, look at the cost. It is a 9 cost. He doesn't have the shift target, which is what I'm thinking he's hoping to take advantage of.
Oh,
there we
Elsa
go.
Fist Spirit comes down. We saw this play last night in the Ruby Amethyst match.
Oh.
You let your opponent draw some cards here, get up to too many cards, and Demona's Stone by Day effect freezes her. She won't be able to unexert at the start of Cameron's next turn. What a brilliant play here to gain back a little bit of tempo.
I do love that interaction there where you are making them draw cards as a punishment. You're saying, draw cards. And then there's lots of ways that with Clarabelle, it's also kind of fascinating that it enriches them. In this case, it turns that, like I said, she's 5/6. She quests for 2. That's a great card into just she can't do a lot right now except kind of sit there and look pretty.
Uh-huh.
I also saw an interesting card on Cameron's side. He has the Junior Woodchuck guidebook that he sent to the Inkwell. So it sounds like Cameron has teched his deck to say, I don't know exactly what the meta will be, but I want to adapt all of it. I want to have the insurance where I get card draw late. I want to prepare for evasive, so it's very fascinating.
Elsa comes down against Elsa. I'm sure this Elsa is going to, using the Basil with support to trade into, not even trade, just take out that Genie very cleanly.
And that is the power of Basil. And here we go. The pressure keeps going with a Cheshire Cat.
Scott keeps answering, Cameron keeps answering back, but Cameron is the one who keeps inching closer to the finish line. Now on 7 lore, it's getting dangerous here for Scott. And will Scott have another You're Welcome? There is another You're Welcome in hand to kind of freeze that Demona again. Cameron has at least 1 card in hand that I can see. Ooh, and if you're Scott, what do you do? What do you prioritize? There's so many different thoughts. I believe that is also the other Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes there. So if we play out this Hades, looking for a deal, the 5 ink, he's already kind of exerted it. He's thinking about it. Just to let you all know what it does. What do you say is the ability? He's pointing at the Cheshire Cat. Cameron now has the choice. He can either put that Cheshire Cat at the bottom of his deck where it probably will not be seen again, or he can allow Scott to draw 2 cards, neither of which is very good. He allows Scott to draw the 2 cards. We get that trade there. And now Scott has a couple more cards in hand.
Yeah, and I mean, the looking for a deal is fascinating because, once again, the Scott's deck is asking Cameron to make a lot of choices over and over again, saying, what do you prefer here? In this case, he says, you can have 2 cards. But as we know, he's digging for that malicious, mean, and scary as a potential out. He's keeping the ink, because as we know, Scott's like, well, plan A, I'll do some shifting. Plan B is we got to get some ink and do it. And now we see both puzzle pieces. We see Hades, who can easily sing malicious, mean, and scary, and he can, but the ink is the last puzzle piece.
Right, we're 2 turns away from being able to do that unless we find some kind of ramp. Even with ramp, there we wouldn't be able to do it because we wouldn't be able to play it. Elsa coming down to crystallize the Hades, looking for a deal. We're going to challenge in. I'm assuming move the 2 damage from either the Elsa or the Elsa into the Hades, looking for a deal here. Yep, Hades has been taken out here. And things are going from bad to worse because now Scott has no characters on board, no singers to be able to sing that malicious, mean, and scary. We're 2 turns away from the board wipe. If you're Scott, what do you do?
I believe he can come back. I think he's built his deck. Control decks are famous for getting you confident and going, haha, I've done it. And this is Genie. That's not the haha, I done it, but he's drawing. He's inking. Another Genie. He has 2 characters on board now. It's harder to get rid of 2 than 1. So the more insurance he is now 1 turn away from the combo again. So I think if he can effectively manage Cameron and then just keep up the tempo, he could be fine because Cameron's exerted a lot of cards to do this. I don't know how many he has in hand, but if it's 1 or 2, that could be a problem if Scott has been resplendent with card draw.
I want to point something out, too. Scott was shuffling his cards. He has the Royal Explorer Prince Philip in hand. So he could have played that in order to shift and have a more effective turn next turn, but Scott didn't, so he doesn't telegraph that he has the combo. Because to Cameron's knowledge, what are the chances that he has all the combo pieces in hand? You kind of got to be afraid of it, but how afraid are you? If you drop that Prince Philip down, Cameron might know to play around it a little bit. Now the Hades looking for a deal, asking, do you want to keep your Genie? We're going to need that Genie to catch up, play a little catch up here, but Scott says, nah, take it.
Yeah, and we say, I'm going to make him have it. You hear players say that all the time, or you need to have it. And in this case, hey, Scott, do you have it? And we in the booth.
We know.
We're in the sky, and we say, he has it.
Yeah,
that being
yes.
said, it's a long road. It's not a do a combo win. He's at 2 lore. So that is step 1. So he has to be very tactical here. See, make sure there's nothing he's missing. There's nothing that's going to bounce back. That Ink Runner will obviously not be affected by the Malicious, Mean, and Scary Prince Philip combo. But he has what he needs if he wants to do it. Step 1, stop Cameron from winning. Step 2, then Scott has to win.
Cameron also very smart that last play. I just want to point out that the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook is the perfect time to do that when you know that the board wipe is coming.
Exactly. That Junior Woodchuck Guidebook is kind of insurance to say, okay, if something bad happens, I invested a little bit of ink too early, then 1 later.
And
there we go.
The combo. We knew it was coming, but it doesn't make it any less exciting. Prince Philip, vanquisher of foes, just vanquished all of the foes. Malicious, Mean, and Scary came down, was sung by the Genie. That's how we did it. Puts 1 damage counter on, and the vanquisher of foes banishes all damaged characters on your opponent's side of the board. Now it is a question of, can Scott catch up? 5 lore on board. Cameron with a full grip of cards, smartly identifying that the board was probably going to be wiped last turn. I mean,
Oh, there we go. He says, more cards. And this is, I think, the true test of a control deck, is if you go ahead and get to the end game, the control where you absolutely take the victory away from somebody, can you then beat them? And I think this shows that it's very hard when you have card draw, because he just went wide again. Now he has a game on board where he can win next turn. So Scott has to do what he did last turn a second time. And what are the odds that you could do something that stunning 2 turns in a row?
Right. Cameron smartly understanding that getting this Rafiki and this Royal Guard out, going as wide as possible, is challenging Scott to now, can you remove every single threat? Notably, the Emerald Amethyst combo pairing has a little bit of trouble with wide boards unless you pull off the combo. It's hard to pull off the combo more than once, though. We do have a Mother Knows Best in hand, though. So, I mean, if Scott were to hypothetically draw into a Malicious, Mean, and Scary, we could, there is a world where we could sing the Malicious, Mean, and Scary. We could Mother Knows Best our own Prince Philip, bring it back, and then play it back down. But Scott does not have that option available. Scott is going to elect to Quest and Mother Knows Best the Genie?
Well, this is difficult, right? Because, I mean, the Genie has that on-play ability, and against these control decks, anytime they draw a card, I am miserable about it because every time it's the best card ever, it feels like. It's more card draw, it's more interaction, it's more removal. So he's sitting there going, okay, well, I just need to get it so you don't win next turn. And in this case, we go ahead and do the Royal Guard.
Oh, interesting. Okay, and Scott's going to go wide, too, and say, okay, throws his hands up a little bit and says, this is the best I can do. You're going to get to 19, so we'll see if I can keep you off of it. A sly little smile from Scott there. Cameron in full control of this game. And, I mean, it feels like, Hades. Infernal Schemer comes down, puts the Prince Philip into the inkwell, and now the game is all but over. We're going to get to 19 here. And, just for extra insurance, into the unknown. Gonna put the Genie into the inkwell as well. Scott now with a ton of ink, but not a lot to do. He's gonna scoop it up, and we're going to game.
Game number 3.
I was throwing it over to you.
I know. I looked over and he was holding 3. I said, 3. I can count to 3. It's one of the great skills. Is in order to get harder, you do have to be able to count to 20, and 3 is well below that. But that was, I love.
This has been Katie's Math Corner.
I do. So this is an exciting matchup because we've seen a lot of control mirrors. This is not a control mirror I've had the honor of watching because I haven't seen a lot of control Amethyst Emerald. There's downsides, right? The reason that you often see Sapphire control decks is because control relies on some of the cooler cards in the game that are going to be more expensive, cost more ink, and so Scott doesn't have access to that. But he has the shift, which is kind of, shift is one of those things that kind of like singing. You take advantage of resources you have, and you're able to use them to your full advantage. But they're two different control decks with 2 different engines, and it's fascinating seeing that they both have been able to do what their decks are intended to do, but who will do it in this game 3?
That's a tough question. It looks like Scott has the reach to be able to kind of flood the board a little bit early, especially with those Flynn Riders, right? He can start building up a kind of massive board and possibly go under Cameron. Although the first game, that was not the strategy either. The strategy was, I'm just going to control the control deck as best I can. These Emerald Amethyst decks do tend to prey on the Sapphire decks. So Scott has that in mind, especially with that Hey Hey. I can't wait to see that Hey Hey actually come down.
I know. It's so exciting when we get to kind of, see moments. I mean, the same thing you guys see is what we see. And every once in a while, we'll see a tilt and we go, oh, is that Hey Hey? I mean, we don't say, hey, is that Hey Hey? Because that doesn't happen a lot. But in this case, we say it. But there is a character we've seen a lot in the past few days.
Clarabelle, Clumsy Guest. You can wreck an item, banish it, send it to the discard. There's no items, though, on Cameron's side.
It's interesting because we talk about item removal. We saw that with Wasabi. Clarabelle and You're Welcome are 2 cards that have the rare, not often seen item removal ability, but it's not included for that reason. It's just a nice little bonus. But there we go. This is another little disruptor here.
Ursula Deceiver will be able to look at the hand and take away one of the song cards. Unfortunately, Cameron does not have a song card in hand. Scott knows after 3 games here that there's probably not a lot of songs. The only one we've seen so far is the Into the Unknown, but probably just wants to get the information. Look how quick he memorized all those cards, by the way.
Yeah, that's, to be fair, when I play Ursula, I look for something, and if I see it, I go, okay. And I'm like, oh, no, because you get 2 things. You get to possibly get rid of a song, but you also get information, and that is very important because you're seeing what is the game plan. He now knows, okay, he's going to hit that turn 2 ramp. Ursula's kind of a fascinating card because you can't shift with her in this current meta. She's only a 1/3. There's not a lot of cool things you can do with her once she's on the board. There used to be things you could do with her after, but at this point, it's just people know that disrupting your opponent's game plan is so valuable that she's made her way back in. But either way, we have that turn 2 ramp.
Tipo's going to come down. We are going to be able to ink a card, whether it's inkable or uninkable. That's the key difference between Sail the Azurite Sea and Tipo. One of the key differences. The other key difference is Tipo, when you play him, the ramp comes in exerted as opposed to Sail the Azurite Sea. So maybe Cameron not liking the amount of uninkables in his hand currently.
It's true. I mean, we talk about sometimes you get this hand, and when you put these unankables, the downside is they're unankable, and Tipo kind of can answer that if you end up having 380s in your opening hand. You're like, okay, Tipo, turn that into ink, please. And he's a body. He's a character on the board, so if we get into a situation where we can have Elsa or need to get some damage put on, if we get a Cheshire Cat, he has utility. You can go ahead and use that little one challenge there to do some stuff later. But at the very least, like you said, it could be a myriad of reasons you choose Tipo, one over the other. But either way, he got that ramp, so he's ready to do whatever for turn 4.
As that Cheshire Cat was brought down last turn by Scott, going to be something that keeps all of the characters of Cameron in check. As the Genie comes down, the typical turn 4 play. Scott behind now on ink because of the ramp, unfortunately doesn't have the hey when he needs it. Has had the hey when he didn't need it both of the other games. We're going to ink, we're going to play the Genie down, we're going to draw a card, but notably on turn 5, I believe we are going to be shifting this Clarabelle. So Cameron has to know that that's going to be a threat. Cameron has a bunch of cards in hand. I would assume we might try to empty out a little bit, but no, instead we're going to Elsa, Fifth Spirit, Crystallize, take out that Cheshire Cat. That's the power of the Cheshire Cat. I feel like whenever there's a Cheshire Cat in play, almost anything else becomes moot.
Yeah, they say that cat has to go. It is eviction notice.
Get it out of here.
I have a cat allergy. But here we go. Speaking of making sure we get rid of some of these more pestery cards, we go ahead and get rid of that Elsa Fifth Spirit. We don't want any damage on the board at all because we know that boost mechanic is live and active. But here we go.
Clarabelle light on her hooves coming down to shift 5. Going to be able to draw one extra card because, again, Scott's saying the amount of cards you have in hand at the end of my turn, I'm going to draw until I have.
The friendship card draw. It's my favorite thing. People love it. But here we go. We're going to do a little extra ramping. The Cameron says, you're up to a lot of things I haven't quite liked. So I'm going to go ahead and double ramp. But those are 2 very valuable cards. But his plan is to just get some value now. And here we go.
We're going to challenge into the Genie. We're also going to be able to boost this Cheshire Cat, put 2 damage into, the Ursula. Now we take it out with the Tipo.
There we go.
Put the 2 damage, right. Took them a second, and now we challenge in, clear out almost the entire board here.
Oh, man, Tipo, he's like, no, Tipo, come back. You're okay.
Cameron almost said, I'm going to trade the Tipo, and Scott said, you don't have to. And he said, okay, yeah, you're right. I will just put 1 damage counter
sacrifice.
on there. A noble sacrifice indeed. Let's take a look at what's in the hand here.
Yeah, we see a little bit more of the cards that are on the more the higher end here. So we have that Elsa Fifth Spirit, we have a Clarabelle, light on her hoofs again, and then it looks like a Demona. In this case, that Ursula will go ahead and say, I'm not afraid of songs right now. Let's go ahead and get the interaction party started. And Clarabelle can cleanly get rid of the Cheshire Cat, and then also Tipo is out of here.
Elsa Fifth Spirit showcasing why she's been such a staple card ever since she came out in Shimmering Skies. That's been 5 sets ago.
Yeah, and
insane.
She just... we talk about things where disruptive, and Elsa is a very disruptive card because you say, I have plans for these cards, but there's a little bit more, or we're sending a Clarabelle, but a shifted Clarabelle, so you're saying there's a downside to that. There is. Now Scott has access to a lot of ink, so if he can get some card draw going, he is now able to do a lot more fun stuff than he was before, and I see a Demona, so he could do some emptying, play
Cameron is playing right into Scott's plans. Scott's saying, I'm going to leave my Clarabelle exerted for you to either into the unknown or maybe try and get a cheeky challenge in with something like Hypnotic Strength, not knowing that Scott has the Scourge of the Wyvern Clan. It's about to be the Scourge of Cameron Folger here in a second, because if we empty out this hand here, the tough part is you want to empty out your entire hand, but you got 2 really excellent cards.
Exactly.
Clarabelle and
I mean, and to be fair, I think there's a vanquisher of foes. So, I mean, if he is afraid that Cameron will go wide at some point, so he does go ahead.
Wow.
He said, you don't know what I'm going to do. He said, how dare you? I'm Scott Markson. I'm 24 points here in round 9. I will do this. So there he goes. He plays that Prince Philip. Now, that does, if you have damage, it doesn't matter how you got it, when you got it. It will go ahead and banish it. So now he just has that Dumbo.
Iago, Giant Spectral Parrot coming down, as well as the Basil. Cameron saying, I'm going to go wide. I'm going to get a bunch of high-strength characters on board. Basil might only have 2, but he gives support to one of the others.
Yeah, and the thing is he just emptied his hand because, I mean, he knows that there could be some Clarabelle shenanigans going on. Now that Prince Philip has a very healthy 6-6 stat line, and this is a tricky little thing to do what he just did. What did he do?
He just Mother Knows bested the Iago Spectral Parrot, which would have been able to take out the Prince Philip that turn, but also put the Clarabelle back down on the board. A second Clarabelle hitting the board, being able to net Scott one extra card because Cameron had his hand pretty low.
And there he goes. He says, Prince Philip, I did not like what you've been up to. Moving that 3 damage with Bell Accomplished Mystic and saying, honestly, questing for 3 is a problem, 6-6 is a problem. I have to banish you. And banish he did. But Scott has been staying in this game. We know that Cameron has, I believe, just a parrot in hand and perhaps one other. No, it might just be the parrot at this point. So here we go, and he has another Prince Philip. That's not nice.
Another Prince Philip and another Elsa Fifth Spirit here, so we'll be able to exert this bell. We are going to double challenge in here, and quest out the Clarabelle.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the control aspect is very funny because I said, oh, well, Cameron has access to ramp, but Scott doesn't. But Into the Unknown says, no, you do have ramp. And there we go.
Katie's Infernal Schemer. There's no downside to this, Katie, except for Scott.
Except he got some ink, though. That's the thing, though, is he keeps ramping Scott, and we know Scott has some very expensive problems. So I feel like there's no downside, a little downside, but here we go. He has a You're Welcome. And
I think you're welcome your own character, right? Yep, draw the 2 cards, draw 2 fresh new cards here. What You're Welcome does is it's a song, costs 4, it was sung by the Elsa. Scott doesn't have to exert any of the beautiful ink that Cameron has graciously donated to him. And now Scott will be able to shuffle up his deck, draw 2 fresh new cards with 3 cards in hand and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 ink on the board. Scott's going to have a lot of choices here. Let's see. His hand is just out of range here. I'm seeing another Clarabelle, the 3rd Clarabelle light on her hooves. Scott is hoping to get some of his bigger bomb characters, the ones that are going to come down and completely warp the name of the game. I believe that the Clarabelle light on her hooves is coming down. Yep. As well as a Clarabelle clumsy guest here.
Yeah, and Clara is fascinating because she has lots of different things that make her great. She has the shift line. She is a 5-6, which is nothing to ignore here. She has that card draw benefit, but now we see 2 Spectral Parrots, which is an illusion, and it is a big illusion at 4-6.
That's a lot of strength.
It is.
2?
Yeah, so that can cleanly take care of everything on the side of Scott's board, so Scott has to be very mindful. Now, Vanish is an interesting mechanic because it's something where if you choose this character for an action, you banish them. Early we saw one of the Iagos be targeted by Mother Knows Best, but that's something that is important to understand the interaction because what happens is it bounces to the hand, so he can't vanish. Now, if you target him for 1 damage, him specifically, let's say you used or fire the cannons on him, it counts for 100 damage because basically he was targeted, he's still on the board, he has to be vanished, and he goes ahead and be banished. However, in the case of Mother Knows Best, he's protected by the hand. But in this case, we're seeing more shenanigans afoot. Madam and Elephant hitting the board. Ooh, what did she bounce back here?
Bounced back his own Elsa Fifth Spirit.
Oh, there we go.
In order to replay it down and take out that Basil. But now it's going to be taken out by this Iago, Giant Spectral Parrot. And Scott's saying, I'm going to quest?
He says you pick.
Scott says, all right, go ahead. If you wanna make these trades, make the trades. I mean, 6 willpower, though. This Clarabelle won't even be able to retaliate back.
Did you notice Cameron did one of my favorite things? He drew the card, looked at it, put it down. Then always I'm like, what is it? What is it that you just hear? Like, absolutely not. It's fascinating because he's at the point where he should be able to play every card in his deck. This could be something where he needs, like, I'm going to figure out what I'm going to do here with a challenging situation. I want to get this all right. He has played against Scott. Now this is game 3. And he's seen Scott do a lot of zigging and zagging with this Emerald deck and saying, you thought I would, but I didn't. So he wants to make sure he does this right. So he challenges in cleanly getting rid of 2 of the character on the board, that Elsa Fifth Spirit and Clarabelle Light on her hooves. And now he's like, I don't know what Scott's going to do, but he's very vulnerable to some malicious, mean, and scary action right now.
Basil was the card.
Basil. That's why he said, oh my goodness, how did you show up here?
I guess
not malicious, mean, and scary. He's vulnerable to this exact card.
Oh, and that was why Scott did that, is so that he can play the Prince Philip Vanquisher of foes vanquished off 3 cards off of the board. Look at Cameron's face. He smiles and says, you got me, I guess.
And this is one of my favorite things about Emerald is it's constantly saying, I have so many things I can do. I call it like the improv deck. In this case, he's got Hypnotic Strength, so Cameron's getting what you would call the least helpful decks at this part of the game. Hypnotic Strength at least gets you a little bit. You can use it. There we go. He's getting something. He's staying into the game.
Right, but we're taking so much ink just to get more cards in hand.
Yeah, he's saying, okay. You're saying there's a chance. You're saying there's a chance. And another one of these one costs that is very fun at the beginning of the game. Less fun now. So masterfully played by Scott. I love when somebody says, you wouldn't this, would you? And then they do it, and he did. And there we go. And now he's just questing. He says, yeah, that Royal Guard can technically be beefed up with some drawing, and he's going wider.
Oh, I'm getting up to 16, and I'm going to take out your Basil. This is just a master class right here in Emerald Amethyst Set 10. If you are watching and we're hoping to watch some phenomenal Disney Lorcana, well, here it is. The action is... I mean, how would you describe it? How would you describe this game, Katie?
I would call it scintillating. So we get that Demona coming in, exerting one of the cards. Now noting he has ward, but it doesn't matter. And speaking of doesn't matter, Scott has game. Cameron says, I see the writing on the wall. You have out-controlled me, my friend. You didn't have ramp, but man, you have game.
What can you do? What can you do? It really felt like Scott... It really felt like Scott was seeing into the future, kind of mind-reading his opponent and saying, well, if I do this, my opponent will probably end up doing this, playing right into my hands so many times. Scott's showcasing why he is one of the top players. I was talking with Liam earlier. He said that Scott doesn't really put out any of the guides, isn't really huge on social media. He's just kind of this quieter guy that shows up and crushes tournaments.
It is crazy because sometimes you have the element of surprise because his deck is not one of the most popular deck in the formats. We did see this color combination is in the room, but there's so many different ones, and that plays to his advantage because your opponent sees the first card and they're like, I think you're going to do this. And the entire game, even us, we were like, I think he's going to do this. And he's like, I am not going to do that. And it shows that he is constantly, he's thinking about two things. He's thinking about what he's going to do and psychologically what his opponent's going to do. And the psychological aspect is one of my favorite part of TCGs because we can't get in their head. We probably will in an interview. I hope we have one because it's so fun to hear, like, what are you doing over there? But it's fascinating to watch because constantly you're saying, Cameron, what do you want to do?
But before we get to that interview, these potential interviews.
Yes, potential interviews.
The potential interviews. No guarantees, no promises.
Don't have any contractual.
We're going to cut to a short break here. More round 9 next. Up! Welcome back, Illumineers. It's your boy, Brent Mukai, joined by the lovely
Katie, it's right here. I love when I can see it. I'm like, that's me, guys. But we are back, and we are all jazzed up because the first game is kind of like better than coffee, but we have more to say.
We got the second match here. It is ready. Just to let you all know, we are jumping to the game 3 because it is a sizable match, but the game 3 was the longest of them. Let's cut to the match. Let's see what's going on. We got Din Kong Pham versus Ben Fishman. People know him as DKP. People know him as Ben. I'm sure.
Yeah, people know him as BF.
Ben looks okay.
Oh, they're in Ultring currently. I thought they're playing in the perhaps this is, but either way, to kind of orient, whenever I see we're going to game 3 and they because they're like, oh, it's long, I'm like, okay, this is a control match, and it is not. I mean, one is a control. It's not a control mirror, I should say, but it's an Amethyst mirror, but it's a tale of 2 Amethyst decks.
The tale? Oh, well, please tell me the tale. Amethyst Steel versus Blurple, a tale as old as time. What is Amethyst Steel trying to do here, Katie?
Well, it has the ability to be a little bit more low to the ground. And by low to the ground, I mean it's going to have a little bit of a more early game options. Early to mid game is where this deck can shine. Now, there are more control type options. The biggest benefit in the entire deck is going to be Strength of Raging Fire, also Dock, but then it has all the cool Amethyst stuff. So, I mean, the differentiators are like the Strength of Raging Fire, which is a song that you can go ahead and do some removal, deal damage to the total characters. But then you have your Dock, which allows you to discard your card, hand, draw 2 cards, in addition to the Amethyst draw package. But then we saw in the last game that Sapphire is trying to go ahead and do that ramp where you're going and inking more than once per turn to do cool, bigger stuff later in the game. So it's a story of what can Ben do in the early game, and can DKP outlast that early game phase.
And I don't know if you caught it, Din just altered for 6 fresh cards, which leads me to believe usually when I see a Sapphire player doing that, it means that they don't have ramp currently. Will DKP have the ramp? That is the question. He will need it in this matchup. I mean, the Amethyst Steel matchup into Blurple last set felt pretty tough. Pretty difficult. It feels like most of the players agree now, though, that the Amethyst Steel package has kind of caught up in terms of cards.
Yeah, I mean, I asked a couple players of what is the difference maker, because, I mean, it's really about, there's a difference between what makes each strength, the ink combos better, but there's also what are the cards they're looking for to really be the difference maker in the match. And Demona's one of them. Demona is a card that, like we said, forces interaction. Instead of just saying one is exerted, everything's exerted. So you can kind of do a make your own board wipe. As long as you're developing your board steadily, you land that Demona turn, you challenge into everything in a smart way where you retain your board, and then you are drawing cards. You can stay in the game, but it's who can get to it first, who has it, and what happened up to that point.
Okay, Olaf helping hand coming down, kicking us off. Ben Fishman on the play here. Royal Guard is going to be answered by DKP. Now, the players are moving a little bit quicker than usual. I don't know if you saw, but we have about 17 and a half minutes on the clock here. Whether that's correct or not, 100% accurate, I don't know, but we're about to find out here as Captain Hook, Forceful Duelist, as well as the Rafiki come down. These two go hand in hand because they both will be able to challenge for 3 on their turn.
Yeah, building up. If you're going to his Ramona, these are a great package. And it's also taking advantage of the fact that Din is going to have a little bit more of a slower start just by nature. He did go ahead and get the ramp, but it can't be as explosive. You generally will hear in Amethyst Steel, they say 1, 2, 3 strength. And so they do a 1 cost, a 2 cost, a 3 cost. But in this case, he says, I'm going to do 1 cost, 2, 1 cost, and a 3 cost. Because as we talked about, going wider is one of the benefits. Going faster, knowing he's a little bit of a faster deck can be a benefit. He might not have had a 2 cost, but there are several upsides to choosing to go wide against a deck that is slower like DKP's.
Right. And what I'll say is that it feels like the Blurple decks do have a little bit of trouble in answering a wider board if it starts to get out of hand. It's hard to come back from. Demona, which has now hit Din's, DKP's Inkwell, is one of the cards that helps you kind of come back here, but Din saying I need that for ink, as Tipo's going to challenge into the Olaf. And yep.
That Olaf is fascinating to me because we talk about like tech choices and why you make cards. So when this character leaves play, you can return chosen character of yours to your hand. So he's something where sometimes people will protect it because you if you have something like a dock,
right,
something that's so valuable, you get to go ahead. We call it bouncing, where you go ahead and you get to choose what goes back to your hand. So in this case, he I don't think he's doing his. You'd want to be seeing strength at this point. You'd be wanting to save that Olaf. So him playing like this says that maybe he's not playing his plan A, because usually dock is when you discard your hand and draw 2 cards, but didn't see that.
I don't think Ben has the hand or the start. If I'm looking at the body language, it looks a little bit like he doesn't quite have what he wants here. You would typically want to be singing with that Genie, Strength of a Raging Fire, taking out a key piece of DKP's strategy, which would be the Dumbo here. Now we're going to see Wasabi hit the board. Everybody's on this Wasabi Spice. The 4 cost 3/3. You can banish an item when it comes down, but can also challenge evasive characters. Quest for 1. A lot of utility to this Wasabi. I wasn't sure if we were going to see it in this matchup, as Amethyst Steel not known for being an item-heavy deck, but still useful. But I'm much faster, hitting the Inkwell of Ben Fishman, one of those special Amethyst Steel tech cards, giving Challenger 2 as well as Alert. But the Genie, Wish Fulfilled, is the one that came down, drawing a card. These players are playing at a breakneck pace here. As Demona comes down, DKP refills his whole hand. We're going to be able to challenge into that Genie, Satisfied Dragon with the Royal Guard because of how many cards Din drew. That Royal Guard gets +1 strength for each card drawn.
Yeah, and so here we go. We're saying how much effective challenge can I get using that evasive, or gaining evasive on the Wasabi, having evasive naturally on the Dumbo makes him easy to get rid of that Genie. The tricky part is if something only gains evasive and they're not all full-time evasive, then they might go ahead and get swung back at. But in this case, he took care of all the evasives. Everybody's feeling okay. But the problem is now we have that Captain Hook on the board. We have Rafiki, who both of them have the Challenger ability. So the Dumbo's feeling okay, but
right, especially because you just saw him ink the But I'm Much Faster.
Yeah.
But the Elsa Fifth Spirit is going to come down. Din is putting the damage counter on ahead of time, knowing exactly what the deal is going to be. I assume that we're going to trade with the Wasabi here. And Demona is now going to be frozen because of the number of cards Din has in hand. And if you're wondering, where do I know this DKP, this Din Kong Pham from?
He's an up-and-coming player, right? He's
very new.
Traveling
very
in from
fresh.
Germany.
Just joking, everybody. He is the Melbourne DLC champion from last set, as well as world champion of Disney Lorcana.
Our first world champion.
Our first world champion ever. Season 1. He's looking to repeat it. He's looking to win this DLC, get his invite to Worlds, and then take it again, I'm sure, as Hades comes down and puts that Genie into the Inkwell. And Ben says, no problem, I got another one.
I have Genies for days, Satisfied Dragons, Wish Fulfilled, I got them all. Ben just needs to keep staying in this game. The problem is that both of them need to have, there's phase A, then phase B. DKP desperately needs card draw. Here we go. We see two interesting things here. We see a Strength of Raging Fire. We decided that it's one of the most valuable cards in the game. It's in the Inkwell. You can't do much with it there other than exert it. And we went ahead and saw a Giant Cobra being played, but he didn't discard him. Why is that something that would be?
Because when the Giant Cobra comes down, you have the option to discard 1 card from your hand to gain 2 lore. But Ben says, this card in my hand, I'm going to save it. If I'm a betting man, even though I haven't seen it, seems like Demona or Doc.
Yeah, as we know, he's keeping that board wide. You see his Captain Hook sitting upright. He's not afraid to lose the Doc. Earlier, I keep thinking about that Olaf. That Olaf was fascinating. I do want to point out, I did look up, it is a may. We talk about may and must triggers a lot in Disney Lorcana. There's things that you have to do and things that's like, I don't know, it's up to you. You want to do it? And so Olaf, you don't have to bounce anything back. In this case, he didn't, and there we go. He exerted the Doc because he's not afraid of losing that, but we have now a couple things on board that they're helping to protect DKP moving forward.
Mm-hmm. And DKP wondering if he should play that Royal Guard or not. I don't think he'll be able to crack the Junior Woodchuck guidebook as well as play the Royal Guard, so maybe that's what's taken into consideration here.
Yes, one of the things about Junior Woodchuck guidebook we talked about yesterday in our deck tech segment with Rebecca in the lounge. It's something that is valuable because you can spread the cost. So basically use 2 ink now, 1 ink later. You're basically saying, I wonder if he's thinking, do you have Benja in your hand? Because there's very little item removal in the game. We saw Wasabi or this game. Either way, we've seen Wasabi in the meta. Benja's another card. He's a steel card that can come in and destroy. So I think he's just deciding, what do I want to do? And in this case, he says, it's actually better as I'm just going to keep it. He's not going to play it. He's not going to do your Woodchuck Guidebook.
He's going to Cheshire Cat. He's going to use the boost. Move the damage over. Now Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe, comes down here. We'll be able to use breaking records and making history with the Genie in order to draw a card, gain a lore. We do lose a lore in that because Genie typically quests for 2. But Ben will play the Strength of a Raging Fire, taking out the Cheshire Cat, utilizing the wide board. And what do we do with this Captain Hook? We probably just leave him standing still, I'm assuming?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you need this wide board because you're seeing these heavy 6 static cards. So Strength of Raging Fire is as strong as the cards you have, or as many characters you have, so that if he gets one more character, he can Strength of Raging Fire to Hades or Demona. I will note that Cheshire Cat had to go because we talk about place or deal damage. Placing damage gets around resist. So if he wants that Calhoun to do anything, he needs to make sure that placing ability goes away.
That's right, because that Marine Sergeant has resist +1 and would otherwise be able to only take 1 damage if it was 2 damage given. But it's not 2 damage dealt, it's 2 damage counters placed.
They place it. It's like, well, unplace it. Unmake it up. But either way, we see some more evasive Rockstars coming onto the board here. We have our Dumbo and Genie, who we've seen many times, and they're good. They draw cards, which is pretty important.
Exactly what you want to see. And notably, Ben might have 5 characters to 4 here, but he's got to be careful because DKP, it's starting to get to the turn numbers where DKP's top cuts, where DKP's top decks are going to be much better than Ben's because DKP has built the deck to ramp up, go wide, have a bunch of ink, and then drop some major bombs that cost a lot, whereas Ben won't have as much efficiency in the deck because he has more of a mid-range Amethyst Steel deck.
I think it's important to note, because, I mean, we're talking about, you said, what are the differences? What are the differences in the builds, the strengths? As we've seen, DKP has access to cooler, bigger cards that do more stuff. We're seeing the difference right here. These are some smaller cards on Ben's side, but he has something that DKP doesn't have, where it's called basically flooding the board. They'll say it sometimes, but it's basically if something were to happen and you lose a lot of your characters, how quickly can you rebuild? It's dependent on card draw. So right now he doesn't have the healthiest hand size in the world, but the more cards he can draw, the more stable he becomes. And
having Dumbo and that Genie also will be able to net him some cards with the combination, unless we get the Elsa 5th Spirit and are able to double challenge in with the Genie and the Elsa. That's why you always draw your cards first.
Yes, explosive turn here, because we're saying, like, he doesn't have a lot he can do, but the cards he's having, he's using to great efficiency here. And suddenly, putting these damage on these characters makes it where suddenly Calhoun could challenge into that Hades, get 2 lore. Yeah, you lose your Calhoun, but you got 2 lore. So you're able to do a lot of fun stuff here.
I think that's what Ben is kind of considering here. Do I do the Captain Hook or do I do the Calhoun?
Yeah, and DKP is like, well, okay, I'll see. Because Calhoun, the benefit is you get 2 lore, but you can save it, right? Because, I mean, she could go ahead and do that later if you want. And that Captain Hook has been around for a while, so he goes ahead, signs up, and gets that Hades banished. And now, who's the control deck? Is it Ben?
Ben is the one in control right now, at least. Elsa 5th Spirit is going to crystallize that Calhoun. We will be able to challenge it. Ben maybe regretting the decision not to challenge it and get that free 2 lore, but we'll see. DKP goes ahead and challenges in, makes that clean trade, and effectively wipes most of the board of Ben, except for one of the most important cards, which is the Dumbo.
I would say from this point forward, the story is who's drawing more.
Cheshire Cat, Inexplicable comes down, and this is huge because there's so much damage on the inside of the board that now Ben will have the choice of what he wants to use. He's going to challenge in with the Dumbo. Oh, look at this. Look at how efficient this Cheshire Cat works.
Exactly, and that's one of the reasons this card is seen in most Amethyst decks, because if you are in the point where you're forcing interaction with the Demona and the Elsa, then suddenly Cheshire Cat becomes gold, because for 2, two ink and a boost, you can go ahead and move that damage around. And so now the control battle keeps raging on. And here we go, another rock star of the control world. Wow.
Bell Mystical, accomplished Mystic, comes down. We were able to move the 3 damage off of the Demona right onto that Dumbo, taking out the Dumbo. Dumbo is now banished. Now both of these players are effectively top decking again. Mayor Winddancer, actor turned politician, comes down 4 cost uninkable, 5/7, 1 lore, and Ben's showing it off. I don't know to who.
Because to somebody that giggled, because what a funny card. That is a man, a very dapper dressed horse. And the thing is, during the beginning of the meta, there was kind of debate, is it a funny card or a good card? It's a funny good card.
It's a funny good card.
He's 5/7.
Right.
You can't really ignore that this mayor, once he comes down, he's going to be around for a while.
Right. DKP says, I want to ignore that card. And you know what Mayor Winddancer says?
Nay.
Yeah!
Okay, I got it. Listen, I never miss, but...
That's improv, folks. All right, Elizabeth Spirit comes down. We're going to crystallize something. Is it the Mayor Winddancer? Probably the Cheshire Cat. I don't know why I ever assume it's anything but Cheshire Cat.
Yes, if you can target the Cheshire Cat, you do. I will note Mayor Winddancer, he is 5/7, but you know who doesn't care about 5/7? Hades. So that is one thing that is a negative about putting down these, like, haha, what about this, is Hades. But there we go. We will go ahead and he goes, but when you boost, you don't get to see the cards. So you'll often see players say, okay, what was under there? Because it's kind of like, did I need that card? So he goes ahead, sees
was it all my best cards or not? I don't know. But now DKP is catching up. What a game. This is the decisive game 3. We got 4 minutes and 30 seconds left here, Katie. We have to do it. What did I miss?
Well, you didn't miss anything, but Ben keeps playing cards in the way where it's like, ooh, not like that. He played Giant Cobra, but he had nothing to discard. He played Doc, but he didn't draw 2 cards. He inked his strength, so he's been using these cards where you're like, well, that's not how you'd like to use it, is it?
Right. It's not like it's his choice. He's doing the best he can with what he's got, but unfortunately the timing is all off. Who's going to take this? I forgot to mention the stakes are even higher for me because DKP is on my team. Notably, one of the only people left on my team still in contention with Luke Wonderland. Let's see if DKP can clutch this out for his guy, Brent Mukai.
That is actually, he said, today I want to shout out who I'm here for. I'm here for Brent Mukai, and I want to go ahead. I've already been a world champion. What if I'm Brent's champion? But there we go. We got.
Oh, you saw that too? Yeah. That very real thing that happened. Okay.
Oh, that is funny. Now, this is actually a very funny top deck. That hypnotic strength is actually very useful.
And we. I'm so excited I can't talk. Here's the thing. We have less than 4 minutes left. DKP is in a position where he's playing fast, and he still did not miss the fact that Giant Cobra would be banished from the vanish of the Hypnotic Strength, because when an action targets a vanished character, they go to the banished pile.
I will never forget where I was, where someone played a card that healed. I think it was Healing Touch on one of my illusions. And I said, oh, it doesn't have any damage. And I went, yeah, but it's banished.
Yeah.
And I went, how dare you heal me into banishment? But that is just how it works. You went ahead, you targeted, and that's why Hypnotic Strength is great. It can be used as kind of, it's thinkable. It can be used as a utility to make something challenge more. There's Calhoun. She's not evasive. She doesn't pair well with Dumbo. She only goes ahead and challenges for 3. There is a lot of damage on the board, but they're evasive. It could go after the Demona. This is not a top deck that you want to see.
Ben still has a card in hand. What card do you hold back here? What card do you hold back here? Now Iago's going to challenge into the Dumbo. We're going to have a wide enough board here to represent game on board.
That is interesting because, there's not many cards in the game that say, actually, I win right now. But here we go. He inks. It's an interesting one.
It was Demona, but now we don't have enough ink to really take anything out. I mean, we can't win the race here. I think it's over.
Yeah, we can know. Okay, so he goes ahead, he targets with a But I Must Faster. That gets rid of Spectral Parrot. Notably, Demona can't ready next turn.
We're going to take 2 lore here, but we still are...
That's good game. Okay, I was like, okay, because that Demona can't ready, so it can only cost her 2, but wow, that is how you become a world champion.
That is how you become a world champion. Wow. Even in the speedy play, even when we only have 18 minutes left in this breakneck speed match, DKP smartly identifies the illusion. Ben did as well with the But I'm Much Faster. These are 2 professional Disney Lorcana players showcasing some of the best skill we've seen so far.
Yeah, and I mean, it shows that there is plan A with Dex, and then there's plan B, and can you stay in the game? How do you deal when you have setbacks? We saw both of them exchange some pretty hefty blows that could be devastating. You couldn't come back from, but both of them stayed the course and said, I'll draw the cards. I will say for Ben, he had a lot of unfortunate using a card as this is not the best way to use this card, but you have to play what you have because you want to stay in the game and hope that you draw what you need. Unfortunately for Ben, he did not, but for DKP, he got what he needed, and he secured the round 9 win.
Amethyst Sapphire versus Amethyst Steel, one of the matchups that are just going back and forth from last set to this set. I can't believe how few of these matchups we've seen so far, but I'm looking forward to many more because with all the damage moving, with all of that, it's a battle of wits and who's going to take it with the damage. I love it.
Yeah, and I mean, notably, this was the matchup. The ink pairing was the matchup we saw in the finals of Disney Lorcana Challenge in Milwaukee. And so, I mean, we saw it, pretty much every 5 minutes in the previous meta. So it was kind of fun to be like, hey, what are you guys up to over here? And the answer is there are new cards. We have Cheshire Cat. We have Demona. It's a whole new world, and it's been exciting to see it.
It's a whole new world. It's been exciting to see it. We can't wait for you to see much more right after this break.
with only the world champion of the Disney Lorcana trading card game. I think this is someone that we should be listening to, so I'm going to shut up and send it over to DKP.
We're here finishing up round 9, and I am with someone you may recognize from the community, our reigning world champion, DKP. Now, you made it into day 2, 6-2, got that win. I'm just curious how you're feeling going into the next 3 rounds of Swiss here on day 2.
Yeah, so the first round was really tight, and as you saw, it was really, really intense. If the next 3 rounds are like that, I'm probably not going to make it because my brain is like fried.
Yeah, it's a lot of rounds, a lot of games, but I know that you have the brain to do it. And I want to talk about game 1 because you were telling me before this chat that there was a little mistake that you had made. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, so first, I mulligan 7 because I missed the ramp. So I didn't get Sail or Tipo, so yeah, that was a really bad start. But it's okay because I had the new card Cheshire Cat, so that was okay on the play, especially against something like Purple Steel. And now my mistake was I had also Demona in my hand when I had 6 ink. So I played the first one, my opponent played his one, and now I inked my third one, which I had, and played out the second one, which I shouldn't have done because then my opponent played out a second Demona and then basically, yeah, stoned both. And the thing is just, you need more Demonas than your opponent, and I should have kept her. I don't know why I didn't. Yeah, and then I could have just Demona back and then put the Stone by Day effect on their Demonas. And yeah, then I would think I would be super far ahead, but I didn't, so.
Well, it went to game 3 and you pulled out that win. I do want to talk about that Blurple deck though. You've been playing that Sapphire Amethyst for the last few events that we've seen in Singapore, in Milwaukee, in Bologna, but in Whispers in the Well there were some new cards, and I wanted to get your thoughts on the impact that these new cards have made, like the Demona, and how that has changed what this deck looks like.
Yeah. So before the transition from set 9 to set 10, most people like wrote off Blurple or Sapphire Amethyst as a good deck, which technically wasn't that great. But then it developed into, I would say, a tempo deck, a tempo Demona deck, where you can say, oh, I will always do the Demona earlier than my opponent because we use Sail and Tipo. So that means Demona is not the turn 6 play, but turn 4 or 5. So on turn 4 is even more devastating. So that makes your deck like just putting more pressure on the board and faster, and you refill with the Demona because she draws your card, 2 to 3 cards, depends on how you build your curve. And I think that makes the deck now special. It just can do the Demona thing early, and then afterwards you still do the Blurple things, you know, the tempo plays of Hades, Into the Unknown, like all this kind of strong and fast removal, and you have still a ton of draw power of the MFS cards.
Yeah, we like drawing cards, don't we?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, good luck the rest of today. We hope to see you in Top Cut again. Congratulations on this win, and we hope that you keep winning. Thanks.
And there is that beautiful trophy, which our winner today will be taking home, unless I've stolen it first.
Yeah, right. We're protected. Don't worry. We actually have somebody assigned that's right there, been watching it. But, I mean, it's exciting. I mean, seeing DKP, he's an inspiration to players because, you know, it's fun to see people who do well continue to do well because you're like, wow, they are good. But then we also have all these players today where you're like, who's that? So it's like a mixture of heroes versus new heroes,
Absolutely.
and I love it. And it's fun to see these ink combinations. DKP was known for Amethyst, Sapphire, but he adapted and said...
Ruby Sapphire.
Oh,
It's been a long season.
I've seen a lot of things with Sapphire. Yeah, you're like...
But you're absolutely right. Focusing on that deck completely and
Yes.
utterly for such a long time, finding a lot of success with it, winning the World Championship, I would call that successful, and now adopting the Blurple strategy, and he's been sticking in with it so far throughout the season. But just to your point, Katie, as you say, it's wonderful. So many new players in the room. So many people have said to me, this is my first DLC, and they're just getting to know the stars and celebrities of the Lorcana world.
Yeah, and becoming their own celebrities by their own right.
Exactly. That's our job, to spotlight these people for the beautiful, incredible players that they are. But that being said, we know that you guys want to hear all about the metagame breakdown. So we're going to start off by taking a look at day 1 metagame. Katie, what jumps out at you straight away when you look at this slide?
I mean, that, you know, almost basically a quarter of the room said, I think it's safest to bring Amethyst Steel.
Yep.
They said, that's comfy. I'm comfy there. And that is I mean, by far the largest deck. But what it also tells me is it's not a runaway pick. Sometimes you see, one of the things that we look for is, well, did 50% of the room say, no, I think if I bring this, I win? And the answer is no. There was no single deck that people said, I'm guaranteed to win if I bring it.
100%. I've got to say, I'm super proud of myself. Those top 5 decks, absolutely what I predicted. I am very pleased to see Ruby Amethyst crawling back up to 5th place. And hey, considering how we were struggling in set 8 and set 9 meta, I will take it.
Exactly, because it says, listen, these in combinations aren't ones that you've seen consistently. I mean, obviously the top 2, you might have seen those decks a few times at the top.
Once or twice, sure.
Yeah, but I mean, the other ones, the 3, 4, 5, it's exciting to see them. I mean, look at 6, it's Sapphire Steel. I mean, there's options, and we just saw Scott Markson play an exquisite control Amethyst Emerald combo. So we saw a lot of variety. So just because you see these 2 ink colors, there's so much story in between it, which is why the second most exciting thing is we have our day 1. What did people bring? But then day 2 tells us what was good.
What actually made it through to those additional 4 rounds of Swiss and hopefully beyond. Katie, I just heard
I guessed.
an audible gasp. What beckoned that reaction?
I mean, look at that Amethyst Steel. It was at 24. I didn't memorize the number. It was 24 point something. That dropped. So that shows people said it's the safe choice. But we talk about conversion rate, and I am not a mathematician, but that is not one that's surprising. When something drops like that, it's a little bit like, uh-oh.
Yeah, 100%. I'm a little disappointed to see my beloved red purple.
I know. Sorry, I got that. Yeah, that's what you were looking at.
Absolutely. You know what my priorities are, Katie. But I do think we need to take a moment to talk about over day 1 and day 2 the fall of Amber Steel. What's happened, Katie? Why is this deck not performing well anymore?
Amber Steel. We're talking about I was like, I didn't think we were going to talk about the right side.
I just know that you're a bit of a fan, so I'm just curious to get your thoughts on why this deck is performing so poorly.
I mean, it's not so much about is the deck bad, because I've seen people testing and saying, okay, we got that Amber Champion, we have the Whisper Aerial, there's tools, but it's not about a deck being good or bad. Is about other decks being better. And there's just some decks with just this fire synergy. We're able to do so much with so little, so much in a turn between boost, ramp, lanterns, Huey. You have all these things where you're able to do so much, where I would argue that there is that Amber Steel's deck, all the things on the right side, they're probably fine decks. You wouldn't bring it if you didn't think it could do kind of okay.
Well,
but the other decks are better.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But hey, some people enter the tournament not necessarily saying I'm going to win the whole thing. They just want to get their moolah. Maybe they just want to flex their favorite characters. But looking at conversion here, day 1 win rates. Katie, I know that you are a geek for this sort of thing, and I say that with all love and respect. So once again, please give me the breakdown here.
Well, if you flip a coin, it's 50-50. It's going to be, I have the same chance going in as I don't. Now, with matchups, it's not the same, because you'll see these very complicated little grids where it's like, well, if I play this, it's this. If I win that, it's this. One of the players I drafted, Justice, is known for saying, what are the matchups? So this is an average. This is something where you're like, oh, well, 54% of the time, Emerald Sapphire won. Kind of, but that's saying what they play. So basically, it's in this room. Yesterday, this is its win rate, but it shows me who had the best day. If you walk around and said, how was your day? The people who are above 50%, those playing those incovers, they probably were a lot happier last night at dinner than the people who were below 50%.
So basically, we can judge how good of an evening they had last night by what they were playing.
Yeah, well, kind of, yeah. I mean, because, win rate, you're winning more than you're losing. That's just the shortest version to put it. But it shows that people who brought Emerald or Sapphire, that can be an control decks in general. I talk about the psychology. It can be interesting. Why do you pick what you pick? And some of these decks, the top 2 are control decks, which means you're kind of losing for most of the game. You're not ahead in lore is what I'll say. You're not losing, but you're not ahead in lore. So these are people who are patient, but they stuck with the deck because they saw that the power at the top end of Sapphire right now, it shows me that Sapphire, we say that Amethyst is the most popular color or powerful color, but the Sapphire is really showing that you can use the power of RAM to do incredible things in these games.
So basically you're saying, as it turns out, Sapphire cards are pretty powerful, pretty strong.
They're good.
Is the bottom line there. So we hope you enjoyed that meta breakdown. We know the fans, the people watching at home, you're keen for data, and that's all going to enforce we're in the middle of set championships, or just started our set championship run. I'm sure people may be inspired by some of the lists that perform well here, and I'm looking forward to seeing plenty more. Katie, what was your pick to win the overall thing?
Amethyst. I was like, did I say Amber Steel? No, I was brave and I said,
yeah,
I said Amethyst Steel, but that, is looking like I mean, the win rate was a little scary, but it didn't necessarily represent, but it still has a chance. The one thing about that deck, it's old reliable. It's something that can go ahead and stay the course. It's got card draw, it's got removal, it quests, it does it all, but I don't know. I'm not so sure anymore. What about you?
I mean, I picked Ruby Amethyst, and I know I've got at least 1 or 2 people still in contention, so my hopes and dreams are basically lying on the heads of a couple of red purple players. So
yeah, no pressure.
I did terribly in the fantasy draft. I need something to restore a little bit of my pride.
Exactly.
Just a smidge of pride, Governor. Please, please.
No pressure, but Baker's entire mood will depend on it.
That being said, we know that you guys want more Disney Lorcana action, and just so happens we have casters ready to broadcast such action. Casters, are you there? Can we see you, caster? Oh, there they are.
Hello, Baker.
Guys. How you
Thank
doing?
you so much for that meta breakdown. And I will say, I did pick Emerald Sapphire along with Brent, so we're feeling pretty good. Liam, what was your pick in the meta breakdown?
It's like Katie's. It was Amethyst Steel, so I still think it has the legs to go all the way, and so does my draft team, for that matter.
Well, plenty of speculation still to be done, but there is time for more Disney Lorcana, so we're going to be quiet and send it over to the casters.
Thanks so much for that, Baker and Katie. We are headed into round 10 here, and that means our players, we have a pretty exciting match coming up. Both players are sitting at 7-2, which means whoever wins is going to keep playing. Whoever loses is probably going to just call it a day and do something else. So this is a really big, impactful moment. But not only is it a big, impactful moment, it's the 2 players in particular who are playing against each other. Liam, will you tell us a little bit about that, please? Yes.
I would love to. You know, Zbex, one of the things I love in Disney Lorcana is stories and storylines, and this game is all about those stories. And it's the story of the match, but it's also the stories that happen outside the match. And over on the right here, you see 2 players that we all know if we follow Disney Lorcana at all. It's Diego Sass and Dale Bolito. Now, if you watched the stream this weekend, you've seen Diego a few times. He's known as one of the best dogs players in the world. He's also a familiar face to those who watched Worlds competitor, winner of DLC Toronto, and just all-around fantastic player. But his opponent, Dale Bolito, another player that Disney Lorcana players will be familiar with. I want to just go through a list of achievements with him. He did well in every challenge first season, but 8th place in Chicago, 32nd in DFW, 24th in Toronto, 19th in Vegas. So Dale, even though he didn't make it to Worlds and didn't get that time to shine there, was one of the most consistent and best players in the format during Season 1. So he's also a fantastic player, and even worse, we talk about storylines. These 2 are very, very good friends. They're teammates. They live very close together. They're playtest partners. And it just so happens fate has decided that both of them are going to play here to see which one advances and which one is knocked out of contention on day 2. So one of these players will advance, one will be knocked out, and these 2 friends will have their lifetimes to remember this match. So I do want to note, Zbex, before the point total, I believe, is wrong on the right. I know they are both, I confirmed with them after the match, they were both 7-2. This is a win and in, so they should both be at 21 points. That's the scenario that we're in.
Excellent. And not for those of you also keeping track of our caster fantasy draft at home, both of these players are still live and still in our pools. Don't you have one of them on your team?
I believe so. I'm a fan of both these players, but I'm a big Bolito fan, a Bolito believer, you might call me, and scooped him up as soon as I was able to in the fantasy draft. So Dale is fighting for Team Liam.
And Diego is on Team Rebecca. So we are both seeing contention for the main event of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Richmond, as well as the fantasy draft for us broadcasters here at the same Disney Lorcana Challenge. But it's all about the trading card game, and that's what we're here to see. Our players are altering their hands here, and we do see again Diego on our Emerald Amber Dogs, Dale on Amethyst Emerald. Do you know which version of the list that he's running?
I have no idea. I didn't get to touch base with Dale. I'm fairly certain it's not the what we call the burn variant with the enigmatic Incasters. Other than that, I'm not sure, which makes this extra exciting for me.
We will definitely find out then by a couple of the cards that he plays. Starting off, Diego is going to play Daisy Duck, Donald's Date. Love this gal. She's able to quest for 2 and has a really big willpower.
Yeah, and this is a great. I mean, is there a better turn 1 play for dogs? Diego wants to be aggressive on the play, and that's exactly what you want to do. Flynn Rider on the other side, the new Whisper from Whispers in the Well.
I love this card. He's so quick, so fast, and also I think a great play for anybody playing Emerald Amethyst.
Yeah, when you can boost him for 2 when he's boosted. He gets +2 strength and +1 lore. So a great character to establish early. He can be aggressive. In this instance, Dale, though, looking for that strength to do some control. Diego now going 2-on-2 with 2 ladies.
Wow, that is really fast too, because as we've seen before with Diego earlier in this tournament, yesterday in day 1, by having 2 ladies on board, it really sets up for any of the tramp cards to come into play and help boost those other characters in play.
Yeah, this is a deck that, in this, we all know dogs. It's been around for a while. It converted fairly well, actually. We saw in the meta share earlier, 9.6%, I think, all the way to 12%. So a very good choice for this meta. And one of the reasons it's so good is because it's kind of occupying that aggro slot in the meta right now. It is able to go very quickly. And on the play, that's generally what you want to do. Although it does have some long game. And most aggro decks, we find in TCGs in general, but in Lorcana in particular, decks that... Oh, wait, what is this?
We see Ursula Deceiver saying, get a song out of your hand, please, Diego. We're going to take Under the Sea, which can be a really good card against certain matchups. And these players probably know their decks a little bit if they've playtested together. So we did see even Dale thinking about which card he was going to put into his Inkwell. I thought maybe he was going to go with a different route, but then he played an Ursula after inking an Ursula.
Yeah, and what a fantastic pick here that Under the Sea is probably one of the mirror-breaking cards in this matchup. I don't know how low to the ground Dale's deck is, but a lot of these Amethyst Emerald builds are tempo builds, which run a lot of low to the ground characters. So probably a card Diego didn't want to see in his opener, probably mulliganed into it, but had it there and definitely part of his plan. So it feels really good for Dale to pick that early.
Yeah, Diego's following it up with a Go-Go Tamago, Darting Dynamo. I love this card. It has evasive, but its second ability can be really key for gaining lore. And we're going to see a Go-Go Tamago on each side of the board here. So both players taking advantage of these Emerald cards that can help us get ahead in the game.
Yeah, early evasive characters from both players here. This is not an ideal opening line for Diego, this dog deck that we know, but not a bad one. And now he's going to play a card that picks of his own, Mowgli, a new card that people love. Dale saying, oh, you had, oh my goodness. Oh, that is so brutal. That Under the Sea would have kept him in the game. It's one of the ways you play around dogs. Oh, that hurts so badly.
Well, I mean, they are friends and they're playing fairly. If you can't have the Under the Sea, nobody can have the Under the Sea. Ouch.
And 2 turns away from that, not a ton of removal in Diego's deck, so Dale would have been able to establish a character next turn, been able to sing together for 8 the following turn, and probably won this match on the strength of that Under the Sea.
Yeah, we see Genie Wish the Field here now potentially looking to draw another card, draw another Under the Sea, another character with evasive. But yeah, I hope we get a peek at his hand here, because Diego could go off at any moment with one character and be able to start cycling through his deck, filtering through, and finding exactly what he needs.
I really like this quest from the Go-Go Tamago here. Dale knows that Diego benefits from a wide board, including that Tramp, which we know he has in hand. So kind of not necessarily a free quest here, but Diego would love to have characters on board to synergize with other cards. So I'm happy to offer that trade and get that 1 lore, which, these 1 lore quests can make all the difference later.
Oh, yeah, and here is a character that Diego has brought back that hasn't been seen as much frequently. Tiana, restaurant owner, and look at that beautiful foil. Oh my goodness. This is an amber card that you don't see all of the time. Do you think everybody's playing this in dogs this weekend?
Not everybody plays it in dogs. It did get a little more popular after it performed very well in the first European Challenge and some other events over there, and people worked it in. But it works in and out of some of these lists. Not surprised to see it here. Of course, her ability only applies when she's exerted, so Diego kind of waiting for her to dry so he can use her next turn. But it is fun seeing her in the list.
Yes. And we did see when Dale had to reveal all of the cards in his hand, a Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan. Oh, excuse me, that is not the Demona that I'm thinking of. Wow, that's the Demona with Challenger. Liam, can you help me out with this Demona? She's a 4-cost inkable 4/6 who can quest for 1 lore. Tell me about this card, because this completely caught me off guard here. I don't see this in my Emerald Amethyst matchups back at home.
No, I'm not surprised. It isn't a card that you see played terribly often, but it is a very big-bodied character. I had to remember a little bit too, because sometimes Challenger 1, Challenger 2. But you see on the board there, Challenger 2, if you have 3 or more cards in your hand, she does have that Stone by Day ability that all the gargoyles have, so Dale will not be able to ready her if exerted. But a very, very big body for the board, able to do some challenging and some work. And oh, goodness, speaking of doing work, another restaurant owner coming down now, and those abilities do stack.
Yeah, and I believe we do have both versions of Demona, that we saw one of them going into the inkwell. I mean, Demona and Amethyst, you're not going to play it.
Right. It's
the legendary version.
It's such an important card in this meta because without the board wipes, or with very few board wipes, because there are some, there's the combo piece with MMM and Prince Philip, these boards do tend to go wide and do tend to stack up, and you need those cards to break open that stalemate. And Demona does that by exerting all your opponent's characters, so not surprising to see the preponderance of Amethyst lists running them. Dale staring at the board here, though, trying to figure out what the next move is. Now, for Diego, we talk about these dogs as being aggro, and they can be very, very aggressive. But on the other hand, another common way to play is to build up these wide board states to develop characters like Tiana, which can protect your board, or sometimes even sneaky bodyguards, and then to quest in like 2 turns to win the game. And right now, Diego's sitting at 2, but he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lore on board. That's 2 turns from victory. And so happy to continue to build this board state. Dale's going to really want to find another Under the Sea, or perhaps, as you pointed out, the big Demona.
Yes, and it looks like we might see her coming down. Oh, nope. Dale's going to take another moment to decide. Maybe use some characters first. We do have the option to boost with Flynn Rider, which could give him some additional lore and strength. Love that Flynn Rider Spectral.
Yeah, one of the things that makes Boost so fun in this meta is it does give you a little more variance on your turn, more options, more things you can do. And as you pointed out, he did do that Boost, so extra lore on that Flynn Rider, and we are going to quest for 4 here.
Yeah, the race is on, especially with a Dumbo 9th Wonder of the Universe coming into play. That's going to be the key tool here for Dale to be able to continue drawing cards to find that Under the Sea. Because now all of those characters that we did mention that came out early with Evasive, like Genie Wish Fulfilled, can do that. But a Tramp, Street Smart Dog is not the card that Dale wanted to be sitting across from, because this allows Diego to draw and discard equal to the number of characters in play.
Yeah, Tramp digs through the deck all day. It's a card that gets cheaper for every character in play, and now he can look at, for every other character in play, he can dig 1 card deeper, look and...
so 6 right
cards.
now, yeah.
Yeah, look at 6 cards and then discard 6 cards. So in this deck, it allows you to fill your discard pile. It also allows you to find those key combo pieces that you need. Diego, happy to find an Under the Sea, probably another Tramp if he can string another one together. But oh no.
Delamoon's Lullaby. How about this song?
Yeah, Delamoon's Lullaby, a card that doesn't see a ton of play. It does see some. It wasn't stocked for a while, but it does allow you to draw. Any card that allows you to replace itself is good, and you did target the Demona there. So that shows the Demona will have -2 strength until the start of the next turn. And it's, oftentimes these cards are worked in for illusion banishing. It's very, very common to work these in just to get rid of big, giant, pesky spectral parrots and things. But here, doing a little bit of work on that Demona. And now Diego just charging up to 13. Dale, oh goodness gracious, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore on the board. Dale trying to force Diego into that beatdown roll, or into
Looks like we're going to use Dumbo's ability and start potentially drawing some cards.
Yeah,
we got to find an answer here for all of the characters over on Diego's side.
Yeah, so that Demona there, it's worth noting, did not ready because
of the number of cards in hand, yes. A key thing to remember, if you are putting any gargoyles into your Disney or Lorcana deck, they will not ready if you do have
They do not like the sunlight.
No.
Like
keep it nighttime. Keep it less cards in hand. Less activity going on. That's how you can think of it if you want to remember it.
And those Tianas there are protecting everything else on board. What they say is if they're exerted to challenge any of those characters, your character gets -3 strength unless you play, or unless you pay 3 ink. And that would be, with 2 of them in play, that would be a mighty... that'd be a tough... There's not enough ink. There's just not enough ink.
Well, because those abilities stack then, right? So -6?
Mm-hmm.
Ouch. That means no character on Dale's side is currently able to do any amount of damage in order to help get a character banished on Diego's side.
Yeah, he would have wanted to find an Under the Sea, something like that. Needs to do some removal. Let's see, just needs to control a little bit No, just not enough.
No, yeah,
not
he's
enough.
looking for the answer, counting up how much lore he could earn in this game just to see if it was even worth keeping the cards in play for another turn. But Diego will take game 1, and let's see what's going to happen in game 2. Now, Dale will get to be on the play for this one, so that should be a big advantage against the Dogs deck.
Yeah, I mean, one of the ways you beat Dogs is by forcing them into the control role. Now, here's the other misconception about Dogs as an aggro deck. Like, people think of aggro decks that they're meant to go, they are meant to go fast, but they can also do some challenging of their own. You know, Daisy Duck on turn 1 has 4 willpower, and so she can go across the board, do some damage, and survive to fight another turn. So. She does have 1 strength, but cards like Tramp can augment her strength based on the other characters on board. So Diego can do some control. He also has Under the Sea to keep things under control. But one of the ways that Dale will win is by forcing Diego to challenge rather than questing to expose those characters he wants to keep on the board. One thing I do want to mention, you know, Zbex, is we saw last game, like one of the keys to victory in this matchup is who manages to hit the Under the Sea.
And neither player did, because we both said, no, we don't want to play with that today. No singing, please.
Absolutely. If either one of those players had managed to keep... Now, it's more critical for Dale to keep it. Dale does have some higher strength characters that are not susceptible to the Under the Sea, so it doesn't wipe the board the same way that Dale would have Diego, but having it certainly would have helped, and this game turned completely when that Mowgli came down and picked
Now,
them.
here's an interesting question for you that we had in game 1. Had Diego drawn Under the Sea at that moment when he controlled 2 Tiana restaurant owners, would that have made all of Dale's characters eligible to be banished from Under the Sea?
No, that's a good question, and no, it only applies if you when you're challenging for that turn. So. Yeah, it doesn't apply in perpetuity. So
okay,
it's a good
great
question.
Clarification for any of our viewers at home. And we're going to see Dale start off with that Flynn Rider. I love that spectral scoundrel. He's smoldering indeed.
Smoldering on the board. We'll see Diego's turn 1 here. It is a lady, so not quite as strong of an opener, but...
That's okay. That's okay.
A turn 1 play is the key for Diego's deck. He has
We're not going to have a Daisy Duck every single game. There's only 4 of them in the deck.
And again, Diego is thinking about being aggressive here, but also knows that Dale probably has aggressive lines of his own. So, and then Dale will follow with the turn 2 go-go. Again, we saw the same play last turn.
Gotta have those evasive characters for this matchup. We did see that have relevance in game 1. It will definitely still matter in game 2.
And in a game where Dale is trying to be the beatdown, you know, it is a great point, the evasive synergy. Oh, he's
Mowgli, man
yes.
cub. Yeah, what do we got in hand there? I would like to take something out of it. Of your choice, of course. Dale, go ahead.
Oh, and we see some good cards here. That Luis is great at shutting down aggro. Is a great card to have there. That Prince Philip is also the target you want to work with that Malicious, Mean, and Scary, allowing you to do the combo in 1 turn by singing and then shifting on turn 6. So, but Diego knows he has it now. Of course, Dale would have to establish it to use it, so that would have telegraphed that anyway. But Diego knows now what to expect.
Yeah, even though we didn't actually hit a card to choose to discard from the hand, we still got a lot of really good information from revealing the hand and getting to look at it. That's the nice thing about these cards like Mowgli or Ursula that do let you gain information about what's coming and maybe what you might hold back instead of playing into, just like you described, Liam.
Absolutely. Another little sub-game I want to play, Zbex, is I want to see how much lore this go-go gets, because, you know, again, I was starting to say earlier, in a game where Dale wants to be the beatdown, Diego doesn't have a lot of answers for evasive. There are some, but they're fairly limited. And so this go-go is a great character to establish on turn 2. If Dale has the space to quest every single turn, there's not much that can challenge into it unless Diego establishes a go-go of his own.
Okay, I've started the tally. We've got Go-Go to Mago on 1 lore. And a Cheshire Cat for Dale. We love that character. We've seen a lot of strength in many decks this weekend. Oh, and another beautiful Enchanted. I just cannot get enough out of whenever these players play Enchanteds, even that cold foil Cheshire Cat. It's just hitting the light so perfectly right now on camera. I want my entire deck to be as shiny. And a second Mowgli Man Cub. Just checking. Let's check your hand. Let's see. Did you draw a card that's going to hurt me? No? Okay.
Yeah, just may as well. And I think Diego now just establishing bodies as well. Would have loved to save that for later to perhaps pick an Under the Sea that Dale draws later on, or perhaps a Malicious Mean and Scary that he draws into. But I'm clearly just looking to establish some board presence here to synergize with that Tramp. Needs to get other characters on the board, and you know, if you can play them for free.
Now, it looks like Dale's about to play Lewis and going to choose Lady for Reckless. We do not want her able to take care of the family at all.
Certainly don't. It's a great target. She doesn't challenge very strong at all, so won't deal any damage to Louise unless Diego plays a number of characters. She does get +1 strength every time you play a character, but what that does is it unlocks a 3 lore quest if she has 3 strength or more. So the strongest quester on the board right now, which is why you want to get her off the board.
Well, and I like that choice just because if there are more Tramps, there could be more synergy, so get one Lady out of the way. If we get any other cards that can, like a second Lewis, we might be able to choose the other Lady. However, a little bit too late because there is the Tramp Street Smart Dog. Again, beautiful foil, love that. And we get to see this cycling, fetching through of our deck, looking at what other cards we can get into our hand and throw out. Just like the bones that got thrown out, and instead they got the plate of spaghetti.
I like that.
Thank you.
That was good flavor.
A lot of these Disney Lorcana cards, if you rewatch the movie and really look at the mechanics, the Disney Lorcana team over at Ravensburger has done an excellent job from the art to the card names to the ability names. It's really quite flavorful. No pun intended.
So that Lady there forced to challenge Lewis, and it's really interesting to see the cards Diego chose to throw away. He did send away a Chromicon, which is a card that could be very impactful in this game. It is uninkable, and so if he has other things he wants to do, it would kind of be a rock in the hand, but I do wonder if he has another one, perhaps, that he found. Also worth mentioning Tramp. Tramp is low-key, or not even low-key, everyone knows. It is one of the best cards in all of Disney Lorcana, one of the best cards they ever printed. And it is the card that makes these dogs' decks go. It's been around for several sets now, and without the Tramp, this deck is not nearly as powerful. A fantastic card, and I can tell you that Amber Emerald players would be very sad to see him rotated out later on.
Fortunately, we still have lots of time for that. That won't be happening until far after next summer, next fall. So if you're seeing this Dogs deck and you're like, I would love to go play this at my local Lorcana League or the next store championships, I definitely think that would be a fun choice for you.
Yeah, dogs are still barking. Dogs are still barking. All right, now
they'll do all the legwork for you because, as we've seen, they certainly do go through the deck well.
Now, Dale, thinking about this turn again, I'm going to mention Under the Sea again. That is the mirror-breaking card, if Dale can find one.
Prince Philip Royal Explorer into the Inkwell.
And it's interesting to think that is the combo piece that you want for later, so we won't see it. Oh, that's why.
Well, we have 2, yep.
Now Lou's going to go on a quest, so is that Gogo. Gogo is now quested for 2, that evasive character. Again, not a lot of answers for it, so she will quest every turn until Diego manages to find an answer. Diego clearly in the beatdown role, the aggressive role at this point.
But we also are at the point where Dale could be assembling that very popular Prince Philip Mean, Malicious, and Scary combo. Currently with 2 cards in hand, maybe it's both of them.
It could be. Could be.
That would certainly put damage on all of Diego's characters if he has it and make them banished, but we'll have to wait and see. For now, Bobby Zimmerowski, Spray Cheese Kid coming down. Tramp didn't dig enough cards for us. Oh, we drew and we discarded Under the Sea. Does that mean that you think Diego has another one in hand?
No, it's just not super impactful. To play it here, he would have to sing and expose all of his characters to challenges, and there's only 2 characters susceptible to it, and that's the Flynn Rider and the Gogo Tamago. So
let's shift Lady Miss Park Avenue instead. That's a different way to get a couple of cards back, right?
Yeah, and so there's not a lot of card draw in these Dogs decks, but one of the ways you do draw cards is by sneakily using not sneakily, but you're using your discard pile as a second hand. So Tramp fills it up, Bobby Zimmerowski sends cards down there, and later on you can get them back with that Lady Miss Park Avenue. It's a great card. It's also one of the cards that unlocks Sing Together later, or if you need it. But here in this case, just establishing a bigger body, getting those cards back. Diego's still trying to go wide, but it does feel like Dale is just waiting for the right moment to hit some sort of combo piece and shut the door on this game.
Absolutely, yeah. We see a Genie Wish Fulfilled coming down, a second evasive character for Dale, which will be helpful right now to continue this race along with Go-Go Tamago. We get the card draw off of Genie, which we love, searching for more answers in order to take this to a game 3 here in round 10.
Absolutely. Dale exerting a lot of ink here.
Ooh.
Prince Philip going into the inkwell.
So we're not going to go for that combo right now.
No, but again, Go-Go taking another quest. Lewis questing as well.
The count is up to 3 lore. Over half of the lore that Dale has earned so far in this game, too, is all from Go-Go, getting 1 per turn.
Yeah, it's always fun to track these things because there are early game plays, sometimes turn 1 plays where those characters seem kind of innocuous, but they quest before you know it for 2, 3, 4, 5 lore, making all the difference in the game. It's not something we're unfamiliar with. There were early evasive characters like Pegasus, PP was established on turn 1, and then quest for a bajillion, or Pascal way back in set 1, but Go-Go filling that role here.
And we see Ursula Deceiver, another hand check, still no songs to take. But if you are playing at home and kind of tracking for yourself, oh, I decided to challenge instead of questing, you could always tally that yourself on the side and see, would that have mattered? But the big Under the Sea over on Diego. So it really was which player found it first. And even though it wasn't that advantageous, did we get 3 characters going on the bottom there? Or was that just 2?
It was 3. And
3 for 1. That is big.
No, he did answer your question. He did have another one. And it wasn't super impactful earlier, but once that Genie came down, Genie, that evasive 2 lore quester, would have enabled Dale to really run away with the game. Again, not a lot of evasive answers, so that Under the Sea was very big there, where the turn earlier wouldn't have been as effective.
Yeah, so our Go-Go count will stop for right now. Again, that would have been 3 free lore unanswered per turn for Dale, so very effective timing for that Under the Sea. And now Diego just sitting with the hugest board, 6 characters in play. Oh, but wait, the combo is here. Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, was shifted onto Prince Philip, Royal Explorer. And then Malicious, Mean, and Scary, what did that do?
Well, I did clean up. So that was the top deck. Diego does the check. Diego plays the Ursula, checks for it in hand, says, do you have the combo? And Dale, off the top deck, pulls the Malicious, Mean, and Scary, and then clears the board. Diego's shaking his head like, I checked, I looked for it. It wasn't there.
Both players laughing, smiling, disbelief. I can't believe you got that. It's nice to know that friends playing each other are still having a good time, knowing their Disney Lorcana matchups, but they know exactly what cards could affect them and take us to game 3, which is exactly what we're heading into here. So now, again, this is the most exciting point in day 2 when you either get to continue on and fight your way towards top 32, or if your tournament day is ending and one of these players will see the first and the second the latter.
Yeah, if you are just joining us, just to remind you, as Zebex pointed out, the point total, I believe, is wrong. It should be 21 points for each. So both of these players on a win and you survive, a loss, and you're out of contention for a top cut, most likely. Although, Zebex, you can still play for that Simba promo, which I think you can still get one on 3 losses. So still plenty to play for if Dale loses.
Absolutely, and that's one of the best things about the Disney Lorcana challenges is when you are playing, you're getting foil promos that are exclusive to these events. Some of the foils that you see on the board, they have that nice swirly pattern that's slightly different from an enchanted, epic, or iconic that you might open from a booster box. So I encourage you, if you're able to attend a Disney Lorcana challenge, you might be able to get one of these, or earn tickets from grinding side events to get them from the prize wall. There's all sorts of cool things that you can get besides meeting a bunch of friendly players and people in this lovely community that we have here.
Yeah. One fun note, some draft tidbits. We get off to the races. If these players do end up not in contention, those of us that drafted them want them to keep playing throughout the day because we still get points. So if Diego loses, Rebecca's like, hey, keep playing for that promo. And if Dale loses, I'm like, keep playing for that promo. So we want our players to keep playing. It's just a fun little sub game as we compete here to see which of us pick the best teams.
Now we do see the hot start from Diego. Liam, as we discussed during game 1, that's probably the one drop that we would like to see down first. Daisy Duck Donald's Date, but a repeat follow-up with Flynn Rider Spectral Scoundrel. This game is starting to look like game 1 all over again.
Yeah, I mean, this is the hot start you want. If you're Diego on the play, you want to be the aggressive deck. And let's see. Oh my goodness, that's such a bummer. That is a huge bummer.
Under the Sea that was revealed by Daisy Duck's ability when she goes on a quest.
That was There was a Chromacon. There was an Emerald Chromacon.
Oh, Emerald Chromacon.
Yeah, but just as
apologize.
impactful. No, just as impactful. Both of those cards, sometimes in the lighting on the foils, it makes it really hard to.
And Dale flipped it so fast
crack.
and moved it to the bottom.
But both cards, that would have been an incredibly impactful card in this matchup. Incredibly impactful. And so you hate to miss, because there's plenty of characters on this deck to hit. Feels really bad to see her send that to the bottom. And now this is the exact opening I think that Diego had last game with the Evasive Quester on turn 2 and the Daisy on turn 1. And Dale's going to want to find something to keep things in control here.
It's interesting that a lot of times as we're talking about Daisy Duck Donald's Date, we describe that quest ability as a downside for the person who owns the card and who has it on their side of the board. But in this scenario, it actually was a huge benefit to Diego. Ursula Deceiver coming here down for Dale. We get to look at what else is in Diego's hand.
Yeah, and so Dale getting some critical information here. We know that Tramp is coming. We do have that Lady Family Dog as well. We have, the names.
Okay, so Lady Decisive Dog is the
Family
Enchanted.
Dog.
I know the regular card because that's the one that I own, as much as I'd love to have every Enchanted. We see another Lady Family Dog coming down next. That's the Amber one, and Mowgli Man Cub.
Yep. So
we get to see both players' hands.
That's true. And there we go. So we do have, unfortunately, I'd love to see a Lewis in there. We do have that Elsa, which will make a difference later. We do have the combo piece with the Prince Philip, but you'd love to have a Lewis. You'd love to have something else to perhaps pick an Under the Sea later, but...
A couple of Genie Wish Fulfilleds, though, there, too, a pair of. So there is a chance for a little bit of card draw. We might get one of those into hand. Especially with the disruption, maybe we'd rather just draw it instead of have it being thrown into the discard.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you definitely don't want the Under the Sea in the opening hand if you can avoid it. You want to draw into it. And so you're right, those Genies, something that could set that up later, but Dale has to slow things down just a little bit. He has to offer just enough threats to keep Diego from running away with this in the next couple turns. That Prince Philip helps a little bit. It does establish that combo. It is also a strong challenger, so if that Daisy does go in a quest, it'll be able to clean things up a little bit.
But we see Tramp, Street Smart Dog here. Diego is starting to go to the back alley and see what cards he can put into his hand. Let's throw some other cards back into the dumpster discard, please.
And all of those cards are impactful. Those Webbies you'll be able to pull back later as some extra card draw with that other lady if you shift her, which is the Lady...
And the Lilo Escape
Miss Park
Artist,
Avenue,
too.
right.
That's another one that you can get back from your discard, right?
Yes, absolutely. Lilo Escape Artist loves to escape. You can see Diego setting it down there to remind himself and his opponent that she's down there. But this is a card that can, it's a menace. This card, and this is the type of a game, this is the type where she can really make a difference. I wouldn't be surprised to see Diego widen the board a little more with that Lilo here next turn if he really wants to go for it. It all hinges, though, on what Dale does here. Diego wants to know if he draws a Lewis, something that will give one of his characters Reckless, preventing it from questing, or if it's going to be a slower tempo Genie. Let's see what Dale managed to find.
Yeah, and last turn for Dale, we did see Go Tamago going into the Inkwell. That was a little bit too slow in game 2, but we're going to see Prince Philip here. Before we make any shifts, we're going to take a look and see if we can challenge anything. We can't really. Go-Go's the only character who's exerted, and again, with Evasive. So we're going to take a moment to go into the tank and see how we can get a victory for Dale here.
6, 7, 8. So 8 lore on the board. That is 2 turns from victory if Diego decides to go sideways. Dale figuring out what the lines are here. And this is the problem. You know, these Dogs decks are so fast, and there are things that can slow them down, but you do have to find them. And the frustrating thing for a lot of players sometimes is, you know, Dogs are about 9 to 10% of the meta. And so you do want to protect against it with cards like Under the Sea, but you have to make this calculated risk. You have to make these choices, because if you guard against the aggro too much, if you run too many Under the Seas or too many cards that are meant to prevent the Dogs deck from running away with things, then what you're doing is you're sacrificing control matches.
Yeah.
And when the room is like 60% to 70% control, it's a calculated risk to take a little extra off the counter to the aggro decks.
Yes, and we do see Diego at the start of his turn bringing Lilo back from the discard. Great escape artist as she is. Before, Dale had just played a second Flynn Rider after boosting the first one. Not really the move that we wanted to see here. It didn't draw any cards. We didn't have any great challenges to make with all the ready characters. And now Diego is going to follow it up with that Della Moon Lullaby, which of course does replace itself and just get us more answers. Does he need more right now, though? No, because he has Tramp.
Yeah, but this is so it's really, really important that Diego go a little bit wider. So Dale's biggest out right here, his biggest out is to drawing into the Malicious Mean It's Scary combo and Prince Philip. But he probably doesn't have both, and drawing into both is a tall order. So a Under the Sea would be incredibly impactful, but you need to establish the singers on board. So Dale wants at least, to give himself any sort of an out, he wants at least a couple turns to establish the 8 singer on board and then perhaps luck into the top deck.
Is that why he boosted Flynn Rider's Spectral Scoundrel, so it would have a little bit? No, that doesn't do it. You sing with the ink cost, not with the strength.
Yeah, it doesn't help, but does give it a little extra strength for the challenge. And so, but if Diego manages to go too wide here, he can challenge out and then close the door a lot easier if Dale does manage to find it. But Dale wants another couple turns to it. It's a narrow lane. It's a very narrow lane.
Oh, but we see Diego singing Under the Sea with Mowgli, Man Cub, and Lady, and that's going to send every character except Prince Philip, Royal Explorer, to the bottom of the deck for Dale. That was devastating.
Devastating indeed, and now, unfortunately, that's not enough. He checks the top card. It's a Demona. I don't think there's anything that can happen here. If he had one part of the combo, he could have top-decked the other with that Prince Philip in play, but just not enough, and Diego has enough. It's a Spectral Parrot. That's not going to do it.
With only 4 ink, possibly going up to 5 ink this turn, it might be a little bit too late.
Yeah, nothing doing. There was a lane, and then there was another lane with the combo piece. But
let's just see if one card more would have helped us. No, it was Elsa, the 5th spirit.
Unfortunately, just not able to do it. So we'll ink the parrot, and I think
we'll make a respectable challenge just to get one character off the board, just to say, hey, Lilo, you're gone for now.
Yeah, and that will buy things out a little bit. It turns out, doing the math, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all the way to 18. Okay. So there's just not enough.
We see the fist bump here. So Diego will be taking the victory for round 10 here. Wow, that was such a
look at these players.
Heartbreaking matchup almost. When you know they're friends, you want them to both be able to make the top 32 cut.
Yeah, and look at these players here. These are 2 friends. These are 2 players who play together all the time. They're 2 players who play tested together. And, you know, it's a bittersweet thing, you know, when you match into a friend in this scenario, because on the sweet side, you know, they're a player that you enjoy playing against, and you know that one of you is going to advance. But the heartbreak, the bitter part of it is, you know, one of these friends is going to end up, you know, knocked out of contention for that top cut. Although still in contention for that Simba promo, it's just, it's one of those, you know, heartbreaking scenarios that TCGs can put you in.
Yeah, you'd rather play your friends when you're at your Disney Lorcana League or maybe your Disney Lorcana Store Championships. But when you've made the effort to travel and play test and prepare, if you're going to have to play your friend, you'd rather just be you and me in the finals, right?
That's true. But one other note on that, too, and it's just fun to talk about these in TCG events. Amethyst Emerald is only 5% of the room. And within that 5%, there's multiple different builds. And there's even some creative spice. So when you sit down against an Emerald Amethyst deck, you have no idea which variant it is, and you have to figure that out on the fly, because you're going to play each one of them slightly different. Unless your opponent is your playtest partner, who you helped prepare, and they probably put in a ton of reps on that deck.
Oh, yeah. So they probably knew exactly what they were doing when they were boosting Flynn Rider, when they were playing Genies, when they were looking for Under the Seas, which cards were being discarded with Tramp, Street Smart Dog. They've gone through all of these lines probably at least 50, 100, maybe even 500 times. We don't know how much playtesting they've done, but there's no mystery. There's no guessing. Is this the Burn Emerald Amethyst deck, or is this the wider, mid-range, bigger Demona type deck?
Yeah, absolutely. And so, again, just a great story. I'm really glad we got to watch it, and congrats to both these players for a fantastic run.
Yeah, I think we might have some folks over in the lounge, though, for another segment.
Yeah, I think we're going to go a quick break, and then we'll go to the lounge to see what's going on. Don't go anywhere. There's more fantastic Disney Lorcana. Everything's on the line now. We'll see you in a moment.
Welcome back to the lounge, Illumineers. What a day it's been already. Some fantastic matches. I was watching back in our production area the last match that you casted, Katie. Some great games there. Super
Fantastic.
exciting.
I mean, when I love surprises, and we have had so many.
So many surprises. And Zbex having fun today.
Yes, I just got to take a look at some of our other matches that'll be coming up, and there's definitely more excitement. One of my favorite decks of the weekend, Amethyst Emerald, but of course, dogs. I've just been loving seeing everything that we get to see
So
here.
much. And we're going to see Ruby Amethyst, or we did see Ruby Amethyst, I think. So yeah, there's some fun stuff coming up.
It's exciting when we see a deck, we go, hey, it's your favorite deck. And that's like our favorite part of the day is we hear rumors about them, and then to see it, it's the most exciting payoff.
Yes, well, we have some other fun stuff for you. We have a little game, and we want you watching to please play along with us. So we've done Draw the Card, and we've done Mime the Card, and we are gonna do Guess the Song Lyrics. But before we do that, we have an interview from the last game that you casted.
Ooh, okay, well, I'm excited to see it.
Everyone, I'm back here in the interview booth with Diego Saz, who we just saw win, beating his good friend Dale in round 10. Diego, I know you and Dale are very close. You're practice partners, you're teammates, and you're both from Canada, down here from the Great White North. How does it feel in these tournaments going into a match like that where you know both of you cannot lose a game and knowing that one of you is going to leave having been knocked out of the event?
It doesn't feel that great. So, normally when you start a match, you're just like, okay, let's get into this. But it already felt like we're a little defeated going into it because you don't want to kick each other out. Yeah. But then winning also was a bit bittersweet. But in the end, taking the win was great. And Dale's an amazing opponent. He's local to me. We play in other local tournaments. Great DLC player. His resume is amazing as well. And going into it, I was a little scared, but overall, my deck is really well. I know how to pilot it, and I took the win.
No, so I talked with Dale earlier, and we all know, watching, if you've seen the meta breakdown, that Amethyst Emerald is not a very large percentage share of the meta. It's about 5% with multiple variants. Is this a deck that you'd run into much throughout the day, and how do you have to approach this particular color pairing differently than others in the room?
Yeah, this was, I didn't face it all day, or yesterday. And it's a build I'm familiar with because he's my teammate, so I kind of know what already is in his deck, kind of what to play around. So I knew how to approach it. I just had to kind of build this big board and then start questing from there. And one way I won was through having multiple Tianas on the board, and he can't deal with my board. And then the other way I won was setting up my 7-cost tramp, going wide, and then using a big Under the Sea turn that took out most of his board, and that just allowed me to quest from there, and took the win.
Fantastic performance. So, Diego Saz, winner of DLC Toronto, world's competitor, and one of the best dogs players in the world. Can't wait to see what you do with the rest of the day. Congrats on a big win.
Great, thank you.
Thanks to Liam for that wonderful interview. I love all the player interviews and hearing some of the thought process behind their deck choices or what was going on in the game. So thanks to all of the team for talking to our players, because I know especially some of these players that we know are experts at these decks. Like Diego is the dogs guy, and we want to know what is going on
Let
in
me
his
in
mind.
that brain. Give me a little
Let
piece.
in, you
Or
know,
pour me in that info.
We had an interview earlier with DKP, and so being able to pick the brains of these pro players is really fun.
It's really interesting to hear what's going through their minds after just seeing the match. So I especially loved that one that you had with DKP, where we got to know everything that was going on with the mistake that he made. That was fun.
Super fun. Well, I'm ready for more fun. Now let's get into our Guess the Song card game. And the way this is going to work is we are going to, it's kind of like a fill in the blank. Zbex and I both have some song cards, and we have pulled the lyrics from that song that the card is from, but there's a fill in the blank. And so, Katie, you're here to guess.
I'm so scared.
You can do it.
It's all on me. This is 3 minutes of me going, next. next, but no, I'm gonna get it.
It's not just you alone. I will help you guess on Rebecca's song
Okay,
lyrics, and Rebecca will help you guess for my song lyrics. And we would love you to guess as well at home. We will not reveal it until we've been guessing.
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to start.
Okay.
And I'm going to start with kind of a softball one, okay? This I think we're going to get this one, hopefully. But I say that. Okay, ready? And actually, the lyrics I'm going to tell you are also a song. But it goes, might solve a mystery.
Duck.
Might solve a mystery.
I mean, the only thing I'm thinking is DuckTales.
Or
rewrite history.
There we
good job,
go.
Katie. I was totally blank on that one.
Try not to sing the song, so if you
rewrite history. Yes.
I'm just it's in here. I'm going through it.
Awesome. Okay, Zbex, let's get one from you.
Okay, so this song lyric comes after the card name that you need to know, just as a little warning. So, respected, saluted, and seen for the wonder I am.
Oh, you know it, right?
No.
What? It's Be King Undisputed.
Oh. King Undisputed again, but
Saluted.
Jeremy Irons voice.
And seen
Yes.
for the wonder I am. No, I am not going to try that.
I love that card so much. I love it. I love that one.
Okay, Rebecca, what other
Next
song lyric do you
one.
have for us?
I'm gonna go to this one. Okay, so this is gonna be tricky. My next two are kind of tricky.
The first one was hard.
The first one was hard. Okay.
I don't know DuckTales, so hopefully it's
Okay,
not all
practice.
DuckTales.
No, it's not DuckTales. Okay, ready? It's I'm blank. My sneer could curdle dairy.
I'm malicious, mean, and scary.
There.
Tangled,
I love that
yeah.
one. Yeah. Such a fantastic card, and of course, a card that we've been seeing in a lot of decks.
Yeah, it's been malicious, mean, and ever present.
Yes, indeed. All right, what do you got next for us?
Okay, we're going to go back to before the lyric. Look, we're rising off the floor. Jiminy, oh my.
We can fly, we can fly, you can fly, you can fly, you can fly.
We can fly, you can fly,
We can fly, we can all fly.
Absolutely, you got it.
I heard Jiminy, and honestly, I was like, are there any songs in Pinocchio?
This is not
that my
Pinocchio.
brain broke. I was like, I got hung up, so thank goodness you're here. Okay.
Yes. Okay, last one from me. And this is you, or sorry, look at you as blank, still a little sapling, just a sprout.
I need the melody. This is so much harder without the melody.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, fragile as a flower?
Yes! That was it. That was it.
Magical flower, guys.
Yeah, your flower. Yeah, blossom. Very close. Fragile as a flower. You have to
believe I
hear
got
it in the Donna Murphy voice. You know. All right, and bring
Okay,
it home.
the last one. One trick ahead of disaster. They're quick.
But I'm
much faster.
That's right. Together. From one jump ahead.
Yes.
This song, but I'm much faster. We're showing up in steel.
and with a loaf of bread as a weapon, and we love to see that.
We do. We do. I love bread.
I mean, I love bread too. Honestly, shout out to that card for
bread.
For the
Shout out to
whimsy.
bread. All right. Well, I know that we have more. We love these games here at the couch, but you all are here to watch some Disney Lorcana games, and we have some friends over in the booth who I think are going to be ready to bring us our next matches. Who do we have over there?
What's
Hey,
up?
we have Brent and Stitch.
Oh, my favorite movie.
My favorite
fun.
movie, too. Yeah. I am from Hawaii, so
Hey, there we go. Well,
shout out
aloha.
the local scenes. Thank you for being, or should I say mahalo.
Mahalo. Did you both guess all the cards? Were you playing along with us?
I knew every single one. I'm just a song, you know.
Of course
we
you know
were
every
singing
single
over
one.
here.
Of
We were
course
trying to
you
prep
did.
for the match,
How?
and like I'm looking
Yes.
at deck lists and stuff, and we're just singing. Like we get totally distracted. I also love bread.
Well, right. Who doesn't? All right. Well, we're going to kick it over to you guys to bring us the next round.
Thank you. Welcome back, Illumineers. We have a nice round of games here for you. Round 11. I know, the hands are great. Pay that graphics man more
production.
money, whoever that is.
I didn't tell anybody I was doing this. This is so funny.
That's on the fly.
Yeah.
Who could ask for more? Liam,
Yeah.
how you feeling?
Good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You stitching it all together?
Yeah, I was keeping it yeah.
Yeah? Keeping it low key?
Lilo, you're so good. I'm trying to like keep up with you, and I can't think of any puns right now, which is bad.
Beyond the horizon. Anyways.
Beyond the horizon, yep. Oh my goodness.
This is hard. This is difficult.
You are so good at that voice. I could never do it.
Twitch chat's freaking out right now. All right. Oh, we should. All right.
Well, we have round
Lorcana,
11 coming up.
People want to see the game.
Yeah, I think Baker would be proud. If I've heard correctly, this is a Ruby Amethyst match. Let's throw it to the game. Let's check it out. Let's start talking, huh?
Yeah, Ruby Amethyst, the most villainous of colors, and you know it's the most villainous of colors because, it's like. We know it's the most villainous of colors because the villain himself is the captain of.
Whoa! When did you get here?
I heard Ruby Amethyst. So.
You were summoned.
Oh my goodness! It's you say it 3 times and he appears. It's happening all weekend here. You have no idea.
I was prepared.
Oh, you were prepared. Oh my goodness! All right.
If you stay prepared, you don't have to be prepared. You see what I'm saying here, everybody?
Stay prepared.
The newest card coming. No.
Stay prepared.
All right. It is Matt Dawkins on the Ruby Amethyst against Chris Louie with Sapphire Amethyst, also known as Blurple. Liam, what can you tell me about the matchup?
I mean, so Blurple is a deck that we know. Some people love it, some people hate it, but it's been around for quite a while. It's very, very strong. Its game plan is to utilize the strong Amethyst cards that a lot of decks are utilizing this set, but to do that, it wants to get to the top end pretty fast. So it leverages the ramp in blue and wants to take the game long. Inevitability is with the Blurple deck. On the other side, you have Matt Dawkins on Ruby Amethyst. It's a color that's very, very different, its identity now versus what it was several sets ago. It can go aggressive, but it's not really meant for this matchup. Blurple is not a great matchup for it. It's certainly better than Emerald Sapphire, but it is going to be a little bit of uphill sledding for Matt Dawkins in this matchup, although we certainly can pull it out.
And being on the play does not hurt as we get the Rafiki Mystical Fighter, a 0-2 quest for 1, but has Challenger 3. So you don't want to be... You really don't want to be presenting anything on board like this Diablo. You're gonna not want to. You're not gonna want to quest it maybe to get that fair trade in. But Diablo, Watchful Raven comes down. Back to Chris Louie.
Yeah, and it's a great card to play on turn 1 here. Sometimes you see the Basil established, but in this particular matchup, Matt is going to try to go aggressive early and try to get some early lore. Not uncommon to see the 1 drops quest for 3 or 4 before they're taken off the board, and that Diablo can quest for 2 on turn 2. So Rafiki's shutting down that quest, and now Chris hitting the ramp.
With the Tipo Growing Sun, one of the premier ramp cards in these Blurple decks. We'll see what Matt Dawkins responds with here. I mean, you really want to go wide, but it feels like it's in contention with the usual Ruby Amethyst game plan of going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Demona, right? Like it's
5 Demona.
5 Demona. The Sisu will come down. This is the Emboldened Warrior here. Will gain 1 extra strength for each card in Chris Louie's hand, which, if you're a Blurple player, you like having a lot of cards, could backfire against you with the Sisu.
Yeah, so this is kind of one of the aggressive lines in this deck is the 2 Lore Quester on turn 2, the 3 Lore Quester on, or the 2 Lore Quester on turn 3. The Palace Guard now questing, taking that potentially free quest. Happy to have those cards challenge in, but I will say I do think we missed an opportunity to quest on turn 2 when that Diablo was established.
I was wondering why, in what world you wouldn't want to. Maybe you're trying to dodge the Hypnotic Strength.
Yeah, potentially, although if your opponent's taking time to play Hypnotic Strength, then they're not ramping. A possible missed opportunity there, but here we did get the quest on turn 2, and now we're going to have this giant Spectral Parrot come down. Now this is a very, very important card in the Amethyst matchups, very well statted, but it is susceptible to some sneaky removal-esque cards.
With that Vanish effect, anytime that it's targeted by an action, by Matt Dawkins' action, that Iago will disappear, getting banished to the bottom of the discard pile here as we ink a Lumiere. I wanted to shout out French people. Lumiere.
Lumiere.
Be my guest.
Les Sisu go on the quest. Okay. I can't do it. But now here we are seeing that aggressive line, taking that 5 quest. Or 5 lore quest there, and we're going to follow it by another Diablo.
Another Diablo and another... Oh, Next Stop Olympus, targeting exactly what you said, Liam.
Yeah, and this card is worked into this Ruby Amethyst deck specifically for that ability. It does have some utility on its own, but all of these cards, any card that, any card that replaces itself is an easy thing to work into some of these decks to remove stuff, cards like Della's Lullaby. But here, this Next Stop Olympus basically says pay 2 ink and banish a big character, and Iago fitting the bill here, so a great option. And to be quite honest, that card is in this deck almost specifically for that play.
Right, and I don't know if you saw, but Chris Louis actually has a Bell Accomplished Mystic in hand. We'll be getting to 5 ink this turn. Matt Dawkins very, very skillfully realizing that he can turn all his cards sideways, because at most, that Bell Accomplished Mystic, if it's the one or the Cheshire Cat Inexplicable, would be able to move the damage, but now no damage exists other than this Elsa, plays it down, clears a lot of Matt Dawkins' board. That's the power of the Elsa Fifth Spirit.
Yeah, and Blurple on its opening line here. It's going 1, 2, 3, 4 into the Genie. It ramped into the Genie. No, sorry, not the Genie, but the turn 4 Iago here instead of the Genie, which we didn't stick around too long. But the Elsa on 5 is the play you like to see. You'd like, ideally, you're right, that Iago being around would have enabled him to do even more control, and then that Bell Accomplished Mystic to follow this up. So this is Blurple on its ideal opening, I would say, or pretty close to it. Although I think in this matchup, the Genie might have been a better play just to avoid that Next Stop Olympus, but
yep.
Let's see.
Now Cheshire Cat's going to come down. We're going to quest out for another 3. We're going to get to 9. We're almost halfway to game. And Matt misses an ink here. Doesn't ink anything, doesn't move any of the damage. I guess there would be no damage to move over because Elsa is the only character on the side of Chris Louis' board. But now this Bell Accomplished Mystic is going to wreak havoc here. Oh! Maybe a turn later, because there's nothing threatening the Elsa and her evasive nature. As the Rafiki Mystical Fighter, another one comes down here. And do you quest? I assume you quest here. There's no immediate threats.
Yeah, Chris is definitely in the control role. You might be able to sneak out. And no evasive threats. You could sneak out a lure if you're not doing anything else with it. That damage is likely to be slid around, though. And so, you know, one of the things with the Amethyst decks is, especially if you're taking an aggressive line like Matt did, where you're dumping a lot of cards onto the board, and it's also an important note, we did talk about how great of a play Next Stop Olympus was, but it does not replace itself like a lot of other cards that are worked into the deck for that reason, so you burn a card there as well. I mean, one of the dangers is that you can burn through your hand. Now, normally in Amethyst, that's not a big problem, because there's a lot of mid-game draw cards like Genie, which replace themselves, cards like Dumbo, which can net you a number of different cards, also cards like the Guidebook, but a lot of times Amethyst decks really need to find a way to refill their hand in the mid-game. That's kind of the game plan. Dump early, refill in the mid-game, and then pursue your end game plan. And if you don't manage to find that card draw, you can burn out.
And one of those cards, notably, that do refill your hand in the mid-game is Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan. I'm wondering if that's why Matt, with one card in hand, didn't elect to ink anything. Maybe it was an uninkable. Maybe it was a Demona, and he's hoping to empty out his hand. You don't want to ink the Cheshire Cat and then just say pass, but maybe, I mean, there's a lot going on here.
Cheshire Cat, there he goes.
Move some damage over, being able to take out the Elsa or the Rafiki.
Yeah, that not inexplicable why he's a favorite in the meta right now, sliding damage around. People love to do it with Bell. You love to do it when you love it even better when you can do it multiple times in a game. So Cheshire Cat there taking advantage of that boost ability. Oh, this is an indicator here. This is fun. What was that, Brent?
That was the Maui Half Shark hitting the Inkwell, one of the cards that you actually want to play. Painfully, Matt kind of says, I gotta do it right now, which leads me to believe that the last card in hand might be that Demona, hoping to ink and refill his entire hand while exerting all the characters on Chris Louis' side of the board. Of course, I'm just guessing here. Neither of us know. But yes, this is the Half Shark. I guess you could call it a combo deck. It is a combo of sorts.
Kind of. And so in previous metas, that Half Shark was used in concert with a number of different cards to win the game. You cycle like Pirate's Life and things like that. In this meta, it's not generally doing that. You don't run as many actions, but what you're trying to do is use it as a powerful body on the board. It's a powerful evasive challenger, and the extra lore and the actions you get out of it are kind of a bonus. They can win you the game, but it's really there for the board presence more than anything else.
And that Bell Accomplished Mystic did put 3 damage onto the Sea Sisu. We were able to challenge in with the Elsa. Because Chris Louis is low on cards, it barely does any damage back to the Elsa. Now we're going to play an Elsa, so Demona off the table, I would say, because you would probably want to just ink the Elsa and play Demona if you had it in hand. Unsure of what Matt Dawkins has now. Not quite the start you want to see, and the question is, do you quest in with the Palace Guard? You probably want to keep the Cheshire Cat available, but we'll go ahead and we'll go ahead and keep creeping up here.
Yeah, and this is where things start getting challenging, because Matt has managed to push his lore total all the way to 13, which feels pretty good, but we're in the point of the game where certain big cards start to become available. A Hades looms large if you can draw into it, and that's one of the ways that's one of the reasons Blurple wins this matchup, is if at the end of the game you start to draw into Haymaker after Haymaker and start dropping Hades on the board, which can really swing board states, you run away with the game. So did drop a Genie there, drawing into a not terribly impactful card, and we'll send it right to the Inkwell.
Into the unknown. We'll send Elsa. I mean, she sings that song, doesn't she?
That's true. That seems like a flavor foul, right?
It does seem like a flavor foul. The Palace Guard will be banished by the Bell Accomplished Mystic. We're going to quest for 2. Now, Chris Louis with 6 lore on board. It's a battle of top decks. Who's going to find? It's almost like whoever finds the Demona first is going to win, unless Chris just keeps finding cards that he doesn't really need, like that Basil that he put into his own Inkwell. Both of these players struggling for the draw here, but Matt Dawkins, 13-4 on lore, putting him in the range you really don't want to quest that Cheshire Cat. It's such a powerful card, but at a certain point, you got to start racing here, and I'm wondering what it is that Matt is thinking about. There is a Tinkerbell. What is this other card? We just passed.
We won't know. Not even boosting there for the extra card. Chris drawing into Sail the Azurite Sea. Also not super impactful, but it will allow him to dig another card deeper. He does find terrible top decks here. Terrible top decks.
Both sides, apparently.
Oh, my goodness.
Matt keeping his cards close to the vest here. We cannot see what it is. My guess, next stop Olympus, maybe, because any characters you'd slam down immediately.
Yeah, it could be an endgame finish. Yeah, probably.
Unless he's playing something absolutely insane, like a Shere Khan or something, like an 8-cost Shere Khan. But you typically, up to 6 ink is where you need to be for these Amethyst decks so you can slam down the Demona. I'm assuming it's next stop Olympus because you really want to have the hero synergy with that card. It's one of the combo pieces with the Maui Half Shark because you can keep recurring it back and forth, wiping your opponent's board with it. Genie is going to come down, and this is not a bad top deck here because if Chris Louis can't find an answer, that's going to be an additional 2 lore next turn. If he quests that Tinkerbell, it's probably going to deal 3 damage back to whatever it is, get up to 14 lore. And Matt is in a race here.
Well, and it's also worth noting that the Genie combined with the Cat is an answer for either of those Genies if they choose to quest. So Chris looking to turn the corner, become kind of the beatdown here and push the lore total. Now that Genie kind of checks that because you can challenge into the opposing Genie and then slide that 2 damage from yours onto that Genie to finish it off. So a decent card to draw here to kind of perhaps delay Chris from racing ahead.
And now we have a little bit of a standoff here. And smartly so, Chris Louis just getting bricking, as the players put it, off of the top decks. I don't know if you saw it,
what did he draw?
It was Into the Unknown, but there's no exerted characters on the side of Matt Dawkins' board. Into the Unknown would take one of the exerted characters on your opponent's side of the board, put it into their Inkwell. No targets, though, right now, as this Bell Accomplished Mystic will quest.
Yeah, Chris can't figure out why his deck is against him right now, just drawing into multiple cards that do him no good. On the other side, we can't see Matt's hand, but possibly the same thing happening because we haven't seen a lot of action. Although he did get an extra card off that Genie, so perhaps has a couple of options now. Maybe he'll be able to establish a large board presence or something to impact those Genies. But it's part of the problem with Ruby Amethyst right now is there's not a ton of direct removal. Oh, there's that Demona.
There's Demona.
There she is.
A little bit of a double-edged sword here, too, because Chris Louis was low on cards. Both players, when you play Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan, if you have less than 3 cards, you get to draw up until you have 3 cards. Chris Louis says, I will take that deal. I will draw 2 cards. And Matt Dawkins now has to do something.
Yeah, but I think you don't have a choice here. I think it establishes a big body. It does give you some more cards, and you have to find something to answer these other cards. And Chris, fortunately, not drawing into anything super impactful. Now, that Dumbo does help quite a bit. And it is going to be pretty impactful if Chris wants to take a turn to just rebuild his hand. So that is a potentially impactful card. The Tipo is not. But fortunate for Matt that Chris didn't draw into a Hades here. That really would have swung things.
Matt trying to double ink here. Both players going, wait a second. You already inked that Cheshire Cat. That's why it's up. Both of them having a little bit of a giggle here. It has been a crazy amount of rounds these players have gotten to. Congratulations to both these guys. They are doing exceptionally well. But now it's going to be, it's in Matt's court. Do you quest?
Oh, double Dumbo now.
Do you quest for 4? Do you just get up to 17 and say, I'm going to try and beat you? You got to answer me and I'll just keep throwing threats onto the board? Or do you, for some reason, just stand up tall when you know that Chris Louis could draw Demona, exert everything, and then it was all for naught? Like, what do you think, Liam? It's Chris's turn.
Yeah, double. No, I answer your question in a second. We want a double Dumbo here, just enough ink to do it. And at this point, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore on the board, can go all the way to 18. And Chris electing not to quest, not to expose the genies to the genie crackback or the bell to that Demona, which is rather stronger than that bell. So, but we will see if Matt chooses to pursue that. I think there is a world in which you do that and force Chris to spend his characters challenging rather than drawing cards off those Dumbos or challenging himself. But not a lot of reach in these Ruby Amethyst decks. So if Chris does manage to clear the board, it is difficult to close things out in a world where Hades answers card after card.
This feels like the critical turn in which we will have a winner or not. And once we challenge in with this Elsa 5th Spirit, we crystallize that genie, move the damage over with the Cheshire Cat. That genie is now eliminated, banished, whatever
Fantastic
you want to
play.
say. Absolutely fantastic play. And now we just quest out, right, Liam? Am I just getting too nervous here?
We'll see. I think that might be the way you go. And Elsa's so powerful when paired because now none of his other characters have to challenge. They can quest. He managed to do a little bit of board control and keep everything free to go pursuing lore if they so choose. And now I think Matt doing the math here, trying to figure out, can he clear everything, or can I leave, or will something be alive to close out the game next turn?
Maybe inking and playing a 1-drop that you have to.
That might be just
there
enough.
We go. And now you quest out 6, get up to 19, and say, if you have an answer for every single thing on my side of the board, which is something that Blurple does struggle with, then you can go ahead and win the game. But if not, which I don't think you will, I'll win the game. We got to get up, right? 6.
Yeah, and it's
19 on board.
I'm doing math here. It's you know, we do have an Into the Unknown in hand. Chris does. He could draw into another one, perhaps. That's probably the best case scenario if he was looking to remove things for cheap. Not enough ink to do an Into the Unknown and a Hades if that's what he draws into. So, was that a Hades? It was a Hades.
It was a Hades.
I don't think there's enough ink. I think I counted 8 last turn. I don't think there's enough to go up to 10. And even if there was 9, you have to keep these. You can't ink one. So he did draw into the Hades. He'll be able to do some removal, but not both of those. And so just probably not enough.
Right, and with the 4 willpower of the Cheshire Cat, the Genie, this Elsa with the 5, this Demona with the 6, it's just too much willpower for Chris to deal with. And game 1 goes to the Ruby Amethyst player. This is insane, Liam, because typically you ask me Ruby Am versus Blurple, it's going to be in Blurple's favor. I feel like a large percentage of the time.
Yeah.
But Matt Dawkins showing that you can do it as long as you know the game plan against Blurple.
Yeah, it's a great game by both players. Chris Louis ran into a rough string of cards there in the middle, not finding Hades until later. Hades is one of the difference makers in this matchup. On the other side, you know, I'll point out, next stop Olympus into that Iago Giant Spectral Parrot, a key play. You know, Chris establishing that Giant Spectral Parrot because of its big board presence, trying to shut down questing, and Matt with a great answer for it. That's why you run that card. And so there's a different world in which a Genie is played there, and the game is very, very different.
Right, because Chris had the Bell Accomplished Mystic in hand and was hoping to use the Giant Spectral Parrot to challenge in and then move the damage from the Spectral Parrot onto something else. That would have been a game, probably, that would have been very difficult. I'll say that, for Matt to recover from.
Yeah, absolutely. Another card I'll highlight that we didn't see, the Headless Horseman. It is a card that banishes a character of strength 2 or less, and that is used to banish high-impact characters like Genie's, like Elsa's. Didn't see it this matchup, but it's one of the reasons that you play Ruby Amethyst set. This set is for that card to swing board states pretty strongly.
A little bit less effective, though, against Blurple, who are known for maybe higher strength characters, as the Basil comes down for Chris, and the Palace Guard comes down the Spectral Sentry for Matt Dawkins, a 1/4 with Vanish.
Yeah, and a fantastic 1-drop. This is the best one I think you want to play in this deck. It's the 1/4. It sticks around for a while. Usually can sneak out a couple extra lore. But look what just look at this turn 2. Look at this turn 2, Brent.
Junior Woodchuck Guidebook.
That is not what you want to play on turn 2 in a Blurple match. You want to be playing 100% of the time that ramp card. We missed ramp on turn 2. That looms really, really large, and all of a sudden the Blurple deck really on the back foot here.
Right, especially when you're on the play. You're the one who can take the initiative and you miss the ramp. Now your options are limited, and you don't even have a card like the Cheshire Cat, which has aided in these matchups for Blurple. Last set, it was all about, we don't have any 3-drops. We only have 4 drops, right? We got a ramp or else it's bust. Well, now we have those options, but Chris doesn't have that card in his hand either. So maybe we can throw down that Rafiki that I saw, a mystical fighter. Maybe we can...
No.
Yeah.
And again, cracked the Woodchuck Guidebook to draw 2 cards. He could have inked, ramped again this turn to try to catch up. Did not find a ramp card off that Woodchuck Guidebook again. The odds at this point are like high 90% that you would have found a ramp card by now after seeing so many cards on both the altar and after drawing this many cards in the early game. And just unfortunately, Chris not managing to do it, really, really trying to figure out what his pathway back in is. At least establishes the Rafiki, though, to check that Diablo. So definitely able to shut down early questing, but Chris definitely feels off script right now.
Oh, I mean, now Matt has got to be feeling pretty good, but Matt did notably alter 6. I do see the Sisu Emboldened Warrior in hand. I'm sure that is the, that is the play here. 2 lore, 1/4, but gains 1 strength for every card in Chris Louis' hand, which is a lot at this point, especially after cracking that Junior Woodchuck Guidebook this early. Still no ramp. Still no way to pull ahead here, and that is the problem for Blurple when they miss their ramp. They have a lot of big, powerful cards that they are dying to play. They just don't have the ink for it.
No, there is a script, and this deck is clearly off it. Now, Genie is on the script of this deck. It's definitely better than the Spectral Parrot if you're expecting an Next Stop Olympus there, but you'd love to have played that a turn earlier with the ramp. At least you'll get another card here, and you can establish an evasive character. But it is a prime target for that Headless Horseman in a couple turns. We'll see if Matt manages to swing the board state that way. But again, Matt's probably feeling pretty good at this point. Although, again, I want to point out that Rafiki, again, a very high impact card on that turn because it has shut down questing for that Diablo. And here's another potentially high impact card.
That is Lumiere. Fiery Friend will give 1 strength to each character on Matt's side of the board. Will say, I don't want you to take out my Diablo still. Make that trade with the Rafiki clean, but anything else you want to take out, you'll have to trade for now. But I mean, Matt, definitely not the turn 4 play that you want if you're Matt, right? You're looking for Genie, you're looking for something else. You want to keep questing out, but we're getting to 4 here. We're jumping ahead of Chris, who now has an important decision to make. We have a Spectral Parrot in hand, looks like. It also looks like an Ink Runner. I can't quite make out the other 2 cards. I did see an Ink Runner earlier.
I think that might be another guidebook in the bottom.
I think that's a Hades. Ooh, that's a Hades looking for a deal.
Yep.
So this would be the turn. You can ink something, play the Hades, target the, let's say, Sisu or the Diablo. Perhaps draw a couple cards.
We have some great top end here. We just need to get there in a world which he ramped is on 5 ink at this point. Chris feels a little bit better, but that guidebook giving him some extra options. There we have the Dumbo immediately going to exert the Genie to draw a card.
Yep, and now we're setting up the Dumbo, 9th wonder of the universe here. Breaking records is his ability to draw a card and gain a lore. He gives the ability to other people with his other ability, making history. Are there more times I can say ability? Probably not.
Probably not. I don't think you have the ability to do it.
As the Basil quests, we get one on the board here, another one lore, and gives it to Rafiki to take out the Sisu. A happy trade here, but now the Rafiki isn't quite there to make these trades. Still not what you want to see, though, if you are Chris Louis. Yeah, the missing of the ramp was pretty... Ooh! The Headless Horseman, the terror of Sleepy Hollow, and the terror of Chris Louis, as you're able to take out a character with 2 strength or less. Basically, the old card Brawl on a body, as people like to put it, takes out that genie.
Yeah, a terrible card for Chris to see there. No, it's one of the things in Disney Lorcana, there's not a lot of catch-up mechanics, we call them. And catch-up mechanics, one of the ways I describe them is cards that allow you to establish a board presence while affecting your opponent's board state. And cards like Elsa, which allow you to play a character while challenging, removing something, keeping her on the board, or Hades, which allow you to establish a body while removing an opponent's character, really, really big. Headless Horseman is filling that role in this mid-game evasive brawl that we have going on. And speaking of brawl, I see some brawling going on there right now.
Yep, Dumbo took out the Diablo. Chris smartly identifying that we have to take threats off of the board here. Also used the Hypnotic Strength to take out the Palace Guard with Vanish. Notable, though, a 1-cost, 1/4 character. How much lore did that character get? Am I right? And now there's the Iago, Giant Spectral Parrot with the Vanish. I did see the Next Stop Olympus in Matt's hand earlier. Might have been inked at a certain point.
There was one inked.
Gotcha. Okay.
So might have a second, but
yep.
Here, so it does feel, again, we talked all game about how Chris is off script. We talked about how Matt is establishing a board. He's doing some excellent control. That Headless Horseman is impactful. But the longer this game goes on, the more Chris, the better Chris feels. There's some incredibly high impact cards in the end game, and once we get in Hades range, things can start swinging pretty quickly. So, again, if Matt doesn't manage to close this down slowly over the next few turns, it does give Chris room to start swinging things around.
If I'm counting correctly, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which puts us in Hades range, as you were saying. Ursula, though, Whisper of Vanessa instead being chosen.
Yeah, this is a card which it saw a little bit of play early. It's seeing more and more as time goes on. It's a big body on the board, especially once it's boosted, getting evasive and that +1 lore. So 4/5, difficult to remove, very good stat line. But quest for 3, and more importantly, it's an answer for your opponent's evasive characters in these evasive brawls.
The 5 damage getting back to Iago. Some of you might be saying, well, why not 4? It says 4 on the Headless Horseman. It's because that Lumiere is up, giving the +1 strength to all of the characters on Matt's side of the board. Just one of these kind of annoying cards to play against, right? It changes the math, as you yourself say, Liam. What is the game plan here? I mean, we're at 8. We kind of don't want to quest out our Lumiere, maybe our Tinkerbell, but...
The plan is play a Maui Half Shark, and that is one of the things that Matt is looking to it establishes a big presence on the board. It threatens other big characters. It can do some shenanigans with actions, although you don't typically run a ton of them in this deck. You run some, but... huge play.
The Hades Infernal Schemer. I was about to go over what the Maui Half Shark's abilities do, but it's inconsequential.
You knew that was coming.
Because
you knew that
was
coming.
Infernal Schemer says, is there a downside to this? And for Chris, the answer is no.
Yeah, generally there's no downside to banishing or sending a Maui Half Shark to the Inkwell.
Not a bad card, though, for Matt to draw here, because with this Dumbo 9th Wonder of the Universe, he will be able to establish a draw engine that might allow him to get back into this game.
Unfortunately, I have to stick around for a whole turn to be able to leverage him, and we'll see if that happens.
Yeah.
That Hades, it's been sitting in Chris's hand all game long, and just not a lot of juicy targets for it, but as soon as that Maui Half Shark slammed down, you knew that was the moment Chris was waiting for it to unleash Hades on the game board.
He kept holding that card back, and I kept saying, why is he holding that? Doesn't he want to get rid of something? Doesn't he want to get rid of the Cheshire Cat? And Chris, with the amount of patience of a saint, says, no, I'm going to wait until that Maui Half Shark comes down, because that's one of the cards that would be game-changing.
Yeah, now perhaps the plan here earlier, establishing damage on the Iago to slide some over to other characters, knowing that Cheshire Cat was going to be available. But I do want to know earlier, Matt made that Headless Horseman available to that challenge, getting an extra lore and making it a tempting target for that Iago. That Iago able to clean it up in a favorable trade, and now that's the reason that damage is residually sticking around. We'll see if that pays off. Oh, well, never mind. That damage is not going to stick on that Vanessa, most likely, because Chris is going to drop a Cheshire Cat of his own. And there goes that Lumiere. Extinguished, you might say.
Yep. And now we can quest out the Hades also, get up to 12. This is not looking good for Matt.
No, Matt's been at 8 lore for many, many turns here. And this is where Blurple decks shine. It's the end game where they get all of their top-end answers, particularly those Hades. Hades is one of the premier removal options in the game right now. It's one of the reasons you play Blurple. It's one of the primary reasons you play Blurple, I think. Ramp in service of what? Ramp in service of getting to Hades range in your end game answers. So it's tough.
You were like a fortune teller, Liam, because you said once we get into Hades range, it all can kind of turn around. And that was the exact moment when he hit 7 ink that it all turned around. And Matt has not gained a lore since you said that, I believe. We're going to be able to take out this genie. Sure, we're taking out a nice 2-quester. Sticky, evasive, 2-4.
It does feel good. It's a little bit of a board swing. It's a 2-character swing, but that Hades still upright, that Iago is still upright, and again, importantly, Matt not able to quest necessarily.
Not able to really do anything here. We will be able to put 2 damage onto the Ursula. We will. Oh! Instead, we're going to challenge into the Hades there, and.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, there was an alternate play line where we moved the damage to the Cheshire Cat. Wait, why is that? Oh! The Headless Horseman's other ability, which is gathering strength. Anytime that a character is banished, all your other characters gain +1 strength. It took me a second there, but once the genie was banished, it gave additional strength, and then once the Hades was banished, it just kind of snowballs.
I knew that's what it was, but I was blanking out on what the first banish was, and it was a long turn, so it was the Horseman, yeah.
Right.
Coming in and activating himself. So there we go. It's a great card.
I felt it too. I was like, wait a second. I was trying to think as I was talking.
Like, what was banished earlier?
Yeah, exactly.
So triggering Headless Horseman, but that does enable that favorable trade. And great board state here, but oh my goodness. So Madam M Elephant, they're not run at 4 anymore generally. It's one of the only bounce option packages, or one of the bounce options that we kept from the Madam M package when everything else was rotated out. But this boost ability, it is wonderful. It allows you to do powerful things, but it also allows you to stack up cards, and those cards follow the card in play, and that's what happened here.
Once the Madam M Elephant's boost effect, the bounce effect activated on that Cheshire Cat, who had boosted, I believe, 2 additional cards, 3 additional cards under it. All of those cards then come back to the hand of Chris Louis, turning a disadvantage into an advantage as he quests with this Iago and says, can you catch up to me? Your cards are not as powerful as my cards are by design of the decks. Matt Dawkins, Genie, not a bad place to start, but has to start eliminating and banishing some of the threats on Chris Louis' side of the board if he hopes to win this race.
There's that next up Olympus. We saw this game 1, a 2-cost action, taking out that Giant Spectral Parrot, courtesy of the Vanish ability.
Now, I mean, the Headless Horseman effect triggers gathering strength, but nothing to really challenge into here. And the question for Matt is, you really want to get on the board. You need to start questing, but you kind of can't. Because if you give damage to this Madam Mim Elephant, it will be a gift to Chris, because at the beginning of each turn, the Madam Mim Elephant can move 2 damage counters to another character.
And now another high-impact evasive character coming in, Elsa, exerting that Cheshire Cat. That Elephant, you pointed out the value of having damage on it. Chris is going to get damage on it himself by challenging into that cat, removing it from the board. Doesn't want any more catty shenanigans. And then his own cat was slide the damage over to the Headless Horseman.
Yep, using the Cheshire Cat, once again showcasing why this inexplicable kitty is so dangerous.
I can explain why it's good.
And now
there's the fist bump.
Yeah, I guess it is explicable to you. Matt Dawkins and Chris Louis fist bump here as we move on to a game 3. We got 24.5 minutes here. What does Matt have to do to win out this next game here?
It's generally go fast. It's look for positive trades. There are high impact removal options that Matt can do. For example, we saw the next stop Olympus into the Giant Spectre Parrot, or getting that Headless Horseman to banish a Genie or something in the mid game to do that board swing is pretty huge. But it really is about being aggressive. Establish a one-crossed character that can quest for 3 or 4 before it's banished. Try to get that high lore character out, perhaps that Diablo on turn 2. And importantly, though, on the play, you have to remember the card draw in the mid game. If you burn out too early by going wide, you could stall out, so got to keep that going. And on the other side, Chris's plan is just let's hit ramp this game.
Let's
ramp. Let's do the ramp thing.
I did not see a ramp card in Chris Louis' hand. Oh, but he does find the Sail the Azurite Sea.
So we will have a game.
I believe this is the first game in which he's had the ramp, so he clawed that one back from a very terrible position, missing ramp that last game, and has taken us here. Now Matt Dawkins on the play, favorable, definitely favorable for Matt to be on the play, less favorable into the matchup.
Matt didn't have a bad opening last game, and when your opponent misses ramp, you're feeling pretty good. Probably feels a little disappointing to let that game slip away. You know, when you're on the draw and your opponent misses ramp as a Blurple player. So Matt looking to clean this up here, try to run away with this match, but he's gonna have to be quick.
I appreciate the sportsmanship there. Nice little fist bump. Everything's on the line here. One of these players will be taken out of contention, but we're still showing some manners. Palace Guard is going to come down. That Spectral Sentry, a 1/4 body. Last game, I feel like it got 4 or 5 lore out of that 8 lore. We'll see what happens here as the Royal Guard comes down on Chris Louis' side. The Octopus Soldier, with his ability heavily armed, get it? Every card that is drawn gives Challenger +1 to that Royal Guard Octopus Soldier. So a 2-drop here. We'd usually want to see the Diablo, I'm assuming, a nice little 2-quester, but instead...
Oh, no, 2-on-2. This isn't bad either. This isn't bad either, going wide here. But again, you do burn through your hand. Luckily, that Diablo does replace itself. So you do have 2 lore on the board, just a different way. The Octopus Soldier, a decent challenger. And that Diablo is, unfortunately, it's a card that's seen play for a while. It's not a high-impact card here, though. Tipo will be able to clean it up pretty quickly. And so you'll get some lore out of it. But it won't stick around for terribly long if we do choose to quest out here.
And interesting because Chris had the option to be able to play down the Tipo or the Sail the Azurite Sea. Sail the Azurite Sea, I feel like a little more value you get because you get to draw a card, but...
So yes, unless you're playing around the Demona. If you're looking to play that Demona at a certain point, or you're worried about your opponent playing the Demona, sometimes pushing your hand size down in order to maximize the benefit of the Demona it could be what you're thinking of doing.
Right, and he did ink his Genie, notably, which is not a great catch-up card when you're the one on the draw and you kind of have to play catch-up. Is that a 1 jump ahead I see in the hand of Chris?
It might be. One thing I would mention before the 1 jump ahead is the Tipo also checks the Diablo, which is another reason you play that down. And 1 jump ahead, perhaps you see it. A lot of people, I think it is more common than not now to run the 9th ramp.
It is not. I believe that's actually a Basil.
Basil Practice Detective, okay. I was going to talk all about math and 9 versus 8, whatever. But
who needs that when it's a Basil?
Who needs that when it's a Basil?
When it's a silly old Basil.
Yeah.
Cheshire Cat was played down on Matt Dawkins' side of the board, but no damage on anything yet. Going to be a little bit annoying for Chris, but not the end-all, be-all here as he thinks through the next play. I mean, you can... Ooh!
Oh, interesting. 2 guidebooks down, and you saw 2 ink there because of the bonus from the Azurite Siege. He was trying to think about which extra one to place, and so a double ramp here, trying to get to that end game and establishing a Basil as well. But you can see how he's managed to push his hand size down again, and I believe he has a Demona in hand.
He does. That's what he's setting up for. That's why the guidebook maybe not valued. If Matt is paying attention, he might be saying, why would you ink 2 Junior Woodchuck guidebooks? Just throwing away 4 cards, potentially? Might be saying to himself, well, Chris is going to be on a Demona turn next turn. Might choose to even quest this cat out. What do you think? If you think your opponent is going to Demona you soon, obviously you want to dump out your hand so you gain the benefit too. But Matt is so smart.
Absolutely. Checking, knowing that Demona is probably coming down, those characters will be exerted anyway, and he's also trying to be the beatdown this game, so questing all the way to 8. Now there's that trade. That's why you established that Tipo earlier. Chris will draw a card off the Diablo being banished. So off the board, and now here is that Demona. It's going to exert all of Matt's characters, which is only one remaining, and anybody lower than 3 cards draws up to 3.
And so smart to challenge into that Diablo first. Just a sequencing thing, because now you draw one less card off of the Demona.
Yep. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
Just brilliant stuff all around.
That's a great point, pointing out the sequencing here. And you know, I think it's, especially on long days, it's easy sometimes to miss those most players get it right most of the time. We're all good, especially at this level when you're in the winning end. But it's long days, and sometimes slipping up just a little bit and accidentally, you're so excited to play the Demona, you play it first, you can lose yourself the game by just a simple sequence.
Right, one card deeper out of Matt Dawkins' deck could have been the difference here. We still have a lot of game to go here, 17 and a half minutes. Round 11, to your point, round 11, you're not as fresh as you were round 1 or 2. Even 3 to 10, you're not as fresh. So instead of electing to make a deal with this Hades and put that Demona on the bottom of the deck, Chris Louis says, no, go ahead, draw 2 cards. Your 2 cards will not be as powerful as the cards that I will be able to draw off the top of my deck. It's more important for me to keep this Demona, keep something that I can keep challenging with.
Yeah.
As the Palace Guards go ahead and rush in. We are aggroing out to 10 lore, and now Chris Louis with 0 lore here has to start establishing some lore while establishing a board, while banishing some characters. A lot to ask.
Yeah, the Palace Guards, really high impact. They're just 1-drops, they're 1/4s, but really high impact cards so far this game. He is able to answer with the Demona there, but let's keep in mind that Stone by Day ability. Chris, with several cards in hand, will have to get down under 3 if he wants her to ready at the start of next turn. And there we are going to have the support challenge in, but it's only for 3. And so imagine a world in which there's Diablos or Rafikis played instead of that Palace Guard. They're simply not as effective. Palace Guard, incredibly impactful in the early game in these Ruby Amethyst decks.
Yup, Cheshire Cat's going to come down. Which damage counter do we move? Yeah, that seems right. Protect your Demona. Take 1 damage off the Demona, because I guess Tipo, you could make an argument, because I don't know why you would. Why Tipo? Why would you think Tipo for...
They're just thinking through the lines.
Thinking through the lines makes sense.
So here we are going to play another Sail the Azurite Sea draw card. We draw into a Dumbo. So now Hades in hand, Dumbo in hand. We are in Hades' range with the ink. So that will swing things. And all of a sudden, the Cheshire Cat coming down there, incredibly impactful, removing that extra Palace Guard. And it seems like a small thing, but that is 1 more character off the board, 1 more resource that you don't have to devote to removing it next turn, and 1 more lore that Matt doesn't get to play. Now we're going to see that Half Shark come down again.
Ooh, am I wrong? I believe Chris Louis has been holding on to a Hades this entire time. I think we're about to see the sequel to last game. That Hades is coming down. You do not want to see that Maui Half Shark.
It is a nice, juicy target. It checks a lot of things, and there it goes off to the Inkwell. Matt saying, I'd love to get these to stick around for 1 turn, please. Can I just have my Maui stay around for 1 turn?
Right.
And there, that frees up the board a little bit to quest. That Tipo, you don't mind losing it. And the Demona looks like going to go into quest as well. I missed... he did get down under 2 last turn. I forget, he had a lot of cards in hand and managed to empty it out to ready Demona. So, but there we go.
Incredible players just find a way to do it. Says, what is the challenge? I need to have 2 cards in hand. I need to remove. I need to get a wide board. Literally everything that I just said Chris needs to do, Chris just did.
Well, let me just correct myself here, because the chat's probably screaming right now. Yeah, Demona's a gargoyle. She does not. She's like the one without the.
No, she's still by day.
No, there we go. Yeah. So all right, we go. All right.
They're all gargoyles, Liam. At the end of the day, they're gonna. If it's daytime, they're stoned.
They're stoned. All right. Matt here managing to go wide. All of a sudden, this game feeling a little average. Can offer another deal. Same character. We'll see if Chris is inclined to lose it this time.
I mean, he went through all the trouble to empty his hand to 2. Do you? I feel like that psychologically makes you want to keep your Demona, but you don't want Matt to just run away with the game, start getting a whole bunch of cards in hand, and it looks like Chris agrees, even though he did all of that work to empty his hand to 2. We are going to also boost the Cheshire Cat. We're going to move the damage over to the Basil. Probably one of the exact things that Chris was thinking about. And do we quest? I mean, is this Hades challenging into the T-bow? Are we going to quest it out here? I mean, how much is that? What, we're not going to do anything?
No, it's just a challenging position here. No pun intended.
Great pun, though.
Yeah,
intended or not.
I mean, there's just some great answers over there. I mean, the double challenge allows you to answer without losing either the cat or the Hades. Then you can slide damage around. Won't matter here whether requested or not, because Else is going to come and exert the cat. We're going to deal some damage, and we're going to slide damage around, and there, just like that.
Just like that, no more cat. You know it's good because it rhymes. Elsa Fifth Spirit crystallizing.
Oh, man.
Letting that Cheshire Cat go. That Tinkerbell was underneath the Cheshire Cat.
That was catchy.
Oh, thank you. I was just getting around.
Yeah.
Look at it. We're to loop. We're to loop, Liam. Okay. These players making very crazy plays. I do want to actually point out that we only have 12 and a half minutes left here. The score is 10-6. We are close to finishing out this game, but these players do have to play a little hurry up here if we're going to finish this game on time.
Yeah, it does. It does feel, though, like the game is slipping through Matt's fingers a little bit here. There are some high impact cards in this deck, but perhaps if your hand size is low enough, you can establish a Demona, draw a few more cards of your own. But the problem is at the top end, Blurple is just so much better. There's just so many better removal answers, whether it's the Hades or Into the Unknown if the opportunity presents itself, and then it's a challenge. So we'll see if he finds something, because what he really wants to do here,
what does he really want to do,
What he really want to do is go wide. Right? Mm-hmm. There's not a lot of wide... That's where Blurple struggles. It struggles into Amethyst Steel, for example, where Amethyst Steel builds up huge card advantage in the mid-game and then manages to go wide in the end game. And so that's one of the ways you want to close this out, is by dumping a lot of cards onto the board and forcing Chris to answer a wide board. Lumiere is a little helpful in terms of the math. Cheshire Cat will allow you to do some damage shenanigans, but again, nothing super impactful here.
Yeah, and to your point, like, if Matt had enough ink to play out, let's say 4 Diablo Watchful Ravens, right, all questing for 2, that would have been the optimal play here, right? That would have been, we want to get as many high questing characters as possible. Matt doing the best with what he's got, though, putting 1 damage over, sliding it over, leading me to believe that he's not going to challenge, he's instead going to quest. Matt's not going to quest. Matt's going to keep these Hades up and say, oh, you know what, I'm gonna save these Hades. I don't know. Am I missing something? I would think that Matt, maybe I'm just a little too squirrely here, but I would be like, I gotta quest. I gotta pull the trigger. Let me get these Hades. Let me start questing. Let me get up to 12. But Matt's showing immense amounts of patience here.
Yeah, it's just, you will gain the lore, but you are going to lose them on the challenge, and the cat will be able to make some use of those damage counters as well. So,
and another Madam in the Elephant, recurring back 3 nice cards to Chris Louis in the form of the Cheshire Cat and whatever 2 cards were underneath, and now Chris Louis. It's like a little present. You get to open it up and see what you had under the cat the whole time here. One of the best.
Like a little present.
Yeah, you don't know what
cat,
it is.
A little cat present.
Yeah.
He's been accumulating cards and gives you a little gift.
Yeah.
That's true. Speaking of cards, Dumbo coming down here now. And Chris now, and between these 2 games, has managed to draw, I think, 6 or 7 cards off of the Cheshire Cat. So, again, that benefit of that boost ability. Matt boosting himself over there, but I don't think you usually see Elephants run in this deck or a convenient way to scoop that cat. There may be a card I'm not thinking of, but in any case,
yeah, the magical maneuvers.
Magical maneuvers could do it.
One
or
of those cards, but I haven't
Olaf
seen
is
Chris.
The other one if you run
right.
Usually here.
Have not seen Chris with either of those other cards, so maybe saying, you know, Madam Mim Elephant really good, especially here because now it's another card that will be able to slide over damage, making Matt not want to quest out his cards, which is exactly what he wants to do. Chris, meanwhile, is slowly but surely gaining steady lore each turn. He's up to 8 now. It went from 10 to 0 to 10 to 8, Liam.
Yeah, and just creeping up, trying to close this out. I'm really struggling to think of the lines Matt has back into this game. That card might help. That might help, and that's one of the reasons that you save those Hades now, exerting everything, and now you can offer trades on your own terms.
Yeah, but Matt kind of gestured like he was going to pass the turn. I'm wondering what you do. You do have the Lumiere, right? So you can use both of these Hades to 2-for-1 into the Madam Mim Elephant and save them back. It's not what you want to do. You can 2-for-1 into the Hades Infernal Schemer, take a 2-quester off the board.
Yeah, the math is still just wrong. Although that cat is going to be able to do some shenanigans. That Dumbo, though, is incredibly threatening over there with its card draw. So there we're going to challenge in. We're going to scoot some damage over with the cat, send that Hades off the board. And that's one of the reasons you save those Hades now, because you do have some challengers. But we'll see if the other one chooses to go into anything else.
Yeah, we kind of want to go Cheshire Cat and Hades into the Madam Mim Elephant, and then maybe Lumiere into the Tipo, maybe? I don't know. You really want to get this elephant off the board, I feel, because the ability of moving and sliding over the 2 damage is too tough. Next stop, Olympus is going to re-ready the Hades here.
Oh, what a fun card. Now it's not available. So that card in here to deal with some of these illusions, but in this instance, keeping that Hades safe. So a little bit of challenging going on there. Once that Demona comes in, there for the card draw, get a big body on the board. But he says, since your character is exerted, I might as well go in for a cheeky quest. I've got this card sitting around, and I'm going to ready this Hades to protect it. So a little bit of a board swing there.
Ooh, man. And Matt just showcasing how much of a rock and a hard place he is in right now, because he's just, it seems like he's very afraid to quest anything out, to make some challenges in. They're all bad decisions. I'm not going to lie. You don't have anything that screams, this is the best. But I can't believe he left that Madam Mim Elephant on the board here. We're going to, and especially once we have Elsa Fifth Spirit, no way that Matt could have known that double Elsa Fifth Spirits were going to come down and exert his characters. But now we're going to be able to get rid of this Cheshire Cat. It's all a matter of how we want to do that. Maybe we challenge in with the Madam Mim Elephant to put some damage onto her. Yeah, a little damage equity, if you will.
Seems like the best option, especially with the damage shenanigans that elephant can throw around, and a lot of board clearance here, and it is starting to snowball. A very wide board from the Blurple player. Cards exerted in different directions here, just for fun. And
now Chris Louis has taken the lead. He's at 11 with the wider board, and now Matt shaking his head, trying to figure it out, but I don't know how much there is to figure out here, Liam. I mean, Ruby Amethyst is tough in any scenario, but especially now that we're this late in the game. It looks like Chris is up to, what, 10 lore, if I'm not mistaken here?
Yeah, it's just a tough spot. Matt, at this point, digging for a Be Prepared, not going to find one. Hoping to reset the board here. But yeah, it is, again, inevitability in this match. And again, as we mentioned up front, this is a bad matchup for Matt. This is not what he's hoping to play into. It's a little bit better than the Emerald Sapphire matchup, but it is tough sledding.
Ooh,
here's
this is one of the cards that can come back down. I don't know if the one card left in Chris Louis' hand, if it is another Hades Infernal Schemer, that is going to be I think that will be the final card to come down here before Matt just decides to maybe scoop it up and call it a day. But if this Maui Half Shark can stick around, we will be able to get back the
next stop Olympus, I think,
yes,
is all I've seen played. But we'll see if that Half Shark finally manages to stick around. It looks like it will. I see a cat and I see a Dumbo. So a Dumbo now going to leverage, or he's going to leverage Elsa to draw a card, looking for a Hades or some answer for that shark perhaps.
And 4 evasive characters on the side of Chris. He can just keep drawing endlessly if he wants to here.
And drew into a guidebook, drew into another shuffling around. Oh, is that a... No, I'll see. I couldn't see what the other one was. Because it's upside down.
Upside down.
There it is. Okay, so now it's a Royal Guard. There we go.
4, 5, 6, 7.
But digging, not finding an answer for the shark. And here's the thing, though. The shark is a finisher in previous builds, in previous shark builds, in previous sets. It was built around actions. Here, it's not really a finisher. It is a big body. It can do a little bit of work by pulling back actions, getting you a little bit of extra lore.
But the thing is, with the action Next Stop Olympus, you will be able to play it because you... Am I mistaken on this card? You can ready chosen character. They can't quest for the rest of the turn, but they can challenge. And then the next time they challenge another character, they gain 1 lore. Maui Half Shark will be able to recur that back to your hand, keep playing it back,
challenging shenanigans,
and keep challenging, and you get an extra lore for every single
and you can play it for free
action that you play, and you play it for free because Maui Half Shark is a hero. So Chris Louis has to be very, very careful here.
Yeah.
Because this game is still losable for him.
Yeah, it can recur a few times. The limiting factor, unless you have the cat in play, which we don't here, is the amount of damage that Maui can soak up.
Right.
So you can do some work, but it can't cycle on in perpetuity. But it's a great point. That combo does loom a little large. It's one of the reasons you want to Hades that if possible.
Okay, we're going to break records one more time here, and ooh, that's not a bad card. Into the Unknown. You will be able to sing that if Matt is not able to play. If Matt isn't able to play back, you can put the Maui Half Shark if you leave it exerted. I can't imagine a world where you keep recurring back the same card and then leave that Maui Half Shark exerted. But yeah, you're right. It doesn't have infinite willpower is the issue.
Now, if you had the cat in play here, if you had the cat, and with all of this ink, you could do some really, really nasty shenanigans by sliding around damage counters after every challenge, or, well, after one challenge, which would give you another one. It does give you another couple lore with the ability of Next Stop Olympus is paired with Maui every time you play an action. So it would give you an extra challenge, but again, it might be too little, but certainly be incredibly impactful. I'd love to see it here.
So after the challenge, right? After you challenge into one of these Elses, let's say, it'll be 2 damage. You'll be able to recur the Next Stop Olympus. You'll be able to play it for free. You will be able to gain
two
lore.
less, which is essentially free. Yeah.
Right. You'll gain a lore from the Next Stop Olympus. You'll also gain a lore from the Maui Half Shark ability here. You'll be able to challenge into 2 more Elsas, or another Elsa and a Dumbo. So that'll be 4 lore. You'll be able to quest with everything else. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're taking off 3 characters off of the board. Ooh,
that's potentially pretty impactful.
Yeah. Matt has to think twice because maybe this. No, I don't think the Royal Guard is the right choice because you're still max only getting 3 characters off the board. Or
this is some
this is tough.
Really fun
this
math.
Is tough
here.
math here.
I'm quiet because I'm trying to think through.
You got to take
total math.
You got to get 4 lore off the board. So here's the play. If it's me,
I see. Okay.
I'm going to exert the Royal Guard. I'm going to challenge him with the Elsa. I'm going to quest everything else. Get 4 lore. Get up to 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, with the 2 Hades and the Diablo, get up to 14. I'm going to challenge in to the Elsa, right? Recur back to Next Stop Olympus. I'm going to play the Next Stop Olympus, re-ready my Maui, gain 2 lore automatically there. We get up to 16, right? Challenge into the Elsa, into another Elsa. We have 4 damage onto the. Now we'll have 6 damage onto the Maui, but we get up to 18, and we're in a dominant position if that's the case. And we've taken out 3 of the Elsas.
Oh, here we go.
So
I would have loved to see Cat here. Here's that first challenge.
Here's the first challenge. So we play it for free.
Olympus plays for free.
Right.
Ready's Maui. We gain
a lore.
A lore off.
For that.
Maui.
And then when we challenge in with the Maui off of Next Stop Olympus, we gain another lore here.
Yep.
So we can challenge into the Elsa.
And here we go. We'll see.
We challenge into the Elsa there.
Elsa.
Yep.
We're going to get a lore off the challenge. We'll watch that take up.
Get up to 12. We're going to get back the Next Stop Olympus. We're going to be able to play it for free again. Yep. We're going to play it for free. We're going to re-ready the Maui Half Shark. Again, I would have loved to see that Cheshire Cat 2. It would have given 1 additional challenge if we had exerted that Palace Guard. But now we can challenge into the Cheshire Cat, which is the bigger threat anyway. Or do we challenge into the Dumbo?
I am going for the Dumbo here.
I'd be going for the Dumbo as well.
For sure.
And then I'd just quest everything out.
I think that's the answer. Don't give, but we'll see.
Because he'll be up to 14 here.
Yeah, it's still going to be a little short. But then the question is, he bought himself a turn. So this really, really, really tight. Now, okay, we are going to go into the cat.
Oh!
Valuing the damage sliding over.
Yep. You will
okay.
be able to recur that Next Stop Olympus 1 more time, bring it back, play it for free on the Elsa. Because he'll be able to challenge in with the Elsa into the Dumbo and then challenge in again, get up to 15.
Or you remove the other Elsa as the other option. So
1,
we're
2,
going to quest
3,
for
4,
3.
get up to 18. Challenge, I would say, I would say challenge into the Dumbo.
Wild.
Take out the challenge into the. No. I would challenge into the Dumbo first.
You can't recur it.
But I would challenge into the Dumbo first, then play the next stop Olympus, re-ready your Elsa, then challenge into the Dumbo again.
Oh my goodness.
To get up to 19. I mean, basically the same thing. So he did the exact same thing, just to the Cheshire Cat instead.
Oh my goodness.
Liam, are we about to watch Ruby Amethyst take it from the jaws of defeat?
I don't know what just happened.
Matt Dawkins rises from the flames like a phoenix and says, "No, sirree, you're not going to beat me today, Blurple."
Well, we'll see. We'll see, because here we go. Into the
4.
unknown. Into the unknown. We have to take out both these characters. Matt wants both of them desperately to stick around. That is going to help those characters who are vulnerable to that card.
Junior Woodchuck's guidebook is going to give that Royal Guard an extra +2. So we'll be able to take out the Diablo. That Dumbo will be able to challenge it for the Elsa. But now it's a fair game. But still, if Matt Dawkins is able to keep on playing cards and...
But what else has reach? What else has reach? Now, if we have I don't know what he has in hand. If he has an Elsa in hand and then he can play, if he has a Next Stop Olympus and he pairs it with an Elsa, that can do it. That's a bit of reach. If he establishes another Half Shark and plays the Next Stop, it's all about Next Stop Olympus, isn't it? I can't think of anything else that could win him the game this turn, but it's there.
Not this turn, right? He would have to have exactly Elsa and Next Stop Olympus.
Or a Shark.
Or a shark. Or just establish a wide enough board that Chris Louis doesn't have anything to do about it.
I'm just thinking about what to do with this turn. That would be it. So yeah, wide board.
And look at what Chris Louis has in hand. All he's got is a genie.
We have the Elsa.
And oh no! And he's playing right into the unknown if he challenges here.
He has the into the unknown, but he has to remove the Dumbo. You have to remove it. And the Cheshire Cat. So he's slide the damage over.
Okay.
He's gonna remove that Basil.
So we literally need to remove this Cheshire Cat. The only way to do that is with the Hades. If he doesn't draw into the Hades here, he is.
But he has extra cards. He has
the Cheshire Cat, or he has the.
He's looking for the Hades.
Okay, we have the. Oh, and it's over.
That was quick. Did he pull it out?
It was over. He did not pull it out. He did not. He was not able to find the Hades. He was
you ended so quick.
The game did end so quick.
I was like, the villain must be excited right now.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my goodness! Did you influence that?
Where did you come from?
What were you doing?
How did you know?
He's always here. He's everywhere. I don't even know. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Disney Lorcana. Throw the script away. Throw the script away. Throw the hey away. Throw the phones away.
Never mind.
Look, Blurple misses ramp. Here's what happened. Like, it pulled that game where Blurple misses ramp and then it ends up winning the game anyway. And then the other game, like, somehow out of nowhere,
Yeah. What can you say? What else do you say? What else can you say? Liam's leaving the building right now.
I'm leaving the building. Yeah, it's too villainous in here. It's too villainous.
No.
Oh my goodness. So here's this, ladies and gentlemen, you do have. So here's the story of the tournament as far as Ruby Amethyst goes. It did not convert terribly well. It started out at about 8 to 9% of the room. It converted very poorly, but still alive now. Still alive. You could see Ruby Amethyst in the top cut. What a fantastic match. If you watch no other matches of the weekend, this would be one that I would tell you to tune into, because showing what Ruby Amethyst can do and paired with that, when you have the shark in there, and I don't know.
I got one word for you, Liam, and that word is chee-hoo! The Maui Half Shark. We are about to go to break. Thank you for the applause. We're going to be going to the lounge right after the break. Stick around.
I don't know what happened.
Me neither.
That's wild.
Welcome back, Illumineers. I am here in the lounge, joined by Liam and a little friend here.
Friend, it's Remy.
It's Remy!
He's the secret to my success, actually. A few people know.
He's the secret to a lot of people's success, I think. And since I saw that you had Remy joining you, I thought I would bring out my mini ears.
Yeah. The accoutrement are part of the trade.
Yeah, I love how many people dress up, not just in like full costumes, dressing up as their favorite glimmers, but also just all the, the ears that you see out there, the Fun Spirit jerseys. Today, I don't know if you at home have noticed, but the broadcast team did a little something fun. I am channeling my inner Yzma today. We did a little nod to Emperor's New Groove. So I have the purple, the black dress, and of course I had to have some big blue earrings. And then Liam.
I'm gonna let them guess.
Are you gonna let them guess? Okay,
let them guess.
Chat, guess what you think Liam is channeling. It's from Emperor's New Groove. And yeah, show off that you have the green jacket.
Dark pants, green jacket, a little bit of accents in yellow. We'll see if you all know.
We'll just leave it. We'll just leave it and let you all guess. But all of the casters, except for Lorcana Villain, had to be a little villainous, and Baker did not join us.
Yeah. Sort of wanted to, but.
All right. Well, since I mentioned Baker, our very good friend and teammate, we actually do have an interview that he did with one of our winners. So let's go ahead and throw it over to that interview.
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Richmond, Virginia, and it is my distinct honor to be joined by a man of clearly fantastic taste. We have Matt, who's just come off of an incredible match, going up against Blurple, which I think is a bad matchup. I'm going to hear your opinion on that in a moment, playing Ruby Amethyst Shark. Matt, thank you for bringing a smile to my face. I was glued to it backstage. I even had to come onto the floor and get a close-up because that was tense. We're going to talk about the match, but beforehand, how are you enjoying your weekend, man? Are you enjoying the DLC?
Oh yeah, I'm having a blast. It's been a lot of fun. Came in from Colorado, so.
Have you played many DLCs before, or is this your first?
This is my second one. My first one was Fort Worth in 2024.
Okay.
I played Amber Ruby Mufasa there, so top 300.
A man of style, Amber Ruby Mufasa, and now he's on Ruby Amethyst Shark. And speaking of that, I've got to know what led to that decision today. Why did you lock in Red Purple Shark?
Oh man, I've been part of the Flower Farm. Thanks to those guys for everything that they do and their mentoring and teaching. But I've been on Purple, Steel, and Blurple off and on for the last few sets, and I get headaches when I play it, especially the mirror matches, and I start playing Amethyst Ruby, and it just kind of clicked. Shark was a recent addition, about 2 weeks ago, and I only practiced in a couple local events, but I did well in those events and felt confident bringing it here, so it's a fun deck, as you can see.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm a fan of the stock list, but Shark with Next Stop Olympus, it just adds an extra power level to the deck. Would you agree that Next Stop Olympus is maybe not as consistent as Hypnotic Strength and they never come back because you lose the card draw, but there's a higher ceiling? Would you say that's accurate?
I would think that's accurate, yeah.
So, any changes you would make to the list if you were allowed to right now throughout your 12 rounds of Swiss onwards? Has anything over or underperformed? If you were allowed to, would you twinkle with the list at all?
I've gone back and forth. I used to have 2 Yagos in the list. I took those out and put in the 2 Ursulas. Yep. Actually, with the improvised and the hypnotic strengths and everything I've seen, I think taking the Yagos out was probably right. Makes it a little bit higher. I had a few dead moments. And in one of those games, you could see it kind of stalled out a little bit there, and I was just top decking. So I might want to work on that curve a little bit, but yeah.
It was interesting because game 2, your opponent missed turn 2 ramp, and you went Palace Garden to Diablo. And I'm not going to lie, I was backstage having a chat with Liam, and I was like, I think he just won because that's the curve we won, and they've just missed ramp. What went wrong in that game, in your opinion?
Oh, I don't remember. It's all a blur.
It's all a blur at this point.
After that third game, I don't remember anything.
That is totally reasonable, but that third game was an absolute banger. When I was pretty nervous, I'm not going to lie, when he played the Dumbo and had like a million else's to be able to exert and make history and draw all the cards. Thankfully, you were able to follow up with a Shark. It stuck, and then as soon as you put that Next Stop Olympus to the front, top of the discard, I was doing the math along with you. Okay, where are the lines? You took the time to think about it. I think you got 3 challenges out of that Shark, and it all worked out for you. How are you feeling off of the back of that?
Feeling good. I think we missed Pain for the last Next Stop Olympus because the The shark was gone at that point, so it wasn't for 3. I did have 3 ink left over, which is why I didn't play the cat that I had in my hand.
That makes sense.
We did forget to exert the ink there. I'm sorry, what was the question?
No, I can see that your brain is boggled, and I want to give you a chance to have a rest. Before we finish, any shout-outs, any thank yous to the community?
Of course. To my family, my wife Katie, our 3 kids at home. She stayed there and sent me here. Thanks to her for giving me time to pursue my hobbies and all. JDRR and the Flower Farm, and then my local shops and the crew I came up here with. Couldn't do this without any of them.
And you've had a fantastic day, Matt. It's a pleasure always to talk to a Ruby Amethyst enthusiast. We've got more Disney Lorcana Challenge action coming up very soon.
Well, I know Baker is on cloud 9 with that amazing Ruby Amethyst deck. What were your thoughts on that
Letting us all know.
Yes.
It blew my mind a little bit.
Yeah.
I went straight from the booth in here, and the way he clawed back Game 3. If there's a match, if you're going to watch like one match this weekend, let's say you're catching up, I would recommend this one as one of the top ones you should tune into. It's fantastic.
It was a great game, a great deck list there, but we have another deck list that we're going to take a look at. This is something a little fun. This is an Amethyst Emerald deck piloted this weekend by Scott Markison, who was our second place winner at the North American Championship in Season 1 Worlds Qualifier. And I know that this ink pair, Liam, is one that is near and dear to your heart, and I want you to kind of walk through this deck for us.
Yeah, no, one of the things I love about this ink pair is you never quite know what you're going to get when you sit down to play against it. A lot of people are familiar with we'll call it the burn variant that we covered yesterday. It's a deck that is designed to go quick in the early game and then finish things off with enigmatic Inkcasters and other reach cards. This one, though, is very different, and it's also not like the tempo variant we're used to seeing or the mid-range variant. Mid-range decks are designed to go aggressive when necessary, but also can play the control game.
Yes.
This deck does not go aggressive early. Most of its early game cards are designed to control the board a little bit, cards like Flynn Rider, and then using cards like Louis the Alligator to slow down aggressive decks. What it wants to do is go long. It does the traditional brawl in the mid-game with cards like Elsa the Fifth Spirit, with Dumbo, with Genie, all of those things that you're used to seeing the evasive wars. But then in the end game, it leverages Clarabelle for some significant card advantage.
All that card draw.
All that card draw. It's doing things that Green-Blue usually does, that Emerald Sapphire usually does, with cards like Mother Knows Best to bounce cards and cards like Clarabelle to refill your hand. And then at the end, it also leverages the Prince Philip and Malicious Mean and Scary combination that we're used to seeing, that board wipe they're used to seeing. So all of the things that Emerald Sapphire is doing with the Clarabelle and with the board wipe and with the Mother Knows Best, it's doing, but it's also leveraging all of the amazing Amethyst cards that we see in the mid-game. The only other thing I'll mention is it's common to see people nowadays, I think, run Webby in these Emerald decks, making use of a ramp ability. Scott chooses not to, but he does make use of another fun ramp card. Hey Hey, the Bumbling Rooster is not a card that sees a ton of play, but Scott making use of it here to give himself a little extra ramp and to power him into the end game where he can get that big board clearing combo and that Clarabelle light on her hooves online.
Yeah, this is such a fun deck, and obviously Scott is piloting it very well, doing a wonderful job today. Some really great cards in here from the newest set, Whispers in the Well, and it's just amazing to me how much of an impact this newest set has had on the meta. You see so many, that Prince Philip combo is only possible with that Malicious Mean and Scary. You have the Demona, you have that Cheshire Cat Inexplicable, the new Whisper, and I love Flynn Rider. I don't know about you, but I love that card. Those two Whispers are probably the Whispers you see the most, and then along with Ursula, Vanessa is another Whisper, but a fantastic deck building there from Scott Markison, and I know that you're hoping to see it go all the way.
I am. It is my favorite deck, and Scott is also a fantastic player. And for those just tuning in, Scott, I don't know if he lost a game. He was undefeated last we checked. I don't know if how he's going to do in this next round.
Yeah.
But doing incredibly well here on this color combo, which made up only, I think, 5% of the room yesterday.
Yeah. We are here in the middle of day 2, of course, going into a very important round.
Very important round.
Yeah, so a lot is on the line here. Round 12. This is the last chance for some of these players to make it into that top 32, and then it's going to come down to tiebreakers even for some of those players. We are very excited to turn it over to the booth. Who do we have in there to bring us our next game? Well, hello, Matt's number 1 fan.
He's been...
Okay. Yes.
I love it.
Matt is, yes, he has a fan club of one plus all the other Ruby Amethyst lovers out there for sure.
Let me live. Let me fanboy over Matt and over the Ruby Amethyst Shark deck. Leave me alone, man. Liam, I told you, mate. I told you, son. Didn't I? What did I say?
You did say it. He did say it, didn't he?
He did say it.
He did.
I can't wait for Emerald Amethyst to pair into Ruby Amethyst.
Right, let's get rid of them. Goodbye.
Hey,
be gone,
right.
lounge.
We'll
be
see you
gone.
later.
I don't want to hear any more of your insults. I can't even talk, Katie. That's how wound
I know, you got him all worked up.
He's
Liam,
got me all worked up.
shame.
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Richmond, Virginia. My name is Bacon. I'm joined by the incredible Katie. Katie, how you feeling as we go into round 12 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge?
I'm feeling so
hyped.
good. I am too. I mean, honestly, you're Matt's #1 fan. I am Matt's fan. He's from my local area of Colorado Springs, and he is incredible. He's one of those players that just keeps going. Matt's #1 fan. Matt's #2 fan.
Shout out to the Fowl Farm. That's a third-party fan-ran Discord to help players become the best versions of themselves. So
Yeah.
Shout out to Matt. Shout out to all of them. But we've got to lock back in, Katie, because this round, as Rebecca and Liam were just suggesting, this is very important. This, for a lot of players, was the determining round of whether or not they're going to potentially make the top cut. So tensions are high.
Exactly, because I mean, a ton is on the line. I mean, we talk about you want to win. This is for placement. This is for all of it. Because once you're at round 12, we know that they're scaling the different prizes for different thresholds, but the best prize, I would say, is making top 32.
Absolutely, because it gets you that confirmation that, yes, you are going to the national championships, the North American championships later on in the year, the next chance to play competitive Lorcana. And here we are going into round 12, game 1. A couple of players you may recognize on the left. We've got Ryan, otherwise known as RMB. And as you can see, he is on the Amber Amethyst deck. Will it be the whale combo, Katie?
That is the question of the day, because we've talked about it a few times. You see the ink combo. In this meta, I found more than almost any meta, you see the two ink combos, or a combination, that doesn't tell you the whole story.
Exactly.
You have to watch the deck, one game, maybe 2 games with this combo. I mean, it doesn't, statistically speaking, most of the time it doesn't even win with the combo. So if it's a combo's there, he might not see it the first turn. There's some telltale signs that he might see inked, but that's something Trevor will be looking out for. But Ryan doesn't necessarily know what Trevor's up to either.
Yeah, Trevor's definitely going to have some tricks up his sleeve as well on that Emerald Sapphire. We see the bump to start us off, and we're off to the races. But yeah, Emerald Sapphire known to utilize that Philip sweep combo. We're going to see the ink of Elsa and no 1-drop from Ryan on a purple-yellow deck. That is devastating.
It is, because, I mean, when you're talking about control decks, you have a little period in the beginning to be a little...
We got to read them. Sorry, Katie, but we got to read them. We've got to read them.
What a flex.
You've always got to draw attention to the readers. This is Anderson. We got a reader number 2. We got a double reader. That is indeed Stop Chaos in his tracks. Tell us about that song, Katie.
Yeah, I mean, this is a song where you are going to be able, it's kind of used as a tempo card, so you are able to return, I believe, up to 2 targets to the player's hand. And
3 strength or less,
yes,
which is quite a lot of characters.
It is, and it can be, like we said, we call them sometimes tempo plays, control, but it's going to go ahead and move it, and it's a sing together. So it's something where you can have a couple medium bodies and sing it, maybe a Cinderella and some kind of other ramp card could do it. However, I saw some other very interesting cards. I saw an Ink Geyser in there.
An Ink Geyser, and certainly capable of shenanigans, as I like to put it. We're going to see that Lantern played from Ryan on turn 2, an item which allows you to exert it to pay 1 less for the next character you play, meaning we're able to put out that mystical fighter Rafiki absolutely free. What a bargain, Katie, and that's going to be followed up by an inking of your welcome and that all-important turn 2 ramp in the form of Tipo.
Yes, notably Ryan hit his turn 2 ramp, in quotes, with that Lantern, and there we go, we got the same thing. So it's kind of one of those interesting things. I've heard Amber Amethyst described as a blurple, or, you know, it's kind of got that, it's got this ramp, the blurple ramp with this Amethyst. But here we go, we're able to adjust 3 ink and the Lantern, play a Genie, get the card draw, which is the other hallmark of why you would play Amethyst.
I mean, Amethyst cards are just powerful, Katie. So they tell me. So the word is on the street, and this Lantern does indeed open up that turn 3 Genie, something normally equated to the Blurple decks. That's going to draw a card. As we pass back to Trevor, he is going to throw ink a second copy of your welcome. That's 2 down. I'm sure Ryan is keeping count, because we do know that your welcome plus Clarabelle can be an awfully dangerous combination. Down comes the Cinderella. Cinderella Dream Come True. She has the Whatever You Wish For ability. At the end of your turn, if you played a princess character this turn, and spoilers, Cinderella is a princess, and she does trigger herself, you may put a card from your hand into the inkwell and then draw a card. And that card could be anything. It doesn't have to be inkable, Katie.
Yeah, so I mean, sometimes people say, well, it's not card draw really, but it's keeping your hand size a little bit stable. Yes, you're getting that ramp, but you get to have a new card into your hand. So we're keeping his hand size, or Trevor's hand size, nice and ample here. And we're seeing him finally develop his board. This deck can be a little slow, but this is quite the move here.
Yes, absolutely. And what's really interesting there is in the turn before, we saw Ryan play that Elsa, exert the Cinderella, and finish off the Rafiki. If Trevor had played this Clarabelle down sooner in the game, which a lot of Emerald players would, it probably would have been the target of that Elsa to break the shift line. But Trevor, a super heads-up play, playing the one-drop Clarabelle, and immediately shifting for a cost of 5 into Clarabelle. But now we see one of my favorite songs, The World's Greatest Criminal Mind, banishing any character with 5 strength or less. Or more. Sorry.
Which in this meta is not something that's hard to find. We see another one on the board, but it's very fascinating because we tend to think of Amber and Steel as like the removal colors, but with the Horseman Strikes and World's Greatest Criminal Mind, this deck has access to some pretty powerful spot removal that we just saw. That Clarabelle is pretty hard to remove, but in this case, done in one simple small song.
100%, and we saw earlier Ryan actually inked that Ellen Wee, a new card from Whispers in the Well, from the Black Cauldron. She has that support keyword, and I imagine there are more cards in this deck with that support, so the World's Greatest Criminal Mind should be pretty online throughout the match, and you've got to think Ryan is also utilizing the Horseman Strikes to get rid of some of those pesky evasives. But another Clarabelle from Trevor.
Truly my favorite thing, when somebody says, I remove this, and you say, no, you don't.
No, you didn't.
I stand firm.
I don't believe you.
And one of the things we talk about the disparity between the decks, I mean, one of them is Amethyst, which is the strongest color for card draw.
Purple card's good.
Yes, but Clarabelle is there to say, I can help with this. It takes advantage of a greedy Amethyst meta.
Let me help you. Down comes that Ursula Whisper of Vanessa, an incredibly powerful new card. You may boost 1, and for that price, she gains evasive and an extra lore, and she's a 4/5, really a tricky character to answer in the evasive game plans of many decks these days. We see that Junior Woodchuck Guidebook come down for a cost of 2, a card that you can then pay 1 and exert it to banish it and draw 2 cards. We're not going to be triggering that straight away, just leaving it out for a rainy day, Katie.
Yeah, and what we're seeing is an example of why people have been checking in item removal into these decks. But there we go. We saw it ink twice, but we finally get to see it do the thing that it's supposed to do, which is stopping that chaos of Ryan's board getting wide and bouncing 2 of his cards back to him with 2 strength or less in this case. It looks like I got so excited about seeing it, but I believe there's Genie. And
then You're Welcome being used to target that Ursula Whisper of Vanessa. Again, a very tricky card, and it's going to shuffle it into the deck and make Ryan draw 2 cards. And that's going to do a couple of things, Katie. First of all, that Demona is stone by day and will no longer be able to ready at the start of the next turn. But more importantly, this Clarabelle going to gain a lot of advantage from Ryan's very healthy hand size.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we've seen all weekend with this Emerald is it's just shenanigans aplenty, because it's taking advantage of the fact that they get to choose. I mean, this You're Welcome can target items. It can go ahead and replenish your hand size, your opponent's hand size. In this case, it's double punishing. Like you said, it's saying that I get to draw cards now, right? Trevor gets to. And then Demona, hope you like resting because you are stone right now.
You are made of stone, and apparently having cards means it's sunny. Apparently that's the theme going on here.
It feels sunshiny when I have cards, I do think. But
love that for you. But here we go. 2 being paid for Mowgli, the man card that's going to make Trevor reveal his hand, and then Trevor can discard any non-character card of his choice. The only one in the hand being Under the Sea, which is a perfectly reasonable card to get rid of for Ryan.
Yeah, you get to choose, but when there's only one, the choice is pretty quick for most players. But it's also interesting because when we do these cards like Mowgli and Ursula Deceiver, it's first you get to see, okay, am I going to be able to get rid of anything from their hand? But the second thing is you get information, and we just saw 2 key pieces of information because we see Jasmine, and we've been watching a lot of games today, but we have not seen a lot of Jasmine shift. We see sometimes a Jasmine shift in Sapphire Steel, but this is Sapphire Emerald. So we see the Jasmine Resourceful Infiltrator, but we can actually even shift, which is something I haven't seen today.
I saw it yesterday, actually. A bit of Spice,
Okay.
the Emerald Jasmine, who can bounce all exerted characters back to hand. We're going to see a third World's Greatest Criminal Mind, another Clarabelle back to the storybook. Hades making his way into the inkwell. Of course, this lady, Hades, looking for a deal. The artist joining us in the venue here this weekend. Did you get yours signed, Katie?
I did. It was a good deal.
It was a good deal.
I was looking for a deal. I said, can I have a signature? And he's like, what's the downside? I said, there is no downside. Double Hades reference. But
you're quite the schemer
Yeah,
of the
right.
infernal variety, I would say.
so things are looking.
Ooh, that is huge.
Here we go.
This one-drop Clarabelle, Katie, which really is here to be a shift target for the big Clarabelle, but also does have that ability where you can pay 2 ink to banish a chosen item, and the items becoming more and more relevant in our format. Obviously, that lantern, and in other decks you see things like the Emerald Chromacon, the Amethyst Chromacon, Ink Runner, the list goes on.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because we've seen players all day say, I am so afraid of items. We have things like the Lantern and Junior Woodchuck guidebook that we saw. And so a lot of people have been teching in item removal, but this deck just happens to have it. Between Your Welcome and Clarabelle, Clumsy Guess, it's already there, but then now they're saying, well, now I got to use it. And so suddenly this one cost that you play on turn 1, you might need it later, and we just saw it used to great advantage now.
Genie coming down with the What Comes Next ability, going to draw a card, and Mowgli going on a little challenge of his own into the Tipo. Both will live to tell the tale, but of course damage on characters can be very important for the likes of the Cheshire Cat, an inexplicable card inclusion in these purple decks.
Absolutely. Cheshire Cat is one of those cats that I have seen enter the board and be removed as quickly as possible because it is a problem. A lot of these cards have on-play effects, meaning when you play it, it happens, or maybe it activates once, but this is a card that can activate any turn as long as you have 2 ink. But we're not going that route. We're just going to say I have a big 4/6 Iago on the board. Just saying, this is something that can take care of 3 of the characters pretty easy.
Absolutely. The Iago Giant Spectral Parrot is the reason a lot of decks are including extra copies of action cards, just because this 4/6 body evasive on a 4 cost is an absolute truck. I mean, it is a Giant Spectral Parrot. What do you expect? So this could absolutely cause some mayhem.
Yes, mayhem indeed. And we do have that John Silver, which can be a very powerful tool in a control deck, or specifically in this control deck. He gives that Reckless when he comes into play, whenever he quests. So if there's only one character on the board, he can be devastating. In this case, we've got a couple options. In this case, he gave it to Mowgli first, but now we're keep going wider. I'm like trying to talk about John Silver. Here we go. We got Clarabelle deployed, and then that Jasmine shift target that we talked about earlier also coming down.
The John Silver going to go on a quest, and he does have that pick your fights ability. On play and on quest, you may give Reckless to an opposing character. Reckless meaning that they cannot quest and must challenge if able. That if able text is very important, Katie. If you can exert it in any other way, singing a song, or maybe you have something like a Dumbo, which can give the exert ability to other evasives, that is a way of getting around it. But short of that, this Genie will be forced to make a challenge.
Yeah, and it's something where I always go, do I have a song? But Ryan is, I mean, he has some actions, but not a lot of songs going on. So it's one of those situations where he has to see is there any way around it. But as long as there's a nice lineup of characters exerted, it is much more difficult. So now he has a situation where he has a pretty healthy hand of cards here. I think I saw the Horseman Strike, which is one of my favorite cards, but notably everything is firmly not evasive on the other side of the board.
It's not really for this matchup.
No.
The blue-green deck isn't really counting on evasives. Really, that's for the purple piles. But this Iago is going to challenge and get rid of the Tipo, and the Genie going to go into the Clarabelle, so taking 1 damage apiece. Again, the Genie had to challenge because of the Reckless given by the John Silver, and Trevor's board was looking pretty wide, but Ryan doing a decent job of keeping it tidy as he can. Down comes an enchanted Ninth Wonder of the Universe. 2! Another one.
Wait. Let me show you
There's
something.
more.
Yeah, the 8th, and now we're up to the 9th. But yes, the Wonder of the Universe, and it pairs excellently with the evasives on the board. You generally want to deploy this Dumbo once you have an evasive on board, because then you can take advantage of his ability where he is going to make some history by getting that lore, getting the card draw. I say one or the other. 2 seems a little greedy, but we also see Eilonwy. Did I get it?
That cauldron.
All right.
Absolutely. You notice, Katie, that Demona has been made of stone for about 5 turns at this point. Go home, Demona. You
gotta go to work.
You're not doing anything, Demona.
Please tap back in here. And so it's so interesting because I mean, you Demona's kind of like one of those conflicting cards where you're like, I need to draw a card. Demona, help me draw a card. Don't draw a single more card. And so I think Ryan has to be very careful of the You're Welcomes, the Mother Knows Best, all the sort of shenanigans that Trevor's deck is known for. But this is a shenanigan indeed.
The Ink Geyser, yes. This is a 3-cost uninkable dual ink action. Each player exerts all cards in their inkwell. Then each player with more than 3 cards in their inkwell, which is both players. Ryan just reminding himself exactly what this does. This card actually quite famously nearly made R&B quit the game. But he is here, and it's now a full circle moment for RMB. But yeah, this Ink Geyser, you return cards at random from your inkwell to your hand. Both players this is, until you only have 3 cards in your inkwell. Who do you think this is going to be the greater detriment to?
Well, I'm trying to see if Ryan only has... They only have 1 card in hand. Because ultimately... Trevor has much more expensive stuff to do, but he might have more ramp tools. If he can go ahead and do a Cinderella next turn, he can build up a little bit more incrementally and faster than Ryan can. Notably, he got rid of the Lantern earlier.
Choosing for each other. Sorry to cut you in there.
Oh, yeah. What's going on as far as what that was?
Different players have different ways of sorting out the randomness, right? And in this instance, I think both players just swapped inkwells and allowed their opponent to pick 3 at random to be returned to the hand, which, again, as long as both players agree, all above board.
Exactly. You've seen dice rolls. Basically, it's just making sure it is random.
Yeah.
In this case, we see some fun tools going back into Tyler's hand. But on the flip side, there is a cost to this magic in the sense that you're bouncing the cards back to the hand. They're not going away, so they're back in the hand.
So that Demona is absolutely not turning back to life anytime soon. Great to see a big smile from R&B, some nice table talk, a big laugh, and there's the Stop Chaos in his tracks. A little bit of a grimace from R&B, but good to still see him smiling.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when people are... Okay. That is exactly... You can't help but to smile like a tiny bit because you can't believe these moments are happening, where you're like, is this really how this works?
We started off with a big smile, and then the second one was like more like a titter, and now I think he is just feeling things. That's a big hand.
Yeah. He has a lot of
grip.
A lot of literature to go through in the moment. So one of the things that this Trevor's deck takes advantage of is, yes, he did lose some ink, but he has advantage where he can ramp like we talked about, and he did take advantage of that. He does have the ability where he can do shifting, and he also can do sing together. So Stop Chaos and track and sing together, and then basically can split. And a lot of these decks are saying how much value can I get for the least amount possible, and in this case, he got a ton of value that turn.
Yeah, that Ink Geyser is certainly impactful. We find ourselves in a position where Trevor is left with a pretty wide board of, like, John Silver and Claravel are pretty good characters, and Ryan with simply that frozen or turned to stone Demona, who has been sideways for a long time.
I have forgotten she's there. It's like when you have a fixed thing in your field of view and you don't see it anymore. That has been Demona, because she got out there and she said, don't worry, guys, I'm one of the best new cards. I'm a 5/6, but... we see Trevor just ignoring her too. She's just been hanging out, not even dealing with it. In this case, this is one of the advantages of having a lower, they call it lower to the ground, but having these lower cost characters is you can flood the board. However, flooding the board is dependent on how many cards you have, or how much ink you have. In this case, 4. So he can only do 4 1-drops, which is something, but I think he knows that he's in a little deep water here.
Absolutely, but at least he did have this collection of 1-drop characters to go wide and try to match the sort of board presence that Trevor has. Of course, Trevor with a couple of slightly bigger characters, but this is certainly a good start for Ryan. Trevor going to play that Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman at the start of your turn. Both players may draw a card.
Oh my goodness, and speaking of sing together, they just sang another tune.
There you go. We'll be singing tunes all the live long day, and we are going to be going to a game number 2. That Ink Geyser, pretty impactful there, Katie.
And it's one of those things that it is, I think a double-edged sword is a theatrical term here, or maybe a literary term, where basically you have to be careful with it. You are getting rid of your ink too. And traditionally, I mean, it's not traditionally ran in the color combination of Emerald Zephyr. It's ran in that color combination, which is known for having pretty expensive stuff. So like we saw with Trevor, he had to be very careful and wait to the point where he had the characters and the songs where that would pair well together. And it worked out because once he had his lineup, they could sing the Stop Chaos in a Shack, Under the Sea, and really keep managing to be in the game, re-ramp. And it was like nothing happened to him, but Ryan couldn't recover.
For who?
Yep, absolutely. If there's anyone that can, R&B is a very experienced player, made top cut at the U.S. National Championship, has made top cut at DLCs, a very well-respected player in the game, and it's great to see him performing well here in round 12.
Yes, and I think at this point, he's had a time to think about a little bit. I mean, he didn't have a lot of time to think because Trevor was throwing a lot of pretty chaotic things at him. Stopping chaos on the track, he was doing a lot of chaos. But I will say, he sees that Jasmine as well. So Ryan knows, he's like, okay, I can go fast, but that Jasmine shift combination could punish me for doing that. I can try to control, but can I out-control a control deck? So Ryan has to be very careful navigating this matchup because Trevor just kind of outclasses him in everything, but I think card draw. I think Ryan can have more access to card, but then he gets punished again because Clarabelle.
Absolutely, and it's worth noting at this point, I haven't seen anything from R&B to suggest that we are playing the well combo, so it does seem like, again, I could be wrong, maybe it was all buried at the bottom of the deck, but it does seem that we are a non-combo version, so we are purely relying on the strength of Amethyst cards, plus those Amber cards that we've already brought attention to, the Lantern, the Horseman Strikes, the world's greatest, and of course this one-drop Ellenwy.
Yes, and like we mentioned, she is one of those cards that we know and love this 2-1 stat line from Basil, but that Practice Detective is now a Princess of Ear, where she is able to add support, which normally you want to support your allies. In this case, you can add that support and make her targetable by that World's Greatest Criminal Mind if there's something on the other side that doesn't quite reach that 5 strength threshold, that World's Greatest Criminal Mind. So both of them have a little bit of wiggle room to do some devious deeds, and it's very exciting to see how they work it. But there we see Keita going into the Inkwell. So Trevor, I love this deck because sometimes by this time we're like, okay, it's that deck list again. But this is not that deck list again. I have not seen Keita today. It's something that only some players play. It's in the Inkwell in this case, but it definitely just shows that Trevor's list is Trevor's list specifically.
Yeah, 100%. This Keita is another way of ramping us. Of course, she's great for putting ink from your deck into the Inkwell, so you don't need to deplete resources from your hand. Generally, with Keita being a 4-drop, you then on turn 5 use her ability. So you still need to play a 5-drop, but then you skip to turn 7 the turn after. No 1-drop from Trevor, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have one. Last game, he chose to hold back that 1-drop Clarabelle until he was able to play the 1-drop Clarabelle and then immediately shift it. So a bit of a slower start from Trevor, but we expect that for these Sapphire decks.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the most pivotal turn is this ramp on 2. I mean, it's hard, but I mean, he made it, so congratulations. You've made it to your ramp on 2. We see that Stop Chaos on his track, and there we go. So maybe we'll get to see the Jasmine shift in action.
Maybe so. And you mentioned that Stop Chaos on his track. That seemed to be the Everest for R&B in the previous match. Again, we saw he was having a bit of a laugh, but after 2 of them, it basically completely wiped his board and led to Trevor taking that game 1. Can Ryan change that here and take us to a game 3 and beyond? We're going to find out. John Silver into the Inkwell. We're going to play the Cinderella Dreams Come True, and her ability is going to trigger, meaning that we can put any card from our hand into the Inkwell and then draw a card. Again, this is triggered when you play a princess, but if you played a princess during your turn, she does count for herself. So if we can play another princess on a follow-up turn, then she would trigger again.
And I have seen people ask several times in several places, hey, I've seen these lists and there's just one princess in there. Why are you running a card like this if there's only one? She's just that good by herself, where she is often the only princess in the deck. She's obviously got Jasmine here, which is exciting. But I mean, if you ever see her by herself, it's because she's just that good.
Just that good.
But either way, we are trucking along here and having that Elsa go ahead and say, hey, I'm coming over.
I'm coming over, and there's nothing you can do about it. Passing back over to Trevor, finding a Sail the Azure at Sea off the top of the deck. This could be ink, or maybe just help us dig a little bit further through the deck, or again, just to keep ramping. We know that Sapphire decks like to get to the high ink threshold, and down comes that Jasmine, and we've got a reader. Ryan going, yeah, just give me a minute. Let me take a little look at this here. Right, okay, I guess I'll return all my characters to my hand. Are you having a good time, R&B? It looks like you are. Yeah, this Jasmine is a shift 5 character, 5/5 quest for 2, and on play, if you shifted her, return all other exerted characters to their player's hands. That's all other, including your own. Pretty good.
Yeah, and I think it really takes advantage of a game 2, because if you think about it, if you are the Ryan and you're going first and you want to go fast, you're like, okay, I need to get as much value as early as possible, because he knows what Trevor can do. And so while he's going fast, Trevor's just going, good, do it. Because Trevor didn't take anything, because it's all exerted characters. So normally you'd be like, well, I don't want to punish myself. But in this case, he said, no, I literally have one character. I'm fine.
Absolutely. And again, there could be some board states where you might just quest out your other characters and, hey, it might not feel good to put them back to your hand, but if your opponent's about to win the game, then it's certainly an out. It's one of our very few remaining board clears, like quote unquote, because it isn't an assured board wipe, but it can do that depending on the context of the board state. Lantern staying on the board, yeah, but let's not put that into the inkwell.
He's like, I don't know. You're over.
I don't know, man.
I'll just do it. What do you want?
Don't ask me.
And honestly, if I was Ryan, I'd be in the same position, because it feels like Trevor is pulling out all the razzle-dazzle magic here, because here's a Clarabelle who pairs so well with this Jasmine, because we just returned a ton of cards to Ryan's hand and with that Jasmine, and now Clarabelle comes down and says, exactly how many did I return to your hand?
Exactly how many, because I'm going to be drawing that many cards, and here we see it, drawing 1, 2, 3 cards off the top of the deck for Trevor. So Clarabelle certainly keeping us gassed up, and this Jasmine I really like to see, Katie, because when it first came out, this is not a card that really saw play, maybe a little bit of testing very early on, but we've not seen it in the competitive metagame across DLCs and set championships and various competitive events, but maybe finding its place in this format full of things like Purple Steel, Ruby Amethyst that just wants to turn everything sideways, but I think more than anything, dogs.
Dogs. And we've seen them barking. Dogs. I've heard them bark a little less as the day goes on, but they're still around, and Trevor knew that coming into this room. And I'd like to point out that when we go into, as casters and people who look at deck lists all the time, you sometimes say, what are they holding back? What are they hiding from us? And I feel like it's so exciting. You're like, it was Jasmine!
Reveal.
Tell me your magic here. But there is still more magic in R&B's deck. There we'd have that World's Greatest Criminal Mind, which, like I said, it's in a meta where you have some big, beefy cards like Clarabelle and even that Jasmine. World's Greatest Criminal Mind is now far more valuable than it is in a more aggressive meta.
Absolutely, yeah. World's Greatest has been seeing play on and off since its birth into the game, and I could not be happier. So Amber doesn't have a ton of removal, but World's Greatest was one of the best, and of course now they've got Horseman Strikes. Is Amber becoming the banished character's color, Katie? Please tell me tell me it's not true. Say it and so.
Control, famous Amber control decks.
Famous Amber control decks, yep, sounds about right.
Now, I'd like to note, we have seen Trevor play for 1.5 games. We've seen him win. What we haven't seen... Well, we've seen this.
Okay, so... Wait a minute.
Yeah, he's singing.
He's playing the 8 cost. Someone's going to say Jasmine is not an 8 cost character, but we're just going to do it the hard way.
Yes.
8 cost for Under the Sea. Put all opposing characters of 2 strength or less to the bottom of their player's deck in any order. And Ryan's deck full of characters of 2 strength or 3 strength. So these Under the Seas and Stop Chaos in their track are causing Ryan some issues.
Yeah, I don't think he finds it fun anymore. Earlier we talked about Horseman Strikes, and he said, well, there's not really a lot of evasive in Trevor's deck. And I thought, oh, what about Prince Philip? We have not seen Prince Philip of any flavor, or, well, it's just been in Scary in Trevor's deck, which has been a hallmark in, I would say, most decks we've seen of this color combination. So Trevor has built a control deck in Emerald Sapphire that says, I don't need Princess Philip and Malicious Being Scary. I control other ways.
I control you in my own ways. Thank you very much. We're going to get all those lanterns down. Triple lantern on board, meaning we can pay 3 less for any character we want to play. Down comes Dumbo, the 9th wonder of the universe, with that evasive ability, breaking records, making history. Big ears.
And I made because I see when you play 1 card at a time against this color combination, Emerald Sapphire specifically, it gets painful because there's lots of punishing single board cards. Hades Infernal Schemer can show up, and then another man I see in hand, and that is John Silver. So there is a lot of things that can make you go, okay, will this survive the turn? And notably, it's not removal. Dumbo is fine. The other thing, though, is you give it Reckless, but Dumbo can use his ability. So there's ways around Reckless. But John Silver can still be a problem because if for some reason he wanted to quest, that's not on the table, but he'll still get Lord no matter what. So it's not the worst thing that can happen, but it's still frustrating.
And he's just a big body, Katie. 5/5 quest 4/2, something that needs to be answered. We're going to ink another copy of your welcome and pass back to RMB. 3 cards in hand, I do believe. We're going to start off by breaking records. We're going to pay 1 ink and exert one of our characters, exert the Dumbo to draw a card and gain 1 lore. JDZ's favorite thing to do. Game 1, draw 1, pass.
Honestly, fair. I think you should have to pick because that just seems like you get a lure with the card. Come
Absolutely.
on. But I like it, and that's why Dumbo has been a mainstay in Amethyst since he made his debut in Fabled. But now we see Ryan saying, listen, I'm still drawing cards, because at the end of the day, that is the guess. You can get to the part where you're still in the game, but you need to keep powering your hand with more cards, and cards that do good stuff. Dumbo by himself, he cannot win the game, but that is a good response here.
Another copy of the World's Greatest Criminal Mind, choosing to get rid of the John Silver. The Jasmine actually has the exact same stat line, but Jasmine has done her job, whereas John Silver, every turn is generating value by questing and giving Reckless. Of course, as you mentioned, the Dumbo is able to get round it, but still, let's get that John Silver out of here for when we want to play a character that isn't evasive.
Yes. So now Ryan has reached a point where he has 2 evasive characters on board, so he's feeling maybe a little bit safer, because Trevor doesn't have any evasives we've seen. We haven't seen a Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes, which is sometimes he might have thought he would see it at some point. He hasn't. So at this point, he's stabilized a little bit, but Trevor has, it looks like, at least 3 cards, maybe 4 in hand. So Ryan's just saying, what else are you going to do? Because I have seen you do some pretty controlling things, I'd say.
Absolutely, that's the name of the game, is what we're looking to do. R&B doing some art with his inkwell. Quite the artist is our R&B. Again,
it's a smiley face.
Our Illumineers are indeed creative souls, and R&B showing a little bit of his smile on his face. I wonder if that's going to turn into a frown when something bad happens.
Listen, you can wipe his board, but you can't wipe the smile off his face.
I bet he can. We saw it happen
we saw
in game.
Once. All right.
Katie, I'm going to call you a liar.
All right. It's called, manifesting here. Oh my gosh, we're about to see something I love in Disney Lorcana, the rare double shift.
The double shift.
You can do it, and that's the thing that's crazy. We don't see it all the time. Sometimes we saw it with Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. We've maybe seen it with Lady Tremaine. In this case, she shifted on herself, and that's how you have to do it to get the ability. So
Absolutely.
Shifting on top of a Jasmine, not only do you use less ink, but it counts. Dumbo was exerted, Dumbo goes back to hand, and so that is a little bit more of that control aspect that we have been seeing. But unfortunately, once she's exerted, she then sees herself with the exertion.
Yeah, 100%. We're going to play a Clarabelle, a contented Wallflower, who allows you to draw a card if your opponent has more cards in hand than you, and then down comes that 1-drop Jasmine, who does give resist 1 to another character until the start of your next turn. So this contented Wallflower resisted up.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of another situations that I love to see where you have 2 characters that could shift. He did ink a Jasmine, and that he's played 2, and he did bounce 2 to his hand, so inking 1 is not the worst. So he's like, I could shift Clarabelle, I could shift Jasmine. Do you have any targeted removal? And if you do, pick. And so
I am a little curious why the Jasmine was even returned to hand, though, to be honest.
well, she returned all exerted, and she
Except all other exerted characters.
oh. Maybe he's tired of it.
And I think
they're looking at it.
I actually think that's just been noticed by our lore guides here, and they're going to look to tidy that up.
And that's why we love our lore guides.
Because we inked the big Jasmine as well, so that's something that the lore guides may want to do something about. So, yeah, our lore guides are going to make sure to come to the right conclusion here of whatever they see fit. Again, the big Jasmine only returning all other exerted characters to hand. And I think just a little quick there again, it's round 12, tensions are high, and just bringing the Jasmine herself back to hand, including the big Jasmine that was under her and the 1-drop Jasmine that was under her. We've inked the second big Jasmine and played the 1-drop, so lore guides are going to work out the best way to clean this up and try and get us back on board. But cannot complain. This has been an incredibly spicy deck from Trevor. This is high-stakes matchup.
Yeah, and it's something where I had this exact situation happen to me when I played at a tournament where I was like, how do we rewind? And the answer is you immediately stop touching your cards and help, because it's rewinding a game state takes a judge. You should pretty much never do it unless you're at home hanging out with your friends. But if you're in a tournament, the judges are trained to say, how can you step it back? How do we make it exactly how it was? And that's what they're doing right now. They're walking through and basically saying, well, action by action, how do we get to exactly it was before what happened?
Yep. Looks like they're doing a good job of trying to fix this. Again, this is round 12. I will need to double check Trevor's exact score going into this game, but I know that R&B was on a 9-1-1 record.
Yeah, and so it's interesting because sometimes we talk about bounce as a way to it can be a way to control your opponent, but sometimes bouncing things to your own hands isn't the worst thing. In this case, he would have gotten 3 cards back. One of them could be used as ink. So it might have been something where he's like, oh, no, it's interesting because it's not always bad to do that. In this case, no, it does stay on the board. But now we do have Elsa, the 5th spirit, coming in. but she can be exerted here, or rather, no, she was left over.
So Elsa was already on the board. The Dumbo's going to come down, going to use the making history ability to exert the Elsa, gain 1, draw 1. And it does seem that we are back on track. Our lore guides able to sort that out. A thank you to all of our lore guides putting in incredible work over the course of the weekend. We're very grateful for you. Super glad that we were able to get that tidied up because it's been a super fun game, and I'd hate for it to end by anything other than authentic means.
Yes, and I mean, it's one of those things. That's one of these, we call them spicy cards, means that sometimes you don't automatically. I mean, there's some cards that we have played for 10 sets, and we all kind of muscle memory of what we do. And I would say that Jasmine is not shifting Jasmine in this deck combination, not one we're all used to. But no, this is one where it's very careful to know that she doesn't target herself. But in this case, Ryan says, all right, I'll keep going wide, which is one of the things he has access to. He does have some lower cost characters. In this case, we have the Ursula, the Whisper of Vanessa, and then that Royal Guard helping her out.
And that foil version of it as well. These new Whispers from Whispers in the Well, the foil versions in particular are absolutely stunning. Probably my favorite foils since cold foils back at the beginning of the game's infancy.
It was delightful to open my first pack with one of them because it's so fun when you open packs. They don't necessarily say how the packs are going to be before you open them and going, oh, but we'll see if her foiling is as good as the foiling she wants to do to get this win, because Trevor has put in a lot of time and effort in making sure Ryan can't win. But notably, Ryan is at 6, Trevor is at 11. Ryan has been able to find ways to draw cards, and he's been able to take full advantage of his resources with this Lantern. So even if an Ink Geyser came, he would have 4 ink and 3 Ink Geysers, so effectively 7 ink to play characters at least. Lantern can only be used for characters. So Ryan has done a good job of keeping a healthy board and presence and saying that Trevor can try to control, but he's still going to keep playing.
Yep, a wide board from Ryan now. Things have certainly flipped. It was Trevor that was constantly putting on the pressure, but now R&B has managed to build his board wide. Last time he played that Ursula, it was immediately bounced back to hand, and this time it's going to be immediately given Reckless, courtesy of the Pick Your Fights from John Silver. Now this Jasmine is free to either go on a quest or sing a song. Is it going to be a quest? Yes, it does appear to be a quest. Trevor going up to 12 and pass back to R&B.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, there are some characters on the board that could do some challenging, notably this Royal Guard. I love that card is tied to card draw, and it takes full advantage of Amethyst's pretty greedy card draw nature. Junior Woodchuck Guidebook with Royal Guard can be devious because every time you draw a card, you increase his strength by 1. In this case, we're just going to draw a couple more cards, making that Royal Guard a little bit bigger each time a card is drawn.
Yep, certainly a high ceiling for this Royal Guard to be able to hit for a heck of a lot of potatoes. The card draw available to this deck, and now we are going to take that challenge into the Jasmine. If you can trade your 1-drop for a 6-cost Floodborn, you're feeling pretty good, Katie. Am I right?
I love high-performing 1-cost cards, and Royal Guard is definitely one of those. We've seen that with Olaf Helping Hand this weekend as well, where, yes, it does something. Even Clarabelle Clumsy Guess. It's a card that it costs 1, but it can do so much if you use it the right way. In this case, though, we are going to go ahead and get another Ursula on board, just going wider, saying I'm just going to try to keep staying in this race to 20, inking the Rafiki, and getting that Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, which, like we said, we've seen a lot of times played this weekend as a little bit of insurance to say, sure, I don't know what you're going to do to my hand size, I don't know what you're going to do to my board, but I'm ready if you do something funky.
Sure, I mean, these Emerald decks are known to run cards like Bend to My Will to make your opponent discard their entire hand. So Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, that perfect insulation against something like that.
So we do see there is a Stop Chaos in his tracks, but instead we go ahead and get Donald Duck, perfect gentleman in there.
Clarabelle going to come down, pay that extra ink, and we're going to bust that guidebook, so no additional draw for R&B on his next turn.
Yeah, and that's one of those things where, like we said, item removal, not always something we talk about in the meta, but in a time where we have these Junior Woodchuck Guidebooks, which generally are played across 2 turns, suddenly Clarabelle's like, I'm pretty intentional. I'm not clumsy when it comes to getting rid of items.
Yep, absolutely. This Ursula Whisper of Vanessa was given Reckless by the John Silver, so will not be able to quest, must make a challenge on this turn. R&B going to think this through. He could make history with it, courtesy of the Dumbo on the board. But then again, this John Silver is sitting there. We are not quite big enough to take it out as a 4-5 unless we double in. So R&B may be looking to draw some more cards. We're going to use the Breaking Records ability for Dumbo. Exert, game 1, draw 1.
And if we could find another World's Greatest Crime, but here we go, 5, 4.
Oh, maybe not.
Reverse.
Let's rewind that back.
Yeah, just doing the math and just trying to make sure. Okay, so once you have that Demona in hand, you do want to do your math as carefully as possible because Demona can be a card draw tool. Also, you can use it to change the math on some challenging because it will exert everything on the other side. So he's just making sure he's emptying his hand the way he wants to, possibly before he deploys that Demona.
Hades going into the...
I was wrong.
And we got what you meant. The Hades going into the Inkwell. Down comes a Royal Guard. And here's my Demona, who's going to exert all opposing characters. And then both players are going to draw up to 3. This is one of the most powerful new cards in the game. Certainly contributing a lot of power towards yellow-purple, red-purple, blurple, purple-steel. Demona, it looks like she's going to be a staple for the next couple of years, Katie.
Yeah, I mean, Elsa Spirit, we love it. We love it. We love it, and we maybe sometimes not love it on the other side, but it forces that interaction, it foils your plan, and Demona says all of you are involved in this now. It's not just one, but now R&B has learned his lesson and says, I'm not keeping any Junior Woodchuck guidebooks around.
No.
I will play it and cash it in.
That promo version of the Horseman Strikes, this is my favorite. The black text box, I think, just makes this beautiful. There is a lovely epic version of this card, but that's my favorite.
It is fun. I love that they've changed the art for the promos, like the flavor of it, and this one is spooky.
As it should be.
But we still have a few more options here. We're seeing something where this ink color combination can sometimes be aggro. And so to see a player have access to this much ink, we have 3 lanterns, then we have 10 ink, so a total of 13 lore floating to play characters is a lot. It's a lot of decisions to make.
What is Elsa up to? R&B got a few decisions to make here. So this Ursula, of course, does have Reckless, so cannot quest. Will have to challenge or exert for the Making History ability of Dumbo. It appears we're going to take a double challenge into the Donald Duck. 4 damage from the Ursula into this Donald Duck that has a 2/5 stat line. Finishing it off with the Elsa. There does need to be 2 damage on both this Elsa and Demona. Elsa and Ursula. There we go. Everything above board. I expect we will want to... Oh, wait, we've only just played the Royal Guard this turn.
Correct.
And the Demona this turn, so no more challenges available, except that Ursula on the far right. Did that only come down this turn, though?
I don't believe so. I think
5, 6, 7. So 6 for Demona. No, so that could make a challenge then.
Yeah, so...
Or a quest. Yeah, we're going to take out the Clarabelle. I think that's right. Take away that shift line.
Yeah, because now you have so many characters on board. We're giving the Reckless. It can be really frustrating when you have lots of only one character on board. But then we see our 3rd Junior Woodchuck guidebook. And as we've talked about this card before, you can spread that cost across 2 turns. We've seen the downsides, the upsides, where if you wait, you might lose it and not have the ability to do it. But the upside is if you only have 2 ink and you don't have 1 more to do the last part, then you can say, don't worry, I'll do it next turn.
Yep, why not? I've got all the time in the world, but R&B taking firm control of this board state must be feeling pretty confident. That being said, Trevor is at 15 lore with a John Silver on board, so R&B needs to be careful that it doesn't slip through his fingers, but he does have 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 lore on board. Again, these Ursula's quest for 3, as long as they've got a card underneath them, so that's 3, 6, 7 for the Elsa, 8 for the Guard, 9 for the Dumbo, 10, 11 courtesy of the Demona. We're going to play a Cinderella and a Clarabelle light on her hooves, but what do we have to get rid of? The John Silver going to give Reckless to one of these Ursulas. Very good. So we still have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore on board for R&B. But that being said, he can't just quest out because Trevor is also presenting game on board.
Yes, so it's basically saying... It gets to the point where it's like, well, I can't win this turn, but I can make sure you don't win next turn. And that was his whole goal, is he's like, I just need to establish. And it's very interesting because I had players tell me, focus on the game clock. Don't focus on, just don't get short-sighted and only focus on what can I do to mess with my opponent? Because it's not about that. What do you need to do to just make sure you win on your next turn? And in this case, that's what he focused on, getting a little bit more ink, a little bit more board presence, drawing some cards, and then saying, all right, you can't win next turn. What are you going to do?
Yep, R&B needs to be able to interact with this Cinderella or Clarabelle, or he is going to lose the game. This John Silver, of course, is exerted, so should be able to deal with that. But we need a way to interact with the Clarabelle or the Cinderella, or its curtains anyway.
Exactly. We've seen World's Greatest Criminal Mind. That is one option, but otherwise, yeah, obviously R&B, it's kind of saying, I've seen this a lot in Emerald decks where it's like, you get to pick. What are you going to do to deal with these problems I'm giving you? And he wants to quest faster than Trevor. By dealing with John Silver, you would lose that race, but he has to do something about it. So he's just going ahead, drawing a couple more cards and saying, doing the thing where you open the fridge and see if maybe there's something you bought that you forgot about, hoping for one of those World's Greatest Criminal Mind and hoping there's some way to inch out of this conundrum he's found himself in.
Ursula, Whisperer, Vanessa, was that a quest there? Yes, it does appear to be. That's going to take us up to 16 lore. But do we have a way to... Have you seen anything in R&B's hand that can get rid of a Cinderella or a Clarabelle, Katie? He's playing it pretty tight to his chest.
No, that's why I'm like, maybe he's digging for that World's Greatest Criminal Mind.
No, sir.
But I've seen so many surprises this week.
Absolutely.
So I'm like, well, I don't know. I feel like... There's one card that I'm trying to see what's in Trevor's hand because I'm still like, have we not seen the final? I feel like I saw it Heads Held High. I'm like, that'd be the craziest thing in the world. No, it's something else. But either way, I think R&B is saying, what's the math? He's doing the math over and over again with the cards in his hand. How many cards can you draw? If you keep drawing cards, there's a chance you won't be able to play them. So he's just going a little bit wider here.
Do we have Demona? Yeah, I think it's got to be because we've got those 3 lanterns and 3 spare ink. There's the Demona. So that's going to allow us to exert all opposing characters. Both players will draw up to 3. Very nice. So we can absolutely save ourselves here. And this is looking pretty for R&B. I think we might be going to a game 3. I could be wrong, though. Again, Trevor playing Emerald. There is a particular go-go in the deck that could cause problems, Katie.
Yeah, Emerald is just that little rascal of a deck, or in this case, a very big rascal.
Not even sure if he's running it, but you got to respect the possibility, right?
That's the thing, is people say you have to respect, and with Emerald, you have to respect everything. They might come from my hand, they might come from my board, they might come from my ink. You don't know what they're coming from.
Coming for you, Katie.
Yes, coming for you. They're right behind you right now. But in this case, R&B had his own shenanigans, and he was able to use that Demona to great use here. Now we just have Clarabelle by herself, which notably only can quest for 2, getting him to 19. We talk about reach, and Go-Go is the only card I can think of in this ink combination that has that reach that we're looking for. But we haven't seen it, and it's just not the kind of build that Trevor really has. So he's just trying to say, okay, back to control. Is there a way I can control this board?
Yeah, no, that sounds about right. And Ryan seems to have asked too many questions than Trevor can answer, judging by this hand. I do see a Stop Chaos in its tracks and a plethora of ink available for Trevor, but this a wide board that R&B has been able to build. 2 Ursula, Whisperer, Vanessa, and Elsa, 2 Demona, 1 Dumbo, 1 Iago, Giant Spectral Parrot, and another Royal Guard. This is looking pretty comfortable for R&B.
It is, and I mean, it looks comfortable right now. Ryan has been through an absolutely the choppiest of seas thanks to that Jasmine.
And that's it. Trevor's going to pack it up, and we are going to go to a game number 3.
So, Ryan has been through a lot. He has had his ink, his characters. He's had his hand, some things sent to his hand. It's been a journey of just saying, Trevor, can you please be kind to me? But in this case, we're going to go ahead and say it's down to game 3. Trevor is going to get to go first. So he gets access to all the fun little lines, the Clarabelles, the Jasmine, all of that first. Ryan's seen a lot. He has to see it for one more game. And one other thing I am kind of excited to see, though, is that at this point, though, both opponents kind of know what they're dealing with. Ryan, I'm sure, is saying there's a chance there might be a Prince Philip, but I'm pretty sure he hasn't seen much of anything scary. Philip, he's pretty good on that. And then on the other hand, I think Trevor's pretty confident there's no combo. So at this game 3, I think they've sniffed out most of the things.
Yeah, they've done their scouting at this point, so they're probably going to have a decent idea of what to expect. How is this final game going to play out? This has been a banger of a final round game, if I do say so. A lot of spice from Ryan, and Trevor certainly showing some innovation, not just going with the typical Philip sweep package.
And sometimes I wonder, and I asked some players last night, do you think there is an advantage to having, like, is the card read where somebody, where your opponent says, can I read that really quick?
I think mentally, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think it has to help.
If my opponent reads one of my cards and I'm like, okay, you haven't been playing around this and you are, maybe you will be more aware of it now that I've just played a copy, but it's clearly not ingrained into your instincts as a player, right? Like the more you play Lorcana, we learn to expect certain things on certain turns, like again, play patterns on curve. So if you pick up a card that says to me, okay, you're not ready for that.
Yeah, and I mean, we say, your play lines, some of the greatest players, they're like, oh, I basically have muscle memory. I just know. I see the cards, I know what to do next. in this matchup, Ryan probably hasn't been against a deck like Trevor's. I mean, he's been flavors of it, but not exactly. And quite frankly, this Amber Amethyst deck is fairly new to the meta as a deck that you're seeing, especially in a round 12. So both of these players are saying, okay, I have to use all my Lorcana knowledge, every card I've ever read, and make sure when I make a choice of what I'm going to do, I make the right choice and I don't play into something. We've seen a lot of this Sapphire Emerald deck asking them to be like, you wouldn't do this, would you? And then they play into it. We saw that with that Jasmine early on. And so they both just have to keep their guard up and don't let the fear of something happen. You know, the play to your outs concept is making sure that you do the right thing even if you're afraid that something bad might happen, because it's the only thing you can do to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Trevor going to start off with Inking John Silver, and for the first time this match playing a 1-drop. So far, Trevor's been holding back that Clarabelle to play it and then shift it straight away, which has been a pretty heads-up play because Ryan, of course, has access to Elsa, and with the Lanterns in this deck can play it even sooner. So wanting to protect that Clarabelle as much as possible. Plus, the Clarabelle has innate value being able to break items, which we know Ryan's playing Lantern. But this time, Trevor establishing the Clarabelle. We do see that turn to sail the Azure Sea and a little quest for Clarabelle.
Yeah, and Clarabelle, I mean, like we've seen, she's good at card draw. She also is one of my favorite singers. So we've seen that this deck likes to take advantage of some pretty frustrating songs. So that shift would be very vital. We hit our first ramp there. As we've seen, we call it a ramp like 2-4-6, you'll hear referred to, but it's basically you're going to ramp twice. Traditionally, in Blurple, you only see one ramp, but this deck sometimes likes to do a double ramp, and here we see it.
No 1-drop for RMB on turn 2. Again, it's not the end of the world if he doesn't play one on turn 1, because you look to play the Lantern and then you decide, do I need to play a 1-drop on turn 2 courtesy of the Lantern? And if so, which one? Am I playing the Rafiki? And am I playing the Ellenwee? Do I need that support for World's Greatest Criminal Mind? Do I need the 3 strength that Rafiki can hit for? So pretty disappointing for Ryan to not find that 1-drop on turn 2. Or maybe we did. We're going to play a Mowgli Man Club. We're going to take a look at the hand. We've got a couple of Jasmine and a Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman, but no non-character cards. So no discard this time, but certainly information for Ryan.
Yeah, and to me, I'm seeing a couple things. I'm like, okay, well, he can't do the Clarabelle shift line. He doesn't have the ability to shift that Jasmine. But the one thing I do think about is when I look at my opponent and I don't see songs, I'm like, well, they don't have it, but they're 1 card closer to drawing it because I haven't seen it inked and I don't see it in their hands. So I'm like, okay, so things like Under the Sea, all of those are just getting closer and closer, and they can dig through for those cards using things like Develop Your Brain. So Mowgli's getting that information, he's soaking it in, but it doesn't mean you're in the clear. And these top-heavy decks, they can have kind of a little slow middle, and especially when Ryan's had a very slow start.
Absolutely.
The pressure is not super on for Trevor yet.
Yeah, but the game is young, although we are only on just over 12 minutes left. So hopefully we are able to come to a full conclusion for this match. We're going to ink. Haley's looking for a deal. Down comes the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, but not a lot else for Ryan, unfortunately. Yeah, a super slow start. We're going to ink Tipo, and down comes that Jasmine. No shift this time. Not looking to break the board, just establishing a 5/5 quest for 2 character.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you're like, I'll look at Clarabelle, she says this, and then you're like, oh, but she's also 5/6 and quest for 2, and that's really great. So there's those cards where, you know, the stat lines, the questing, it's all great. And this also means that if he should happen to fall into a Stop Chaos in his tracks and Under the Sea, now he is able to sing it because that has that sing together mechanic. So Ryan finally lucks into what he needs with that guidebook and says, finally I can go wide. Trevor saying, eventually I'm going to get those cards.
Eventually. There's the Lantern.
You haven't yet?
A second Mowgli Man Club. Again, no non-characters in hand. A couple of Jasmine. Horseman strikes into the Inkwell. And there's that foil Cheshire Cat, and that looks absolutely stunning. My favorite foil from Whispers in the Well. Easy.
It is. It's stunning. It's one of those cards that you have a moment when you get a good card, and that's, you know, something that's like a shiny. And this one is one where I was like, whoa, because it's just but I think now that we've all had some damage moved around thanks to that Cheshire Cat, it's not as fun. But one of the things we talk about is he doesn't have an on-play ability, but he's got that boost mechanic, and that boost means you can do it. You don't have to do it the turn he's played. You can do it whenever you want, however many times you want, just once per turn. And
once per turn, but yeah, across multiple turns.
And unfortunately, Trevor is just banking on he gets the good cards later right now, I feel, because he isn't able to do that shift Jasmine. I think I saw the smaller, the 1-cost Jasmine in his hand, but he knows that that's not...
there is a 1-cost Jasmine in hand.
I think he's like, that's not the plan right now. This is the plan. And so here we go. Stopping some chaos in its track right now.
Yeah, and also returning one of his own characters to hand. Pretty interesting. Maybe for ink or maybe just to re-establish it. And, of course, that Cinderella is going to trigger because we played a princess this turn, Katie.
Yeah, and it does say up to. Things that you want to pay attention to in Disney Lorcana is up to, may, because that's basically, sometimes you say, oh, it says 2. It's like, well, up to 2. In this case, we don't want Mowgli to go back because his whole plan is to find some more of those fun songs to sing. So in this case, the Mowglis can stay on the board. Now we have a still pretty impressive board right here. And like you said, Jasmine being a princess pairs so fine with this Cinderella.
Yeah, and so many princesses in the deck. But yeah, these Jasmine's probably not the ideal characters to play. You'd prefer to have John Silvers or Clarabelles, but they will do. They are big bodies, they quest for a lot, they hit hard. Jasmine, slay queen.
Yeah, I mean, I've oftentimes felt, if I'm not playing optimally, if my deck's not working the way I want to, what I can hope for is my opponent isn't necessarily having the best game either. And right now, Ryan's having a pretty slow. I mean, the Mowgli, once they come on board, the on-play effect is great, but then he's just a 1-2. We see a Genie, which draws a card, but he's not undefeatable. And then we have that Royal Guard. So he's got some good cards, but it's certainly not the greatest hits of all time. And we are seeing Trevor do what I thought he'd do, where he is getting to some of the greatest hits of all time on his side.
Yeah, that being said, I do think both players are kind of hitting the lower power level of their deck.
Yes.
Don't get me wrong, it could be worse for Trevor. He hit Ramp, he was able to hit Cinderella, he's been able to establish a couple of big Jasmines, but this definitely isn't the ceiling for this deck. But these Stabbed Chaos in their tracks are stopping Ryan every single time and just completely shifting the tempo every time Ryan applies more pressure.
Yes, and he is happy to empty his hand because we see that Clarabelle that we know and love. She's light on her hoofs and now soon to be heavy in the hand because Ryan has been making sure to keep his hand full. And it's the favorite question in all of Disney Lorcana. How many cards in hand?
How many cards in hand?
And in this case, he is able to go ahead and refill.
Because I'm about to draw that many.
Yes, exactly. Sorry. The answer to that is that our hand, you mean, our hand size. And so Ryan says, okay, this is how many. Because at end of turn, you go ahead and say, before I pass my turn, I get my Clarabelle trigger, I draw up to your hand size. And then I pass over to you, who now has a very full hand due to that stopping chaos on the track. But there's a little bit of disparity of power level on the two boards right now.
Hades into the Inkwell, so we now have 6 ink, but that Lantern's still on board, so we can play 7 ink worth of characters this turn. He did already ink a Demona. Looks like we're going to be paying a cost of 5 for the Ursula, Whisper of Vanessa, and another 2 ink here for a couple of 1-drops, the Royal Guard and that Elenwee. And this Ursula, Whisper of Vanessa does apply, create some pressure, but Trevor, I think, has the more dominant board state and is probably going to be asking the questions of R&B.
Yeah, I mean, you never want to be the person, you kind of are you chasing the winner or are you being chased? In this case, Ryan has to try to chase Trevor, and he doesn't have as strong of tools as Trevor has.
Who is asking the questions and saying, do you have an answer for this? And who's going to be ahead in that race? We're going to play You're Welcome, shuffling the Whisper of Vanessa back into the deck for R&B, and then he's going to draw 2 cards, which, again, will fuel the Clarabelle light on her hooves.
Yeah, and I mean, oftentimes it can be scary to give your opponent cards. I don't love giving my opponents cards when they have a control deck. But in Ryan's deck, we've seen, some of these cards. I'm not afraid of some of them. So he's going to go ahead and let Ryan draw 2 cards. And it's he's not super afraid because he's not a control deck. In this case, he's doing more devious deeds here and using that Clarabelle. Clumsy guess.
Clumsy as they come, just knocking that Lantern over. What are we going to do with you, Clarabelle? We can't take you anywhere.
I mean, she's saying she's clumsy, but she's been very purposeful with what she's been doing. I've seen her, and I don't think it was an accident. And so now, here we go. We have another power level where we just do a 1-to-1, and these poor Mowglis, they are 1-2. There's not a lot of cool things happening for that Mowgli. We do see another You're Welcome. R&B saying, is that allowed? And the judge says, yes, you are allowed to play You're Welcome twice on 1 turn. And then he proceeds to keep going and saying, I'm smiling.
I'm having a good time.
This is fun, but in the way where is this being filmed? Am I on a prank show?
I'm on stream right now. I really hope I'm not on stream right now.
Yeah.
Fun fact, R&B.
Good. People will sometimes you have a match and you're like, I wish you could have seen it. In this case, don't worry, Ryan, we all see it.
We see you.
We see what you went through out here, and it was a lot. Because Ryan is now at the point where he is done controlling and starting that quest, which is usually the turning point in the match where you're like, okay, I'm kind of done cleaning up your warn. I'm gonna quest out over here.
Yeah, let's just start asking the questions and say to R&B, yo, are you going to answer this? Because if not, felt cute, might win the game.
Yeah, I win the game later, and he caused R&B to draw at least 4 off of that You're Welcome. So at the end of the turn, he's like, I'm going to draw a truly resplendent amount of cards. I mean, it kind of looked like he was looking at, half a deck in his hand. I mean, it's incredible. It's an incredible amount of cards that he has managed to draw. And R&B saying, what could I even do to get past this point? And he's looking through his entire hand, which was huge, looking through his deck, and I think at this point,
the game is probably over, because if not, this is definitely not allowed.
Yes, this is not normally in Disney Lorcana.
Do you mind if I just go through the deck and find the cards that I need? Is that okay with you?
Yes, and he is this. I always tell people, if you want to know who lost in a match, look who's looking at the top of their deck to try to find something. That's the person that usually lost. In this case, he said, where were my world's greatest criminal mind? And they were all hanging out together at the bottom. But R&B made it to some of the top tables, and he put a great showing. But Trevor came out victorious.
Yeah, Trevor on top this time, but commiserations to R&B, an incredibly consistent and fantastic player, and absolutely a showman, likes to put on a show for the people, and we appreciate him for him. Again, this is the Disney Lorcana trading card game, mate. We ain't like any other trading card game. We care about the fun, the entertainment, the shazazz.
Yeah, we talked about that with our fellow caster, Brent, that one of the things we love to see at the top tables is the pressure's on, but they're still having a little fun.
Absolutely.
Because I think I heard Rebecca said...
With Disney Lorcana.
Yeah, Rebecca said she watched R&B walk past, and R&B said that was the most fun game of Disney Lorcana he's ever played.
Oh, that red-purple matchup. Yeah, I watched a lot.
He said, I played Matt, too. It's crazy. We all played Matt. But no, so to know that, Ryan, it's an important match. That could be emotional. He could go out there and be like, but instead he's like, that was crazy. So congratulations to Ryan for surviving to tell the tale. Like, more congratulations to Trevor for taking home that win.
Absolutely. What a banger of a match. We hope that you enjoyed it. We're going to be going to a quick commercial break, but we will be back with another round 12 match to show you. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to miss it. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Richmond, Virginia. My name is Baker. I am joined by Katie. We've just come off of a fantastic round 12 match, a couple of really spicy brews, but we do want to show you a little bit more of round 12. But before that, I want to give you guys a little bit of context. We've explained in the past that a lot of our stream does work on a delay, and the reason that we do this is because we want to maximize the amount of action that we can bring you in the form of actual gameplay. Every round we've been able to show you, pretty much every round we've showed you 2 full matches of Lorcana. We also like to fit in a bit of the fun stuff. Again, Lorcana is for everybody. We like to throw in some games, we like to throw in some interviews, some deck profiles, things like that. And being on a delay allows us to give you more content overall. Of course, we do want to catch up with ourselves, and by the time we get to the actual finals, we are going to be completely live. So again, we hope you understand, because we don't want that BRB screen up on more than we absolutely need to, okay? We don't want you looking at a countdown. We want to be giving you action. So in that respect, because we are now in kind of catch-up mode by the time we get to finals, because we want that to be live, we are going to start to speed things up and try and catch up. And in that essence, we are going to be showing one more match from round 12, but it's not going to be the entire match. We're going to be coming in at game 3, but not from the beginning of game 3. It's going to be a couple of turns in. I'm not sure exactly where in the match myself. We're going to find out at the exact same time as you in a moment, but that's just the explanation for you guys of why we're doing what we're doing and why we're coming into this match now a little later on, because we want to start catching up and be live by the finals. We hope that you guys enjoy that, but we want to see a little bit more Lorcana. It's better than sticking the BRB screen up for 20 minutes, so let's see some more action. How about it?
And honestly, this is the fun part of the match, because this is the part of who is winning on this all-important round 12. Like we have talked about a couple times, this is the last round before we go ahead and cut to the top cut. So these are 2 players in 2 forms of control deck. So that explains a little bit why it went long, and we're at 14 minutes and in the middle of game 3 here. And look how much ink is on the board right now.
Yeah, that is an absolute plethora, a mammoth amount of ink. Vision of the Future going to be played. We're going to look at the top 5 cards of the deck. Luke Wonderland, the wonderful wizard of Lorcana, as I like to call him, a very well-known person in the community. Does a lot of puts a lot of time himself into helping with third-party events for the Lorcana community. I know a lot of people are very grateful for Luke Wonderland bringing Lorcana action all over the globe. So it's great to see him here performing at the highest level of Disney Lorcana in DLC Richmond.
Exactly, because at the end of the day, he is, in addition to being a good person, he's a good player. This man has his own golden Mickey from taking home a win of a very own Disney Lorcana challenge in Seattle. My goodness. So yes, I got it. But here we go.
You got that.
We are now seeing the end phase of 2 decks that have access to ramp and are trying to control each other. So it's a battle of who can keep cards in hand and who can keep answering. Like you said, it's about questions and answers over and over. And we see that Prince Philip, which can be a question in itself. He's a 6/6 with evasive. And now we're just going to kind of see, what are you able to draw? What are you able to navigate? There is a disparity here in lore because Brian is up to 11 lore. Luke is behind at 3. He has a long way to catch up, but he also has what seems to be 40,000 ink.
Another Prince Philip vanquisher of foes comes down, banishing both of those infernal schemers, or shout out to Kim, schemers. Getting them right off that board. You are absolutely right, Katie. The lore discrepancy certainly in Brian's favor, but that Philip was huge.
Yeah, and you know, it's also huge, that 3 lore count, because that means that, like we saw in that last match, there's a moment where a control deck says, yeah, I'm kind of done controlling. I'm just going to quest. So he just has a little bit longer to go. Demona will come in, and she does exert those Prince Philip, but like you said, that stat line is pretty impressive at 6/6. Yep. So he's probably just going to hang out on the side for a while, and it's not like one where you can't ready at the start of your next turn. So now he's had access to new cards, which can help. However, we do know, we know that Luke has access to some pretty, he has other stuff on his side. So it gets him some cards in hand. He has options. He's not out. He's at 11 lore, and he has 5 lore on board. So he just has to navigate and stay the course. The difference, though, one deck has access to what we call a board wipe. The other one doesn't. Luke?
The other one just doesn't. That's it. But it is Blurple, has access to some removal in the form of Hades. Of course, we just saw 2 of them make their way into the storybook, into the discard pile. But Luke now with 3, 6, 7, 8 lore on board. So he is already representing a 2-turn clock here.
Yeah, so normally when we talk about the board wipe, it has to be paired with this Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes, and we talk about malicious mean and scary, but there's another way to go ahead and say, hey, don't malicious mean and scary, but I'm going to trick you. I'm going to say, do you want to clean up my board? We've seen it happen a few times where you'll turn cards sideways, like, why did you turn that sideways? And then you see your opponent do all this challenging, and suddenly they go, ha-ha, and they print Philip because you did the damage. I don't need malicious mean and scary. So in this case, yeah, I mean, he has now a nice, healthy 8 lore on board, 5,000 ink, and he's going to
5,000 ink.
and he's going to dig for some cards here with development.
The inking of the 5,000.
Yes, he takes both arms and slides them sideways to exert his ink, but we're just going to do a little bit at a time here. And one thing that can be very, very frustrating against this deck is this card here, Visions of the Future. It's been around for a while, and you get to draw 5 cards, and you're saying 5, and you get to keep your favorite of those 5.
Well, you get to look at 5 cards.
Okay. Okay, you look at 5 cards and keep your favorite.
A 2-cost second star to the right. Are you crazy?
Okay, you get to briefly go ahead and keep them in your hand.
Briefly, yeah.
Like, you get to keep one.
You can hold them for a moment, but you're not keeping them.
It's true, but it feels like it because they get to keep their favorite of the 5. So oftentimes you'll see your opponent look at their hand, look at the board, and say, okay, what's the best one here? But it can be frustrating because they're looking for usually something that's going to combine very well to the game plan that they're trying to do to get out of the situation. In this case, he has a bend to my will, which would be not so devastating when Brian only has 3 cards. It is an option. He has a lot of options with this thing.
Hey, 3 cards are 3 cards, right? And as this board state dictates, Luke is winning this race. So, like, Ben doesn't sound like the worst thing, but Luke Wonderland, a DLC champion, a world player, a far better player than myself. So I'm going to leave Luke to it. I'm sure he knows exactly what the best thing is to do here.
And he's thinking about it because, quite frankly, you have options with Emerald. He got his DLC win, his Disney Lorcana Challenge win with Emerald Steel, and Emerald just has a lot of choices like this. Like, are you going to have your welcome on yourself, your welcome on me? Am I going to go ahead and keep this card, that card? And so, in this case, he goes ahead and he just says, "I will just kind of keep racing you," and then he still has enough ink.
There it is.
To bend to my will.
To my will. And was that Hades?
Oh, that got discarded?
Yeah. When the bend to my will.
Oh, I think so. And if that's the case, I mean, that feels devastating because Hades is one of the few things that can deal with Prince Philip just in a jiffy.
In a jiffy, exactly. I mean, this Iago, as we've mentioned a couple of times, an absolute truck, but that 4-6 stat line, not enough to deal with the 6-6 evasive quest for 3 for some reason.
It feels...
What is it about every board wipe having 3 lore on it?
Yeah, you go, okay, you made your point. You're a vanquisher of foe and vanquisher of dreams in this case.
Yeah.
1 Philip you can't, there's really a rule. You can only have 1 Philip on the board at a time. In this case, we have Demona, and then that will allow both opponents to draw cards, which Luke empties his entire hand, so it's kind of... But I feel like Brian sees the writing on the wall because we have that time clock. The clock is at almost at midnight. He pretty much has to answer this turn. He needs those cards more than he's afraid of giving Luke 3 cards. Because card draw doesn't matter if you don't even make it to that next turn. And Luke has quite a hefty sum on his board.
Luke's certainly representing game with the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 on board. So Brian needs to take 4 lore off of this board, which is doable. We can get rid of the Prince Philip and the Donald Duck, so which would be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so Brian can buy himself another turn at the absolute least, but isn't going to be able to provide any lore pressure himself to get in front of that race. So yeah, one Demona into the Donald Duck, Iago going into the other character, and then this Demona will be free to quest or take out this Clarabelle. If we quest, that takes us to 14, but then we would have to play another character to represent game. Nope, we're not even going to do that. We're not going to quest. We're not going to challenge. We're going to leave it be.
And if a shift Clarabelle happens, that is the end. But you just, like you said, you play to what you can do in that turn. In this case, here he goes. We're going to dig and say, can I get a Clarabelle? There she is. And he goes, that's what I was looking for.
Look at all this ink.
There we go. It was just a quick look for that Clarabelle. And then we win with 6 minutes left in the round.
Yeah, because we had 19 lore on board, but shifting that Clarabelle. So, yeah, absolutely a mistake to not banish that Clarabelle there, but not sure how much of a difference it would have made to the final result. Great to see the very ending of that match, though. Again, that was very brief, but I will just give the explanation once again. We want to get to the point where we catch up with the finals. Again, most of the stream has been on a delay so that we can bring you as much Disney Lorcana action as possible, but we do want our finals to be live. We don't want that spoiled for anyone, and try not to spoil it for yourselves. Like, just stay focused on the stream, but we've got plenty more action to come. We're going to be moving on to the top 32. Those players will be qualified for the North American Championships, and there's still plenty to play for, more prizes, and someone, Katie, will sign their name into the great illuminary of I am going to Worlds.
Yeah, so 32 people going to Disneyland, one person by the end of the day.
Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Richmond, Virginia. My name is Baker and I'm in the lounge, joined by Z-Bex. How's your day been, Z?
It's been so fabulous, and I can't believe we're already getting into the top matches here. It's very exciting.
It's been a long weekend, but it's also shot by. It's very weird, these events like that. It's a rush of emotions, a rush of adventures, and I hope you've enjoyed your first one.
I certainly have. I feel like I could do a whole nother 2 days, but I mean, obviously, we'll save that for another
Speak for
Disney
yourself.
Lorcana challenge.
I'm speaking to yourself. I don't know if I could handle that, but we are very close to our top 32 cut. This is where it all gets a little bit tense, a little bit stressful, but just a little bit exciting as well. 32 players qualified for the North American Championship. Plenty of prizes still to come, and of course, one person will go on to the World Championship. And that being the case, we want to kind of get to know our players just a little bit. So I do believe we have some beautiful slides with some beautiful headshots of all our players, and maybe we can take a look at them right now. Here we go. Let's see them. Let's see those beautiful faces. Z-Bex, give us a little breakdown of what we see here.
Okay, so we see Nathaniel coming in with Amethyst Emerald at our top seed, which is pretty cool. And then we also have quite a variety of players here. Andre, Sapphire Emerald, and Mark on Amber Emerald. Probably the dogs, right?
Probably the dogs, I would say so. Next to him is Dave Solberg. This is a friend of mine. This is actually someone that's taught me a lot about the game throughout the last year of play. I've done some secret Lorcana testing with him. He's a hell of a guy, fantastic pilot, fantastic coach, and yeah, I'm really, really chuffed for Dave to see him make this, accomplish this goal of his, and I hope he goes even further. But the list goes on. Azias down there with Purple Steel. No surprise to see that doing well, Z-Bex. Justine as well. Also on that Amber Amethyst deck, we just saw that piloted by RMB, and again, Dave Solberg on that deck as well. Very popular. I was a little surprised, but are you surprised to see this yellow-purple deck do well, Z-Bex?
Well, you know, I did expect to see it show up in the room, but given that it was just 10% or less in the day one field, I am surprised to see at least 2 on this slide that have made it into the top 32.
Doing pretty well, right?
Yeah.
We've also got Reed Holman on Purple Steel, and a player you might recognize, Scott Markison, World's player on that Emerald Amethyst. But let's go ahead and look at the next slide. Going straight on, we've got Ivan Wong on that Emerald Sapphire. Probably the Philip Sweet deck, but maybe it's something like that Jasmine deck that we just saw on stream. Stephen Lee on Amber Emerald Dogs. Skylar Dunce, another good friend of mine, another player that's taught me a lot, and I'm super chuffed to see him make the top cut of this event. And James Gray also on Emerald Sapphire. Z-Bex, break down this bottom line for us.
Yeah, besides all of the Emerald Sapphire that we have here, Zan Syed with another one of those Amber Amethyst Monstro combo decks. A really skilled player, so excited to see him pilot that. Edward Martinez on the Amethyst Sapphire, Blurple as the kids like to call it. Dylan Crawley also on the same deck, and Jake Quincy on my pick for the entire tournament, Emerald Sapphire.
And he's representing my home country of England. Jake Quincy, I've actually known for years and years, even before Lorcana. Very experienced TCG player. No surprise to see him here, but let's continue. Christian Castro also on Amber Emerald, most likely the Dogs. Alexandru on that Sapphire Steel deck list. Sapphire Steel is a deck type that a lot of players are very passionate about. They've got a very loyal fan base, Z-Bex, so I know that players will be very excited to see him pilot that. Brandon Baxley also on the Emerald Sapphire deck, and our world champion representing the EU, Germany, DKP.
Absolutely, some very familiar faces here. DKP and of course Luke Goodwin. You can't go
the
away
wizard
without recognizing that hair. Yes, it's glorious. German Wessinger, and we've got both on some different decks. We've got Amethyst Steel, even though it was the most popular deck, we're glad to see it still represented here in our top 32. Who else do we have?
We've got Day here from France on Emerald Sapphire, another name that you may be familiar to. You're a fantastic player. And Rob DeHaan again. Lots of very familiar faces amongst this lot, but also, Z-Bex, some rising stars, some new blood looking to etch their name into the greater luminary and make history here in Lorcana. We've got Jonathan Chun here on Amber Emerald, Sam Samuel, who obviously missed photo day, but we wish him the best of luck. Tolga Ince on Purple Steel, and another player who I've only met a couple of times, but I've been following his journey for a long time, Freddy Rivera. Used to love his Steel Song decks in Infinity format, now rocking some Blurple.
Well, something to mention about Samuel for all of you youngsters out there, we don't have his photo on there because
Oh,
he's a minor. So if you want to
okay.
become a Disney Lorcana Challenge All-Star, it is possible even if you are not yet 18. But let's look down at that second row.
We're going to get another Aiden on our hand. We had a young Illuminator do well last time. Yes, please, do continue with the bottom line.
Down on some more Emerald, we see Forrest Miller from Florida, Eddie as well on Amber Emerald, and then we have Matthew Petal on Amethyst Sapphire, and to close it out on our new faces here, great top 32, Felipe Aslan.
Fantastic. And then we've got Forrest Miller, Eddie Cooldeal, Matthew Peddle, Philippe Asseline. Fantastic decks and fantastic pilots. Congratulations to all of these Illumineers. We're going to bring it back to us because we are very nearly going to go over to our casters and over to our first Top Cut match. But this is now open deck list. The players will be shown just before the match. They'll be sat down. A lore guide will come over and present the deck list for their opponent, set it down, and they will have 5 minutes to review. So there will be no surprises. They know exactly the color pairings, they know the exact counts, and we're going to show you the first deck of a player that we will be watching in top 32, the legendary Zan Zayed on that yellow, purple, amber, amethyst Monstro combo deck.
And of course, my top pick in our fantasy broadcast draft, so I am rooting for Zan to take this. This is the Monstro combo deck. If you haven't seen it before, that one of Alan Nadal Rockin' Rooster is a key part that goes along with Monstro and Famous Well. Maybe some surprises here, maybe Huey. What else do you see here that might be a surprise for this deck?
Oh, I don't know if we're going to be seeing too many surprises. I think the main thing is whether or not the player is on the Monstro combo, but as it is open deck lists, Zan's opponent will know that the Monstro is something to be feared. But yeah, Monstro working along with Alan Adale, who whenever you play a song, you gain a lore. And the way this is meant to work, we have 3 copies of We Know the Way. What you want to do for this deck, empty your deck completely. I'll get to how we do that in a moment, but you get to a point where you've got no cards at all. You play We Know the Way to send a copy of We Know the Way from your discard back into the deck, which you don't have a deck, so it becomes the only card. Then you reveal that card and you get to play it for free. You essentially create this loop with We Know the Way where you just are able to keep playing it. And if you've got an Alan Adale on the board, then this just creates a loop to just win the game on the spot.
Pretty neat because it's one of the first times that we've seen a one-turn win in Disney Lorcana. And then over here, DKP representing the Amethyst Sapphire. We know this deck. We love it. We have all of the copies of Hades, 8 total. Hades, Infernal Schemer, and Hades Looking for a Deal, which we expect to be big pieces of removal in this top 32, right?
Yeah, 100%. Also a couple of Bell Accomplished Mystic in the deck there, which you don't always see in Blurpool. The Cheshire Cat Inexplicable coming along and kind of filling that space, but I think
More ways
Bell,
to move damage.
Absolutely, but I think Bell is still a perfectly reasonable inclusion. You see that iconic Hades Looking for a Deal there. You love to see it. Into the Unknown, another incredible song card, a dual ink Blurpool card that can put an exerted character straight into that player's inkwell. Most of this deck basically following the script. There are a couple of Wasabis in here. Methodical Engineer, not something you were seeing in Blurpool decks beforehand, but with the increase of items in format, again, Ink Runners, Amethyst Chromacons, Emerald Chromacons, Lanterns. There's a lot of reason to run. Yeah, exactly.
Caster, if you see that, you definitely want it off the board.
Lots of reasons to want to run this. So we've got a banger for you. We have DKP, the world champion, going up against another incredible, well-respected player in Zan Zayed. I have no idea how this is going to end. Let's take a look at our casters. Guys, I'd love to hear. Whoa. Oh, look at that. Look at the style.
Me already.
I love to see that. Brent, Rebecca, I'm very keen to hand over to you and get into the match.
Oh,
but
I can't wait.
Before we do, I just need to get your first impressions. Who you're giving the edge to here, DKP or Zan Zayed? I'm sure you're going to talk all about it in the cast, but if I forced an answer from you right now, who are you betting on?
Okay, listen, here's the thing.
I'm
is
listening.
that you have these two decks, and so there's that story, but you have these two players, and I think that's the bigger story,
Absolutely.
right? So you have two incredible players piloting these decks, so I don't know.
I'll tell you what. There's an even bigger story layered on top of this story cake, and that story is that I chose DKP for the draft, so I'm giving it to DKP.
All
it's
right.
the world champ.
All right,
Yeah.
I love to hear it. I'm not going to say anything else.
You're gonna go against the
Let's hand
world
over to the
champ?
casters, and let's have that game overway.
All right, Brent, we're here.
We are.
I'm so excited to be casting a match with you.
I know this is our first time
It's our
together.
first time in the booth, and I can't believe we get to cast this epic matchup.
You know, I was playing in Vegas and you casted
I
my
did.
top 64 match
I
last season.
did.
And I dreamed of being in this exact spot.
And now we're here.
And now we're here.
Uh,
Dreams come true,
Dreams
everybody.
come true. Disney magic. What do I say?
Mhm.
Well, let's jump into it, Brent. Are you ready?
I'm
to
ready for
see
this
these
match.
Okay, so two Worlds qualified players, two DLC winners, and just incredible minds. I was talking with someone earlier about how when I talk to these players, it's just incredible thinking what's going on in those brains, and I cannot wait to see how this plays out.
They're typically thinking 3, 4, 5 turns ahead, sometimes even longer. They're looking over each other's deck lists right now because it is now open deck lists. This is the top 32 cut.
Yes.
It's all on the line now because it is single elimination. It is a best of 3 game match.
Yep.
Whatever you want to call it.
Match game with best of 3, yes. And we have just, some fun in store for us here. And that open deck list, that's really important, right? Because then you can study that, you know what to alter for in the matchup. And so these players, they know what tools are in each other's decks. You know, Zan knows there's a wasabi over on DKP's side of the board.
That methodical engineer. I'm sure Zan's the one who will be methodical about it. Zan notably is the one on the play here. He is 13th seed, whereas DKP will be on the draw in 20th seed. For those of you unfamiliar with this ink pairing, the Amber Amethyst combo deck, what I love to call the OT dub, the one turn win.
Yes.
OTW.
Yeah, of course, it's that epic combo that brings together the Monstro Infamous Whale with some other cards that
Know the
Baker
Way,
and
the Hal
Zebex
and the
were just
Dale.
talking about. Exactly, and you can win in one turn, which is pretty epic. And we actually saw that happen on stream yesterday with Zan doing that exact combo. It was excellent to see. And we are off to altering our opening hands here. Very key. DKP giving us a good look at what he has there. I love how he is cognizant of the audience at home, giving us that experience.
He acts like he's been here before.
Right.
Meanwhile, Zan is going to go ahead and alter first. What I know about this deck, and the reason why so many people are bringing Amber Amethyst, why it was kind of the slept-on deck that a lot of people expected to do well, is that cards like Horseman Strikes is such a huge part of the game plan because it allows you to win the middle game. Now, in these Amethyst Mirror matches, there's a lot of evasive characters, and being able to take out a Dumbo, take out an Elsa, take out
huge.
one of the genies, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And draw a card to boot.
And then draw a card, because why not? I think the Horseman Strikes was such an amazing tool to give to Amber in this latest set of Whispers in the Well. Now we see DKP altering his opening hand. And what's interesting here, I know a lot of times when people play Disney Lorcana that players are altering their opening hands at the same time. But you can, it is the person who's going first on the play that alters their hand first, technically. And so DKP chose to wait, watch, and look at what Zan is doing. What decisions is he making? You know, watching facial expressions. How many cards did he put back? And that gives you a lot of information, actually, at this level. These players are looking at all of those cues. And so DKP watching Zan take his alter and then going ahead and altering his opening hand.
Anything to give you the edge. Now, we have 70 minutes on the timer here. These decks can take a while. Meanwhile, DKP's general strategy is the general Blurple strategy, right? You're going to want to play down 1. You might be able to develop your brain, search a little deeper. Then on 2, you want to ramp. That ramp will allow you to get to your bigger threats later on, a little bit earlier.
Yes.
In the form of things like Hades, Infernal Schemer, or Looking for a Deal, in the form of Bell. Practice, or I'm so sorry.
Accomplished.
Right.
Accomplished
Bell,
Mystic.
Accomplished Mystic. Cards like that. Meanwhile, Zan will be trying to keep up with cards like the Lantern or Huey, Reliable Leader. Looks like Zan missed his one.
His turn one. What do you think? So I know that in a lot of decks, missing your turn one doesn't quite matter. What do you think on that Amber Amethyst deck? And then, of course, DKP, we see that Basil Practice Detective come down. But missing turn one on Zan's side, how's that going to affect this game?
It is a little interesting because these decks are both kind of playing the control, but I believe that DKP is going to be wanting to play the role of the beatdown, the aggro. He's going to want to quest ahead, get ahead before Zan can do stuff like pull off the combo. If you get a Monstro to stick down and get the Great Illuminary out, it's basically over.
Sure. Now, what's interesting about that, Brent, is you wouldn't typically think of a Blurple deck being one that really wants to race early, right?
Right.
So you're kind of saying that in this matchup, that's kind of what you're going to want to do.
Exactly. Some people have been comparing Blurple this set to Ruby Amethyst of previous sets where you can play the control or you can be the beatdown deck. You can be the one saying, I'm going to push the action. Much like DKP threw down that Sail the Azurite Sea, got an extra ink in the Inkwell, and got a Royal Guard. He is right now prioritizing getting bodies on the board that can contest. And now we have that Genie Wish Fulfilled.
Genie, yeah, exerting 4 ink to play our Genie Wish Fulfilled, draw another card. And Genie, not only does he draw you the card, but he's a nice body, quest for 2. Over on Zan's side, he have 2 Lanterns on the board, which is giving him a discount on every single character that he plays. Last turn, he put down that Cheshire Cat, Inexplicable, a shiny one at that, which is a fantastic new card. This has that boost where you can then move damage around. And Zan, I think what he's just trying to do, right, is delay the game as much as possible to get to that combo. I think is that another Genie in the back
That
there?
is another Genie in Din's hand. And Hades instead is going to come down. I was going to say a punishing move here would have been the Horseman Strikes, take out the Genie, draw a card. Din showing, you can take out my Genie one way or the other. I got another one in hand.
Exactly. And he's looking for a deal, and DKP is thinking about it. He does choose, well, okay, he is thinking.
He's thinking.
So the choices here are you choose a character, an opposing character, and that player gets to decide to either to put it on the bottom of the deck, but if they don't, then you get to draw 2 cards. So DKP has to decide, does he want to let Zan draw 2 cards, or is he going to get rid of the Genie? What do you think is the right move here, Brent?
I don't think there's a right move at all. I think both moves are painful if you're DKP. You don't want to give Zan more cards.
When Hades says looking for a deal,
what do you say, right?
What do you say?
Din hasn't figured out what to say yet. I do also want to highlight the fact that Amber Amethyst, while we have a second here, Amber Amethyst, even though the combo does exist in Zan's deck, by his own admission in his guide, he said that that 60% of the time he's able to win without the combo.
Yeah, which is incredible. So there's, when Katie and I were casting this match yesterday, so I've seen Zan's deck in action, and that there are multiple ways to win with this deck. It's not just the combo. The combo's awesome, but it's not the only way to win.
And DKP decides, go ahead and draw some more cards. I want that Genie. We need to rush out. And following that aggro plan strategy that I was describing.
Yeah. I do want to mention on Zan's side of the board, he has 4 ink, but he has 3 Lanterns. That's effectively 7. He could put out a 7-cost character, right? So he's 1 away from a Monstro. And then we have another Hypnotic Strength going into the Inkwell. We have Elsa coming down and then challenging with
the Basil
support to get rid of that Cheshire Cat.
Showcasing why that Basil is so important. What a good pickup in these Blurple decks. I feel like I woke up one day and Basil was everywhere.
I know. You didn't see him one day, and then he was very practiced.
Now he's everybody's best friend.
Yes,
right. Good thing he was practiced and ready.
Yes. And there's that Horseman Strikes that you were talking about, taking care of that Genie once and for all. So, hey, Zan got 2 cards and got rid of the Genie.
Maybe a little bit of a bluff play. I wonder if Zan had the Horseman Strikes in his hand and said, okay, well, if he takes the deal where I draw the cards and Genie isn't banished or put to the bottom of the deck, rather, I can just banish it with the Horseman Strikes. These are the kinds of mind games that these players are playing. This is top-level Disney Lorcana at its best.
Incredible. I hope if he gets an interview, I want someone to ask that question, or I'll have to find him and ask what was going on there. Now we have a Huey coming down, and this is like just like the Lantern, the same effect. Every time Huey quests, you can pay 1 less for the next character you play. So that reliable leader giving you some reliable discounts on your glimmers.
Who doesn't love a good discount?
I love a discount, yeah.
Me too.
It's a duck coupon.
The coupon duck. That would have been a better... Forget reliable leader. Coupon,
yes, coupon duck.
My favorite part about this Huey is that his ability is called I Know the Way, when a critical combo piece in Zen's deck is called We Know the Way. It was like they wrote it out for us.
Yes, and we had another Genie coming down on DKP's side of the board, getting to draw another card. I'm sure looking for more answers. He has something we're going to quest. We're going to quest with Elsa. And that Royal Guard going into the Hades. Of course, Royal Guard, every time that you draw a card, that Octopus Soldier gets a challenger +1. So he drew 1 for turn and was able to, and then drew 1 for Genie, able to go into Hades.
And Zan is exactly where he wants to be right now. Getting these lanterns out, getting this Huey out, effectively means that he has more ink than the deck that is known for ramping. Yeah. I mean, if we look at DKP, he has 6 ink, and sure, Zan only has 4 ink, but he's got an additional 4 cards that will allow him to play these characters out, cheat out the characters earlier.
Yeah, now I'll talk about just what happened real quick on DKP's side of the board, because he had 2 extra ink available. He put down a Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. Another Horseman strikes. The Horseman. He is coming in.
And he is striking hard.
Yes.
As that other Genie hits the banished pile, DKP shaking his head a little bit, going, how does he have the answer every time? Well, you know, luck at this level of play is a skill.
Oh, okay. Right. You know, I've talked with other players about this. We've said it on stream before, but Disney Lorcana, you do need a lot of skill, and then there is a lot of luck involved too. And it's where those 2 things meet, where your skill and luck meet, it gives you the opportunities to win the game.
Couldn't have said it better myself. As the Huey's going to take a quest using 2 of the lanterns, we're going to get the Cheshire Cat out.
Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe. I think a favorite card of every Amethyst player that made his debut in Fabled. And he is coming down and has a wonderful ability, breaking records and making history, where you can draw cards and gain lore. And who doesn't love to do both those things? Followed by another Junior Woodchuck Guidebook coming down. That is 4 cards that DKP could draw at some point. He can just pay 1 ink for each of those to draw cards.
And he knows that he can kind of... Put that on what is it called? Put it on a credit card almost, right? The Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, and cash them in later, because as good as Zan's deck is, when I'm looking at it, really no item removal. So DKP can do that against steel decks, right? With Pluto, Steel Champion, with decks like Emerald, right? That have the Clarabelle, Clumsy Guests, the Benjas also, right? You can't do that as freely as the Mowgli Man Cub hits the inkwell. We are turning a lot of cards sideways.
Looks like Monstro. It's Monstro. He is here. The infamous whale making that first appearance. That must mean, I haven't seen what's in Zan's hand, but he's got to have another piece of the combo here to kick off. Of course, Monstro needs to be dry to start the cycle. So let's see if Monstro can stick on the board for this turn.
And DKP has to know that this Monstro is an absolute threat. We could be seeing, I don't know how many cards are in Zan's hand, but depending on the number of cards in hand and the number of ink, this Monstro could end the game this early.
Yeah. So
and if DKP does, right.
Yeah, DKP's got to find something. He is using that ability from Dumbo. Did you see something? You got excited? Oh, okay.
I'm seeing
an Infernal Schemer. Infernal Schemer. Hey, he's scheming away, and that was one of the answers that I'm sure DKP was looking for. What a top deck there.
I don't know if it was a top deck. I don't know if he had it in his head. He keeps shuffling these cards, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, he did exert Elsa with Dumbo's ability to draw a card, but yeah, he's always shuffling his cards around. So there we go. Monstro going into the inkwell.
And as good as that is for DKP, as wide as this board is now, it looks a little wider with the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook.
It does, yes.
But you don't want to ink that Demona. That Demona is actually one of the cards that helps you take back a game, exerts all the characters, right? So him kind of being forced into the position of inking that Demona. Sure, we did remove the immediate threat, but we don't know. Zen could have been bluffing there.
Sure.
He could have gotten that Monstro down and not had the other combo pieces.
That is true, and we do know there's 4 copies of Monstro in his deck, and if he does put out another one, though, DKP did us a favor, showed his hand. He does have an Into the Unknown in his hand.
Ooh, yep.
He would have to have something like an Elsa to be able to exert the Monstro, though, to use Into the Unknown on him. So he does have something in his hand that could help him out if we see another Monstro hit the board.
Meanwhile, this Huey is just gaining lore steadily while also giving value in the form of I Know the Way, his ability, notably using just the Lanterns and the Huey to play down a genie of his own.
Yeah, and we drew some cards. I think he also played that Junior Woodchuck guidebook that we see in his discard. So he just drew 2 cards for that. And yeah. I saw Hades looking for a deal in his hand. I can't see if he
Very
has
tough.
Monstro.
He holds it close to the vest, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
He's thinking more about the game than about the camera.
You know,
Very
that's
fair.
While he's thinking, I do also want to say that those Junior Woodchuck guidebooks, not only are they a possibility of drawing cards, but also it's a possibility of lore for DKP because he has those wasabis, you know, in his deck. And so if you played those, he could gain some lore. Over on Zan's, we have the Great Illuminary Abandoned Laboratory coming in, which is one of the pieces of the puzzle of that
Zan
combo.
did have it, unless he top-decked it.
Yep.
He could have ended the game, and DKP needed that Hades. We didn't know it at the
was
time.
Beautiful. A Rafiki coming down for 1 ink with that 1 ink he had left.
Yep. He moved the Cheshire Cat to the Great Illuminary. What the Great Illuminary does is when a character is moved there for 1 ink, the character receives the ability that they can exert in order to draw a card. So Zan, while it is a combo piece, is saying, okay, what I need now is to draw, and I can kind of win out this game here because Zan is establishing a nice wide board, especially getting that Genie and that Rafiki down. That Rafiki is going to threaten a little bit of shenanigans because it does challenge in for 3. What a mystical fighter indeed. And DKP says, it's time.
It's time. It is time. We love to see shenanigans. Shenanigans is what makes Disney Lorcana fun.
Absolutely.
We are exerting Elsa for the ability. What are we doing, DKP?
I'm assuming.
We're thinking here.
Are we going to make history?
He did exert 1, and he popped one of his Junior Woodchuck guidebooks to draw 2 cards. So I did want to say that, and it looks like he did just pay another one and exerted Elsa to gain 1 lore and draw another card.
Once again, identifying how important it is to be able to quest up to a number that Zan cannot, that forces Zan into a position where he has to start challenging and banishing.
Right. Getting that interaction going on.
Let's see.
Yeah,
so
we're mathing out here. He's counting. We have Hades.
We do know that there is the Into the Unknown. I think he's.
Yeah, I think he has 2 of them. It looks like he has 2 Into the Unknowns.
Ooh, do we hardcast it? Do we sing it? That's the question here.
Right now you have Cheshire Cat as a possible target for an Into the Unknown because Into the Unknown, 3-cost inkable song that targets an exerted character. So it has an exerted character goes into that player's inkwell. So Cheshire Cat and Huey are the only targets on the board.
Also, the Great Illuminary is something we're going to want to challenge into. We don't want to leave that on the board and give Zan because it does gain 1 lore each turn.
There we go. And that Great Illuminary only has 3 willpower on it, so challenging in with the Hades, and then also going into the Cheshire Cat. Why not? Clean up Zan's side of the board so that we can start building. Not only are we cleaning up that side of the board, but also building up our own. We have quite a board here on DKP's side.
And very interesting that DKP had 2 extra ink, but didn't elect to pop the Junior Woodchuck guidebook. I wonder what he was thinking on that. Maybe it was forgotten, but I want to say that there's a reason because DKP is DKP because I don't think he misses a thing.
I mean, it could be that, you know, he has a pretty well-established board. Maybe he's happy with the cards that he has in his hand right now, and he's saying, I'm going to save that Junior Woodchuck guidebook for when I need it.
Maybe it is one of those, you know what, I don't need to do it right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Huey is going to go ahead and quest that reliable leader. We're going to discount something, and there's that Monstro coming down. Unfortunately, we don't have that great Illuminary, but we're going to go ahead and rush in and take care of the Hades.
Monstro is able to re-ready if Zan wants to discard a card here, but Zan, I don't believe, has too many cards in hand. So the question is, if Zan chooses to unexert this Monstro, I think that it's a little bit of a tell that he has the combo piece.
Right.
He passes, which is maybe a tell that he doesn't. Or are we playing mind games?
Right, sure.
Who knows with this deck?
Yeah, and you know, DKP would have to put 2 characters in to take care of Monstro if he wanted to. So if you want to go ahead and run 2 characters in. We've got a Hades, we've got a Hypnotic Strength, and something else. I think he has 3 cards
Into
in hand.
the unknown.
Oh, and that Into the
We
Unknown
called
that
it
he still
earlier.
had.
He still had it.
He's saving it, and Monstro is exerted. So Brent,
You see what I'm seeing?
I do. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing that Monstro may not have much time left here in this ocean, and he's going to have to go swimming into Zan's
Inkwell. Yeah, a very small Inkwell.
Yes.
We'll see. Steadily get a sizable
it's getting
Inkwell.
large. It's a medium-sized Inkwell for such a large whale, you know.
DKP decides to pop the Junior Woodchuck guidebook here.
Tipo and an Elsa 5th Spirit into his hand. He is inking the Tipo, and we're going to play out Elsa, exert the Genie, and we're going to see some action here, I think.
Okay.
What are we doing? Now we have some decisions to make. Of course, Into the Unknown could be sung by a character on the board. He does have the ink to play it if he wants to. We're using Dumbo's ability to draw 1 card, play, and there we are playing Into the Unknown onto Monstro. We are
Hardcasting.
challenging in to get rid of Genie.
Using the support from Basil to immediately banish with Elsa the Genie. But this Huey has the whole...
That was a turn.
Zan has... It's an incredible thing because that was an incredible turn, but Huey still just keeps sticking around.
He's very reliable. He's a reliable leader.
It could not be more reliable. The 5 lore that Zan has, I do believe, is all from Huey.
Wow.
So another great Illuminary hitting the board. We're emptying the hand and then playing the classic Demona.
Get to draw 3 cards here off the top thanks to that Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan. I love this card. It is one that I think every Amethyst deck just about is playing because, Brent, I don't know if you know this, it's a good card.
It's a great card. It is a meta-defining card. Every single Amethyst deck, I believe, is running a copy or 2 of Demona, other than maybe the Burn deck that's going aggro that doesn't have time. But we're moving the Rafiki to the Great Illuminary, and we're going to be able to draw a couple cards here. Notably, even though the Great Illuminary is seen as one of the critical combo pieces.
There's that Horseman has struck third time in this game, taking out that Dumbo, 9th wonder of the universe. Dumbo was no match for the Headless Horseman.
Cutting out a part of the strategy that Din would love to actually, with these evasives, keep drawing, keep gaining lore steadily. And Zan says, no way, I'm going to Headless Horseman. That was the best target, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely.
But even though Zan is starting to take control of the game on the board, on the lore board, he's actually behind.
Yes.
And I mean, he has to figure out some way here, because if Din just quests out here, he's going to be at 14.
Yeah, Zan wants to find his way. They both want to find their way. We know the way, and they just need to find it.
Yeah.
Literally.
We know the way. Huey, I know the way.
Hey,
and now a Hades comes down.
Another Infernal Schemer. Demona being the target here. What is... Yep, the Demona going into the Inkwell. We're challenging into the Great Illuminary. Again.
Look who survives again. Huey, once again.
Once again. He has 2 damage on him now, but he's still there, that reliable leader, questing again. Like you said, I think every lore that Zan has might be from Huey. This game is incredible, Brent. It is just back and forth. The scales tipping and then tipping back again. We are seeing 2 Octopus Royal Guard, Octopus Soldier, and another Huey. Demona coming down, exerting that Hades since he was fresh on the board, drawing 3 more cards for Zan.
Look at Zan's board, just out of nowhere. All these 1-drops, 2-drops.
There was nothing. Now there's a bunch of things.
There is there is a whole plethora of things here, and Rafiki is going to go into that Hades. We are going to start eliminating, but Din might be able to still cross the finish line here. All he has to do is keep putting threats onto the board with high lore, even not high lore, even just lore.
Just lore, yeah. 13. We are at now 16. And he has, let's see, our 2 Iagos, a Cheshire Cat, and I didn't quite see that 4th card in hand. He is going to play out a Cheshire Cat here for 3 ink. He has quite a lot of ink. What are you going to do with it, Din? We're going to exert 2 more.
If I'm DKP, I am going as wide as I can on this board. I am questing and I am saying, you try to catch up to me, you're going to waste a turn challenging in with everything. Or maybe not. Maybe DKP is thinking something, using the Cheshire Cat here.
That was the boost. So the 2 ink that he exerted was to boost Cheshire Cat. We moved the 2 damage off of Genie onto Huey to get rid of that reliable leader.
You just made the inexplicable explicable.
He did.
And now DKP still got a good amount of ink. I want to say about 6-7 ink here to play down a couple of threats.
Gosh, he has so much ink. These Sapphire decks, that's what they do. They have a lot of ink. But even on Zan's side of the board, wow. A Hades Infernal Schemer coming down.
Did you see what he put in? Zan thought that it was going to be the Demona. I didn't see what the other card was that got put into the inkwell there.
I missed it because the Hades caught my eye.
Zan was so fast with that. Yeah, I thought immediately, oh yeah, it's Demona. I turned to look at you for a second. I looked back and something else hit the inkwell. I cannot see chat. I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, all Illumineers. But another card was put into the inkwell. Either way, there needs to be some way to deal with all of the threats on board because now...
That is a lot going on.
Din has game on board.
Yeah, he has game on board, and Zan doesn't quite have right now what he needs.
Right, no answers. Here's the thing with Amber Amethyst.
It was Genie. The Genie, which quests for 2, and the evasive, yeah.
Wow, what an interesting decision. DKP seeing something that I am currently not. Let's go ahead and get the Elsa.
Okay, Elsa will exert Hades, and we need to get... Well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore on the board, so we need to get rid of some glimmers here. We need to do some work, Zan. What do you got?
What?
He just Circle of Life Cheshire Cat. He just Circle of Life Cheshire Cat. We are challenging with Elsa into the Genie.
I got to imagine we're using the 2 to boost, right?
Yes.
Circle of Life, a 8-cost song you can usually sing together, or you can just play it the old-fashioned way with all your ink.
With all your ink. Zan has lots of ink to do it, and so he has done the math, right? He saw some things that we didn't. That Circle of Life, we are challenging into the Hades, getting it off the board. We are exerting 2, and we're going to boost Cheshire Cat. We're moving 2 damage off Demona to take care of the Genie. And he's done it. He's survived for 1 more turn.
Yep.
That Circle of Life, I think Zan runs 1 copy, if I'm correct.
Single copy.
A single copy of Circle of Life, and bringing back what a play. Bringing back Cheshire Cat and cleaning up DKP's side of the board so he doesn't take the win. But Hades.
Zan is doing right. Hades, sorry to interrupt.
No, that's okay. Just that Hades looking for a deal coming down. But go ahead. What were you going to say, Brent?
I was going to say that as wide of a board, as in control as Zan is right now, DKP is at 16 lore, and we are hitting critical mass here. So Zan has to find a way every single turn to deal with the threats and find the answers. Hades looking for a deal. Zan says, no deal. I don't want you to draw the 2 cards, DKP. And DKP now reveals the Iago Giant Spectral Parrot.
Yeah, he had 2 of those in hand. Go ahead and playing 1 on the board, coming back over to Zan's side of the board, and it's looking much leaner than it has the previous turn. Taking a look through his discard, seeing what he has.
Playing to the outs, figuring out what he can draw into. This deck is good. Both decks, Amethyst decks, good at drawing cards. Zan trying to figure out, what can I draw into? What are the cards that I need? We know the way.
We know the way.
This card, when played, you can take a card, shuffle it back into your deck, reveal the top card of your deck. If it is the same card, you can play it for free.
For free.
So Zan is doing a Hail Mary here, playing to literally every single out. And it's a Hades. It is not it.
It goes to his hand.
I thought that it went
right?
back to the otherwise put it into your hand. You're
so
right.
it gets played for free. If it's the card that you said, it gets played for free. If it's not the card you said, it goes
straight
to your hand. So he does get to go ahead and play the Hades, though. Looking for a deal. I mean, does DKP care if Zan
I think
draws
DKP,
cards,
that's the
right?
quickest draw two cards of all time.
He's like, go ahead. I'm not getting rid of anything on my side of the board.
Then he finds
that's the fourth one. We saw every single copy of the Horseman Strikes in this game. All four. The Horseman was on a rampage in this game. But is it going to be enough, Brent?
We don't know. And now, crazy enough, there is a fifth Horseman Strikes in the deck. Not really, but because he recycled it with the We Know the Way. Zan is playing this masterfully, figuring out the way, but will it be enough? Let's do some quick math here. We will be able to challenge in with the Demona into that Hades. Zan doing one of Zan's favorite things here, which is to figure out the math. Two into the Elsa, and we are able to take out the Cheshire Cat.
Wow.
But Din only needs 2 more lore. And Zan was not able to get rid of that Elsa Fifth Spirit.
Yeah,
so he will be able to get to 19. Oh! Bell Accomplished Mystic.
Bell Accomplished Mystic. I think that is game. Yes, it is. What?
Well, if there is a way for Zan...
Wait, I think I missed what happened there. Wait, what happened there?
Well, Bell Accomplished Mystic came down, requested out the Elsa.
Okay, sorry.
But the game is not quite over. I know. I was getting excited,
moving stuff around, and I was like, whoa, they scooped. Somebody scooped. What? Oh, now they scooped.
Zan needed a way to get rid of the Bell Accomplished Mystic. There was almost no chance, but Zan said, you know what, let me draw the card anyway. I think DKP made a little motion like, oh, I think the game is over, and Zan's about to scoop, but Zan said, no, let me just look at this card. Maybe something will change it up.
Play it out.
Play it out. We're in
game.
the top 32. Why not play it out?
Well, you've got it, right? At this stage, and for these players, I know they're going to play it out. They're gonna see if there's anything that they can do to find the answers that they need. There's a lot on the line, and these are two excellent players. And wow, that was fascinating to me watching, especially, the Blurple deck was doing Blurple things, right? We saw the Amethyst, we saw the Sapphire, we saw all the things. It was doing the thing, DKP piloting it like a master. But this Amber Amethyst Monstro deck, the OT dub, we didn't ever see the combo kick off.
We didn't need it. We did need it, actually.
We needed it, but we saw it doing lots of other things, which I think is really great to kind of showcase that it's not just the Monstro combo that's going on in this deck.
That's part of why the deck is so viable, is because now finally there are combo pieces to the deck. It was a deck that could have been played in earlier sets, but now, from listening to Zan talk about it, he thinks that the combo pieces now are good enough on their own to do enough things to throw off your opponent's game plan, that if you don't use the combo, you're still good.
I think maybe Din altered 7 cards. I think. I just barely missed it, but I was counting when he was drawing, and I think that he altered 7 cards.
He just had the exhale of a man who altered 7 cards. I got to say, when Blurple does not get the ramp,
yes,
it's kind of immediate. Most of the players that I know say, yeah, you just kind of alter all 7.
Zan altered 4, and we are starting off with the Royal Guard here.
Notably, DKP
Let's see,
won that game.
There is
on
a
the
Tipo.
draw.
There is a Tipo in there.
So he did find it.
I see a Demona. I see... Yeah, he did find it. We see Lantern on Zan's side of the board. I'm sure we'll see the Tipo over here. There's an Into the Unknown. There's a Hades Infernal Schemer. We see that Tipo, and a Hades, a Cheshire Cat, a Genie. So actually, this is a pretty healthy hand, I feel like, in Din's hand. We're going to ink the Hades, and down comes that Tipo, and we're going to put... here, these are the decisions, right? These are the micro decisions that can make or break games. What are you going to ink?
Normally, many people would ink the Hades here because it's going to be so long before we see him.
Right, yes.
But in this matchup, to answer the Monstro, you cannot let that Monstro stick around, or else it activates the combo. So Din is saying, okay, I don't want to keep this in my hand, even though it's a little too early, but I gotta.
Yep, I gotta.
Din's showcasing he knows the matchup well.
Yeah, and then over on Zan's side of the board, of course, we can use that lantern to discount, bringing a genie down on turn 3 and drawing a card. Demona going into the inkwell, and Iago, that giant spectral parrot, a great card. This is an illusion. He has evasive and also vanish, and the horseman strikes.
Didn't even need the vanish.
He didn't, and the headless horseman is off and running this game already. We're also going to exert, we're going to get a look. This is fantastic. Unfortunately, no non-character cards to see, but that gives Zan a lot of information.
Yep, when you know what your opponent has in hand, you can expertly play around it, and Zan is the type of player who memorizes what cards are in hand. Oh, and DKP draws the Hypnotic Strength literally right after.
I saw that. Yep. And then I believe it was the Dumbo that he drew off of Genie, which is a fantastic card to have. But yeah, getting that Hypnotic Strength right after the Mowgli came down. Mowgli is such a fantastic card. Let's just talk about that for a second, because this is a card. We have a card, Ludwig von Drake, that has a similar ability, but we have Bare Necessities before that. And Bare Necessities let you choose for your opponent which non-character card they had to discard. But Mowgli, it's the opponent, they get to choose.
The opponent
right?
gets to choose.
They get to choose
which card, so they'll usually pick the one that is not that great.
Not that great.
I just want to compliment Zan here, because you would think, okay, I got the Genie.
Hey, we both got excited there. We see that Wasabi coming down. Tell me about this card, Brent.
The Methodical Engineer. Now, there is a little bit of a payback here, because you can banish an item, but the owner of the item gets to gain 1 lore. So, in banishing that lantern, which is a critical piece of Zan's deck,
yes, it is.
He did give Zan a free lore there.
Sure.
This Wasabi is also 3/3 statted and can challenge evasive characters, is evasive on DKP's turn, so will work with the Dumbo, 9th Wonder.
Yeah, and we are going in with Genie and also then moving the 2 damage from Genie to take care of the other Genie on Din's side of the board. There's lots of stuff moving around, a lot of things going on.
And Zan in just a chokehold position here. Look at this. He's at 8 already. This is the start that Zan needed last game, because don't forget, DKP was on the draw last game, but I think DKP was drawing into all the right pieces at all the right time. This is what happens when Zan's deck starts cooking.
And that it is. It's delicious. It's delicious. It's so funny that we had a challenge in Cheshire Cat from Zan into Din's side of the board, and then Din did the same thing, a challenge and moved Cheshire Cat, damage with Cheshire Cat over onto Zan's side of the board. So a little back and forth there. Demona coming down. We're going to draw up 2/3 and exert all characters. Now Zan can do some fun things. When you have all those characters exerted, you can start challenging in.
I love what Zan does.
Oh, yes.
This. He just kind of moving your pieces around so you can visualize what the challenges are going to look like, what they're going to be. You might be wondering why this Royal Guard is standing in front of that Cheshire Cat. Well, Zan drew a fresh 3 cards. This Royal Guard is up to, I believe, 5 strength.
He's a 5/2 right now.
And what's the consideration here?
Oh, okay.
Oh. Whoa. Oh, okay. That's the consideration.
That's the consideration.
Zan found the better way to do it. That's all.
Yes.
Zan doing Zan things here, as DKP is going to go ahead and ink, and
we have a Demona coming down. Wow, this is. I'll see your Cheshire Cat with the Cheshire Cat. I'll see your Demona with my own Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan. We had that 1 copy of Circle Life, unfortunately, was underneath the Cheshire Cat as a boosted card.
And DKP showing us, look, I still got that Hades.
Yeah.
If you try the Monstro meme now, I still got it.
Yeah, like you were saying, he kept that because he knows if that Monstro hits the board, he needs to take care of it, and that's one of the answers, and so he wants to hold on to it. A Junior Woodchuck Guidebook coming down. Again, that's that item where you can, it costs 2 to play out, but then at any time after that, you can pay 1 additional ink and then draw 2 cards. There is that Hades, using it on the Demona, trying to keep Zan in check. I think Zan is up to 8 lore. DKP is still at 0 and maybe just trying to get a little bit of control back in this game.
Exactly. As much as you'd like to hold that for the Monstro is not the immediate issue right now. The issue is that we're starting to creep a little too high up on lore for DKP's liking here as a Huey comes down.
Yep, and you got to take a look at DKP's hand with that Mowgli as well. And I drew a Dumbo off the top and bringing that down, and we can immediately use it if we want. If he has enough ink, we can trigger using Genie.
We could trigger using Genie, but
I don't think he has.
No. I think Genie just came.
Oh, Genie just came down.
Yeah. That makes sense. We're in top 32.
Listen, okay, these players are fast. The amount of time that they are
need to
thinking through, they are on a timer still. We are in top 32. They're still on the clock. Horseman striking again here, getting to draw a card and then banishing the Genie.
2 Horseman strikes, actually, banishing the Genie and the Dumbo there. They do it so fast. Their interactions are so quick with each other. It's pretty insane.
So we've seen 3 Horseman strikes in this game because we saw that one early on.
Oh, boy.
So,
I'm glad you're doing the math still.
Yeah.
Zan is going to go ahead and say, okay, I'm just trying to keep you off of too many high-questing characters, but Hades, Infernal Schemer, a high-questing character coming down on DKP's side.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, Hades Infernal Schemer is such a great card. It's been around since the first chapter. They did reprint it in Fabled. I think Sapphire players everywhere were super glad for that. It is one of the few removal options. Removal sending opposing characters to the Inkwell. We're going to go ahead and challenge in with Hades and Demona to clean up Zan's side of the board there a bit.
And Zan is at 12 notably here, but that feels like a mile away sometimes until the
Monstro comes down. We have Monstro rushing in. He is going to discard, and wow.
A nice 2-for-1 there for Zan.
Oh, Zan thinking here. What is he going to do? Looking for a deal. And he's saying go ahead and draw 2 cards. He's going to keep that Elsa on the board and let Din draw 2 cards. And now he is also playing a Junior Woodchuck guidebook, so draws an additional 2 cards. Looking for more cards. He is working his way up. Din now has 8 lore on the board. All of a sudden, this game is not looking the way it did a couple turns ago. And that Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan, coming down again.
Drawing Zan a fresh 3 cards here. And now Zan is going extra wide, getting up to 14 lore. I don't think there's much DKP can do. If you are wondering why these players are moving so fast, I do believe that it is sped up to the teensiest bit. But also, what's more important is look at the timer. We only have 20 minutes left.
Yeah, and Zan has game on board, but I know Din is going to clean up some things here. He's got to do something. We are only on game 2, and having only 20 minutes left is not a lot of time.
Into the Unknown is going to go ahead and send the Demona, one of the 2 questers, into the Inkwell. Also, the Elsa is going to exert one of the characters. We're going to be able to get some clean challenges in here, and it is literally a race in every meaning of the word because these players are racing not only each other but against the clock to get to a decisive game 3 because neither of these players want to end this in a draw.
No, you do not, and we are going to quest. Oh, okay. We have Alan Adale coming down. Now, Zan, interesting. So he does not have any cards in hand. So so he did play out Alan Adale and Elsa. He went ahead and quested with Rafiki and Huey, just inching his way up there. You know, you win games 1 lore at a time. And, Hades challenging that Huey, and then questing with Elsa.
Alan Adale gives you the ability to, when you sing a song, or when a song is played, you gain an instant lore, and that is absolutely important here because Zan has 19 on board if he quests these both out.
Yep.
And now the question is, can he can't deal with the Elsa.
He can't do it, and Zan, Wow.
Takes game 2.
Game 2.
We're into game 3, and we have less than 17 minutes, Rebecca.
Wow.
These players are going to be playing fast. We are going to be going into turbo mode of commentary here.
It is going to be turbo mode. We have DKP is going to be on the play here. Players altering their opening hands, and we are in for a treat here, everyone. Game 3 here in top 32. If you're just joining us, we have Zan Syed on this Amber Amethyst Monstro one-turn dub. A win. You can win in one turn with the combo, but this deck does so much more than that. DKP, our reigning world champion on the Blurple deck. We have seen a lot going on between these two players, two masters, and here we are off to the races, Brent.
Right. This is when control decks look like hyper aggro as the Basil Practice Detective comes down and Zan Syed plays the Rafiki Mystical Fighter to contest it here.
Yep, inking the Yago, playing that Sail the Azurite Sea, getting that all-important turn 2 ramp that we want to see. We have a Dumbo, a Genie, a Elsa, and a Demona over on DKP's side of the board.
That's a lot of evasives, but I'm also looking at Zansan, and there's another Horseman Strikes
I saw
there.
that Horseman Strikes. He also played the Mowgli over here. Got a look at DKP's hand to give him some information. Yeah, having that Horseman Strikes in hand, it served him well.
Interesting to quest the Rafiki here. Seems kind of like bait because the Basil can just go straight into it, and DKP doesn't take the bait.
He didn't. He values the support from Basil, right? Genie, not lasting for long. He did get to draw a card off of him, but the Horseman has struck again, taking care of that 2-quester evasive character that was on the board. We are inking Cheshire Cat. Elsa comes out, exerts Mowgli. I'm going to go ahead and rush into that character. And now Zan doesn't have anything on the board. Another Horseman Strikes. Goodbye, Elsa.
Showcasing the power of this card and why this matchup is so good into the other Amethyst decks.
My goodness, he said, let it go. You can let go of your Elsa. Here we are going to quest with Basil. We have Genie and a second Basil coming out onto the board. But Zan with nothing and just using that Horseman Strike last turn. And another one. Wow, I tell you, the Headless Horseman, he's doing some work. And we have a Junior Woodchuck guidebook. Oh, back over to DKP, and let's play a Demona. Why not?
Gonna draw an extra card there. Zan, notably finding these Horseman Strikes one after another, doesn't hurt that you get to draw an additional card after every single one.
Yep, and that's funny. I think DKP took a look at his discard pile to go, how many Horseman Strikes have you played? How many have there been? There's been 3, sir, and it's only like turn 4 or 5. So Elsa coming down, exerting one of those Basils and taking him off the board.
Actually, no, the Basil's already exerted.
Sorry.
He exerted the Demona, and why he did that is because
now
DKP has
stuck.
more cards because of Stone by Day.
Sorry, I missed that. Stone
All good.
by Day.
You blinked once, that's
did.
all.
Listen, these players, we're moving fast here. I blinked, I missed it. Demona now cannot quest, cannot challenge. She cannot do anything as long as Din has more than 2 cards in his hand.
But he doesn't, so he will be able, if Zan doesn't do something silly like play another Demona to put another card into DKP's hand, DKP will be able to ready that.
Oh, okay.
DKP says draw. Zan now has about 10 cards in his hand, I think.
No, it's not bad, but we do get to ready Demona over on DKP's side of the board. So he has got a lot of ink. We're going to play a Dumbo. Paying 1 and exerting the Elsa to draw a card, gain that lore. We are breaking records, making history with the assistance of Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe.
If you ever wanted to know what quick, practiced gameplay at the top levels looks like in Disney Lorcana, you are witnessing it right here, right now. Both of these players so good. They're going basically off of their instincts because they don't have time to super think through every single decision as they normally would. These are 2 top competitors, and now they are in a rush against 10 minutes, Rebecca.
10 minutes remaining. We did go ahead and quest with Demona there. Din working his way up in lore. We are at 7 and going over to Zan's side of the board.
Zan needs to find some answers here because this Demona, as long as DKP doesn't do something silly and forget that he can only have 2 cards in hand, will be questing for 2 each turn. You don't exactly want to 2-for-1 yourself. You're only 2 characters into that Demona, right? It also will take out an Elsa if you try to take that route. There's just not a lot of good options here for Zen, and it's looking a little grim because DKP now being on the play, because he was able to win on the draw the first game, is in a commanding position going first.
Yes, and playing the Genie over on Zan's side of the board, he did draw a card. Yeah, that Demona is the scourge of Zan right now.
The scourge of the Zan clan. Oh, boy, and he's thinking about it, thinking, oh,
Yeah,
you really...
do I take it out? Do I take Demona down? And he is playing a Lantern and bringing a Cheshire Cat out. He is going to go ahead and run those glimmers into Demona and say, no, I'm sorry, I cannot have you questing for 2 more lore. And we're back over to Din's side.
DKP at 7. He will be able to get to 10 on this turn. Will be able to use Making History to draw a card, gain a lore. Would be able to do it again with the Dumbo. And now, ooh.
Yes, exerting. I love this. We are bringing down that Elsa Fist spirit. We exerted the Genie. We quested with Basil to give that support to our Elsa and able to remove Genie off the board.
Look at the focus on Zan's face right now. He is doing calculations. I can see it in his eyes. His brain is turning. DKP says pass. And look at this board state here, Rebecca.
Yeah, this is incredible. He had a couple extra ink, so why not put a Junior Woodchuck guidebook down as well? Zan over here with just one lonely little cat.
I could show this board state to people who've never played Disney Lorcana and say, who do you think is winning? And I think everybody would say DKP right now.
I think so, yeah. This is, and that clock is running down, of course. If we do get to time, then they will go to turns. But I know both of these players want to get a clear win here before that timer runs out.
Right, everything is on the line. Top 32, there's only single elimination. So one of these players will be eliminated here. Kind of a shame that we have to have this match this early in the competition, but that's how it goes sometimes. Yes. Zan is going to do everything possible, but DKP is prioritizing evasives because he knows that 3 of the cards that deal with evasives are in Zan's discard.
Yep, and we did. We got Cheshire Cat boosted. We took care of Basil, and then we moved that damage from the Cheshire Cat over to Dumbo. So that's what happened on Zan's turn there. We are back over here with another Genie getting to draw more cards on Din's side of the board. He has another Junior Woodchuck guidebook in hand. I'm not sure what other cards he has. Is it maybe, I thought maybe it was a Hades. No, it's an Into the Unknown.
And maybe thinking about possibly hard casting it? Hard casting Into the Unknown in order to keep gaining lore.
Another Elsa coming down. We can exert Genie, and we're going to go ahead and use our Dumbo. There, you said both. Interesting.
Sing
yes.
Into the
Sing
Unknown.
Into the Unknown on that Cheshire Cat.
Use both of the Elsas to challenge into the Genie. I mean, DKP is doing exactly what Blurple does. He is taking away Zan's threats, using threats like Elsa the Fifth Spirit, using cards like Into the Unknown to take Zan's characters off the board while establishing a wide board of his own to be able to quest out. And now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore represented on board. If nothing,
that's a 2-turn clock, Brent. That's a 2-turn clock. That Zan's got to find something, or DKP's gonna win this.
And speaking of clock, we got less than 5 minutes. So these players, while this seems like the critical turn. In my opinion, this is a critical turn, make or break. Does Zan find an answer that is able to contest this? And he has to do it while on the timer.
Yeah, we are exerting the 2 lanterns after challenging with the Genie into the Dumbo. So Dumbo already had 2 damage on him, so Genie easily able to take out that elephant. We are going to play a Madam Mim elephant.
And as good of a, right, you're taking your own Genie off the board. You don't want to do it, but I trust Zan more than anybody that this is probably the right play here. There's not really anything you can even challenge into here. Zan may be saying, I have to be able to draw back with the Genie maybe. I have enough ink. I need to keep looking for maybe the 4th Horseman Strikes. I mean, Iniago comes out.
Oh, wow. I think he's just playing characters out at this point. He popped both the Junior Woodchuck guidebooks. He drew a bunch of cards. He quested out, put a bunch more glimmers down, and said, what are you going to do, Zan? Game is on board here. He has plenty of lore. What can Zan do?
It looks like not very much here. He is searching for an answer. Zan has to eliminate. at least 4 to 5 characters on board to keep DKP from winning this game. And even then,
yeah, this is a very tough position to be in. It's not undoable. He does have that Monstro, so how many cards does he have in hand, though? That's the question, because if he has that Monstro has Rush.
I think there's only one card in hand.
He just does, and it's the Demono, which he decided to play.
Oh.
And he drew up to 2. He drew 2 more cards to get up to 3. I think he may still have enough ink to play it out. We're going to start challenging into some things here.
And
does he have enough ink?
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And DKP! I think
and there is it.
There it is.
There it is.
Game is on board. There's nothing to be done.
And why not? Why not use the wasabi? Why
Pop
not?
his own Junior Woodchuck Guidebook
gain the lore.
And gain the lore. A little bit of a smirk
goodness.
from Zan Syed.
Amazing. What an incredible match. Brent, that was exhausting. First of all,
I'm sweating.
Right? Yeah, that was like, woo.
Right at the end there, it felt like I was running a marathon.
Yes, and that's what these players are doing. They are running a marathon. They went through 8 rounds yesterday, 4 rounds this morning. We're here. Yeah. Whew.
Oh.
Wow. Goodness. What a match. We unfortunately didn't see that Monstro combo come together for Zan, which I know that we all would have loved to see it. But DKP just doing DKP things with that Blurple deck.
And might I say, my first round pick in the draft.
Yes.
We're still in it, baby.
I'm giving you
thank you.
a good
thank you.
round of applause there. Congratulations. Well, thanks everyone for joining us for this incredible top 32 match. That was, if you're going to watch a game, that's the kind of Disney Lorcana I want to see, I'm telling you. Well, we are going to have more Disney Lorcana for you coming up shortly, going into top 16. But for now, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back in the lounge. Had fun with you, Brent. Thank you.
Had fun with you.
Woo! we're doing a little boogie, we're doing a little dance because we were boogieing our way through that last match with DKP and Zan.
Oh.
We were over there. Now we're here, Brent.
We boogied all the way over here.
All the way over here. We're going to boogie down to our seats. Thank you, Illumineers, for joining us. What a match that was. And what a pleasure. Honestly, Brent, it was such a pleasure to cast a match with you.
The first time ever. I can't believe it.
Yes. Did you have fun?
I had tons of fun.
I had a blast. A great match, a great partner to cast with. And I have to say, Brent, it's been such a joy. It has been such a pleasure to be having you on the team this weekend. Have you been having a great time or what?
The pleasure is all mine. I mean, I nerd out about these players.
Yes.
When I saw DKP and Zan sitting across the table, the nerd in me went, what?
Oh, well, let's nerd out a little bit more over our top 16. We have them for you. So let's go ahead and take a look at all those players who are moving on. We have Nathaniel Shaney, Andrea Tivo, Dave Solberg, who we saw on stream, Skylar Dunce. We have Scott Markson also on that Emerald Amethyst deck.
So many great players here. Reed Holtman, we got James Gray, we got Stephen Lee on some of the dogs.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the rest of the players.
Rest of the top 16.
The top 16,
here.
of course. The top 16, this is actually really important because you know what they get? They get that shiny foil Elsa Ice Maker playmat at the top 16. So all these players, including Dylan here, Jake Quincy, DKP, of course, who we just saw win his top 32 match. All these players are walking away from here with that Elsa Ice Maker playmat. And oh, wow, though they must be feeling super excited, but also, Brent, there's a lot on the line in this next match because what are they playing for?
They're playing for the Golden Mickey serialized.
The Golden Mickey.
One number of 500 that you receive when you win. It is one of the most coveted cards in all of Disney Lorcana. I do want to give one quick shout out to my boy Tolga. We play locals together. I know this guy.
You know that guy. You know that guy. That's awesome.
We've been playing since Rise of the Floodboard. Shout out. I'm so happy to see you at the table.
That's
I haven't been able to say hey, but yeah, man.
Well, I can't wait for us to get into this top 16 feature match. Well, let's take a very quick look at the deck list. First up, we have Reed. Reed Holtman is playing an Amethyst Steel deck. Of course, that Amethyst Steel was the largest represented deck yesterday on day one. It dropped down a little bit in the conversion, but we see kind of your standard, Amethyst Steel things,
I want to point out
let's point out one
cards.
thing. Okay.
I want to point out the Yzma Conniving Chemist.
Oh, I just saw that.
Which is the 4-cost. Yes.
It lets you draw cards. That's a really interesting card in there. That's fantastic. Let's go ahead and take a look at the other players list playing against Amethyst Steel. We are going to have, and I forget what, I took a look backstage. I know they'll bring it up here in a second. Stephen Lee, there it is. Another dogs deck. There's some fun things in here. We have one copy of Finnick Tiny Terror because why not?
The dogs, as I like to call them. Pretty standard list again here. And you know what? We want to keep this short and sweet.
We do.
Because we want to get to that top 16, as Baker was saying earlier.
We want to see the match, right? We want to see the game.
Yeah.
We want to go.
We want to catch up.
I know that we have two incredible casters in the booth ready to bring you that next top 16 match. So who do we have in there? Bring him in.
Yeah, who's in there?
Who's in there? Hey, wait, it's you. It's you. It's you.
Us.
It's you.
It's us.
It's Zbex. It's Liam. We are so excited for you to bring us our top 16 match. We are going to go ahead and throw it straight over to you two.
Thanks so much, Rebecca, for throwing it over to us. We cannot wait to be here. Top 16 is about to go down. Liam, are you ready?
I'm ready. Zbex, there's a very exclusive club. It's limited to 500 members. Not all of them have been identified yet in Disney Lorcana. It's called the Golden Mickey Club. And everybody wants to be in that club. Everybody wants to have a Golden Mickey. Again, they're serialized too. You'll always know which person won it. And these players right now are playing that match, which is very, very exciting. I don't know. Have you seen a Golden Mickey in person?
Not in person, in real life. I will have to go over to one of these players after this match and get a close-up look for myself. Yeah. Can I take a picture with your golden Mickey Mouse? Ooh.
Yeah, absolutely. So what do you think about this matchup here? We're going to watch Amethyst Steel, I think, into Dogs.
Well, we have two of the most popular decks of the weekend. Of course, Amethyst Steel showing up the most. Dogs had a really great conversion rate here. So I think it's going to be close, but I do think I like the Dogs matchup a little bit more here to get fast out of the gate. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Dogs, it all depends on the draw. This is a tough matchup. Obviously, Dogs knows it has to navigate Amethyst Steel. If it goes fast, it can do well, but if Steel has its strongest opening, it's one of the reasons you play Steel. It's the 1, 2, 3, 4 strength. It can keep things in check. And this could go either way.
Well, and we see a great start from the Amethyst Steel player, our Captain Hook Forceful Duelist. Very classic Challenger +2 card. Great start. And then we have Steven over here thinking about which one drop he's going to play. It's going to be Lady Elegant Spaniel. Let's be able to get extra lore from Tramp as soon as possible.
Yeah, big thing is establishing that one drop. We did see a fun card, Finnick, heading into the discard or into the Inkwell there. Finnick is the kind of the Kit Cloudcaker light. A little bit of a bounce card there. We lost Kit, but we got Finnick. He's kind of fun, but going to be Ink in this instance.
Yeah, our opponents do have the open deck lists at this point. So usually if you have Finnick, you might be saving it for something, but he must have determined that it's not needed in this match, or maybe not what needed with the cards currently in hand. And we see Jafar, Royal Vizier, one of my favorite evasive steel characters, coming down for Reed.
Yeah, this is a fun card. You see, they're in some lists. They're not in all lists, but they're a great evasive answer. There are 3/2. They gain evasive during your turn. Sometimes people are running 2 of now. Oftentimes this slot, people prefer Calhoun, although she is uninkable. So, but it's good to see here. Both of these are fairly strong challengers, though. Going to prevent Steven from racing ahead if he establishes some other cards. And Steven, we talked about the fast start. Steven not off to his fastest start possible. We did, you like to see Daisy Duck if you're going to try to race, but establishing a go-go here on turn 2.
And wow, a Cheshire Cat, inexplicable. That's going to be a pretty strong card in this matchup, with Boost being able to move 2 damage over to another character. Both of the characters Steven has could be good targets. Would you be looking to get rid of either of those if you were Reed?
I mean, look, anything you can get rid of, absolutely anything on the board is going to fuel that Tramp. So absolutely, Cheshire Cat, a fun card that can pick off ready characters, because Steven's going to want to protect his board as much as possible to build that Tramp synergy on the later turns here. So not going to risk anything unnecessarily. Perhaps, and let's look at the impact of Jafar here. When Steven's looking to, interesting, we are going to see a check hand. We are going to hit, and then he hurled his Thunderbolt. So that's going to, that's a nice hit there.
Deceiver, really good hand disruption here. Quite a few pieces of hand disruption that the Amber Emerald deck has in its stockpile.
Yeah, but back to the go-go, one of the reasons you play this on turn 2 is to try to sneak out some early evasive lore, but that Jafar are going to keep that go-go in check.
And Lady Decisive Dog coming down into play. Looks like one of the special ones, a promo here. Love to see that.
Yeah, beautiful card. This is Store Championship promo. This card does increase strength whenever your character's played. When it has 3 or more strength, it does get 2 lore, so potentially a strong quester. But importantly, 4 characters on board now, and that is going to fuel that Tramp, one of the best cards in the game, and one of the namesakes of this Dog's deck.
Steven set up well for it, and Reed's going to follow up with a Genie Wish Fulfilled, 2/4 evasive that will draw him a card. And he looks like, did he draw into another Genie, or was that already in his hand?
I think he drew into another Genie.
And Elsa 5th Spirit in there as well?
And so he does have a very, very strong, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 line. The Elsa is what you want to play on 5, but this is the turn you do want to hit that strength. That is the ideal opening for this, especially into a matchup where you have an opponent that's looking to build their board. So does not have the strength, would have loved to have it there, but worth noting, though, if he did have it in the opening, could have gotten hit by that
Ursula Deceiver. Exactly. Yeah, and we do have kind of a match character for character on board here. But of course, with the Cheshire Cat here, Steven hasn't been questing at all or really doing anything.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily where we want to be, but it is okay with Dogs. Dogs does rely on board synergy, and so there are lines where it races ahead. It is one of the aggro decks in this meta, but importantly, Dogs players have to be very, very patient. And any Dogs player will tell you that patience rewards you, because when you have a wide board state, you're able to build synergies with the we keep talking about the Tramp, Street Smart Dog, which is one of the best cards in the game, but there are other small synergies like playing Tramp, able to boost some of your other characters. You want to have a lot of characters on the board. Another one is, a lot of Dogs decks, most Dogs decks run Under the Sea in order to break the mirror, and it's not as impactful in this meta, but it does hit Genies, it does hit Elsas, and so if you can build up an 8-character board state, it feels pretty impactful when you can send Elsas and Genies and Captain Hooks, etc. to the bottom of the deck.
If you have 8 characters and you're telling Tramp, good boy, you've earned some head pats today. The patience is a virtue, and so we're going to wait to see. We're getting counting here, determining the turns, how quickly Reed is going to be able to move from 5 lore. All of the math going on right now for Steven, really making sure he does the calculations for that sake of patience.
Yeah, and it has been... This is definitely not the opening Steven wants. There's several turns he could have been a little more efficient. The Ursula does feel good on curve to pick things, but just not able to do what he wants. But I do see a card there that could be impactful in this game.
Singing with Ursula.
It is Adela's Moon Lullaby. Okay.
Oh, this has been a great card that we've seen in Docs quite a bit here this weekend. Of course, replaces itself, and we're going to see Go-Go Tamago making the challenge with Jafar Royal Vizier, because after all, the evasive is only during Reed's turn, so that does leave the opening for Go-Go to get in that extra damage, and Jafar is banished.
Yeah, very, very efficient trade here. Efficiency, again, is the name of the game in this deck. I talked about the importance of board state, but also card draw is fairly limited in these Dog decks. And what you're going to notice if you've watched them at all is it's not uncommon to see them finish the game on 3 ink, even 2 ink. This deck can win with 2 ink.
That always surprises me so much, that you can survive a full game by only putting 3 cards into your inkwell. But it's done it multiple times here this weekend.
So these efficient challenges and using your characters effectively here, these great, these great challenges are really effective. And that Go-Go there is open to the challenge from the Genie, but that does open up the Genie as well. So we'll see how Reed chooses to handle this.
I wonder if we're going to see the Elsa come down here and exert one of these characters to help keep the number of characters on Reed's opponent's side, Steven, off the board. Potentially, he's got 2 options, or maybe he wants to use the Genie Wish Fulfilled to draw for something else for another turn.
Yeah, and one other note I don't think we highlighted enough is that Chromicon that's peeking out of the frame in the bottom of the deck there. Steven establishing that last turn. It's one of the namesakes of this deck now. Used to be called Churnadogs because of the Chernabog in the deck, but now it's referred to oftentimes as Chromadogs.
I'm glad you pointed that out. I didn't see that, and I definitely think that's gonna. I think you're not going to want to force the exert with Elsa when you're gonna get punished for challenging when it's your turn, which the Chromicon, of course, is foreseeing your opponent's turn if they challenge your characters. So we do see the Genie Wish Fulfilled coming in here, a second copy, and a little bit of questing with the other Genie whose ink was dry, the Cheshire Cat, and the Captain Hook Forceful Duelist. We don't want to challenge and get punished at all.
Yeah, and this is really, really great turn from Reed here, pushing the tempo along. He recognizes one of the ways to win is to force the Dogs deck into the control role, into the control, because it wants to be the beatdown. Now, Dogs can do some efficient trades. It does have cards to augment strength, and it can do some shenanigans, but...
Not that we're seeing here right now, though, right? Would you be wanting to make any challenges here if you were in Steven's position?
No, I wouldn't, but at some point you have no choice, and that's the position that Reed is trying to force Steven into. Reed still has time to protect his board a little bit, but now with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the board, the clock is ticking. It's getting closer to midnight.
That's right. Now, we do have a little bit of a tank moment here as Steven continues to examine the board and see what his next move is going to be.
Yeah, as I wait for Steven to take his turn here, one fun note, we love storylines here. I did manage to catch up earlier in the day with Reed's friends. Reed this is his first competitive TCG. So in a top cut littered with DLC, top cut veterans and Golden Mickey winners, Reed making a kind of a Cinderella run here. He did get a Let It Go in Vegas last season, but only 4 challenges. And oh, look at that!
We shifted into Lady Miss Park Avenue. Then Lady is able to sing Under the Sea. That is what we needed here. Wow, the thought and patience really paid off for Steven.
And that's why you protect your characters. That's why you protect your board. You wait for big plays like that. And the shift, the Miss Park Avenue shift is one of the ways you open up that Under the Sea, that surprise Under the Sea. So fantastic play there. Not only that, you can get characters back, but I don't think anything's been banished yet or dumped in the discard pile that I saw. So no benefit there, but...
No, just some action, some songs.
Just some songs. So, but it does feel good to send all of that down to the bottom. And again, that Under the Sea isn't necessarily in here purely for this matchup. There's a lot of things that aren't affected by it in these Amethyst Steel decks, but some of the impact cards, the Genies, the Elsas, and some of your earlier cards are hit. And big swinging board state there.
Yeah, I think that's where in this particular tournament, some of our top competitors did choose to go on the Dogs deck instead of the most popular Amethyst Steel. We see a lot of decks using that Amethyst color, but a lot of those cards do have some of the lower cost strengths that are susceptible to Under the Sea, which worked out great for him in this particular point of the game 1 here in the top 16. So Cheshire Cat wants to get some damage on him. Where do you think the boost will go? Because that's the move that's left, right? Or is he going to use the ink that's available to him to play a character?
I am not sure. Okay, so that's what happened. So don't need to put the damage on it when the Chromacon bounces it back.
Oh,
so,
that's right. I forgot. It's just hanging out there, half off
chilling,
the screen.
Yeah, half a Chromacon in play. It looks like there's a Macon in play down there. So yeah, when Chromacon, when a character is banished during your opponent's turn, it sends... you can send a character back to its owner's hand. Now, oftentimes, you use that in your opponent's characters to prevent additional aggression or to prevent some Cheshire Cat shenanigans in this instance, but you can also use it to protect your own board. And in a deck that has high lore questers where you're trying to close things out, you can send your own characters back to your hand in order to play them again upright in the ready position and protect them for future quests. So this Chromacon does a lot of work in these builds. It's a tool that can be used multiple ways, and it's one of the reasons this deck has its namesake.
Absolutely. Let's replay that Cheshire Cat. Get Lexington out on the board. One of our gargoyles. A great card, great value. 3 cost inkable 4/4.
And it's a great card to play here. It is a 4/4 Wellstead, and it checks that lady, preventing her from going questing. It will invite a trade if she exerts herself. So
yeah, that alert keyword that we got recently in Whispers in the Well really helps us battle the evasive characters.
Yeah, so definitely, whereas Steven wants to eventually turn the corner, this will keep things in check now. And speaking of evasive, yeah, that good point, because that Go-Go is evasive. She could have quested for free, and that Lexington checks her.
And Steven
as well.
caught that, started to go for it. Hands did not leave the card. Wait a second, let's turn these back ready and think about it a little bit more.
Yeah, and that Under the Sea felt particularly impactful, but it's amazing how things can change with just a couple other characters on the board, and it really is, it's going to be a battle of card advantage, because let's keep an eye on the hand sizes here. We did play a Miss Park Avenue, which functions as some card draw if there's cards in your discard pile, but there was nothing there. In a game where Steven was on a more ideal line, perhaps hitting a Bobby on turn 1, able to put a character in his discard pile, he would recur that there, but not able to do that. This deck is running on 3 ink right now, just a couple cards in hand. It wants to go wide. You want to find a tramp. And just not much there. Speaking of going wide, there goes the hand, I think.
Yeah, we've got a Lady Elegant Spaniel and a Lilo Escape Artist, which I love seeing Lilo because it's another way in the Dogs deck to have more characters should Lilo get banished.
Yeah, sneaky Lilo is coming back on the board, always available.
Surfing in on that big wave.
Right. So, I think 1 card left in hand for Steven.
Yeah, I believe it's that one that's right about across from our 5 and 6 lore counter over on the side there.
All right, so
the other 3 were his ink previously established in his inkwell. And we do see a Demona over there in Reed's hand. How does Demona work into this Dogs matchup, Liam?
This is really interesting here. So Demona, Reed would love to refill his hand, does not want to give his opponent 3 cards. So there's a choice here. Do you play the Demona? Do you play the Elsa? You could play either one. It looks like Elsa's going to be the choice. And let's let's keep an eye on this choice and how it impacts the game. Elsa coming down now.
Yes,
We're going to exert
Elsa's
something.
The 5th spirit. She has Rush. When she comes into play, she gets to exert chosen character, which makes it susceptible to being challenged immediately.
Elsa, another one of the best cards in the game. It's a swingy card. Any card that allows you to affect your opponent's board while establishing a body is very, very good in Disney Lorcana, and especially in this meta here where we've lost a lot of board wipes, or the biggest board wipe, and these boards end up stacking up. So
yeah, she really knows how to let it go.
She does. She does. I love the Disney pun. So Go-Go exerted here. It's going to be susceptible to a challenge. I do wonder that Lexington's exerted. I don't think Stone by Day came into play, but perhaps it. Yeah, it must have if we ink that turn. So perhaps that's exerted from the Stone by Day. I didn't count Reed's hand size. So Elsa there going to do the challenge, take care of that Go-Go.
Yep. No Go-Go lore count currently.
No go. Go to the discard pile.
And Cheshire Cat also coming in there to make a statement.
Yeah, I think scooping up a little lore there.
A little bit of lore, yeah. We didn't want to make any challenges, but we'll continue to make our point total rise to get a little bit closer to winning the first game of this top 16 match.
So Reed electing the Elsa there over the Demona, doing some board control. He does have that Demona in hand. Steven, let's see.
Now, it's a really great point that you brought there about drawing cards. Demona didn't get played, but it looks like we're going to see another Shift Lady Miss Park Avenue to get cards for himself on his own. And let's go ahead and challenge Cheshire Cat. Dogs are better than cats. That's what I say. And Lilo, escape artist too. Looks like she might be questing.
Yeah, and I apologize. I was looking at I was trying to look at Reed's hand and working these out, and I missed the Chromacon trigger because there were some Chromacon shenanigans that happened, which is resulting in Steven's large hand size. So I apologize for missing that on the play-by-play, but replaying the lady now. So Steven's these Chromacon matches are always you have to pay really close attention. And I failed there.
Oh, you're doing great, Liam. We've got so much going on here, and these players are experts at their deck. Even Reed, his first Disney Lorcana challenge, you know these players have been practicing and practicing. They've prepared, and they are ready to show off their moment. Now,
that Demona comes into play here, Z-Bex, and one interesting note, like Steven at that point, when Demona could have been played last turn, Steven had one card in hand, and so would have benefited from the Demona. At this point, Steven has a full hand, so Reed benefiting from those three cards, not giving Steven anything extra, so fantastic patience there, waiting for the moment where Demona would impact him, sway the game in his favor the most. So great line there.
And we see another character, Palace Guard, Spectral Sentry, coming down for Reed just to continue to get a few more characters on the board. And we're going to just continue to quest. He's already past the halfway point of his lore total, up to 13 now. He's very close to taking this first game.
Yeah, just doing the thing that Amethyst Steel wants to do constantly.
Representing 2 more turns until he can potentially win unless Steven does something to change the board.
Yeah, Steven here.
Steven has drawn a lot of cards. If he had an Under the Sea, it would only hit 2 characters right now. And Demona is probably the biggest problem on the board, the only 2 quester.
It's a very big body, and there is some removal available in Amber, but not a lot of it run in Dog. So,
Ursula,
do a hand check?
Checks. Nope, no songs again.
No songs again, but there it is, the very first Tramp Street Smart Dog. It is one of the best cards in Disney Lorcana.
Okay, here we go. What are we gonna get?
And it's a fantastic card, played for cheap. It's the namesake card of this deck, but one of the biggest things that it does, not only is it played for cheap, but it allows you to dig for answers. And so Steven is looking for anything that'll help him prevent Reed from racing ahead here.
Yes, let's filter through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards. You'll get to draw that many, then discard that many, ultimately getting you through more of your deck to see the key cards that could change this matchup to be more in your favor.
Yeah, so looking here, I'm trying to see, we got a couple Go-Go's.
Go-Go's, another Tramp Enterprising Dog.
Yeah, I'm just really thinking about this. Baby Webby down there, nothing super impactful. Again, and there aren't really terribly many high impact cards here. Street Smart Dog is a very high impact card, but it's nothing that you know, swings board states wildly. We are going to see a trade there. Lexington getting taken down by the Miss Park Avenue. At this point, Steven's saying, I've got to do some control, keep you off of 20.
Well, yeah, and because we did see at least a couple of characters in Steven's Dog's deck that do have evasive, let's get at least one of the evasive characters off the board. We still have Elsa the Fifth Spirit to deal with, but we need something to pave the way.
So now Lilo sitting there, Exerted Lady as well. That Chromicon looms large. Reed could do a little bit of control if he wanted to, but then that Chromicon will activate and Steven will be able to do some shenanigans.
He's just going to quest out. He's going to say, stop me or I'm going to take game one. And Dumbo, Ninth Wonder of the Universe. 2 Dumbos? Ninth Wonder of the
2
Universe?
Dumbos. Ninth Wonders of the Universe swooping in here. At this point, they're just bodies on the board, but also, you know, able to close things out. So, yeah, a lot for Steven. And that Demona, just so much to deal with. So I think, you know, we do have options to clear things out. There's things to augment strength, so can kind of keep things under control. But those 2 ready Dumbos are going to be a problem.
2 ready characters, you're just saying, deal with everything else, and I'm still going to get 2 points no matter what.
Yeah, it is a challenge here. So let's see what challenging we do. It's just not a lot of strength on the board. If we can drop a couple characters, we can improve Lady's strength, but
Steven's doing the math to see if his lore can gain enough by turning all the characters.
Not enough. Not enough.
Not
so
here.
Reed on Amethyst Steel taking game 1 against Dogs, and you know I do think, well, we're off to the races again. I've not even gone for any thoughts. Here comes Lady. Here we're off to the races literally.
Well, we're still under a time limit, so these players want to make sure, especially Steven, is like, hey.
Yeah, and I do think we're sped up just a little bit to catch us up as I'm looking at it. So
that's true.
Might be some fast commentary from us. But, you know, with these Dogs decks, these Dog matches can go kind of quick. We're going to make them go even quicker. Lilo Skateboard is coming down to turn 2 here.
Yes, and we have a couple of cards we haven't seen yet in this matchup. Black Heron in hand, Demona going into the Inkwell, but let's see 2 Captain Hook Forceful Duelist. You want to go fast? We sped it up. Captain Hook is going to go fast. He's got the Challenger to challenge your characters.
Yeah, that Challenger, great control card. We are going to get the Ursula hand check. Nothing there. Again, you want the strength in this matchup, and that's what Steven's looking for, the strength if Reed managed to find it, but not there. Steven taking a quick moment to memorize the hand, take a look at the play lines.
Yeah, I think a lot of times when you know that you're going up against Amethyst Steel, you know that song is an issue. So you are going to keep Ursula Deceiver in your hand. You're not going to alter it away because you know if you can get the strength early, then you're pretty much got a free pass for the rest of the game unless they draw the other 3 copies that they have in their deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Strength of Raging Fire, one of the best cards. Again, I keep saying that, but it's true. Strength of Raging Fire, one of the best cards in Disney Lorcana.
It'll make a man out of you.
Black Heron into the Inkwell. Cheshire Cat coming into play.
Let's just
4 characters now. And Reed electing to quest here, saying, hey, you know what? You come out, I'm going to push the tempo. You're the Dogs deck. I'm going to push the tempo, though. You come after me.
Yeah, not something we usually see because Captain Hook only having challengers only during your turn when he gets the challenger buff. But no characters were exerted. There weren't any good challenges to make. So let's make good use of our characters while they're in play and get some points on the board. Up to 4 lore for Reed.
It's a great play because now Steven can crack in as he did, but there's no like clean answers. And now those Forceful Duelists left there, able to answer those Ursula and that Lilo, so exposed for the challenge there.
And we get a couple of points of damage on characters, which could be relevant for Reed since he just played Cheshire Cat Inexplicable last turn. Prior to that, there was no damage counters on the board. So kind of an interesting way to be like, yeah, you want to take out my Captain Hook Forceful Duelist for free? That's fine. I'll be able to move that damage over from Ursula Deceiver to Lilo. Interesting choice here since Lilo could be brought back, but ultimately if you bring Lilo back, isn't that kind of a waste of an ink turn?
I missed that Chromicon down there again. That banish on the Lilo bounced the cat back to hand, including the boost card. So card draw there. We're getting Chromicon shenanigans back and forth here, so the board now down to 1 Captain Hook, but Reed did get an extra card off of that cat, having boosted it once already, so Reed's sitting with plenty of resources in hand now, and, you know, in this game, I think inevitability long-term favors the Amethyst Steel deck. The dogs want to win quicker. Lilo coming back from the discard pile here.
Okay, we do choose to bring her back. And, you know, speaking of the Emerald Chromacon, we all have places we like to put our cards on the board. Often items or locations might be out of the range of our characters, especially in this dogs deck when we want to be able to easily count up how many cards from Tramp we might be able to filter through our deck. So if you're wondering why that is off on the corner of the screen, down there at the bottom, we have it up represented for you on the side. Thank you so much to our production team.
That's a great point. It's out of the range of the characters, out of the range of the camera almost here, but that's a great point.
If you're looking at the player camera, you can see, though, that it still is directly in front of where his left hand can reach and still in play of our orange mat here.
No, I really like this point because it's a note for how pro players or players who are experienced will play, because this deck relies on that character synergy, and in particular Tramp. The number of characters on the board matters, and when you can easily glance at the board and in your head mentally calculate what you need in order to play a Tramp, that matters. So putting that Chromacon off to the side is a great way to do that.
And our first Daisy Duck Donald's Date that we've seen in this dog's deck. Oftentimes we like to see that a little bit earlier, but we'll take her now. She's out there. She's representing 2 questing per turn. So not too late to see her.
No, when she comes into play too, she will buff, increase Lady's strength by 1, enabling her to challenge and banish that character. But Hook is going to crack back here, and we'll see.
Looks like another Cheshire Cat might be coming into play. Potentially. I see it there over at the left side of his hand. Now, if you too wonder why pro players do the card flicking like Steven was just doing, that often can be a thing where you might know where people put the cost of cards in their hand. It's also just nice to flick through and see your possibilities of what you could do here. We'll see Giant Cobra going into the Inkwell for Reed, and following up by exerting all 5 ink for the Elsa, the 5th spirit. She's going to tell Daisy Duck to be exerted.
That banishing Lilo, Chromacon being activated there, sending the Elsa back to hand.
That's right. So then this is actually kind of an interesting way where Reed is getting to take advantage of the Chromacon. Just getting to replay Elsa exert, and then now she won't have any damage remaining on her?
Yeah, and it's at this point, but it does take a whole turn. So, Steven, if he's playing the Elsa and removing one character, you're playing a character turn, it's removing a character turn, you're not playing a Dumbo, you're not playing a Genie, so it does stall things a little bit. But again, this Amethyst Steel deck has much, much more card draw than the dogs do, so it does feel like the longer this goes, the more Reed's going to be able to juice his hand. And
are we going to see a repeat? Another Elsa, the 5th spirit? We are. She's going to say, Tramp, Enterprising Dog, it's your turn to go back to the pound.
2 damage.
Yeah, it's not enough to banish Tramp, but it is enough damage to get a little bit on there. All of the characters that Steven currently has in play won't be able to deal with Elsa with her evasive, so potentially next turn, Reed has damage available for that Cheshire Cat. I like how he set this up.
Yeah, plenty of damage. Bit of damage shenanigans to the board that can happen at this point. Steven here trying to figure out, again, the goal is to build the board. Lady will come in, enable the Tramp to come into play for free, which will augment the strength of the Lady.
Yeah, Lady Family Dog, we love that one.
And with 2 characters plus the bonus from the Tramp, that'll make Lady able to quest for 3.
Absolutely. So now we have 5 characters over for Steven. He's ready to get one of the other Tramp Street Smart Dogs next turn and be able to start going through all of his cards.
And this swung the board state quite a bit here. 5 characters. Now we're going to get a Chromacon trigger again after Elsa comes in and banishes something. Steven electing to send that Elsa back to hand.
That's right. Emerald Chromacon.
And here she comes again.
Here we go.
And here she goes again. Oh my goodness. Elsa is on a yo-yo here. Back to hand, back in play.
And the Cheshire Cat into the Inkwell for Black Heron. Real bad egg. A little bit of a value card. Let's just use what leftover ink we have available from playing Elsa, replaying Elsa. Let's have a character here that will be able to challenge, even though I'm going to have to bounce stuff. If he can get enough ink established, like you said, that he's able to play 2 characters, maybe the bouncing won't matter too much, because now if we do draw a Tramp, it's only 3 cards instead of 5.
Yeah. I'm sorry. That was funny.
It was really funny.
no.
How often do you get to see the same exact iteration of a card of Elsa, the very same physical copy replayed and replayed? That's what, 4 times now?
Yeah, it's just fun. Yeah.
We're on an Elsa the 5th spirit count, and we're gonna see her come down for the 5th time probably soon here too.
Right. But the longer this game goes on, the more, and that's Amethyst Steel's game plan, really. What it does is it does the 1, 2, 3, 4 into the strength. Then in the mid game, it needs to draw cards in order to refill its hand. And in the late game, the way it wins in this meta against decks like Blurple that have really strong individual top end cards is to go wide with kind of not baby cards, but they're like mid range cards. You're dropping multiple 3 and 4 cost cards on the board, and you just flood the board at that point because there's not a lot of wide removal that can deal with it at that point. So at this point, you know, as Reed builds up his ink total, he'll get to the point where he can do that. But Steven here managed to accumulate with some lore surges all the way up to 10 now. That Chromacon keeping things kind of under control.
Was that Black Heron that just finished off Daisy Duck Donald's date? Shouldn't it be bounced back to the hand with Emerald Chromacon?
I missed what the Chromacon and these players on the speed up are playing so fast. I missed what he bounced back.
We do see Hades looking for a deal, followed by Giant Cobra, which does give Reed the option to discard a card to gain 2 lore, which he will do here, discarding Doc Bold Knight.
Yeah, it's back over to Steven. I gotta watch like a hawk.
You watch like a hawk. I'll call all the cards that we have coming into play. That's what we do here, broadcasting for you at the top 16 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge from Richmond, Virginia.
Steven now with a fairly healthy hand of cards for dogs. Some of those cards bounce back to hand, so not been played already, but still on 3 ink as dogs decks often are. And we're just going to think through the lines here.
Yeah, and Reed just has a very full hand of cards. It looks like he has about 6 cards in hand. Hades, of course, looking for a deal, gave the option, and I believe did draw him 2 additional cards instead of getting rid of a character. Actually, that might have been how Daisy Duck was gotten rid of without the Heron doing a challenge with Emerald Chromacon still in play.
A little bit of a deal?
Yeah.
Was struck?
A deal was struck. Daisy got her stuffed animal. The date is finished. You are now banished, my dear. I'm sorry.
Let's see. It looks like we're debating between a shift here no.
I can't wait to see what Steven's going to play here because we're at the point in the game where both players have enough lore that they could turn the corner. Reed at 7 lore, Steven at 10. It's really still anybody's game here. And of course, if Reed takes it, he will be moving on to the top 8 and getting that golden Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, and you said there's not a lot of card draw here, but here's that sneaky card draw. Miss Park Avenue coming down, taking 2 characters from the discard pile. Lilo going to become ink. We're going to play another family dog here. A little bit of a quest, up to 12. So Steven slowly pushing things forward. This is a really tense matchup. I genuinely have no idea which way this is going to finish.
No, not at all. And Steven here is thinking, do I want to make the challenge for Black Heron? Doing a little bit of math here, doing a little bit of counting.
Yeah, we're trying to see in the Chromacon again, like he can move the Heron safely on the crackback, bounce the card back to hand, but he'd love to bounce this Miss Park Avenue back to hand if he can.
Yeah, if you don't challenge on your turn, then it does set it up so that if your opponent challenges, you get the extra benefit. But at the same time, do you want to exert your own character, leaving it susceptible to be banished in that challenge? So many characters over there can take care of it, especially that Giant Cobra.
I love seeing Steven work through this. There's so much math to work through. And the best players are playing 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 turns ahead. In the case of some 7, 8, 9 turns ahead. Steven thinking through all of the lines
and
here.
And just going for lore.
It's Doctor Strange looking through every possible iteration of the multiverse there. And then, yeah, Lady choosing to quest out there.
Oh, he hurled his Thunderbolt. It won't matter. Our poor lady is banished.
Hades taking a song out of his brother's book, singing He Hurled His Thunderbolt.
And we get the deity bonus there, too, on He Hurled His Thunderbolt. So, I mean, not necessarily relevant since we did have to exert Hades to sing it, but a really cool synergy that we find in this deck.
I did not even think of that. Yeah, deities don't come into play too often. They're coming into play here. And then we are going to see, it looks like the Chromacon bounced the Black Heron back to hand. And there's the Black Heron played again. Cobra. Gonna sing Strength Raging. Finally a Strength. That's the first time we've seen it this match, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And we've talked about it quite a bit, and this is game 2.
One of the best cards in Disney Lorcana, one of the best cards in this deck, key to its victory against any character-based deck, and we finally saw one here. And now that Lilo left standing alone, 2 removal actions there, sang that turn.
Wow, and that clears Steven's board of any characters. And Reed plays Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe, followed by Cheshire Cat, Inexplicable. That's 5 characters on board. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, all of a sudden the board wide on Reed's side, and Steven choosing to bounce that Lilo back to hand rather than leaving it exerted. He wants to play that ready again this turn if he can. He only needs to establish 6 ink worth of characters, and he could do that with like the Lilo and then 2 ladies, or 2 daisies perhaps, if he was lucky enough to draw into them. Reed, it'll take him a couple turns to close this out, and with his removal actions played, thinking perhaps if I can stick just enough to close this out.
That Dumbo is a big problem though, because it does give him so much additional card draw. Obviously, 1 character right now, but we know there is a handful of other evasive characters like that Elsa that we've seen so many times, who I think is still waiting in his hand, ready to come out.
Probably. She's been bounced so
I
many
said
times
we were going to see it the 5th time, and I don't think we ever did.
She's a veteran, a challenged veteran.
She is the Ice Queen, after all, as princesses aspire to be.
Yeah, bouncing never bothered her anyway.
She bounced herself out of the castle in the first one.
Right. All right, I'm really excited. We do have a daisy. Okay, interesting. We do have a daisy in hand. So all Steven needs to do is establish 6 or 8. Oh, let's see.
Okay.
So close.
And other cards to note in Steven's hand that he's not playing right now, it looks like another Emerald Chromacon, a Go-Go Tamago, and we're putting Tramp into the Inkwell. Let's throw down a couple characters. Which ones are they going to be? Have us on the edge of our seats here at the booth, folks. I hope you're on the edge of your couches or your desks, wherever you're watching this from at home. We'll see Daisy Duck, Donald State, and Lilo Escape Artists, the 2 amber cards that we have, and Go-Go Tamago, Darting Dynamo.
This is so interesting. Okay, choosing to play the Go-Go to board here, hoping it'll stick around to Quest. Now, Go-Go could have represented a finisher if the situation was right, but instead choosing to play that to the board. And now so we have 5 lore established, and this is going to be the edge of the seat. Drawing a card off the Dumbo.
I'm going to fall off if I go any more on the edge of my seat, but that's where we are right now.
That's when we stand in the booth.
Players, yeah, that's right, will be falling over the edge of the lore total, and we're going to see a Quest. Or are we singing?
No.
Are we singing? He hurled his Thunderbolt.
All the removal options. That hurt so much. I think Steven was hoping that was all spent, but no. Daisy cleared off the board there, and that's going to slow Steven down.
Yeah, 4 damage to chosen character. That was huge.
And again, with the sequencing, choosing to Quest before doing the Thunderbolt, so getting everything out, getting all the lore out of his characters before that Chromacon is activated. Steven will bounce the Dumbo back to hand. It won't be able to draw a card next turn as the ink is wet before it enters play, unless Steven plays it, or unless Reed plays it right now. He's not going to. It's another control option. Oh, that Go-Go's not going to stick around.
And Alpha, the 5th Spirit, we do get to see her for the 5th time on Reed's side of the board. And now we do have Elsa in play. If he did want to replay that Dumbo and draw more cards, he has the option. But with 4 characters and up to 11 lore, he's got a lot of possibilities for how he can finish out this game. This is that point like you were talking about earlier, Liam, where if he does make it long enough into the match, he might be able to get ahead. We see Steven counting up the number of characters, doing more math about what Reed's going to be able to accomplish on his turns.
Yeah, Reed's still 2 turns off, so Steven will be able to go up to 16. Now, with those 2 damage counters out there, a Go-Go off the top deck does represent another 2, but Steven still needs to figure out that last 2 lore.
Yep,
does
Captain
he draw
Hook,
Daisy?
Forceful Duelist for Reed.
Like, does he draw Daisy? Does he draw something, another high lore quester? Let's see. Super interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, Reed's on a 2-turn clock to take this match. So Steven needs to find an answer right here for all of these characters and all of the damage. Can he do it? Lilo is going to just West up and take him a little bit closer to the victory because it is 2 turns. Maybe he'll be able to find something else.
Oh, man.
Webby Vanderquack, our little friend, coming into play.
Fun. A second Chromacon established here. So now Steven will be able to bounce 2 characters every single time one of his characters is banished on Reed's turn. Reed going to get the questing out of his characters before the Chromacons.
Not taking the bait, going to get that war on the board first.
Absolutely. That Lilo not going to be around too long, it looks like. But here, Elsa challenging. So here's interesting. Elsa challenging and putting 3 damage counters onto that Elsa. 3 damage counters. And that could loom large here if this top deck works out right for Steven. So just an interesting note. That Webby represents 1. And a go-go off the top deck could be devastating for Reed here.
Yeah.
Let's see if he manages to do with the Webby.
Of course, the go-go that Liam's talking about can gain lore equal to the amount of damage on a character.
Yeah, so it does leave Steven an avenue here, a lane, a route.
We
Small
love
one, narrow
playing
though it
to
is.
your outs, especially in this top level of Disney Lorcana.
You know, as I say that, there's the cat.
Oh,
The cat exists.
that's right.
That's true. As I say that, the cat exists, and the cat will be bounced, but the cat will come back into play and send that over. So, you know, I was super excited there for a moment. The cat exists,
But,
and
you know, it's
shifts
great
that
to
damage
point
over
out
to Webby.
to our audience,
And
the things that you can keep in your mind.
that.
Yes.
Yep. And that is that. So the cat able to clear that damage off. Now that go-go doesn't loom as large, and that is it. Nothing doing. And Reed will be the winner. Reed, the latest Golden Mickey winner, the newest Golden Mickey winner.
Yes, his first Disney Lorcana challenge, top 32, top 8, Golden Mickey, brave little Taylor. I think I'm going to go over to Reed and see if he'll show me his Golden Mickey.
Yeah, well, this is, so I may have spoken, it's not his first challenge, this is his first, 4th challenge, but his first TCG. Lorcana is his first competitive TCG.
Excuse me, I misheard you in the
Yeah, no, it's
beginning
fine. I
there.
probably misspoke. It's late. But but he let it go first time making the top cut, and really amazing to see him side by side with people like DKP, people like Zan in the top 32, and now joining the Golden Mickey Club. And, you know, which is really interesting because we love storylines, we love stories. In the first season of Disney Lorcana, obviously a lot of the players, you know, doing really well with those with experience in other TCGs, coming over from other games, experiencing our beautiful game. But Lorcana is now growing brand new stars, players who moved into TCGs because of Disney Lorcana and are experiencing competitive play because of Disney Lorcana. And now those people are winning Golden Mickeys. And I cannot be any more inspired by that.
Well, we have seen Elsa make a big role in this match, and Amethyst Steel will be headed into the top 8 as one of our matches. But we have some friends over in the lounge, too, that have some more information about what we might be seeing for top 8.
Yeah, can't wait for them to talk about that. We're going to go to a quick break, then to the lounge. Don't go anywhere. More exciting Lorcana to come.
Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Richmond, Virginia. I am the villain Baker and I am joined by Liam Cosma. Liam, how was your weekend been, my friend?
I mean, there's no other way to say it than magical. I know it sounds cliche, but...
Oh, we love cliches.
And I'm all about cliches. But, you know, every one of these challenges, you get to meet new people, you get to watch Amazing Lorcana. It's all of my favorite things, all rolled into one, and I get to hang out with you.
I get to hang out with you.
All the UK, which is wonderful. So
it's such a pleasure to be here, to meet the American community. Just went out there again, sat down for 2 seconds, and ended up just sitting for about 40 minutes.
I know, you disappeared for a while.
Chatting to the community and all that jazz. I just can't get enough. It's been amazing.
But you.
Absolutely, but... Well, I don't know about that, but it's my pleasure. That being said, we've got plenty more Disney Lorcana action. Let's take a little look at our top 8 players. We've got some wonderful headshots. Here they are. Liam, break this down for me. What stands out? What jumps out?
First thing, I'm going to do a quick Ruby Amethyst check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nope. None there. Sad to see. I hate to see it, but no, I mean, these are... I had to.
Of course you had to.
I had to. So one interesting thing, Blurple converting very well. Amethyst Steel, really fascinating, converting 1 out of the top 8 here. Big in the field, about 25%, 24%, only converting 1 here. Really fun to see Amethyst Emerald, a color combo that a lot of people love. You love to see one of the final there. Fun note, Nathaniel Shaney there, the top seed on an Emerald Amethyst burn deck. Still alive here in the top 8, winning a Golden Mickey. Other than that, 1 Dog's deck converting, but Blurple here. Blurple representing very strong, 17% of the field, 3 out of the top 8. What do you think about this top?
Yeah, I mean, again, I am absolutely appalled by the lack of Ruby Amethyst, but it's all right. We're still mounting the comeback. But yeah, this is a fantastic set of players and deck lists and deck types, and also shout out to DKP. The Mickey collector at this point.
Is it 5 now?
I think it's 5. All of those top 8 players will be taking home a golden Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor. And yeah, DKP definitely the Mickey collector at this point. But we have more gameplay to come, and we want to show you the deck list for the match that you're about to watch. Again, we are in open deck list format, so the players will be well aware of what they are going up against. So first off, we have Reed Holtman here on Amethyst Steel. Liam, please break this down for me.
Yeah, I mean, this is a fairly standard list. This deck is popular for a reason. It's incredibly consistent. Before I look at the list, I want to mention Reed. I did get to talk about him last match, but Lorcana is his first competitive TCG.
Amazing.
So you love to see it, and he's doing well here. A couple fun notes here. Hypnotic Strength has been worked in and out of lists. Reed is running a couple of them here. And one card that he said did incredibly well for him this tournament that he said overperformed was Yzma. Working in 2 of them. You don't often see them in these lists.
Not this set, anyway.
Not this set, anyway. They used to be very popular. They've been worked out. But Yzma, Conniving Chemist, a card that can give you a big edge if he sticks around on the board. And Reed reported that they worked very, very well for him this tournament. And he credits them for helping him make this deep run.
Yeah, no, Yzma, the Conniving Chemist, was certainly seeing play in set 9 format, and you're absolutely right, Liam, we haven't seen her for a while, but Reed Holtman certainly putting her to good use. There are a couple of counts here that I find maybe slightly peculiar, nothing too egregious, but only 2 Calhoun Marine Sergeant is certainly something to observe. 3 or 4 tends to be the standard amount, a super powerful 2-drop in the game, but it is uninkable, so maybe Reed just wanting a tad more consistency from the deck that is already very, very consistent. Also, you see that one-off Benja, Guardian of the Dragon Gem here. This is a card that hasn't seen play for a while, but with the increase in items in our metagame, like Lanterns and Emerald Chromicon, Amethyst Chromicon, Ink Runners, Enigmatic Ink Casters, I imagine this Benja has put in a lot of work today. What else jumps out at you, Liam?
Yeah, can I also mention the Genie Wish Fulfilled? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I missaw. I thought for a second I was thinking of Bug Catcher Genie, but
yeah, you're thinking of the Bug Catcher. No, Genie
I was really quick. I was like Genie Wish Fulfilled everywhere. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Granting wishes like he's been doing for a long while. But yeah, everything else here looking pretty by the numbers. You see a couple of copies of Hypnotic Strength in there as well, which can be a math fixer. But I think more than anything, to pop those pesky illusions, Iago Giant Spectral Parrot can be a bit of a problem for any Amethyst deck, and we don't really want to waste our strength buffs on them, so Hypnotic Strength is definitely the better play. So this deck looking very, very good, but let's go on to the opponent. We have Dylan Crowley, and this player is going to be on that tried and tested Blurple deck. Now, all things considered, the community is pretty much in agreement that Blurple has a pretty good matchup into Purple Steel, but it wouldn't be the first time that we've seen Purple Steel upset it. Again, Frank Carsten winning the last DLC with Purple Steel, beating Blurple in the finals, best of 5. So we've seen it before. Does anything jump out at you here, Liam?
I'll mention a couple things. One copy of Bell Accomplished Mystic being worked in here. Those I'm not surprised to see one. Some decks run none, though. The cat, Cheshire Cat, filling that role in some of these lists. One thing I always look at is whether or not people are choosing to run that 9th ramp card. I don't see the one copy of One Jump Ahead in here. So only 8. That does give you a little bit of an edge, about 2 to 3% of finding that ramp card. And you know you need that ramp card to power into these games. I'm looking for anything else peculiar. What else do you see here, Baker?
Nothing that really jumps out at me as peculiar. This looks pretty by the script. We do have 3 copies of that giant spectral parity Argo in here that we were just talking about, which could prove a nuisance to the Amethyst Steel deck unless they're able to find those Hypnotic Strength. 1 copy of that Ursula Whisper of Vanessa in here, which has really been increasing in its increasing how much we see in these top decks. It's just such a monster truck. 5 cost 4/5, quest for 2, and when you boost it, which only costs 1, Liam, a bargain as far as I'm concerned, she gets an extra lore and evasive. So she's questing for 3, she's evasive, she is every bit as pesky as the Iago, except you can't remove her just by a simple action. And to go back to your point about Bell Accomplished Mystic, I think that's a card that's very interesting in open deck list format, because obviously players are already going to play around that Cheshire Cat, inexplicable, but knowing that there is a one-off Bell in here could absolutely change the way that the Purple Steel player makes plays, because this Bell could absolutely be a tempo breaker.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right, so these 2 deck lists are looking pretty hot, pretty by the numbers. I am super excited to jump into this match. And again, these 2 players already qualified for the North American Championship. They've already earned their Golden Mickey, but now they're just playing for some more prizes. But more than anything, whoever goes home today with the championship trophy will also be getting an invitation to the World Championship.
It's probably the ultimate prize. Everybody wants to call themselves a Worlds competitor. There's 500 Golden Mickey winners at the end of the day, but the number of Worlds competitors...
And DKB's just got like 5% of them.
And DKB's got 5% of them, so at the end of the day, there's going to be less than 500 Golden Mickey winners, right? But everybody wants to say that they're a Worlds competitor in anything, but especially in Disney Lorcana if you love this game, so probably the ultimate prize. And I don't know, I dream of winning it one day, but I don't know.
Hey, I am quite happy sitting on the sidelines looking upon the glory.
That's fine, yeah, that's fine.
I am quite content with my place in the community. But you guys want to see the action. We've got casters ready to go. Casters, are you there?
We are here, Baker. We are ready to look at these top 8 players. We are excited for a match.
Yes, I mean, it's what everyone's been waiting for. Me and Zvex casting together.
Absolutely.
Wait, girls, it might be the game.
Booth.
Yeah, it could be the game.
We've got our 2 girls taking it home for the top 8. I've got nothing else left to say. Ladies, I look forward to seeing your work. Let's hand it over to you.
Thanks so much, Baker. Katie, I do want to just shout out how amazing your Emperor's New Groove look is today. Did the chat pick up on that from the casters?
I have been, wait, does this help? What if I say I've been errata? Does anyone know who I am? I'm Bucky.
And I'm a llama. I'm Kuzco. But enough about that.
Yeah, right. This is very important stuff, guys. I'm so sorry.
Okay, we just had to cover it because we're looking good in the booth, but we do have a top 8 match to get to. Let's head over to our players and see who is playing game 1 for us today. Here we go. We've got open deck lists. Both of our players are inspecting them. Again, they have 5 minutes in order to look over and see exactly what each of them has put in their deck. Are they running 60 cards both? Yes. Sometimes we see some more cards. Of course, 60 is the minimum, but both players just playing optimally here as we have Reed returning with Amethyst Steel and Dylan with Amethyst Sapphire. We're going to start off. Reed got the play here, and we see Olaf Helping Hand, a great 1-drop character who can return a card when he leaves play.
Yes, and I mean, this is a tale that we've never seen these 2 decks ever play each other. That's not true. We've seen these decks play each other several times, so it is a difference of what did you pick? What are the cards you have? And now we know that the strengths here is that we're going to see Dylan go a little bit faster as far as the ramping aspect. He hits that ramp on 2. But on the other side, Reed is trying to be aggressive, get answers, go ahead, keep his hand nice and full, and be able to outlast some of the control aspects that Dylan will be working towards.
Absolutely. And the other characters on board so far, Reed played a Jafar, Royal Vizier, and Rafiki for Dylan was in play. Now we're going to see Dylan's second character come down, a Basil, practiced detective. Of course, we love a guy who can give support to his friends.
We do, and we also love a guy that says, I saw you have Benja. We saw him ink a Junior Woodchuck guidebook, and we've seen that card do so much. But he says, if I play this Woodchuck guidebook and Benja comes out, I will not be happy. So instead of using it like people have wanted to, he goes ahead and says, I'll do some hard draw the old-fashioned way, and goes ahead and sends it to the inkwell.
Well, and what catches a mouse? A cat. So Reed has played Cheshire Cat because we love this. If any damage gets in play here, we will be able to have the cat catch the mouse and move the damage over if that's the best target that we want to choose for Reed.
Exactly. So it basically is opening things up where at one point during this game, you'll get to the point where interaction will start happening no matter what. Now, you do need to be able to carry damage, so we do see this Rafiki going ahead, feeling okay with that quest, and never mind.
Madam Mim Elephant is going to be returning a character to hand here. Big play here, big body, 3 strength, 7 willpower.
Yeah, and it's one of those other cards that at the start of your turn, you can go ahead and move 2 damage counters from this character, which are chosen opposing character. So now you start to reach this kind of stalemate where it's like, you go, no, you go. I'm okay, you go.
But Strength of a Raging Fire will change that tempo a little bit. We see the Cheshire Cat singing this song in order to get rid of Basil. The cat still, in fact, did catch the mouse, and Dumbo, Ninth Wonder of the Universe, coming in play as well, Katie.
Yeah, that Strength of Raging Fire is something that Dylan does not have access to, and it's one of the most powerful cards in the game, especially if you were able to retain your turn 1, 2, and 3 characters and have that 30-cost character sing it. And now we have that Dumbo, and the Jafar pairs so well with it, but the Madam Mim, she can go ahead and challenge. She is a 3/7 that has a healthy body, and then you can put some damage on her, move things around, but it also puts her in danger a little bit if she has that damage on it. 7 is a lot of willpower, but not infinite.
You know, we just watched Reed play, and I feel like I had deja vu because you said exactly what Liam said. Strength of a Raging Fire is one of the best cards currently in Disney Lorcana's meta, so it's no surprise here that you were saying the exact same thing that Liam did, because we see how quickly and efficiently it's able to clear the board and save your characters to be able to do other things. Madam Mim here will go for the challenge on Olaf Helping Hand.
Yeah, and he says, if you want, you may return a card to your hand. It is not a must, it's a may. And an Amethyst Seal, you need those bodies on the board because you, A, need that Jafar for the Dumbo, that Cheshire Cat has a great purpose, and 2 cards in hand that he wants.
Strength of a Raging Fire?
Exactly. So in this case, he's kind of holding on to it, seeing if he can go ahead and build up his board. And thank goodness you got another character, because the more characters, the better.
Yeah. Those bodies over there have a lot of willpower, so 3 characters on board won't take care of Iago, Giant Spectral Parrot, or Madam Mim Elephant. It would be enough to take care of Rafiki, Mystical Fighter, but really not the biggest concern over there for Dylan, right? We do see Strength of the Raging Fire coming down to deal with Madam Mim because she already had a little bit of damage on here. And of course, the Vanish ability, Strength of a Raging Fire, doesn't matter. Isn't that right, Katie?
He hits from anywhere from 0 to 500 because Eddie has been targeted. So it doesn't matter what the amount is. It just goes ahead and poof, and Iago, no more. And now you just have a 1-cost Rafiki sitting there. And he's cool. He can go ahead and challenge for 3. He cannot reach Dumbo. He cannot go ahead and vanish. But there we go. We have Demona, who normally is going to do that Exert ability. In this case, it's just to say, I got to refill my hand, which is one of the most important things. That's why people play Amethyst, is I get the cards.
Yeah, it's nice to see in our top 8 match here of this Disney Lorcana Challenge, 2 decks that are playing Amethyst, something at the beginning of yesterday a lot of us were saying is one of the most powerful ink colors in Lorcana. And Elsa, the 5th spirit, will come in here to exert Demona. And are we going to see a challenge here with Elsa? I don't know if that rush ability, we just passed the turn.
Yeah, I mean,
why didn't we challenge with Elsa there? We just want to leave her back. We didn't want to have her banished.
Well, I think they like the punishing of that Demona because basically he knows that Dylan has too many cards to ready the Demona.
Right.
So basically it's like that Elsa with Spirit of Winter where she comes in and has that freeze, but in this case it's Demona. As long as there's cards in your hand, you will not be getting up today.
Gargoyle, ice sculpture, they're basically just giant hunks of rock and stone, right?
So we are now in the point where it's going to be a series of who's getting the good cards when they need them. And that sounds very simplistic, but Calhoun, not the card that Reed needs to win. But we have a lot of answers on their side. 2 Dumbos and an Into the Unknown. So ultimately, you're forcing interactions when you have a Demona. And then you also... You're kind of hoping that you get the cards you need, and then if you have something like an Elsa Fist Spirit or Demona, you can take advantage of the Into the Unknown, but eventually, Reed will be turning things sideways anyway.
Dylan plays 2 characters this turn. Genie, Wish Fulfilled, drawing a card into Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe. Definitely a step around the corner for Dylan. I love to see all of the characters that he has in play right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Reed would agree with you. He'd go, I don't really love it, but there we go. We're going to keep going back and forth, and that's how it sometimes feels in these matches where they say, you did it, now I'm going to do it. So we will go ahead.
Those are the kind of matches that I'm here for. I want a close game. I was on the edge of my seat in the last game for Reed, and I will be approaching the edge of it again soon.
Exactly, because I mean, this is the top 8. So at this point, these are some of the best players in the nation, and they're definitely the best 8 players in this room. So here we go. We have that Demona. She can go ahead, and in this case, let's see here. She just goes and gives a nice, clean question. And now we're seeing what else we want to do this turn, and the answer is, we'll just go ahead and pass.
Yeah, and something to note too, not just players nationally, we have players from all over the globe here who came to Richmond, Virginia. Something really cool about the Disney Lorcana community, seeing people travel to come to these large competitive events. And now we'll see Hades looking for a deal, coming down for Reed, that great 3/4 with an ability. Who did he choose for this? I don't know if he's pointed to any character yet. Looks like it was Dumbo. And Dylan will take that deal.
Yeah, and it's very interesting because, I mean, obviously both players are very eager to get to more answers. So he can't draw cards, but he can go ahead and boost. And one of the reasons that is important to note, because he does know that nobody likes this Cheshire Cat around. Everybody likes to play him. Nobody wants to see him. So what happens is you have that Into the Unknown. You have Hades. And when you're saying there's a downside to this, there is a downside. You're going to go ahead and give your opponent twice the ink. The more they boost, the more ink they have. So it definitely adds a tiny downside. You're still losing your character, but at least you get a little bit of a benefit on the way out.
Well, and something to note here, if Dylan would have chosen not to take the deal, the cards could have been more cards in hand than Demona would have been able to ready, right?
I mean, I'm trying to see for this.
Okay. I think he had 2 in hand. I'm unsure, but he did play 2 characters this turn. Tipo, Growing Sun, and Basil, Practiced Detective.
Yeah, hand size can be tricky because it's oftentimes with ink piles, I'm like, okay, this is your hand or this. But in this case, we're going to go ahead boost again on one of the Cheshire Cats using the 2 of the ink he has. He has 2 kind of not exciting cards in his hand, but he's able to stay in the game. He has that Calhoun and the Palace Guard, which is a 1/4 illusion as well. So he has a board presence. And the wider he goes, the more he knows, listen, Dylan doesn't have board wipe. He has to earn every piece of rule he has. And the wider he goes, the harder it is to deal with Reed's wider and wider board.
Yes, and we get the pass back over to Dylan, and he will play his own Cheshire Cat, Inexplicable. There's no damage on the board to move right now, though, so a boost right here isn't going to be a move that we're going to take, but we will use Demona to quest for 2.
Yeah, and he's done that a couple times where he's like, listen, Demona's a 5/6. I'm just going to go ahead and quest for 2 here. I think, I mean, I'm trying to think if there's, I mean, looking at his board here, I mean, he could send in a couple characters, and I think the more he urges his opponent to start turning things sideways, the more then he can interact and take advantage of that, get some damage, start moving things around. So it is a little bit of bait because he would have to send multiple characters into it, which then might hold some damage. So he says, whatever, I'll get my 2 lore. We're 8/7. We're still doing pretty good, and I just need one turn that I can turn the corner and get rid of all your little guys, and then it's just me and my big guys.
Yeah, it's really interesting here where we see 3 Cheshire Cats on board, 2 for Reed, 1 for Dylan. As you mentioned earlier, Katie, we're at kind of a stalemate where Demona at least has enough willpower that if a character does come in, it's going to take both of the boosts of the Cheshire Cat or maybe a card like Hypnotic Strength, which I don't think I see in Reed's list here. So Dylan knew that going into this, so that's a pretty safe play.
Oh, I mean, let's see here. So Reed is running
2 of them. Okay.
2 Hypnotic Strength. They are in alphabetical order, which is unexpected. But so
we have the lists as well. It's open deck for us as well.
Yeah, and so one of the things, like you mentioned, is that illusion is just a nice, efficient way. You draw a card, you go ahead, get rid of one of the illusions. But he's just going to start working, doing what he can with what is exerted. And in this case, we go ahead, we lose that Calhoun finally, but it activated a little bit of activity where now he did get rid of the Demona, and there is that Hypnotic Strength that you alluded to.
Yeah, except when I was talking about Hypnotic Strength, I thought it was going to be for Reed. So the fact that Dylan also is playing Hypnotic Strength just happened, chance, and well-timed.
Yes, I was looking at the wrong list and I'm like, yeah, he's running Hypnotic Strength. And the answer is they are running Hypnotic Strength. Together, they both saw the power. And it's a card that is something very similar to Improvise, where you run it in illusion heavy meta. Sometimes these little tiny, it says draw a card, and draw a card and get rid of illusion, basically.
Yes.
So that's enough right there. So in this case, we now have that Dumbo, and we have the engine where we have an Elsa on board, so she can go ahead and power that ability on the 8th wonder of the universe. And then it's back to Dylan saying, all right, it's your move. And they're getting wider and wider, and now it's just a math contest. What is the turn clock on here? How many turns do you have left? And so with this, they're all 1 questers, but there are 7 on board, so he does not have game on board quite yet. But he is getting closer, so Dylan needs to do something to make sure that Reed does not just slowly inch towards that 20 he needs.
Well, and kind of scary if you're sitting in Dylan's position, looking at game 1. We've got, of course, like you mentioned, Katie, Dumbo, who could give Elsa the ability to draw us cards. That means if he really wanted to, he could have his card for the draw and 2 more cards in hand in case anything comes over here down on Dylan's side, any type of removal or challenges. But everything's exerted, so he didn't really leave a window of opportunity unless Dylan can make something else exerted on his own, which he does have Elsa the 5th Spirit in his deck, so maybe we'll see some dueling Elsas.
Yeah, I mean...
Or Hades, Infernal Schemer, also works in this scenario.
Yeah, that takes that Dumbo problem right into the Inkwell. And then Hades Infernal Schemer was in set 1 and then got reprinted because it is a very powerful piece of spot removal. And then we have seen Reed have some of the most... He's had to make do with what he has, and here he has a Calhoun, which is a card. You can play it. It does help towards strength numbers. He had a lot of strengths early in the game. So basically, he can play this Calhoun. It's another character, and like we said, at a certain point, it's a race to 20. But we do know all it takes is one really impactful Demona turn. If Dylan is able to just kind of say, okay, here we go, he can't win this turn. Reed can't win this turn. So if he has Demona, he can do kind of a board rep. I put it in turns because it means a board rep at a cost, but it could turn the tables a little bit.
Now, an interesting move. Did we just see him boost both of his Cheshire Cats in case they get bounced to hand? Is he setting something up here to potentially have more cards in his hand? It looked like he boosted both of the Cheshire Cats on that last turn.
Well, it's something I have heard players say that if you have the ability to ink, oh, there we go. So you sometimes do want to keep boosting because if you have the ink to do it, then when you boost, in theory, if Hades was to come through and something back to the hand. But first, they're going to go ahead and draw 3 cards, and now it is the Math Olympics. It's say all hands on deck. Hades, you two, Tipo, get in here. You're challenging if you can, because we need to do as much as we can with what we have on board. I mean, the simple math of it is there is 7 cards on one side, 7 on the other, but it's just making sure you stat things up, because the biggest thing is you want to retain as much value as possible in this battle.
I'm so glad you're here with me on this match, Katie, because I know that you are our data certified person and our math aficionado. So thank goodness you are here to help us count up exactly what these players are thinking about as they're making their decisions in this top 8 match, game 1, for those of you who are just joining us. A lot of characters on the board. You might be like, wow, how far are we in? Don't worry, there's still lots more to go.
It is. This is game 1 of the top 8, and top 8 things slow down a little bit because now we are talking about they all have their golden Mickey, but they would very, very much like to secure their spot as the champion. So
we have no timer anymore either, so they get to take their time, right?
Yeah, and this is a time where you do, if there's any time in the world, it would be right now. And so what you're kind of seeing players do is they'll kind of group their cards and be like, all right, you two over here, you get in there. There is a pretty good matchup here. That Rafiki, he has I mean, the Captain Hook is a great one because he has that 1-2 where he does that challenger ability. So we're kind of got the lineup here. The Demona he put on the back line. He's like, you're not doing anything, and we're gonna start. We're gonna start the party here. And when you go ahead and banish that Cheshire Cat, you don't get to keep anything. If maybe there was a Hades, you do get that boost of ink. Not in this case, unfortunately.
And that's okay though, because Hades is also gonna make a challenge into the other Cheshire Cat, taking 3 damage, and Dylan has his Cheshire Cat with no ink open right now, so it's also just going to make the challenge with Black Heron. And wow, just clearing all of Reed's characters off the board. Calhoun banished as well by Hades, and Rafiki will challenge Captain Hook.
And he did what I thought was a pretty good idea. Try to make sure you do the math where you retain those characters because that retention is vital. And then he can go ahead and boost. Now that he's done all this, he can go ahead and move 2 damage. So the answer is, do you want to just start putting some damage for later or get rid of Cheshire Cat? And he says, get that cat out of my board.
And I was mistaken again. The cards in hand, cards in ink. Well, he did have enough ink in order to boost that Cheshire Cat. So lovely play by Dylan, passing it over to Reed. I see a Hypnotic Strength that he drew, but geez, would have liked to have that maybe a little bit earlier before all of your characters had been banished.
Yeah, I mean, he hurled his Thunderbolts, which is a nice piece of removal at 4 cost that technically either one of his characters can sing. He has a Genie, which can help get him back into the game with maybe a card that he needs. But that's pretty devastating. So he's going to start with that Genie. You want to draw those cards first. One thing I'd like to note that is very interesting about the Cheshire Cat is the upside of boosting is, you go ahead and use some of your extra ink. Maybe it'll change the Hades math and you won't want to do it anymore. But one of the most devastating things is when the boost character goes to be banished, you get to finally see what was underneath it.
Reveal all that information.
Yeah, and you go, oh, that Giant Cobra, I really like that card when I'm trying to secure a win.
And we just saw Elsa, the 5th spirit that Reed had drawn off of that Genie Wish Fulfilled, exerting the Cheshire Cat for Dylan and challenging it to banish it. No kitty cat toys for you today, please.
Yeah, he hurls a Thunderbolt. It feels kind of rough. I've seen so many Cheshire Cats be banished this past 2 days, but it makes sense because a lot of times Disney Lorcana, it's an on-play effect. It's at the end of your turn, but with Boost, it's you just pay 2 inking into it literally every turn. So it is a problem that you absolutely have to deal with. And now we are looking at the time clock math. Now Reed has been inching closer. That's something that Amethyst Steel is really good at. It's good at taking some pretty heavy blows, pretty heavy setbacks, and saying, as long as I get a little increment value, and you're spending your whole time dealing with me, and I am just drawing cards and staying in the game, I can still win this. And right now he's at 14 lore. We have a total of 5 on the board, so he's still not game on board, but it's just it's a marathon, not a sprint.
One, as you mentioned, this Amethyst Steel deck is good at biding time. That's why we saw the largest percent of it in the field at around 25% this weekend. Most players were like, yeah, if I can play this deck and hang around for most of the matches to get past that midway point, I might be able to take a few victories and make it to where these 2 players are in the top 8.
That, if you guys watch the opening of the DLC here, the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Richmond, I predicted Amethyst Steel would definitely be in the top, and I even said it might win because of that. I sometimes will call it like a reliable family vehicle because it doesn't do a lot super cool. But what it does super cool is it does everything you need, remove, quest, and go ahead and draw cards all pretty well. And as long as you're doing that on average, like you kind of live in the middle of the variance life. And while every deck could have these really high highs and really low lows, you're like, I will just keep driving down the middle of the road and I hope I get there.
And now we do see the 2 Elsas exerted on Reed's side, but Dylan doesn't currently have any characters with evasive to be able to challenge them. I do see an Ursula Whisper of Vanessa in his hand, which can get boosted to get evasive, as well as Elsa. So I bet we'll see one of those here in order to be able to challenge and keep them off the board. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing what the value here of evasive is. Yeah, because you have to deal with it, and you have, unfortunately, he doesn't have any Thunderbolts to hurl, and he doesn't have any strength on his side. He has to kind of do what he can with the resources.
So let's get both of them.
Yeah, let's go ahead and say, I don't want to deal with this right now. So he can deal with one of the 3 evasive cards. He can't deal with them all, but like at this point in the game, we've seen this a lot with control decks. It's not necessarily about winning. It's about making sure your opponent doesn't win on the next turn. In this case, he's still retaining the value on his side of the board. Now we have a total of, let's see, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So, now the time clock has switched in Dylan's favor and saying, Reed, it's your turn. What's your response?
Well, I believe that Cheshire Cat that we can see just in his hand will come down. But first, Hypnotic Strength on Genie, Wish Fulfilled.
So there we go. So we have four lore on board, and he just drew. But
Giant
he draw two
Cobra?
cards off the Giant Cobra. So the problem here is he drew a card per turn. He had Hypnotic Strength. He drew a Giant Cobra, and if he plays a Giant Cobra and he has a second card in hand, which he does,
he can discard it to gain 2
lore.
Wow.
And that's why it was very devastating to see that Giant Cobra go into the Giant discard pile, because that's how you close these games. You get there to the point where you're like, I'm just going to crawl towards that finish line, and then the Cobra comes and just pushes you over that last little part.
Yeah, and we can talk about some of the cards, too, as we're waiting for our visuals to get back here. I believe that our players will likely be going to game 2 because we had about 4 lore on board, plus the 2 from Giant Cobra. I believe he was at 14, so that would have been game right there.
Correct. So that's what I never like to see my opponent get excited about a card that fast. You saw it in Reed's eye. He did that thing where he went, because you're like, why are you excited? Please, why are you excited? I once had a person visions of the future, and they saw a card and slapped the rest down. I said, why did you put it down so fast? But in this case, let's slow down a little. We're in game 2, and let's start from the beginning.
Yeah.
Let's hit that ramp on 2 and calm down.
Oh, what a good feeling to be in the top 8, being up a game. Dylan does get to be on the play here. We see Rafiki followed up by turn 2, a Basil, Practice Detective.
So in this game, you'll hear optimal and suboptimal, and not having a 1 drop or 1 cost on turn 1, inking Strength is what I would call not optimal. And the reason for that is it's 1, 2, 3, Strength on 4. But in this case, okay, we got 2, we missed 1. We have Strength and Inkwell. The good news is we still have a Strength. He just has to kind of outlast, but we've seen Dylan have a pretty aggressive start for this kind of deck.
Yeah, following up on turn 4 with a turn 3 because of the Sail the Azurite Sea with Genie Wish Fulfilled.
Yeah, and he is chugging right around, but there is one of my favorite new cards. Not for much reason. I like a nice solid steel card, and this one's a 3 cost. 4/4. He is got that alert ability.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Lexington.
Yeah, he says, Genie, I dare you to quest, and he is very fun. And nope, in this case, we're gonna say Elsa. We are going to quest, get that Genie boosted up with support, and then Lexington. Well, that's actually, he chooses not to because then he loses Genie. So it looks like
we don't want to lose
changed his
Genie
mind.
here.
He said, oh, wait, no, I don't want to do that.
Counting how much lore he has on board and how fast of a start Dylan had, and knowing that Reed missed a 1-drop to get that strength, he only has 2 characters on board with 3 ink, potentially 4. We're in a safe spot to be able to start making some things happen.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that he committed to that quest, the double, or rather, I'm trying to see what the Genie and the Basil are up to here.
I believe they quested, since we don't see any characters being moved to be banished. I think we're just waiting on an updated total from our lore guides over at the table.
Perfect, okay. So now it is, I believe, we are looking at Reed's turn. Yes, okay. Yeah. Sometimes when players ready their ink at the end of the turn, I'm like, oh no, but there we go. We will go ahead. We have Reed's turn. He plays a Dumbo. We had that
Jafar Royal Vizier challenging the Basil Practice Detective. Make a nice trade there. No more support for Genie, please.
Exactly, because I mean, we saw something that was super, super vital to this Blurple deck, especially in set 9, where if you had your Basil, you had your Genie, and you had your Elsa, that was like the perfect curve if you're going first, because you essentially are able to say, ooh, just you wait, and then you go ahead, get rid of their Genie, have that boost with the Elsa, or get rid of their Genie, you get to keep your Genie, everyone's happy, except for the person that lost.
And here we see Belle, Accomplished Mystic, one of my favorite princesses, coming down, moving damage over from Elsa to Dumbo. Wow.
Unfortunately, my dear friend Lexington, he is turned into stone. It is day. There's too many cards in hand, and he is just staying exerted and saying, don't worry, guys, I'll get up. He just needs to play a few cards. But Genie draws a card, so he really needs to try to get rid of some cards here. But this is all working against his plan. He can't sing. Lexington's on his side. He wants to draw cards. It keeps Lexington sideways. So things are going a little sideways for Reed in this current matchup.
And a gargoyle for Dylan. Demona, the scourge of the Wyvern clan, coming down. And Dylan looks like he has only a couple of cards in hand, so he will not be affected by that Stoned by Day ability quite yet, and will be taking this
game, going to game 3. This is what we wait for in the booth, right?
Yes.
Dramatic times.
Love a game 3. I don't want anyone to win, but I do want a game 3 because both players have said, this is what my deck can do. What can your deck do? And they have shown it, and they go, respectfully, let's go to game 3.
Starting off with a Palace Guard, Spectral Sentry, and a Rafiki for both players. Starting off with a character. We're not missing that on turn 1 this time.
Exactly, and if you want to be in lockstep with your opponent to make sure that you have the ability to respond to whatever they're up to on the other side. We do see Dylan has access to his ramp, all-important ramp on turn 2 with the Tipo. He opts to go to Tipo over the sail that he has in hand. Maybe he'll do it later. Maybe he's going to go ahead and ink it. He has to ink something, but he doesn't have to show his opponent. One of the more interesting things about Tipo over that sail to right sea is how the ink comes in exerted or not, and if you have to show your opponent while you're inking.
Yeah, and also I do like how Tipo is just another character that if we have more things that have damage to be moved around from Cheshire Cat or just additional things to think about for our players. However, Reed is actually the one who gets the Cheshire Cat down in play. So we'll see how tall Tipo will actually grow.
Yeah, Tipo, I don't know. Tipo generally, he's one of those things that he comes on board, you're like, Tipo, you've already served your purpose here. And so then you can start, using him to help power up that Cheshire Cat. In this case, he does have another Tipo in hand. So he can go ahead. He did his Sail the Azurite Sea. He can ink that Tipo. And now he has access to 2 more, or he gets ink twice per turn. So 3 ink, and he chooses to do his own Cheshire Cat. The Cheshire pressure is on.
That's right. We're in the Cheshire Pressure Cooker because we are in the top 8 here. Game 3. Whoever wins this game will take the match and go on to top 4. And Genie comes down to give us 4 characters for Reed, which lets Strength of a Raging Fire have enough damage to take out Cheshire Cat and make it banished.
Beautiful stuff, because yes, that is one thing that you need those characters to stay on the board long enough for Strength to be powerful. And so in this case, it was pretty powerful. We got those 4 characters. Now, I am interested to see what's in Reed hand. It's only 2 cards, and one of them's a hook, which is not notably your favorite turn 5 card to play, but he will probably be able to find something to draw cards. On the other side, Dylan still has a Rafiki and a Tipo. He is the control deck here, so he has access to some pretty powerful top-end things, and he can go ahead and force some interaction. So he just needs to stabilize, and he can turn a corner, but I'm interested to see where he goes here, and that is
Mona, Scourge of Wyvern Clan. Let's have some cards get back in our hand here. Up to 3, please.
Yeah, and it's so interesting how much people do not want to see a Cheshire Cat on the other side of the board. He says, I will gladly change 2 of my characters. It goes ahead and lowers your ability to use Strength to the fullest ability. And yeah, we'll see what you're going to do, but that Cheshire Cat will not be moving damage over here. Thank you.
One of the strongest cards, and I'd say favorite cards for all players that came out of Whispers of the Well. Of course, we are in that meta right now, getting to see all of these new cards have their moment in their Disney Lorcana Challenge, and Rita's going to start getting points on the board. He just sent 3 characters questing for 4 lore total.
Yeah, and then like we saw in game 1, it is a battle of inches sometimes in this Amethyst Seal. One of the things they're able to do is to recover after things go bad. We have not, for a second I was like, does he have Doc? I have not seen Doc, but he has 3 in his deck. So it's just staying in the game, making sure you have some ways to refill your hand. That's why you have the Dumbo, you have your Genie, you have your Demona, which, I mean, even Demona, if she's not doing anything cool to do exerting, she still can refill your hand. But on the other side, it looks like we have 2, at least one Elsa's Spirit of Winter. We have a Into the Unknown. We have some other problems that are going to be a problem. Elsa can come in, likely exert the only unexerted character, and then are they going into the unknown?
They might be. Demona is going to sing it on the Genie who had been exerted already. It really doesn't matter which one you choose at that point. Let's just get one of those Genies back into his lamp. You can't have freedom today.
Yeah, I wish for my freedom. Okay, well, I mean, you're banished. But there we go. There's 2 pieces of card draw in the hand. We have the Hypnotic Strength and we have the Genie. So, like I said, Reed just needs to stay in the game. He just needs to stabilize. In this case, he says, well, I actually would like to go ahead and get rid of that Basil because I can. And so we go ahead and exert it. It's not the scariest thing to do in the world. And let's see what else he can do on this turn.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to make sure that everything is correct here. Who is being selected? It is, in fact, Elsa that was challenging the Basil, I believe, and then No, Palace Guard is challenging Basil, which has enough strength to banish Basil. And then Elsa went for...
Yes, Elsa went. We did. Ooh, but yes, the Elsa went after the other Elsa, and then the Palace Guard is a nice, robust for willpower, so he can go ahead and easily take out Basil and survive until the tail. So now we have, once again, it's kind of swinging back and forth, and so Dylan has not been able to get a lot of traction in this match, but Reed is holding in. Inside of his hand, he has that Genie and the Giant Cobra, which we saw he likes quite a bit. He has that Hypnotic Strength, so he has more cards that he is able to access to get value. In this case, Dylan is having not a great time.
Well, he did at least play Elsa the Fifth Spirit because Palace Guard had 2 damage on him. Elsa's strength was enough to make him go away. And Genie, wish fulfilled, coming down for Reed, drawing more cards. Looks like he's playing a Hypnotic Strength on Elsa so that his Elsa will be able to deal with Dylan's Elsa.
Ooh. I don't like it when my Elsa's fight. Guys, can we all get along?
Yeah.
But in this case, he's going to go ahead, do a little bit more inking. That Captain Hook is not super valuable in this, and he has some things he wants to do multiple things on a turn with. We have that Dumbo that you can go ahead and pay to get a lore and a card. And there we go. 1 Genie down with that Hades.
Love to see that. The Infernal Schemer, he has certainly laid a plan to get Dylan back in this game. Now, Dylan has at least 2 characters who can quest for 2 lore. Big bodies, Dumbo, 9th wonder of the universe, coming down for Reed. So more evasive problems. All of Reed's characters are evasive. None of Dylan's are. Is that going to be a problem for Dylan?
Well, you know, Hades has said a lot of things in his time, and one of the things I heard him say is, I don't really care if something's evasive or not. I'll turn it into ink. So if he can get more Hades, that's good. But, I mean, he is in what we call top deck mode, where he can only draw 1 card at a time. So what we saw when Reed drew his card and he got really excited, we saw the opposite. Dylan drew his card and put it back down. It is the Hades, so he's like, okay, I can get rid of 1 more thing.
Okay.
We have 2 Dumbos, so it's kind of like, okay, do I pick one? But he goes ahead and does a Genie, which is the only thing that quests for 2.
Yeah, and Hades, Infernal Schemer, we do have all 4 of them in the deck here, and as you mentioned, you were only able to play 1 a turn, so not quite getting a card for card with how much ink Reed has over there. It looks like he has about 10 ink in his inkwell. If he wants to play 2 characters, he could. We're going to see Giant Cobra come down, discarding, he hurled his Thunderbolt to gain 2 lore, taking him up to 16. He is really close to being able to just take this game 3 here. Dockbold Knight as well coming in. Did he dump his hand?
He's just saying, you know what, I know you don't have access to the board wipe. I'm going to do as much as I can.
Show off, Reed.
He is. He's saying, I'm going to do as much as I can this turn. We have that Eastwood Conniving Chemist just for a little enchanted
Dylan
flare.
Extends the hand here and saw the writing on the wall. Congratulations to Reed.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why we know that this Amethyst Steel deck, it didn't do anything like super cool that much. We've seen some like crazy combos where we're like, whoa, how did he do that? But Amethyst Steel just says one of the most stunning things I can do is just outwit and outlast my opponent. And we saw Reed do that. He didn't have, it was just a little bit over and over. And
it was pure power. The characters and their stats alone were able to work in Reed's favor. Sometimes you don't need a combo like Malicious, Mean, and Scary. You just need characters that have strength and willpower to make it through your game.
Yeah. Be like, listen, I need a little removal, a little cards, a little questing. I'll get through this. I'll get to 20, and I'll get into the top 4.
That's right. We will see an Amethyst Steel deck in the top 4, and I believe we're going to be looking at another match soon. But first, we're going to go to the lounge.
Illumineers, it has been quite the day here in Richmond. Thanks for joining us here on Twitch for the Disney Lorcana Challenge. This is the second challenge of Season 2 here in North America, and we are inching closer and closer and closer, Zebex, to finding our newest champion.
That's right. We just saw one of the top 8 matches, and I believe we're going to be going to our top 4 soon. It feels like the end of the day is so close when we'll finally get to find out who takes down this Disney Lorcana Challenge, who gets the invite to Worlds.
Yes, and let's take a look at those top 4 players for you right now. Here they are, and we have Skylar Dunst, who I know is a name that we've seen in the community on that Emerald Sapphire deck, but we do have that one Amethyst Steel deck that was so represented in this room, piloted by Reed Holtman, making it here into the top 4.
And of course, we not just have one Emerald Sapphire deck, but we have 2. James Gray from Georgia on the other copy of it, and Rob DeHaan from the Netherlands. What a long way to come here on Amethyst Sapphire, and I am feeling pretty good. I've got a 50% chance of my deck to win.
That's what you picked
to win. Yeah, so I might not be doing the best in the fantasy draft, but I might have picked the deck that's winning this whole day.
Yeah, well, here, taking a look at the bracket, we have those Emerald Sapphire decks are going to have to get through a couple other matches first. Rob DeHaan, piloting that Blurple deck, is going to be facing off against one of those, as the community likes to call them, Baja decks.
Yeah, that's right. And on the other side, we've got Reed Holtman going against Sky. So no matter what, we could see a mirror match of Emerald Sapphire, or we could see both of those decks knocked out in a completely different matchup.
Good, yes. And unfortunately for me, I went for Dogs. I thought that Dogs was going to take it all, and no Chroma Dogs here in the semifinals. And unfortunately for Baker, there's no Ruby Amethyst either, but we have 3 decks represented here in the top 4. What do you think about those 3 ink pairings that we're seeing?
Well, out of those colors, 3 of those 4 colors are my favorite colors of ink. So I'm not surprised that those, just because they have such strong cards. We have Amethyst with card draw. We have all of the Sapphire cards as well that can get us cards. A lot of advantages here in the decks that have made it to the top 4.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and take a look at some of those deck lists, starting off with Rob, again, piloting that Sapphire Amethyst deck. We've got, all the Hades, 8 Hades here in this deck. No, sorry, excuse me, 6 Hades. We got 4 of the Infernal Schemer and just 2 of Hades looking for a deal. But of course, we have all the draw power. We have the Genie. We have the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. We have, of course, Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe.
Yeah, if you're playing Amethyst, you're definitely playing Dumbo and Demona, one of our newer cards that's made a big splash this weekend. Demona, Scourge of Wyvern Clan, a key card for this deck that we just saw a different player playing, which really helped refill the hand in the game that he did win before the match was over.
Yes. Yeah, and let's take a look at our other player here in the semifinals. So facing off with Rob, who is on this Blurple deck, we are going to have that Emerald Sapphire deck. So we have 2 Sapphire decks here, but of course we've got the Sapphire paired with the Amethyst, and here we have the Sapphire paired with the Emerald. And of course what this deck is looking to do is some control. We have the Mean Malicious Scary combo with the Prince Phillips, of course. That I think has been all over today. It has been quite mean and quite scary.
And a completely different tactic here, where you do have some more cards that are going to take characters off the board. In the last match that we just saw, there was a lot of challenging, but this Emerald Sapphire deck just wants to use other things to get other things off the board with the Malicious, Mean, and Scary challenge. Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, a great combo that I love to see in play.
Yeah, and of course the draw power in this deck is that Clarabelle, light on her hooves, and if he's running all 4 along with the little Clarabelles, as I like to call her, clumsy guest.
Gotta shout out our princess who's in the mix. Cinderella Dream Come True is another huge piece. The reason why we call this deck the 2-4-6, she represents the 4 there to help us to get to that 6 Clarabelle.
Yeah, what's interesting about this deck too is that you have the Prince Philip, you do have the Prince Philip 3-cost Royal Explorer that you could shift onto, but this deck can ramp so fast that sometimes you don't even need that shift line. You just go straight up to that big Prince Philip, vanquisher of foes. So we will see if Fungus can find that combo, make, Rob shaking in his boots and being a little malicious, mean, and scary.
Now, are we going to get a chance to look at the other decks, or are we just taking a look at these two?
We're just taking a look at these two for now, but
Okay.
I would love, Zebex, to hear your thoughts on this matchup. We have, like I said, 2 Sapphire decks. Both of them are doing their ramp thing. We want to see that really all-important ramp on turn 2. We've got the Tipos, we've got the Sails, and we have, though, that different ink pairing. One side is Emerald and one side is
I've got to stick to my word, and because I picked Emerald Sapphire, I knew coming into it that I liked all those additional songs that we have.
Yeah.
That combo. I love a little bit of spice, and the fact that you're not running Amethyst means that you've got a different set of tools in your belt.
Okay, well, I'm going to go on the other side.
Okay.
And I'm going to say that I think Blurple has a really good chance here in this match. And the reason why I say that is because that Emerald Sapphire deck can sometimes be a little high rolly, whereas the Blurple deck that we all know and love, it's just so consistent. It's so consistent. It does the thing the Amethyst wants to do. It draws cards. There are tons of tools in there. And we have some of the best pilots here in the semifinals, right? So
Absolutely.
I think that Blurple might have a really good chance of taking this one home, Zebek.
Well, if Blurple does, you're going to have to go get a photo with it because your Yzma outfit with your earrings and your jacket would match perfectly.
Yes.
However, I am rooting for Emerald Sapphire in this top 4 match.
Yeah, you're looking at Blurple saying, no touchy.
Yeah, no.
This is Cusco.
Walls up, that's right. We'll do a little llama dance.
There we go. Well, we are so excited to be bringing you the semifinals very shortly. And what I just wanted to hear, Zebex, what has been some of your favorite moments of today?
Oh, geez. Well, I don't think we got to see it on stream, but I did see Nathaniel with that Amethyst Emerald deck, making it into the top 16. And I believe he even made it into the top 8, not to the top 4, but that's the deck that I've been playing, so I was really happy to see it. Liam and I had been talking a bunch about how on day 1, how the burn deck doesn't have very good odds, being only 5% of the room, and Nathaniel was the top seed. I do want to call out that Burn was the top seed.
It was doing its thing.
Yeah, so
it was doing its thing.
Don't count out a deck. You got to be prepared to see anything here at a Disney Lorcana challenge. That was one of my favorite moments. What about you, Rebecca?
Well, I might share some of my favorite moments later because we are ready to jump into the semifinals. Again, inching closer and closer to finding our champion. So who do we have over in the booth? Let's throw it over. It's Brent. It's Baker. You know him. You love him. The two of you, you're going to be bringing it. This is going to be some fantastic energy, bringing us into the semifinals.
They're in their power poses,
They are.
too.
They are. So take it away, guys. Take it away.
I'm just learning from the best over here. Excuse me. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, Illumineers of all ages. We are here. It is coming down to the nitty-gritty. I am joined by Baker, Villain. We're in the top 4.
You're breathtaking.
Oh, my goodness. I wasn't prepared.
Have you not been listening, Brent?
I'm blushing.
Be prepared. It's not just a way to wipe the board. It's a philosophy for life. But it's great to be in the booth with you, my friend. Top 4. What an honor to be here. It's been an incredible day of Lorcana. Are you excited?
I am stoked because we have some of the best players in this top 4. None of them are a DLC champion. We had to say goodbye to DKP.
We did.
We will have a new champion crowned in just a few more games. You want to cut down? Watch it?
I'd love to cut down and watch it. Let's go to the gameplay. Let's not leave the people in suspense any longer. And here we have on the left-hand side of your screen, Rob DeHaan, an incredible player, very experienced, part of a very successful team, and yeah, a person that I've gotten to know very well. Absolutely lovely guy, super supportive, super helpful. I'm a big fan of Rob DeHaan. His opponent, another person very well known and respected in the community. We have Fungus, and we are now off to the races. We're going to ink that Prince Philip 3-cost for Fungus, and down comes that Clarabelle Clumsy Guest. We are on Emerald Sapphire, so we're looking to ramp up and take advantage of the high end of this deck. On the other side of the board, Rob DeHaan's going to ink a Tipo, which says to us that there probably is a alternative turn 2 ramp, and the little hand flick there. I did see a couple of copies of Sail the Azure at Sea, and the Rafiki Mystical Fighter going to come down and check this Clarabelle. Not going to have to quest anytime soon, but she's not really there to quest, Brent. She is setting up a fantastic shift line into the light on her hooves.
And this is the classic Sapphire move right here. Ramp on 2 with the Sail the Azurite Sea. You will be able to draw an additional card. That other card that hits your inkwell, you can use, which Fungus is using in the form of Develop Your Brain.
Yep, Develop Your Brain. Look at the top 2 cards of your deck. Put 1 into your hand and 1 to the bottom of the deck. So Fungus clearly looking to improve the quality of his hand. We're going to see Rob DeHaan ink Tipo and play that Sail the Azure at Sea, which does allow you to ink an additional time. We're going to see the Iago Giant Spectral Parrot go into the inkwell, and down comes the Royal Guard. Rafiki pretty safe to quest here. Clarabelle not able to deal with this Rafiki, and we are 1 ink away from being, well, 2 ink away, but he can ink for turn here. Basically, we are not able to shift on this turn. It's going to be a inking of Vision. Go on, Brent.
And here comes Cinderella. Fungus off to the exact start that you want. I don't think that there's something better than getting down to Clarabelle on 1, then playing the Sail the Azurite Sea, using the additional ink, and then putting down another card like the Develop Your Brain. And then on the next turn, Cinderella comes down, allows you to put a card into your inkwell and draw at the end of your turn.
Yeah, 100%, and Fungus now sitting pretty with 5 ink. We'll ink up to 6 next turn, but more importantly, we'll have access to the shift if the Clarabelle Light on her hooves is in the hand. So Rob DeHaan needs to respect that and probably lower his hand size to take... Oh, wow! Whoa. We're going to ink... we're going to ink the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. We played Sail the Azure at Sea to do another one, and then we're going to play Into the Unknown on our own Rafiki to help us ramp even more. You love to see it.
The hyper ramp. We are going. Rob DeHaan is saying all gas, no brakes.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
Yo,
did I do it right?
You've been studying, haven't you, Brent?
All right, I've been studying the notebook. Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman, comes down. This is going to allow both players at the start of Fungus's turn to draw an additional card. And Hades, Infernal Schemer, is going to come down. Fungus does not even have to think about it. Says, go ahead and draw. Go ahead and draw. I don't want anything off of my board here. You're developing a wider board. I don't want to see it. Tipo's going to come down, and we are going to use an additional ink here. Rob is saying, you will not out-ramp me.
And not only that, if you shift into the big Clarabelle, you are not going to be drawing that many cards. Rob doing a fantastic job of diminishing his hand size, now only 2 in hand. So Fungus, if he does shift this big Clarabelle, or actually chooses just to hard summon the Clarabelle, not even shifting, which is still great to establish to the board, but obviously not going to draw as many cards unless you use the Cinderella Dream Come True to sing, "You're welcome," and that's going to put 1 card of his choice into Rob's deck. He's going to reshuffle and draw 2 cards, which will take Rob up to 2, meaning that Fungus hopefully going to get a bit more benefit from Clarabelle.
And the biggest part of this combo is that you get an additional draw when you're Rob as Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman, but then you also are going to draw an additional 2 cards while removing something. However, Fungus is saying, I have my Clarabelle Light on her hooves on board. As soon as the turn is over, I will get to draw the same amount of cards you have in hand, turning the downside into an upside.
And you talk about downsides, I think we're probably not too far away from, is there a downside to this in the form of Hades Infernal Schemer? We do have the ink, but does Rob have it in hand? That would be a nice, clean answer to the Clarabelle. And don't forget, Brent, this Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman on Fungus's board will allow both players to draw a card at the beginning of Fungus's turn in the set phase of Ready, Set, Draw, as is the tradition in Disney Lorcana trading card games.
But if you don't have a way to get rid of this Clarabelle, do you even want to keep drawing all of these cards, just fueling Fungus's hand?
Yep, absolutely. You've got, like, both players clearly showing a good understanding of what the opponent wants to do. And hey, this is the top 4 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge. These are experienced pilots. They know their decks. They know the meta. And again, it's open deck lists anyway. So both players got the opportunity to look at the full list from their opponents. So there will be no complete surprises. Both players well equipped to deal with the coming storm.
And as you can see, we do not have a timer. now that we are in to the semifinals, there is no timer. These players can really think through their decisions. If you're wondering why Rob is taking so much time, it's because he wants to utilize the resource that you don't have for most of the matches, the time.
The clock, yeah, it's absolutely something that players really do need to learn to use effectively if they're going to maximize their potential in the Disney Lorcana trading card game. Again, when there is a clock, there can be arguments to maybe scooping game 1 or game 2 if you know that things aren't going your way and you need the time to get through that third game. But here, not necessarily the clock that we need to worry about, just making sure that we're making the correct decisions. And we are going to see that Demona, betrayer of the Wyvern clan, come down. She's going to exert the entire opposing board, and both players drawing up to 3. Fungus already at 4 cards, so nothing to be drawn there. And of course, this Royal Guard does get Challenger 1 for every card drawn.
He is heavily armed. I believe if my math is right, you drew once for turn. You then drew 2 off of the Demona. Rob, unfortunately, not able to empty his entire hand to get the full benefit of the 3 cards. But now we can, yeah.
Yep, so the Palace Guard the Royal Guard was hitting for 4, going into the Donald Duck, which has 2/5 stat line, so that's going to banish, we're going to banish ourselves, but 4 damage on Donald, and then the T-Po, I think it was the T-Po, that was the extra challenger there. It's going to finish off the job, which again, Donald Duck, representing extra card draw, but also another singer on the board. Of course, Fungus has other singers, but the more you can do to keep those singers at bay, the better.
And not the ideal turn. You would probably rather see Hades' Infernal Schemer there to really put away this Clarabelle Light on her hooves. This is going to be an issue, maybe not right now, but if Rob can't find a way to get rid of it, he's going to have to minimize his hand size, and that's not what you want to do with the Blurple strategy.
No, absolutely not. Rob DeHaan rocking Blurple. I know that this is in combination he's been enjoying throughout Whispers in the Well meta. Fungus is going to ink John Silver and say, hey, you didn't like my Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman, huh? Here's another one.
And another one. Mother Knows Best comes down, and we bounce back that Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern clan. And Rob's board is looking mighty, mighty empty right now with a lone T-Po standing there.
Just the one growing boy facing down an army of cows, ducks, and Cinderella.
And one big princess.
One big princess.
This is not the dream come true for Rob DeHaan, but it might be for Fungus. And now the question is, do we quest out the Clarabelle? Is there a danger? I suppose that there is the Into the Unknown that could be used, so you want to keep the Clarabelle up. That will slow down the clock of Fungus just a bit, but as you can see, he's getting a lot of value out of this Clarabelle Light on her.
Yeah, I think this shows some remarkable patience and restraint from Fungus. Again, like that feels like a relatively easy quest.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we got Hades' Infernal Schemer coming down. We were just talking about it, and I believe that must have been the top deck. Why not play it the turn before? What a top deck for Rob DeHaan.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Exactly what Rob wanted to see there, and I still respect Fungus's play there. Again, could have been a very easy quest there with the Clarabelle, but as you say, something like Into the Unknown could have... we're going to see the Malicious, Mean, and Scary.
And followed up by the Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes. This 6/6 evasive threat is not only going to quest for 3, but will vanquish and banish all characters on Rob's side of the board that have damage on them, which, once you sing Malicious, Mean, and Scary, put a damage counter on each one. That is the Wombo Combo Emerald Sapphire.
Yeah, the Philip sweep, of course, Malicious, Mean, and Scary, placing damage, not dealing damage, and it affects all characters you do not choose. So Malicious, Mean, and Scary is exactly what it says on the tin, especially when combined with the Vanquisher of Foes. We're going to see the Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe, coming down onto the board, and followed up by another Demona that's going to exert the entire board. Rob drawing some more cards, and hey, drawing cards is king. Playing Demona and sticking a big body is great, but this is not the ceiling for Demona. Really, you want to establish a wide board of characters yourself. The Demona comes down, you exert the opponent, and then you break the board. Hey, still great to play the Demona, but not the ceiling that this card can achieve.
Plus, what do you do when Rob has the double Malicious, Mean, and
But look at Rob's
Scary?
face. Look at Rob's face. No emotion. And not a hint of annoyance, anger, nothing. Just absolutely locked in on another level, as our friend JDZ would like to say. I'm impressed.
This is the grit that you see from these TCG players. Rob DeHaan sitting here just thinking about the next move, not letting it affect him at all. This board is getting scary. I got to tell you, if that were me sitting in Rob's chair, I would be making at least a face here. But maybe the face was not given because Rob knew that as soon as he turned it sideways, he could into the unknown, which would put the Prince Philip into the inkwell of Fungus.
It's all part of the plan. But this Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, man, what an impact it has had on our set 10 metagame. Ever since we got Malicious, Mean and Scary, Philip reprinted in Fable. We're going to ink Iago, play down the Elsa. That's going to exert the Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes. Elsa going to take that rush into Clarabelle, taking her out quite cleanly, taking 1 damage, and then a pass over.
Not even the holiday, but here we go. We're going to draw an extra card off of Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman here, and Fungus has everything. He's ahead on the lore. Look at this, it's 11. He has 6 lore on board. He can get to 17 this turn as another Clarabelle, Light on Her Hooves, comes down. Now, Rob barely has any cards in hand, but I think Fungus is saying, I'm just going to rush out as many characters as I possibly can. You go ahead and try to find a way to deal with me, because Blurple struggles with the wide board clear, especially when there's not a lot of large-statted, large-strength characters on the side of Rob DeHaan that he could then draw into a Demona, exert everything. There's not really a lot of options. Oh, is your welcome. Takes away the genie as well. And the Mother Knows Best hits the... Was that the Palace Guard?
I think it was, yeah. No, just this. I was saying earlier, it's important to keep your opponent's singers in check because there are so many powerful songs that can offset the tempo. Mother Knows Best bouncing back to hand, You're Welcome shuffling back into the deck and making them draw cards, which synergizes with Clarabelle. And Rob DeHaan says, yep, that'll do it. And we're going to be going to game 2. Already a banger. Important to note, Fungus on the play for that game. And I think that definitely come in handy. But we're already off to the races with game 2. I think that was an Iago Giant Spectral Parrot inked, and down comes the Royal Guard.
The Octopus Soldier. Fungus, in the meantime, will use the Develop Your Brain, look a card deeper, in fact 2 cards deeper, choose one, choose the other, to put down the bottom of the deck. And still the Azurite Sea, the classic ramp, but nothing to play with one.
Yeah, we find our ramp, we ink the additional card, the Iago, but nothing to play with that 1 ink, but not the priority. We just want to get up to that high inkwell threshold where our deck can start to thrive with Hades, etc., etc. We're going to ink the Clarabelle for Fungus and take a look into the future, Brent.
Oh, no. That actually is an ink off of the Azurite Sea.
Oh, okay. I thought he was looking to dig into the deck.
Right.
But
I'm sure he wishes he had enough ink to do so, but with just the 1, and yeah. You all see what I'm saying.
Absolutely. We're going to ink the Bell and the Elsa, and down comes the inexplicable Cheshire Cat, who, again, another card that's made a lot of impact. What you seeing, Brent?
And once again, Fungus has one of the ideal starts. You want to have Sail the Azurite Sea on 2, you want to ink additionally, and then you want to have the Cinderella the next turn, and Fungus did the exact same thing. Inked an additional card, drew a card for it, now passed back to Rob. That turn happened so fast, we got the genie down, and now we have the double Cinderella. Dreams come true. We're going to be able to do it twice, Baker.
Yeah, that is huge, because these Cinderellas do trigger each other. You played the Princess, so both Cinderellas allowing Fungus to ink any card from his hand, draw a card, and then ×2. We're going to see the Dumbo Knight for Wonder of the Universe from Rob DeHaan, taking advantage of the Making History ability with that genie to game 1, draw 1, and now we're looking to go wide, and suddenly Rob is looking in control of this board. But for how long, Brent? Because Fungus has the good ink. He has a singer for Malicious, Mean and Scary.
Oh, no! The Prince Philip comes down, and the Malicious, Mean and Scary is sung by the Cinderella. Dreams come true, and Fungus's dreams are coming true. Cinderella living up to the name. We have 5 lore on board. What is Rob going to do? The top deck of Hades Infernal Schemer. We're going back and forth.
Insane. This Prince Philip has no business questing for 3, Brent. I'm sorry. It just doesn't.
Evasive to boot.
Exactly. I was just saying, Rob are looking to be fully in control of this board state. A wide board of characters, Cheshire Cats, etc. But Fungus all he needed was the 9 ink and the Cinderella to be able to sing the song, and suddenly it's just a completely different game.
And even though this Clarabelle light on her hooves is going to come down, it really doesn't matter because Rob doesn't have any cards in hand. Royal Guard coming down on the side of Rob, not the card that you want to see here, but 2 Donald Duck Perfect Gentlemen here. And Fungus is going to say, you want to draw 2 additional cards? That's great. You're only feeding me.
You are feeding me all of those cards. Sorry, how many cards do you have in your hand? I mean, I think we have that many cards in our hand. And
right.
There is the draw, passing back over to Rob. Yeah, again, full respect to Fungus. He's played an incredible game of Lorcana all weekend. But man, this is the Stone Cold Buckies that's going on right here. Fungus seeing absolutely everything.
The Stone Cold Buckies, I love that. All right, Rob is going to draw a couple extra cards here off of the Donald Duck. We're going to see what Fungus does. The game is, I believe, being sped up just a teensy bit here so that we can catch up, but this is the semifinals. We are going to be witnessing a phenomenal match either way, but it is a little bit of hurry up and let's go. Basil!
I love this Basil. My favorite Disney film, and this card finding half and home in these decks. On play, you may bounce a character to that player's hand, and if you quest Basil, you discard a card randomly from your opponent's hand. Absolutely love it. And down comes another Cinderella, which means that both these Cinderellas are again going to trigger. We're going to go on a whole lot of questing. There's a whole lot of lore.
That is a whole lot of lore in the counts of 7, if I'm not mistaken. But the Basil and the extra Cinderella are going to quest for 10. Fungus has 10 lore on board. We have 1 lone genie on the side of Rob. And just like that, even on the draw, Fungus is firmly in control of this game.
Yeah, I don't know what Rob can do to really break this. Of course, you can find a little bit of breath by maybe finding some Hayden. No, and that's just going to be it.
It's just going to be done.
Dunzo, Fungus taking it 2-0 against Rob DeHaan in the finals. What on earth did we just see, Brent? Again, like, Fungus, an incredible player. I know he's had an incredible season. He's played amazing Lorcana all weekend. And hey, I don't begrudge him. If I could have my deck pop off like that, I'm absolutely going to take it. But that was absolutely an example, I think people will agree, of the high roll. Like, that's exactly what you wanted to see from that deck. But
absolutely.
Hey, there you go. We're here to display what these decks can do. I promise you, it isn't always like that.
Not at all.
I don't think.
A lot of times,
Green Blue players, am I coping? type cope in chat right now if I'm coping.
We'll be seeing that in a second here. Emerald Sapphire showcasing what it means when you have the perfect curve, when you know exactly what to do. I mean, Fungus played that expertly, knew exactly how to put his opponent in a position where it was impossible to win. I mean, Rob just scooped up both times. It was that dominant.
Emotionless.
Completely.
Complete respect to Rob. Like, he understands trading card games. Sometimes that's just the way it goes. You know,
Mark of a professional.
Exactly. Sometimes you're not going to see the curve. Sometimes your opponent's going to have absolutely everything. Sometimes you're going to be on the draw. That's it. That's card games. But Rob DeHaan winning the Golden Mickey, qualifying for the North American Championship, an absolutely incredible performance. Commiserations to Rob, a fantastic player, and he should be very proud of himself. But a huge congratulations to our incredible green-blue player. Like, what a match. What a match.
Fungus putting on
Insane.
a clinic. A clinic. Maybe it was a part of the tie and shirt combo.
You think the tie was the secret tech there?
I think the green blue of my that's what I was secretly telling everybody. I can see the future, and the future is looking green and blue.
Before we go to a very quick break before we lead into the finals, I just want to say, Brent, what a pleasure it has been to cast with you, my friend. I love your energy. I love everything you're doing. I'm so happy to have you on the broadcast team. You fit right in, and I'm very pleased to announce that your finals will be cast by the wonderful Brent Mackay and our dear beloved lore keepers, the lore keeper of the inn, wonderful Katie. And I know you guys are going to absolutely smash it. Honestly, mate, you've been absolutely fantastic.
I want to thank you. I want to thank the team. I want to thank every single person watching, every Illumineer out there, young, old, whatever you may be. This is a dream come true. This weekend has been phenomenal, and this is more than I ever thought I could have asked for. So thank you so much.
You are breathtaking, Brent. You're going to absolutely smash it. But yeah, we're going to go to a short break. You will see me again with Rebecca for the awards ceremony at the end of the stream, where we will be crowning our champion. But yeah, you got more Brent Mackay and Katie in the finals, and you will have Liam and Zebex in the lounge just before that, so they get a chance to say goodbye. As always, thank you so much for inviting us into your homes. If you've been with us all weekend, or maybe you've been tuning in and out, whatever it is, we're very grateful for your time. We hope you've enjoyed the Disney Lorcana experience, and if you've been watching thinking, hey, that looks fun, please come on down. If you're in a position to, the community is beautiful, and we would love to have you involved. But with all that said, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and then we will be back with the finals.
Welcome back, Illumineers. What an amazing top 4 we just saw, and what an amazing match we are about to see for the top 2. Isn't that right, Liam?
Yeah, it's really exciting. You know, we sit here all weekend. We have 2,000 players come in who've been prepping for ages. We talk to them all weekend. We follow their stories, and it all comes down to this moment right here, right before the finals. The players are out there getting ready, and everything has been coming down to this. So I don't know. These are the moments that you wait for.
Yeah, let's take a look at who those top 2 players are, just so if you're joining us now from home, you know exactly what we're expecting to see. It's gonna be a mirror match. Emerald Sapphire versus Emerald Sapphire in the finals. Fungus versus Sky. Liam, are you excited for a mirror match here?
You know, yeah. I mean, if you're gonna watch a mirror, you may as well watch 2 of the best players, you know, on those color combos duke it out in the final. So, you know, it was an interesting color combo. A lot of very well-known players thought that this was the colors that they could use to attack the meta, and it worked because we're seeing it rise to the top. Let's take a look at Fungus's deck list first here. Fungus is a very well-known player on these colors. He is constantly talking about how much he loves them, he plays them, and so it's not surprising to see him take them into the top cut here. I'm gonna give a couple observations, and I'm interested what you think about it. I'm just gonna look through here because I haven't gotten to see Fungus play yet.
Sure.
And it looks fairly standard. We do have the Improvise in there, which is fun. That's a counter illusion card usually. But overall, this is a fairly stock list.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the classics. We've got John Silver, Alien Pirate, to make other characters reckless. We've got Clarabelle, Light on her hooves, to be refilling the hand, drawing up. Of course, we might see a big advantage of this with Clarabelle versus Clarabelle here. And of course, my favorite princess, Cinderella. I already mentioned her before, but she just helps us get to that 2-4-6 version that we have. And of course, the combo is in there as well. That's a classic line for this deck.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons you run it. That's a great point, is for that combination, that Malicious Mean and Scary into the Prince Philip board wipe. We lost the Be Prepared, but people said, hey, maybe I can assemble one with a couple cards.
Let's take a look at Sky's list and see if it's any different. Maybe coming up here.
Yeah, it'll come up. As it comes up, one thing, as we look at it, you know, I'm waiting for like the words to change. Because we see the top change, the words didn't change all that much.
No, they didn't at all.
and one thing that's interesting is, as people came into this tournament, a lot of people were talking about whether or not the right call was the Detectives build, which people say has a lower ceiling but a higher floor, it's more consistent, or whether the 2-4-6, and that's ramping on 2, ramping on with a 4 ink into your 6 ink card, is the best build. And clearly the 2-4-6 is the one that rose to the top. So Detectives
only some slight differences here, yeah.
Which differences do you say?
Improvise, we've got 3 of instead
That's
of
true,
2.
instead of 2.
John Silver, we've got 3 of instead of 4. I also believe Basil was a 4 of for Fungus. I'd have to double check that. But some interesting changes here to give us some other cards. I can't tell what the additional cards are. Perhaps it's the ramp. Was there the what?
No, it's just the 4. I don't see the one jump ahead, so 8 ramp in both. So neither one of them putting that 9th ramp in there, but
very
overall,
similar decks.
Very, very similar list. This is going to almost be a mirror in the truest sense of the word.
Absolutely. And no matter what, Brent and I got it right. Emerald Sapphire is going to be our winner for this weekend.
Emerald Sapphire is going to be the winner. But you know what? You know what you didn't get right? I want to take a look at the draft bracket for a second.
Yeah, let's go see it.
Here's the thing. For those of you just tuning in, we did a fantasy draft at the beginning of the tournament and picked which people we thought would perform the best. And I have to make a clarification here, Zbex. These scores have not been updated.
Okay, yeah, I see
drama.
that these are still just after top 4, but that's
right.
not true because I know some other
drama.
people have close point scores. You took a look at it backstage, right?
Yes, there's some drama. And here's the drama. I believe if Katie's calculations are correct, and she has been the one working the spreadsheets, if Katie's calculations are correct, she is sitting at 125 points currently to my 126. And so not only is Skylar playing for a chance to be one of the first invitees to the World Championship and be the champion here in Richmond, but he's also playing for the win for Katie. So I know that, of course, I want both players to do well. I'm cheering for both players, but yeah, Katie could take it with Skylar.
Well, and if you're close enough with Baker's rule, then if Katie gets the Sky points there, that's an additional 5 points that she's going to get there. So it'll be really close here to see what happens. Some really great fun shouting out our players as they're competing over the weekend here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So one more question, Zbex, for you. This is your first Disney Lorcana Challenge serving in the broadcast booth here behind the scenes. You've been to other challenges before, but this is your first one in this role. What are your final closing thoughts here as we get ready to wrap up this tournament?
It's been so amazing hanging out with everyone in chat here, and I've really appreciated getting to be with you. What about you, Liam? What was your favorite moment of being on the cast this weekend?
I love everything about it. I have to say, it's absolutely magical being here. Thank you all for hanging out with us. The Lorcana community is not just the folks here, it's
Great
the folks out there.
You. We've got that
we
finals
have a match
ready to go. We are getting
you.
the motion. We are ready to throw it over to our other casters. So let's head to our finals of this Disney Lorcana Challenge. Who do we have over there?
Hello, Illumineers. How are we feeling, Richmond? All right, I think we are ready for a final match. We have had almost 2,000 players. We've had 12 grueling rounds. We've had a top cut, and we have finally made it here. And we're about to crown our first champion of 2026. Who is it gonna be?
More importantly, who is going to the World Championship? Let's introduce our players. First of all, playing Emerald Sapphire, we have the wonderful Sky! And his opponents, also on Emerald Sapphire, we have
Incredible. Congratulations to you both for making it here to the finals. This is it. This is your moment. We cannot wait for this best of 5. Is that right? Yes, let's give it up for these two players, gentlemen. Please take your seats and let's have our Disney Lorcana Challenge Richmond finals.
Let's hear it!
Welcome back, Illumineers. We are here in the Richmond Disney Lorcana Challenge Finals. I am stoked. Katie, how are you feeling?
Over the moon excited. We said, like, oh, what if the matchup? What if it's exactly what we've seen before? You know, it's an amethyst mirror, and no, amethyst, get out of here. It's Sapphire, Emerald's time to reign. So either way, guys, we know what ink pairing is going to win, but we don't know which player will take home that title.
This is a best of 5. The first player to get to 3 games is going to take it all. We cut now live. That is right. For the first time today, folks, we are live. There is going to be no speeding up. If you walked in here, you'd be looking at the exact same match that we are looking at right now. Sky, with 40 points, I got to imagine, is going to be the one on the play. Fungus on the draw. You saw the deck lists. They are pretty much exactly the same, except what is the one difference you said that there was, Katie?
Oh, it's huge differences. I mean, okay, so no, they both have improvised, but we have Skylar opting for 3, while we have James or Fungus on 2, and then the John Silver. Sky has 3, but Fungus said, I need 4. So other than that, they have the same philosophical build. It is what I would call a classic control build, and it has been a delight because these two players have spent a lot of time near each other at the top tables, and I was told by Sky, you should have drafted Fungus, and guess what? I mean, Fungus is having quite a great time, and I'm excited to see how these two players do, and they're saying, wait, is your deck list my deck list? Are we twins?
Yeah. They're looking at each other saying, did we just become best friends?
You like improvise? I like improvise. You don't like Under the Sea? I don't like Under the Sea.
And you know both of these players, don't you, Katie?
Yes, I mean, these are two players that I find fascinating because they're two players that believe this is the best deck in format, not this weekend, not this month, pretty much the entire time. Sky has been running this deck, and Fungus has been posting and saying this is the best deck, performing very, very well, getting these top 8s. And they've both been passionate, posting, talking about it, saying, guys, listen, Cinderella dream come true is going to make my dream come true, and we are going to see her this game, and one of these players is going to have that dream come true, and they're going to Disney World.
To the World Championship, the winner of Richmond DLC will be crowned here, as Sky is going to pitch back 5 cards in the altar here. Maybe not seeing exactly what he wants to see. Fungus now will get to decide. It looked like a lot of the cards that you want to see are in Fungus's hand here, but he will elect to draw 4
Yeah, I mean, really, this is going to be a tale of, making sure. We know these two players are skilled. They were like, okay, we have the skill expression. Well, they made it to the finals. They have the skill. So it's making sure you have what you need when you need. Going versus who's going to have that advantage because you're able to do the cool stuff first. But really, it's making sure you pick the right path. This version of the deck we talked about early, the first match we did was actually detectives. And that one kind of has like, well, you have 3 options, mid-range. But this one, no. It's pretty much you are double ramping. You need to do it to do all the cool stuff, especially if your opponent doesn't. So that is essential in this matchup.
Sometimes triple ramping even.
Triple ramping.
Especially in the mirror match, right? It's going to come down to who can get out the threats first, who can get out the threats more effectively. What do you know about the Emerald Sapphire mirror? What can you tell the folks at home, Katie?
Well, I mean, really, you're trying to get as much advantage out of this Clarabelle. So the Clarabelle is kind of like the powerhouse of the engine drawing cell because you need to make sure that you are drawing cards. Now, it's kind of tricky because Clarabelle loves to take advantage of greedy Amethyst decks, but Amethyst kind of got kicked out of this. So she's not here right now.
It's going to be a Clarabelle stare down.
Yeah, so it's going
to... A Starabelle, if you will.
Starabelle.
I made a Katie joke.
You did. Honestly, I'm honored. Guys, invitation's the most sincere form of flattery, and we see this here at these two mirror match here. And here we go. Let's start the Clarabelle party, and the clumsy guest has arrived.
Ooh, and Fungus inks and does not have a turn 1 play. Now, with these control decks, it can get grindy. The turn 1, maybe not the most important. It's not like Fungus is playing some kind of aggro deck where that would be a huge deal. But now Sky gonna ramp, I'm assuming Tipo coming down. We're going to have the ink exerted because there is no other character on Fungus's side of the board. Clarabelle can quest freely here.
Absolutely. So we've got the first ramp. So we're going to have that a lot in this matchup. And everyone at home, maybe get a little comfy. Go ahead, make a little hot beverage. We're going to have, it's not best of 3, it's best of 5. And I don't know how to tell you this, guys, but this is a control mirror match, and this is the controlliest of the control build. So they are saying the party started, we both have our T, but we both ramped. And buckle up because, yeah, we have Lindlore, but we have a lot more to go.
This turn is the turn that we would typically want to drop down the 4-cost Cinderella Dreams Come True. I'm assuming because Sky is hesitating a little bit that maybe he doesn't have it. The Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, is going to go into the Inkwell here.
Yeah, and that would be devastating if he doesn't. Okay, they're giggling because, my goodness, they know they're each other's deck. Like I said, they've been very chummy this whole weekend. But like you said, that Cinderella Dream Come True. This is a card that Sky early said, this card is so powerful, guys. Wake up, look at it. Because she does that double ramp. In this case, she cannot double ramp if she is not played. So he says, I'm going to ink. That's step 1. What's step 2? He does pause.
Sky really thinking this over.
Yeah, he's saying, do I want to engage and just get a quest out of this Tipo? And he says, okay, that's all I can do right now. Ooh. Don't worry. I missed 1 ramp, but don't worry. You can maybe ramp on 3.
Yeah, not the turn that you want to see, but Fungus also starting off a little bit slow here. I do see the Cinderella Dream Come True in hand, so Fungus will get into the ink lead. However, the fact that this Clarabelle has stayed upright, we did not exert the Clarabelle. We didn't want to get the extra lore, even though there was really nothing that we could do about it. Makes me think that Sky is going for the shift Clarabelle line, light on her hooves, so that he can empty out his hand and then draw all of the cards that we were talking about, right? At the end of his turn, be able to draw cards into the same amount that Fungus has. I'm seeing a Clarabelle in Fungus's hand too, though, so this could get a little bit tricky and a little bit awkward.
Yeah, I mean, that light on her hoofs lets you go ahead and say, well, cards in hand. Cards in hand is 4. Very funny, there's a hand on the hand marker. But it behooves him to make sure he gets some cards, because if he's not ramping, then, I mean, you can do a ramp later in the game. He does go ahead and say, I'm going to ink Sailor say, wait, that's ramping. So we're looking at it one more time.
Maybe not.
He says, is that a take back if I just go ahead and don't ink it, possibly? Take back policy, like we talked about, it is about what did you learn? If you put a card down and you say, I'd like to pick it back up, did you learn anything from that? And the answer is no. So the judge says, our lore guide.
Lore guide, I know. We're all learning it, Katie. Head lore guide Phil there saying, yeah, shrugging his shoulders, saying, yeah.
But double checking. And so now he's like, okay, well, I don't know if I can ink here. But it's a very tricky situation because you need to ink and he needs to draw cards soon. So he's just prioritizing. I have to forge a path forward. I can't do it all. So here we go.
Ooh, yeah, you don't want to ink that Basil, but the Clarabelle is coming down. The You're Welcome is being sung onto the Cinderella. Not exactly the target you want to see, but 2 cards going to go into Fungus's hand here.
Yes, and those 2 cards, though, it's so tricky because Sky's saying, I need to draw cards. Fungus is like, I really like drawing cards too. So that's one of the things in control decks that can be really hard, and especially if you're ramping twice. You are using a ton of resources early, and you're hoping you'll draw cards later. And like you said, you saw Clarabelle. We don't have the shift line currently, but it's just one of those things. More cards is more cards. But what are you seeing here?
Look at how many cards Sky is taking into his hand. What he doesn't know is that Fungus actually has this Clarabelle shift line, which means that typically you'd have to play Clarabelle on either a Clarabelle that was already there or pay the 7, but you can pay this and then shift the Clarabelle right up and get the full max value. And now he says, I'm going to empty out my hand as much as possible. Now I get as many cards as you have. A true mirror match. Clarabelle and Tipo against Clarabelle and Tipo.
Yes, it is truly a child and a cow pointing at each other and doing the little meme here and being like, what? That is such a great idea. Now, notably, one of these Clarabelles is upright, but now they're both upright. So, yeah, I mean, that's one of the fascinating things about what you need Clarabelle to do is you're like, well, we've seen it all day, or for the past 2 days, where this You're Welcome is used to do some devious deeds. They sometimes pair with Bend to Your Will, but there's no bend to my will, rather. And so basically it's not going to get punished, that greed. So now both players have access to do a lot of fun things. Like I said, Sky can still do a little ramp here if he has the extra ink. The only thing is that invests cards and it invests time. But if you think he has the time to do it, it's better to do it now than later and get access to all the good cards. And by the good cards, I'm looking at that John Silver, I'm looking at the Prince Philip, and those kind of top end. Notably, no Hades. That's one thing I talked about. I said, Sky, we had a chance to talk to some of these players beforehand. I said, why no Hades? And he said, there's a lot of unequals in the deck. You can't have them all.
You really can't, and that Basil being put into the inkwell is something that Sky might regret later. I understand, though, because you do kind of want to take a turn here. Now that you have this many cards, now that Clarabelle is staring at Clarabelle, the Clarabelle stare, if you will, Sky is going to be able to double, triple ramp if he wants to here, because if he had, I see the 1 sell the Azurite Sea that he kept. I'm seeing another 2 develop your brains. It's a little hard to make out the other cards, but Sky will have the option here to kind of play catch up. He is behind on ink, even though he was the one on the play, because Fungus did have that Cinderella dream come true. And now it's a battle of who is going to control this middle game. We have now entered the middle game, and Sky says, you want to do shift Clarabelle light on her hooves in 1 turn with 6 ink? I want to do the same thing. Now, even if you take out one of Sky's Clarabelles, you're still going to be getting all of the same effects of the Clarabelle light on her hooves.
Exactly. And so now we have what is officially called a stampede, and that Tipo is putting in work. Congratulations to him. He is known for coming into play, doing what it says on the label, and then possibly not doing much else, but he has been able to get in a nice, clean 4 lore, just going and keeping questing here. And as we've seen, now we have 2 Clarabelles. Like you said, it makes it where you got that protection. They're going to keep drawing cards, and this game is going to go along. And there we go. We're going to ink and see what is Fungus going to do. We're going to get a Clarabelle.
It's kind of genius. I was thinking about the Basil, the undercover detective here, and that's why I think Sky did it, was because, oh no! He had the You're Welcome as well. He was able to,
yeah.
He was able to put both of the Clarabelles out of Sky's reach.
That is devastating because, like we see, You're Welcome is the sarcastic You're Welcome we know and love from Maui, because he's saying, guess what? You know how you played 2? I'm going to get rid of both of them cleanly and efficiently. That You're Welcome is a song. And like we said with that Basil, it's just this pain incarnate, because he's got 3 cards from that and went ahead and wiped his board, except for Tipo.
Sky expertly played around the Basil undercover detective. For those of you who are wondering, why do you need 2 Clarabelles? You don't really need it. I think Sky smartly assumed, well, he's getting the 7 ink. I know that he's playing the Basil, so I want to play around it, but that You're Welcome throws a wrench into Sky's plan, and now we're kind of starting from square one again. How do we come back in this game? We are going to be able to get a Clarabelle down, but now we're losing on board, because the Basil is going to be able to, whenever he quests chosen opponent, discards a card at random, and guess what? There's only one opponent, and it's Sky.
Yeah, I choose you, and Sky at this point has a few decisions to make, because ultimately there's 2 lines of play. We've seen Clarabelle quite a lot, but there's this other line that is very powerful. It is the Prince Philip. So that Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, he is one of the 2-piece combo where you have Malicious, Mean, and Scary, and then you have your Prince Philip. Now, it's a little bit of a problem because we need possibly a little of Prince Philip, and also Sky's kind of having an ink issue here. So it's kind of like that's now maybe a move because we're going to see Fungus probably go wider. But man, look at Fungus's hand size right now. I kind of ignored it, but because it was so large. But that is a lot of things. So Sky basically has
10 cards.
Yeah. So Sky can basically stabilize. He can hope to get to some kind of control move where he can go ahead and wipe the board. But you can see him thinking here because ultimately that was a devastating move. Fungus has a lot of answers on the other side. So he is double ramping. He says better late than never.
Sail the Azurite Sea, 2 of them coming down. When I was talking about triple ramping, this is what I was talking about. Sky now has the ability. He's drawn twice off the Sail the Azurite Seas. He can now ink 3 cards into the inkwell this turn. Fungus is only on 7 ink. Sky is behind on 6, but now Sky is going to be able to shoot up to 9. I assume it's because we do have the Prince Philip combo in hand. And if Sky, what I think Sky's going to do here is ink, 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 play out the Prince Philip. There's nothing that Fungus can really do about it unless Fungus has the exact combo that you described, right? Because of the ward, he won't be able to choose it for anything. And then that will represent a scary ability to sing Malicious, Mean, and Scary and wipe all of Fungus's characters off the board next turn by ramping.
Yeah, and I mean, I imagine Sky is thinking that in a much more, okay, I just got to get through this. Because, like you said, that Prince Philip, we have 2. We have the shift package. Like you mentioned, he has that ward, so he can't be targeted. So your welcome is gone. But then, like you mentioned, if he did happen to pull off that Malicious, Mean, and Scary combo, then that could be lights out. So it's kind of one of those things where you're right. I mean, he has to play around the very, very scary thing that he would be able to punish him back. But instead he says, I have Cinderella. Look at her. She's right here. She showed up late, but the ball is still here.
Quadruple ramp, because at the end of the turn, Dream Come True has the effect whatever you wish for. Sky is going to be able to put 4 cards into the inkwell in 1 turn, and he says, okay, maybe I lose a little bit of lore here. It's only 5 lore. You're only going to get up to 7, but I can equalize if I have the resources in the form of ink.
Exactly. So he is playing, like I've said many times today in these control mirrors, it is a marathon and not a sprint. So he is saying, I'm going to invest in just being patient. These look at it. We're at 2 to 5. It is not game over. So he is going to go ahead. That's Cindy, like we've mentioned several times. She is a princess and she triggers herself. So you are able to go ahead and ink and draw a card. And so this has been an explosive ink turn. We said, hey, you missed your ramp. He said, no, I'm just going to ramp 500 times later.
Sky putting 4 cards into the inkwell will shoot him up to 10 ink, I believe. We also established this Cinderella, which can also sing Malicious, Mean, and Scary. So that is something that Fungus is going to have to look out for. Sky, meanwhile, does not have the Clarabelle down yet, but is playing the patient game. Fungus might have 11 cards in hand, but this could go either way at any moment, especially when we have the knowledge that both players are playing 1 copy of Bend to My Will, which will take out the entirety of your opponent's hand.
Oh my goodness. I realize it's alphabetical, so when I was looking at those, I'm like, there's no bend. But you're right, there's 1 in each. But it's such a funny thing because these players have to find it. They don't have any way to go look for it. But there we go.
Improvise so that we can take out one of the T-Pos with your own T-Po.
My goodness, those T-Pos are doing battle, they're questing. And honestly, that T-Po has done a lot of, you got to get rid of him. So there we go. We improvise and you get to draw a card because Fungus doesn't have enough, quite frankly.
Right. Fungus might be planning to do a similar play line, try and catch up on some ink. We'll see what he does, though. You're welcome. Gets thrown back, and now, the Clarabelle. We wanted to avoid the Clarabelle shift line. Now, some people might go, well, Cinderella, she's the singer. She can actually sing the Malicious, Mean, and Scary. There might be other things, but that Clarabelle coming down and refilling Sky's entire hand would be dastardly. So Sky says, Fungus says, I'm not going to let you do it, buddy.
Not in my house. This is Fungus's house now. Now, that being said, we do have that Basil who will, when you go ahead and quest with him, you can... my goodness. My goodness.
To my will!
Oh, Fungus.
The entirety of Sky's board and hand was cleared in 1 turn, and now Sky with 0 cards in hand. Is there any way to come back? I mean, you got to play it out. It's the finals. We have all the time in the world. There's no reason to not play it out. Let's see what Sky elects to do here. It looks like it's a nice, sizable character here. It is the Basil. We will punch back the Clarabelle. But, oh man, but Fungus, how many cards does he have in hand?
I would say upwards of 500. I mean, look at that shuffle. He's kind of just
At
reading
least.
through all of them. And so he's kind of just saying, of my deck list, which card would I like to play next? Now, Sky can technically, I mean, if he top decks a Clarabelle, that would be quite nice because there's ways back in. And that's why these matches are so swingy. We're like, there's no way back. Sometimes there's a way back. It is kind of tricky, though, because, I mean, Fungus definitely has the upper hand here with the lore total, board total, ink total, hand total. He's kind of really got it all here. And then a Tipo for good measure because he's like, well, let's go wider.
And Fungus smartly realizing the exact thing you just said, Katie. If Sky were to have top decked a Clarabelle light on her hooves instead, he would be right back in this game. He would have been able to draw all of the cards that Fungus had. But now that Fungus realizes that a Clarabelle could put him back, Fungus is trying to dump out his whole hand, playing down a Tipo, inking additionally. And now Improvise is not the card you want to see, but Sky has a ton of ink, so he can burn a little ink here. Is it Cinderella? No, Donald Duck.
Yeah, and that card is kind of fun in the mid game. Right now, a little not fun. He's a perfect gentleman, but he's not really perfect for getting out of the situation because Fungus, these control decks have two phases. They have the control phase, then the I'm done controlling, I'm just going to win phase. And so Fungus is getting to the point where he's like, okay, I can start questing here. He doesn't have like a ton of lore presence on board. I mean, we're looking at a total of 7, if I'm counting correctly. And so the time clock is not huge, but he doesn't have a ton of answers. He just gave Reckless to that Basil. So now Basil can't even do the discard thing, although Fungus has enough cards where he's not too scared. But still, it's just everything this guy wants to do. Fungus says, actually, this card here says you can't.
This Donald Duck actually is going to be a little bit of an issue. I know it's only one additional card, but when the cards are as powerful as this, you want to Mother Knows Best, and that's why it is sung here. And then, or no, it was played and then quested with the Basil to discard the Donald Duck from hand. Fungus in a chokehold position. I don't know if there's any way for Sky to come back unless he exactly tops Clarabelle light on her hooves.
And Fungus says, this card? And that is absolutely unnecessary. It is necessary because honestly, he just wants to keep building his board. But so many times in these matchups, we say, well, which player had it? And my goodness, over and over, then saying Fungus had it. Fungus had it. Fungus had it again. And so Sky says, all right, let's go. Let's go on a vision.
Visions of the Future, not a bad card either. You get to dig 5 cards deep. If one of them is Clarabelle, none of them are Clarabelle. You find your bend to your will. You find the bend to my will at a time when you don't really want it because the cards in hand of Fungus does not really matter that much, and now you know that card is going to be at the bottom of your deck. One of the cards that would allow you to come back into this game if you were able to establish a wide board. Develop Your Brain is being played here, and we are looking for any way to get back into this game, and Prince Philip Royal Explorer along with a John Silver Alien Pirate is not it. Sky sees the writing on the wall. We might have all the time in the world, but he knows when it's over. He is a professional. And look at the stone cold look of focus on Sky's face right now. He is in this. Fungus too. What a finals here.
Yeah, now for those tuning in, this is a best of 5. And it's important to note that Sky went first, which generally you say, well, the player that goes first is favored. But what that shows, this is a mirror match, which means technically now either player could win going first. Like, I mean, that basically shows me that it is possible to win when you're going second, rather. So Sky, when he gets to the point that he's going second, because I mean, he might technically. I mean, if Fungus keeps winning, but long story short, Sky has been shown that, listen, it comes to a point where I need to win on the draw. I can do it because Fungus did it.
Absolutely. We will throw it to a slide here. We're going to take a look at a little new information. For those of you who don't know, our judges are now called lore guides, and we have a core document and lore guide for you to view if you would like to. Please visit our resources page. It's right there on the screen. Just follow the QR code. You will find it. Arthur looks interested, doesn't he?
He does. He's like, I would like to develop my brain and develop it. There's a lot of books to read, but the lore guide is much shorter than that. I can promise you.
I want to learn the rules of Disney Lorcana.
Yes, he has finished learning how to read, and he is ready, and maybe he'll join the lore guide program.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have to tell you something. I did not just have a small child in here. That was me.
It was. I wanted to kind of keep the magic alive.
That was me doing an impression of Arthur, a very good one, if I may say so.
It was. I looked away, and I was like, okay, so
you were like, where's the little boy? No.
It was him the whole time. And that's the magic of Disney and Disney Lorcana. You never know what characters are going to show up. But man, that game, that was sometimes we say these matches are really swingy, and I feel like Fungus took the swing and held it back. But oh my, sorry, I can't. What is on the screen?
Let's talk about the stakes.
Yes, what are the stakes here?
Because this is the finals of the Richmond DLC Disney Lorcana Challenge. That trophy you just saw is what these players are playing for, as well as the bragging rights of being the champion of Richmond.
Yeah, and I mean, you will be in quite the peer group. We have seen Frank Carson took home the Disney Lorcana Challenge Milwaukee Championship. So, I mean, you would be in some really high esteemed colleagues there. So these players, they want to win for a lot of reasons, but it's not over. Fungus won one game, but Sky obviously has been playing this control deck for 2 straight days, and he's like, listen, sometimes control decks you don't always win, but maybe I can be the control deck now, and instead of a not one-way match, we can have a little back and forth this time.
I know Sky a little bit because I took some lessons from him. Last set he was on a lot of the Amber Steel aggro, found a lot of success doing that, actually qualified for North American Championships. It one of the CCQs.
Yes, the first one.
A brilliant performance. I thought he was absolutely phenomenal to watch. What do you know about Fungus?
I know that this is a player that, like I said, he's very passionate about this deck. He played it to great success. We've seen him in many, many top 8. So he's somebody that believes in this deck. And that's why I love both these players, because what these players are is they're the kind of people that say, I like this game, and this is what I think you should do. And that is one of the things that's so cool about players is sometimes they play because they want to win, but sometimes they say, I want to also teach the community how to win. And both these players are that kind of player where they both have videos or coaching, or they're out there and they're saying, I want to make everyone else good too. And I think that's so fun to see because they just want to make everything better.
They give back to the community.
Exactly. They make us, me and Brent here, we are better because of people like Fungus and Sky saying, here, let me show you how to use these cards.
Absolutely. I've had a little bit of interaction with Fungus, but not that much. Develop Your Brain is going to come down here. Sky's going to look 2 cards deep, choose one, put it into the hand, choose the other, put it on the bottom of the deck. Fungus, again, misses turn 1 here.
Yeah, and like we see, I mean, these are just little moments. It's kind of interesting because sometimes these early turns, like, I don't know, they're doing some stuff. It's not that. The fun stuff is later. But this is a foundation. That Ultra that we saw, incredibly important because we're trying to make sure we get that turn 2 ramp. Sky is delicately holding that growing sun here and saying, shall I deploy? What shall I do here? But I mean, there's just moments where it's like, okay, what is in your opening hand? Do I have ramp 1? Do I have ramp 2? And do I have things to deal with my opponent before they can start getting out of control, for lack of a better word? Right.
Tipo is going to hit the inkwell. I believe I saw another Tipo in hand here. Unfortunate that we are on the play and we didn't find the Sail the Azurite Sea. You usually want to have that extra card in hand that you're able to draw, but this is still going to work out fine here, and especially if Fungus misses ramp, that's going to be huge. But let's take a look at the decision-making process here. I'm seeing the Cinderella also, one of the cards that Sky didn't have last game, but got kind of punished for, was a little bit on the back foot for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, and it looks like he might have at least two there.
Oh.
Which is very funny that he didn't have it last time, and this time he's like, I get 2.
No, I got too many.
Yeah, and the very cool thing, though, is that 2 Cinderellas, you get the double the effect, because suddenly, or rather, the Cinderella, the next one.
Oh, there's 3 in Fungus's hand.
Wait, so it's just Cinderellas everywhere. So
Cinderella
the ball
City.
is only Cinderella.
Oh, and Tipo is going to come down. I got to imagine we're inking one of the Cinderellas, right?
I mean,
right?
you got
Fungus
a lot,
shaking his
guys.
head.
Don't get greedy, okay? We're allowed to use 1 as ink. I mean, my goodness. But as we know, this Cinderella was one of the cards that came in and people said, this is good. And the reason is because no matter what happens, there's a princess in play. So if you do it again, then next turn, guess what? There's also a princess in play, even if for some reason the first one was removed, because she is the princess herself. So now we get to see her arrive to the ball, and Fungus is like, don't worry, I'm coming to the ball too. So I really love that we really are getting to see the mirror here, because here we go, and we are going into turn 4. Will she arrive?
I think Sky just drew into that. Will she arrive? I believe Cinderella is on her way to the ball right now. I thought I saw Donald Duck. Oh, Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman. Maybe a card that I definitely was not expecting that, but maybe Sky is saying, I have too many good cards in hand. I want to draw a few extra cards here. You were talking about getting greedy. This might be the kind of greedy play that might come back to bite Sky, but hopefully, Fungus doesn't find every single thing like he did last game. I mean, both of these players absolutely phenomenal at the craft of playing Disney Lorcana. We'll see what Sky does. He elects to go the Cinderella route. Do we ink the other Cinderella is a question I always have.
Yeah, how many do you need? And as we've seen, double ramp good, triple ramp very good, because you're just trying to outclass your opponent, get to the good stuff faster. In this case, that Donald Duck does enable you to get some more cards here. If we do get to a Clarabelle, Fungus having cards in hand isn't the worst. So it is very interesting. I was so like, oh, obviously we're going to get that Cinderella out here. But he's like, well, I want some more cards. Let's get some more cards because that Cinderella... It's interesting because people say, well, you don't really get to draw a card because you're inking a card. But what it does is it preserves your hand size. It kind of makes it where you're net okay.
You get to ink for free.
Yeah, basically. You're getting that, but you get to recover by then drawing.
The problem is, though, if you have too many good cards in hand, I understand fully why Sky elected to play the Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman instead, saying, these are a lot of good cards. Maybe I don't want to ink any of these. Let me get a couple cards in my hand and then play out the Cinderella dream come true, which hits the board here. No surprise. And a Clarabelle to boot here, setting up the shift line for next turn.
Yeah, I mean, she got invited to the ball, and then Clarabelle comes stumbling on in. This Clarabelle we've seen a lot today because she is, like we said, this deck has two pillars, that Clarabelle. So now we have a couple things on board that Fungus is saying, okay, I have to deal with a lot of different things here, and he doesn't have any shift target. So things are definitely looking the skies are a little brighter on Sky's side this time.
There's that classic Katie humor we all know, we all love. I think the perfect line for Fungus here is if he has both the Clumsy Guest, one-cost Clarabelle, as well as the shift line Clarabelle, he'd be able to play that down on the next turn for 6, sing your welcome with the Cinderella onto maybe either the Donald Duck or the Cinderella, put 2 cards into Sky's hand, empty out his hand, and then draw up to 4. But does he have it? That's the question. If he has all of that, that would be incredible. That's one of the classic lines of this color combination.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of scares me because I'm like, does he have it? I was like, well, if we look at last time and we're using that as a data point, the answer is yeah, he has it all. But there we go. We're going to do our end of our turn. We go that inking. We draw a card at the end. And then we say, okay, what do you have over there? Now, notably, that Cinderella, she can sing, you're welcome, if she wants to.
I closed my eyes. I thought, is Cinderella here?
Come true. But here we go. So she is a singer. So we have some options, but I mean, without that Clarabelle, you're welcome is not so fun because it's just saying, hey, Sky, do you want more answers? So instead, he's going to go ahead and ink that Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman and then deploy.
Oh, the double Cinderella, which means that at the end of his turn, he will be able to activate the effect twice. He will be able to put a card into his inkwell, draw a card, and then put another card into his inkwell because both of these Cinderellas, they see each other.
They see each other and say, I like what you're up to. I love your dress. And so, yeah, I mean, this is why this card was deeply beloved by both these players. And I kind of love to see the payoff, right? It's so exciting that somebody says, I like this and I think it's good. And they're like, no, it's really good. And here they're at the final saying, I told you it was good. And that's why, because like the Cinderella, she's coming in and she's got a pretty healthy stat line. She's 2-3, but I mean, she's already done some pretty helpful things by just being there. So Fungus doesn't have the most explosive turn in the world. We do have that Donald Duck where you get to draw 2 cards, but your opponent can draw an extra card.
And now Sky has the exact same opportunity here. I can't see either of the players' cards very clearly, but if Sky has the shift line to be able to shift that Clarabelle and then sing the You're Welcome onto one of these Cinderellas, that would be a devastating turn.
Yes. So now it is the answer. Do you have it? And like you said, it's so funny because you'll see, if you guys, you can't see us casting, but we are craning our necks. Sometimes I'm trying to look, I'm like, I can get around that lore count. I can see it. But you can't. So basically, we can only see that they're thinking. Shout out to Fungus and Sky for having the most stone faces we've seen today. My goodness, they're
focused. They
are laser focused. And I would have to be too, because this is not one of the most comfortable decks to pilot. This was not the most popular deck in the room. And I have to think it is because some of these control decks, they can be a little not fun to play because it's a lot of like, okay, what's the right line here? Do I want to go Phillip? Do I want to go Clarabelle? What do I do in the mid game? What do I do if I can't ramp? And how do you manage your ink and your resources? And so he has 4 cards in hand. He wants to get as much advantage as possible. He would like to go ahead and take advantage of getting rid of some cards, getting that Clarabelle drawing, but it doesn't look like he's doing anything that fast, which makes me believe that it's just not exactly what he wants, and he's just trying to make sure he's doing the smartest thing.
Look at the concentration on both these players' faces. If this was an anime, there would be electricity crackling between their faces right now. They are thinking so hard. Tipo is going to quest here.
Okay.
Your welcome is going to be sung onto the Tipo. Sky is saying, that's not a good thing, though, because Sky is saying, I don't have the cards that I want. I need to find some cards. Let me dig. Let me put my own Tipo into the deck so I can draw 2 fresh new cards. And I'm telling you right now, Katie, if Sky sees 2 Tipos, double Tipos off the top of this deck, I'm going to go wild because that is not what you want to see right now.
Yeah, 2 Tipos. I mean, we're calling out Tipo, but there's like a few things that he probably is like, okay, well, that's not what I was going for. But in the words of Mama Odie, you got to dig a little deeper. Just try to find the bigger stuff, because that's really all this deck is doing, is say, I'm surviving, I'm maxing my resources, and then I get to all the powerful punishing stuff at the top. What are those 2 cards?
Question is, does Sky have the Clarabelle shift line? I assume not, because if he did, I think he would have slammed it down as hard as possible, as quickly as possible. Is there visions of the future coming down?
A little bit further, because we've had 2 cards. So what about 5 cards where we could keep 1?
Notably, we are at 4 ink, so we would be able to. The quickness of that tells me I think that is the Clarabelle shift line. We will be able to ink a card, then shift the Clarabelle on. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but Sky picked that card mighty quick here.
It was very, very decisive. Could mean the other 4 are really bad.
The alternative, right?
Yeah, right. One
it's
was really
4
good.
Tipos.
Yeah.
Somehow.
So there we go. 1 Tipo down.
The Clarabelle shift line. There it is. Light on her hooves comes down. Sky is now going to be in how fast can I dump my hand so that I can have as many cards as you have mode. But I don't think he's going to be able to get the full value unless he has a You're Welcome that he can sing with the Clarabelle. The problem is, if you sing it with the Clarabelle, you leave your Clarabelle exerted, and your the Clarabelle on Fungus's side would be able to challenge in with that, even just that Tipo, and take out the Clarabelle, and we'd be in this sort of awkward position. Let's see, though.
Yeah, we saw him invest so much time and resources to shifting that Clarabelle that I have to think he wants to protect her.
Mother knows best.
Yeah, what does Mother know? Because Mother knows best, and she knows, of these 4, which one to bounce. The Clarabelle can shift.
I think.
Yes,
right.
yeah, right. One of these 4 can shift into something that's a problem.
You called it.
So he says.
You said the Clarabelle can shift, and then as soon as you did, Sky went and pointed at it.
Tipo hasn't been. Floodborn Tipo when, but before then, we're going to go ahead and let that little growing sun keep on growing. So now we have what I call cards that already did the cool thing and are not doing so many cool things anymore. They basically, Tipo doesn't, he can do some fun things, right? He can place damage and make it where you can Prince Philip, and it's a little bit more effective. So we have some options on Fungus's side, but instead he says, let's try again. I'll go ahead and get the little 1-drop, and there we go. I'm going to try it. I like what you did over there.
It's the Clarabelle Starabelle, the classic of these Emerald Sapphire matches. And the You're Welcome. Fungus has a You're Welcome in his hand, and he has another You're Welcome in his hand. He's going to be able to remove most of Sky's board here. The other card is You're Welcome. Is that Cinderella going to sing it? I got to imagine. I mean, he showed it and flashed it to Sky. Look at Sky's face, though. This is the magic. Right here, Katie. This is the magic of Disney Lorcana. In what other card game would all of this be on the line, and both of the players are friends, they're smiling at each other, they're having a good time? If I was just looking at the body language, the faces of that moment just now, I would think these 2 guys were playing on a coffee table at home.
I mean, even at my coffee table, I'd probably be a little sour about what's happening. But no, I mean, these 2 players respect each other, because ultimately they love what they're doing, they love their craft, and they are saying, listen, when you have it, and you... Fungus you have it.
He didn't just have it, he had it twice. The You're Welcome and the 2 singers with the Cinderella. Dreams Come True is going to clear the whole board. Put so many cards into Sky's hand that now that the Clarabelle is down on the field of Fungus's side, he will be able to draw, I don't know, 9 cards?
Yeah.
6, 7, 8, 9 cards? I didn't even mean to do that.
9,
that was
10, maybe 11. But no, I mean, that's where it feels like. It gets to the point where sometimes I look at my opponent's hand and I look at their ink and I'm like, what is that, 5 million? Because it gets to the point where it can feel kind of overwhelming.
6,
yeah, you're counting. You're saying
7, 8, 9. Is that all? Just 9 cards? Oh, just 2 more cards than we start with.
That is an overgrowth of Fungus on this side. He absolutely, Listen, I've talked to him. He's really nice, but he is not playing like a nice guy. He says, I'm not here to make friends, but he looks like he made a friend because Guy is still going. That's
Look at these guys
incredible.
smiling. You got to respect the sportsmanship here. And here it is, Katie. Here it is, all laid out on the floor. Sky does have a way back into this game. If he is able to pull off the malicious, mean, and scary Prince Philip combo, wipe the entire board of Fungus, and then maybe follow it up with a bend to my will, he could be right back into this game. It's going to be tough, though, because we are only at 7 ink. It costs 9 to play down the Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, but Sky got a full grip of cards. He might be able to make something happen, and I did see the Royal Explorer, the 3-cost Prince Philip, in his hand. He will be able to set up this shift line, but not before playing Sail the Azurite Sea.
Yeah, what you described was a lot of very expensive activity. So he's saying, all right, if I'm going to pull this off, this is going to be a lot of steps. I can't just do this all in one turn. Like you said, I mean, even a bend to my will would be nice, but that is also an expensive card.
That's a future Sky problem.
Yeah, that's a future Sky problem. Today's Sky problem is staying in this game because he'd like to do some controlling too. Fungus has said, my deck's control deck, your deck is a get back in the day game deck, which is how it goes sometimes because it really is, like we said, do you have it or you don't? And 2, your welcome says, oh, you definitely have it, especially after that Clarabelle was on the board. So he is looking at this clutch of cards, and sometimes this is kind of a miserable position to be in when you have this many cards because it's kind of like you're going through all the permutations. There's many different lines that can go, and you don't have many chances to get back in this game.
Clarabelle is going to hit the Inkwell. Sky, if he has the Shift Clarabelle, the light on her hoofs, he would be able to double ink and then play 1 Clarabelle and then play the Shift line on top, draw back into 9 full cards. Let's see, though, what it is that he has. Prince Philip probably coming down. Royal Explorer. Yep, Quest for 2 with Ward. And that's notable because if Fungus doesn't have a way to deal with this, the shift line with the Malicious, Mean, and Scary is always going to be on the table.
Exactly. So he is standing there. I love the pose of this Prince Philip because he's going, haha, perchance I'll get back in this game. And that's, like you said, that ward is critical because the only thing that gets around ward is things that target everything. And so we just know that Malicious, Mean, and Scary will place 1 damage on everything. But then that Prince Philip is a pretty expensive card there at 9 ink, and we are looking at a total of 8.
Indy.
Hey guys, as I was talking, I realized that's the same number. If you get now 8 plus 1 is 9. So it's a situation where you can't necessarily play around the worst case scenario all the time because ultimately if they have it, they have it. Spoiler alert, Fungus seems to have it. But
I mean, unfortunately, Fungus also has the line of just singing 2 Malicious, Mean, and Scaries too because that Prince Philip only has 2 willpower here. A Clarabelle is going to come onto the board. Sky doing a great job at getting the board back wide. We'll see how much Fungus will allow him to get back into this game. What cards in Fungus's hand really do matter. If he has the double Malicious, Mean, and Scary or the Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes with the Malicious, Mean, and Scary, it will spell bad news for Sky.
Yes.
Let's see, though. Sky is about to end the turn, I believe. Do we challenge into the Tipo is maybe what he's thinking?
yeah, he's going to say, like, okay, you know, I can challenge, I can quest. I don't know how long I'll have these cards. Like you mentioned, it's a situation where,
What happened?
it looks like you go ahead and reverse the quest.
Oh, we just played the Tipo. That's
Oh,
why.
he said, I'm not dry yet.
I forgot about it.
I'm a drying sun, Tipo drying sun, because I cannot quest yet. So we do not do that. We do go ahead and elect to do some Cinderella challenging onto the other Tipo. So she has 1 damage on her, but honestly, if he has the Malicious, Mean, and Scary twice, then that's what he has. So he just has to say, I'll play what I can right now and just see where it goes here. And Fungus has a resplendent amount of cards.
Resplendent. That's a great word.
Thank you. And so here we go.
No, here's the first
don't let it
Malicious,
happen
Mean, and
like
Scary.
this.
Is it going to be the Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes? All of the cards on the table. There's no more. Sky has 0 cards on board. No characters to speak of.
This is so.
This is going from bad to worse, Katie.
It is malicious, it's mean, it's scary, and honestly, we talk about these being control decks, and Fungus has said, I will control, I will keep controlling, and it has to be very devastating, because there's so many times where you're like, I can get back in this if XYZ, and so Sky does XYZ, and Fungus says, you won't. And it's just that he has the answers, and that's why that Clarabelle is so frustrating, because both these decks are trying to draw cards, trying to get answers, and Clarabelle is saying, me too. And then if you get the good cards, but here we go, Sky doesn't have the good cards because he was doing the Vision of the Future to find exactly what he needs to get back in this game.
Vision of the Future. When I watch my opponent play that first, it makes me say, I don't know what they got. Let's see. I mean, I feel pretty happy when my opponent starts digging for cards. Sky is looking for something here. Has the choice between 2 Prince Philip Royal Explorers, maybe a Basil. Didn't quite make out the card that he picked. There was an improvise that's going to the bottom of the deck here. But either way, this feels like the make or break turn here. With 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore on the side of Fungus. Fungus will leap up to 13. We are at a 2-turn clock here. Why are you? I know.
Vision. So Vision is cool because you get to go ahead, look at 5 cards, and say, okay, I'll keep this one for the rest. But if my opponent keeps visioning, I'm saying, okay, so they don't have exactly what they want right now. So I'm always kind of like, well, you're spending more ink and you're looking for more answers. The more you look for answers, the less ink you have to pay for whatever that answer is. And you're just kind of letting your opponent go, okay, all right.
It's great when you just need the one piece left. It's like the final thing. All right, the victory lap. When you are behind and you are playing Visions of the Future, it always spells out to me that your hand is not so hot, that you need to look for something, you need to go a little bit deeper here. Sky is in the tank. He is thinking through every single permutation of combination of cards he could play right now to get his way back into this game. If you look at the lore counts, right, it's only 5-3, but you look at the board and it is just, I mean, there's no other way to put it, malicious, mean, and scary.
Yeah, I know. I mean, here we go. We have a Clarabelle. She's light on her hooves, but heavy on this board because she's standing there alone against the world. And so now Sky says, how many cards do you have? And he's like, oh, let me spend a few minutes counting here. And then we go ahead and match the hand size, and Sky says, okay, that was a lot. I'm going to pass. Can you please not have all the answers again? But all it takes is one more you're welcome for that Clarabelle.
One more you're welcome, and bend to my will would probably be the end of the game here. We'll see what Fungus has. He's going to think through his turn, even if he has exactly the cards needed. I think Fungus is still going to think it through, not get too excited. Both of these guys, I mean, seriously. Look at the vacillation from focus to them looking up or something silly happening, and then them smiling, laughing, giggling with each other. 2 guys that have played with each other. I mean, do you know if they've played with each other a fair amount? Are they friends?
They faced off. I do not.
Wow.
I don't think so yet, but they have sat next to each other. I mean, as we walk around the tables, I mean, they were always kind of near each other towards the top as they inch towards this day 2 top cut and now the grand finals. And I mean, they're peers, and so I think I've heard them speculate like how similar are our deck lists. Now they know. Very similar. So one thing that's kind of very magical in the TCG world is you'll say like, oh, let me see your deck list. And it's like, a refined palette I see. So I imagine there's a great amount of respect between these 2 players. I mean, they're both, like we mentioned, they're pillars in the community who are there, who want to show up. They do well, and then they share that knowledge with other people. So these are players that know this deck in and out. And it's fascinating because they don't test together or anything. They're not like in the same circles in that way, but they arrived at the pretty much same answer. So this makes me believe like this was the optimal list. If this is how we got here, they made it through the entire day, and they're this close.
Yep, they made it to first and second place here. Who's who is still yet to be decided.
Yeah.
And you really got to feel for Sky. Look at the look on his face. He's smiling. He knows that this game probably not the best, especially with that Visions of the Future. I mean, look at the difference of the Visions of the Future when Fungus plays it in this board state versus when Sky was playing it just a turn ago. I mean, brutal. Absolutely brutal is the word that comes to mind, Katie.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Sky's vision was to say, how can I not lose? And Fungus is like, well, how can I make sure I win?
Right.
And so it's just a very different tone. And so it can be brutal when you're watching your opponent and you're in this state because you have this Clarabelle and you want to protect her from everything in the world. You want to say, listen, I don't think you like Fungus and I want to protect you from him because you're just one cow against the world. But there's so many, I mean, not so many, but I mean, there's a couple things that can be a big problem if Fungus deploys it. So here he goes. He says, I'll keep kind of digging here, getting that sail, drawing a card, and he can ink again if he wants to. So Fungus doesn't have exactly what he wants. But
does Fungus not have enough ink already?
Yeah,
Come on, guys.
I want more ink. It's Fungus galore here, but either way.
Yeah, and they said, have you talked to a Sapphire player lately? Too much ink. Is there even such a thing? Fungus is going to go ahead and play another Vision of the Future here. I wonder what it is that he's digging for.
Well,
oh, whatever it was, he put that card into his hand very, very quickly. I wonder if it was the Bend to My Will.
Yeah, I mean...
yeah, I think I saw it.
Oh, if it is, I think we will be screaming...
It's an uninkable card. I don't know what it is, but he put it in his hand so fast, didn't even consider it. Sky, look at his face. He kind of winces, understanding what the
these cards for the last time, perchance.
Perchance, for this game at least. But we are going to a game. Look. This is a best of 5, the first to 3. So that's the good news here, is that even if Fungus finds a way to pull this out and win this game, as I'm sure many of us are expecting he will do, it's not over.
No.
If this was even 1 round ago, the game would be over. Sky still has an opportunity to make one of the best comebacks of all time as 3 additional ink hit the inkwell. Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman, comes down. I got to imagine we're going to quest everybody out.
There you go.
We're going to sing Mother Knows Best here.
So that might be what his plan was there, to get that Mother Knows Best, get his hand bigger. Maybe he doesn't have a will. So it's not over, guys. Yes, okay. Yes, Fungus has a lot of cards. And yes, he has a lot of ink. And yes, he has a lot of characters.
And yes, he just got up by 7, 8 lore, I believe.
Yes, all these things are true. The allegations are true. These things all happen in front of you. And yes, he will win next turn if Sky does not pull off exactly what he needs to win here. And I'm trying to see here, I mean, does he have, because he would need...
11.
He
has 11, so he would be able to ink, get to 12, pay 3 for the Malicious, Mean, and Scary, and then play the Vanquisher of Foes, wiping Fungus's entire board. That would be quite the show.
I would like that. I mean, that would be...
I mean, who wouldn't? Who doesn't want to see Sky come back? Who doesn't love seeing an underdog here? And just by the nature of these past 2 games, it looks like a lot of things are going Fungus's way. Sky is playing the part of the underdog. Will he be able to... he's counting out 3. I think that's the Malicious, Mean, and Scary. And now he's counting out 9 for the Phillip, Vanquisher of Foes. The entire board of Fungus is now in the discard pile.
And Sky says, how do you like them apples here? Saying that, did you like it? Didn't feel good when you did that to me, but it was incredible. It was exactly what he needed with the exact amount of ink. And now it is just 1 Phillip. And the Phillip is feeling pretty good. Now,
Katie, this is just game 2.
This is just game 2.
That Phillip is feeling phenomenal, I'm sure. We'll see if Fungus has any answers in the seemingly infinite amount of cards that he has, but now he's drawing 1 card out of these 5 from the Visions of the Future. Which do we want? That's the critical question here. This could be the turn that decides whether or not Sky is able to come back in this game. 2 of the You're Welcomes have already been used by Fungus earlier in the match. Sky hasn't used a lot of his powerful cards, which means they're still in the deck. Katie, Sky could still take this back.
Imagine, if you will, a world where Sky plays Bend to Your Will. Now, I'd like to point out, I think Fungus has Bend to Your Will, or Bend to My Will, rather. Bend to
My Will.
Bend to Jafar's will specifically.
Right.
But
You're doing it the polite way.
Yes, whomsoever will it is, whoever bends the will first shall make the other person feel very upset. But in this case, it is Fungus. And that has been the story of this matchup, is if he does it first, if he does it and he has been doing it first, and how devastating to have exactly what you need, and your opponent always has exactly what you need. There's a Tipo doing...
And now he's going to empty out his hand just in case Sky draws into the Clarabelle, minimizing the amount of cards that he will be able to use. He will play, probably look for a little more ramp even.
He kept that Mother Knows Best.
Yeah.
Which is, I giggle because Mother Knows Best is, like we've seen before, we'll go ahead and bounce it back in Sky's hand.
You're welcome. I got to imagine he's going to take it.
Yeah. I think I'm going to change the card from you're welcome to no thank you.
But if Sky draws Clarabelle Light on her hooves, that could change the fate of this entire match here. He's counting out 4. It is Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman. Not a bad card, though. Not a bad card. I got choked up.
You did. Well, to be fair, I have heard Donald Duck called Clarabelle when you don't have her. She is a way to draw a card. She's a way to stay in the game. It is 6 to 12, but Fungus has just a resplendent amount of cards. I mean, I'm thinking at this point, I would be, if I'm trying, I'm like, please, can I just top deck that Bend to My Will? Does it win me the game? No, but it will stop me from this pain. That's what we just saw. We saw another malicious, mean, scary Prince Phillip, Vanquisher of Foe, Vanquisher of this game.
Yeah, and now it might be a little too late. Even if Sky were to draw into the Clarabelle Light on her hooves, here. He would only be drawing 3 cards at the end. Cinderella comes down, and the fist bump also comes down. Fungus has taken game 2. We are going to game 3. Now, folks, all day today, we've seen best of 3 matches, but this is not just any match. This is the grand finals of the Richmond Disney Lorcana Challenge 2026 Season 2. We're going to a best of 5 here. So Sky has the ability to make one of the greatest comebacks of all time.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to note that this is a player that has been playing very early. I mean, Fungus, we know a little bit less about, but Sky we know, because I think we both have co-head coaching and the team read metaphys, and so
I won a set champs because of Sky.
So he's somebody that he's been in tournaments a lot. We've seen him all across the United States in tournaments. So if there's somebody who can say, listen, I've had some setbacks, but I can come back, I think it is Sky, because ultimately we've seen him. Look, he's keeping the perspective here, because we call it getting tilted in TCGs, which actually comes from pinball. But anyway, what that means is that something happened and you throw off your gameplay because you're like, oh my gosh, everything's going bad. But Sky is taking this in good step. He's talking to the lore guides. They're smiling. He's talking to Fungus and smiling. It's one of my favorite things is seeing them almost break character at the end of these matches. They're like, all right, to the next game.
That's when the electricity crackles and then dissipates.
Yeah, they're like, whew, anyway. And so it is something where this is the best case scenario, because they know that they respect each other, because I've seen them talking about how they respect each other. And this is, I mean, if you have to lose, this is something you respect. But man, we love a game 4. So if we can get to a game 4, that'd be really cool to see Sky get to do a little bit here.
I'm telling you all right now, if you are watching this, I don't care who you are. I don't care where you're from. As a caster, I'm always rooting for the game 5. I'm always rooting for more games. I want this day to never end. Katie, I'm here at my first DLC casting. I don't want this to end. Look. I've had a little bit minimal interaction with Fungus. He seems like the nicest guy in the world. I have no bad feelings against him, but he is up 2-0. It's hard not to root for an underdog here. It's hard not to root for the story of a huge comeback, and at the very least, it's hard not to root for more Disney Lorcana as we go to game number 3 here. Oh, Katie, if you're Sky, what are we doing here? We're sticking to the game plan, I'm assuming, correct?
Yeah, I mean, both of them have been trying to stick to the game plan, but the answer is Fungus has just had the game plan he stuck to it a little harder. He's really been able to get his hands on the cards when he needs it. And I mean, I've talked to a couple of players of this Emerald Sapphire matchup, and they just said so many times it was like, and then they had the other card I wanted before I had it. And so it really can be a series of they truly have what you're looking for before. We did see there was a Cinderella traffic jam in both the players' hands. We did see Sky in that last game opt to play the Donald Duck instead of the Cinderella.
All kinds of choices, all kinds of lines.
All throughout.
Right, and the minimal decisions, these little things, even as simple as what you choose to ink, can further down the line impact the game, especially with these control decks where you're going to be drawing more than half your deck a lot of the time, especially with these color pairings of Emerald Sapphire. Oh, it's just so hard, right? Because the thing is, both of these players are so good. Both of these players are masters of this deck. Both of these players have put so much time in. So when you have 1 or 2 decisive turns where you are able to take advantage of the board state of the cards in your hand just a little bit better, it's very hard to come back because your opponent knows exactly what you're trying to do, especially because you have the exact same deck almost.
Yes, I mean, as we noted, the only difference between these 2 deck lists is the account of John Silver's versus Improvise. And so we do see one of those John Silver's go to the Inkwell on Sky's side. He's going to go and develop your brain, look at 2 cards, put 1 on the bottom, 1 in his hand. He's saying, I got to get to these good cards. And then Fungus says, I will too. And he's doing the exact same thing on his side. And the one thing I want to note is I was like, oh, okay, this is a mirror match. We're going to talk about they're very swingy. Fungus has been grabbing the swing and just holding it on his side. And so a lot of time these matches can go on for an incredibly long time because it's just this power struggle where they keep going back and forth. But it's been a situation where Fungus has held a dominant position in all 3 games. Notably, he's been on the draw for all 3 games. So at this point, Sky is ready to take flight. And here we go. The first thing checked off the list,
Tipo, Growing Sun, ramp on 2, like you said. Now the question is, what do we ramp? I do see the Cinderella once again in Sky's hand. I am seeing the Clarabelle Clumsy Guest. I can't tell. I don't believe that we have the other Clarabelle. That would be setting up the exceptionally perfect setup, right? But yeah, it's just so hard to tell exactly what's in Sky's hand. Ladies and gentlemen, I am squinting right now.
I like to know, as I mentioned, we're doing the thing where like,
is.
I can look through the screen. But
Right.
I mean, we see Donald Duck. We have
We see the Cinderella. We see a You're Welcome, which is something that Cinderella would be able to sing on turn 6. You would be able to play down the discounted shift line Clarabelle, right? And then sing the You're Welcome. Sky would be able to do it. If he draws into the Clarabelle light on her hooves, I think that Sky will be in a very, very, very dominant position here as Develop Your Brain hits the Inkwell Atipo. On Fungus's side comes down a true mirror match, but Sky is the one with the initiative on the play.
Yeah,
he drew into it. He drew into the Clarabelle.
He said, "There she is, my beautiful friend." But did he just grab a dink it?
Is he about to ink it?
I don't know.
Is he about to ink it? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I thought that the perfect play would be to. Whoa! Sky says, I don't. Oh, maybe he says no.
Yeah, and I mean that's one of the more fascinating things because as we know, you don't have unlimited resources in these matchups. You can only do certain things, and so instead, this is the second time. It's turn 4. He says, "I'm going to go ahead, deploy the Donald Duck, go ahead and try to take advantage of the fact that the Clarabelle has been really problematic in these matchups." So he says, "Whatever, I'll play the Perfect Gentleman. It's going to pay off in the long run. I can do Cinderella next turn, possibly." Yeah. And it's interesting, but Fungus says, "I will not be doing the Perfect Donald."
This is the second time in a row Sky has taken this approach. I'm a little bit confused, but I assume Sky has played this matchup, right? Because when you are grinding your deck, you have to be prepared for the mirror match. So maybe there is something to having this Donald Duck draw you an extra card, especially when you are the one that is on the play. You have one less card than your opponent because they get to be on the draw. It's in the name. And yeah, I assume that the Cinderella is coming down so that we can ramp here. Ooh. It's very...
I can't imagine. So, I mean, when you're on the play, the disadvantage is, I mean, like you said, you're not on the draw. So you're trying to conserve those resources. So, yeah, I mean, there's upsides, downsides. It's like, okay, you want to have access to ink, but you also want to make sure that you're still drawing cards. And I could keep going. Ooh.
Right.
And it's hard because, I mean, these turns are just so ever important to make sure everything happens exactly the way Sky needs. And quite frankly, it has not been going Sky's way as the first 2 games. So now he is looking at his hand saying, is it time? I'm going to go ahead, develop my brain, see what we can do in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Like we said, we get to look 2 cards. One goes to the bottom, one stays in your hand. And that can be nice because if you're going to go ahead and ink and play Cinderella, you just got something new to your hand, and maybe it's something you don't mind inking. Because
a double Clarabelle. We have 2 Clarabelle light on our hooves here. So I'm sure one of them is going to be inked in order to play the... Nope, Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes is inked. We're going to play the Cinderella, Dream Come True. At the end of the day, at the end of the turn, Sky right now is going to be able to ink something additionally from his hand. Maybe he's second guessing it. Maybe there's too many good cards in the hand.
Yeah, because you don't know what you're going to get. That's one of the things that can be very painful is you're going to go ahead and ink a card, but you have to then you draw a card. It is not a fun feeling to ink something, and then you draw a card. You're like, oh, that is not better than the
yeah.
thing. So it's just one of those things where it's the card I'm about to ink, but you need ink. So it's a constant battle of benefits versus the negatives, and so he just has to believe that he can see it through. There we go. We see Fungus doing the rare potential triple ramp. He draws for that sail on the Azurite Sea, and he can go ahead and ink an additional card for turn. Notably, that is a resource sink, and Donald Duck has been helping a little bit with that card draw because he can go ahead and draw on Sky's turn if he wants to, but.
Another sail, the Azurite Sea. You called it, Katie. You called it. We're going to triple ink this turn. And once again, Fungus will be able to take a dominant position in the ink.
Yeah, I mean, we have 3 different games here going on. We have the ink count, the board, what's on the board, and what's in the hand. And so Fungus has been really winning all 3 battles. And so he's saying, okay, I'll start I am not currently winning necessarily on the board. I'm not necessarily winning in the hand, but I can go ahead, draw these cards with Azurite Sea, ink it, and then here we go. This is the first puzzle piece to the hallmark puzzle piece of the Malicious, Mean, and Scary Prince Philip combo.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed, because part of the combo, to explain it to you, everybody, part of the combo is you can sing the Malicious, Mean, and Scary. It's a song that puts 1 damage counter on each of your opponent's characters, and then play the Prince Philip shift line into the Vanquisher of Foes, which would banish all of the characters on Sky's side of the board that has a damage on it. Now, you remember what I said about Malicious, Mean, and Scary. It puts a damage counter on. It even gets around resist. That's not important in this matchup. But Fungus, right now, with this Prince Philip Royal Explorer, is threatening to wipe Sky's board. Now, if he has it, is the other question. And Sky has to decide that. And that...
We keep going. I'd like to point out there's many times we're going, because so many, to beat these players who have been playing this deck, you know, this is, I mean, technically round, oh gosh, 5 plus 17 is around 17, 15, 17?
Grand Finals!
It's the Grand Finals. They've been playing a lot of Disney Lorcana, guys. So what that means is that they have been making these decisions. The things being brought be like, oh, what about this, what about this? They are doing that over and over again all day.
In their head, just going through, what could my opponent have? And we get to see, for the most part, what they both have, and we're still struggling, Katie. These guys' brains are so huge.
They are. They're sitting there going, I'm surprised they're not just like steam gently coming off their heads.
Right.
They're processing this beyond the computing power of any man's brain. But there we go. We have 6 ink here. So this is a time where I'm like, man, you know, it'd be really cool if you had Bend to My Will right now. That is a card that we've been used. Now, it's so tricky because Bend to My Will, I've called it like a heavy card because it's one of those cards that it's uninkable. And when you need it, wow, it's great. But when you don't need it, you're like, okay, this is not anything useful. So we are looking at his hand. I don't see it. We see a Mother Knows Best, but Ward. So that's one of those things that's tricky.
We won't be able to bounce back that Prince Philip. That is why this Prince Philip shift line is so hard to get around. You have to be able to deal 2 damage to the Prince Philip without targeting it. How do you do it? Only 2 Malicious, Mean, and Scaries, as far as I know, with Sky's deck. Or the Malicious, Mean, and Scary with the Prince Philip of your own, but he doesn't have enough ink to play it because he doesn't have the shift line set up.
Yeah, and so he is in what I would consider, once again, kind of an unfavorable position where he can't do exactly what he needs to do to win. So he has to do what he needs to stay in the game. He wants to protect, because then you get to the point where you're like, okay, well, then I don't want to overexert. Sometimes we say, or rather overextend, but where you play too many cards to the board. But then what can happen is if you're playing around what you think your opponent might do, you're harming yourself because you're not doing things that could win you the game because you're afraid you might lose the game. So you want to make them have it.
Make them have it. That's the name of the game here. Sky is going to play down the Clarabelle Light on our hooves. We're going to Mother Knows Best, the Cinderella. And we'll see, does Fungus have it? That's the question on my mind. I'm sure that's the question on your mind, probably the question on everybody's mind at home. Does Fungus have the Malicious, Mean, and Scary and the Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes? If he does, then that Clarabelle Light on our hooves is going to be gone very, very soon.
Here we go. So he has 4 cards in hand, and he just drew for turn. And Prince Philip can sing, and then after that you shift, and after that he's good because so we haven't seen him rapidly do anything. So that's
right.
Here we go.
Doesn't really say anything.
It does not. So we have 9 ink. We are singing.
Malicious, Mean, and Scary. And the Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes is going to take Sky's whole board and put it into the discard. Wow. Illumineers.
Yeah, everyone listening.
Illumineers, I'm telling you right now, this mirror match has looked so lopsided. Oh my goodness. Will Sky find a way? I am rooting for a Game 5, a decisive Game 5. Will Sky find a way or will he not? We're only at 3 lore to 1. That's the thing to note, Katie. There's no clock. And there's really only a short clock here on the Prince Philips. If there is a way to contest this, if Sky finds a way to pull off the combo on his own, well, he'd be right back in this because it's not like Fungus is already at 12 or 15, right?
I say yes, right, but I keep looking and I keep thinking about all the moments in this game where like, hey, all Sky has to do is this, and Fungus just doesn't need to have that. But Fungus, my goodness, like we said, you know, make him have it, and then the answer is, does he have it? And then there's been, yeah, he has it. And so it's just one of those things where, I mean, sometimes we say it is your day, and it is looking very bright for Fungus. But here we go. Sky says, I'm still in this game. I got a Donald Duck on the board. I'm inking a Clarabelle. That's all I got right now.
Pass 4 ink not used. Sky a little bit on the ropes here. I think this is the turn, Katie. I say that in every game of Disney Lorcana, there feels like there is a decisive turn. I'm going to say that as soon as Fungus passes here, he's going to be able to quest out, right? Go from 1 to 6 up to 7. This is the decisive turn. If he wants to quest out that Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, but we might not. Okay, we might get up to 5.
Okay.
This is the turn here.
Yes, I mean, he just put the hand marker on, which, okay, he says, I will turn or quest because he might not see it again.
If he passes here,
okay,
then Sky has the ability to sing Malicious, Mean, and Scary with the Donald Duck and then play his own because he is at the critical ink mark for this deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He would be able to ink 1 card. I
see a Malicious.
I see a Malicious, Mean, and Scary. I can't see the other 2 cards. One of them is a Basil. If this card gets played, Katie, I'm telling you right now,
I will get up and run around a little lap. Do a lap around the booth.
Malicious, Mean, and Scary. Here's the other part. The 9 ink is getting exerted, and Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, is going to vanquish all of the foes on Fungus's side of the board.
That is, I mean, does he have it? Sky has it now. And that
Sky's the one that has it. Sky has the opportunity on the critical turn, on the decisive move of the game, on whether or not I was going to say it might be game over after this. Sky finds it in the darkest hour. If he takes this game, this would be incredible. What are you pointing at, Katie?
So you're welcome in there. Now, it's not over because, I mean, ultimately, but your welcome would cause Sky to be able to draw 2 cards. But, man, there's just options here. And I mean, well, I mean, at least I say that you're welcome.
There are some options,
John
but
Silver
look at Fungus's hand. Fungus does not have a lot of cards in hand, and he is sort of he's shuffling through these cards here, trying to figure out what's the best option.
Yeah, because like we mentioned, I mean, there's always a kind of, usually is a downside when you do these things. For example, your welcome is really nice if you have a Clarabelle out, not so nice if you don't, because then Sky says, thank you for those more cards. I really do want to get back in the game. So he has to decide which of these 5 cards is the best option to stay in the game the most healthy way possible. So we do have that 2 ink exerted. He will go ahead. Look, did he just vision? No, he's the same vision.
Vision of the future. Yep, he is checking.
He's still in the vision.
He's trying to figure it out. Again, grand finals, untimed. Fungus even cracking a little smile here, understanding the critical nature of this decision. Now, I believe this is the critical turn for Fungus. If Fungus is able to, if Fungus is not able to find a way to turn this around, then we are going to a game 4 here. John Silver, not bad, but not exactly what you want to see here.
Yeah, I mean, in control decks, there's going to be things that completely get rid of something and something that just buys you a little time. That is a little bit of a buy yourself a time. Now, that being said, what gets around Reckless is going to be singing. So Malicious, Mean, and Scary is a song. Your Welcome is a song. So if Prince Philip is able to find a little tune.
I think I just saw Bent to My Will in Sky's hand. I might be wrong, but I think I saw the flash of it.
That's not a song, but that would be very... Is he smiling? What is that smile? Is that...
He's smiling, thinking, do I take all of Fungus's cards? Maybe I'm wrong. I was wrong the other game when I thought that Fungus had it, but he didn't. Now it's up to Sky. If Sky is able to strip Fungus of all of his cards, well... That would put Fungus in a pretty bad position. He'd be top decking, hoping for a Clarabelle, Light on her hooves. There are many cards that would be considered a miss or a brick. Yeah, but that is Bent to My Will, right? Am I crazy? So the Azurite Sea is coming in. We still have 7 ink. Yeah, we still have enough ink to play it if we do. And of course, you draw first. Yeah.
And it's fascinating because ultimately John Silver has Reckless, but it's only must challenge if able to. So if he did have something like You're Welcome, he can go ahead and say, listen, I don't have to challenge. Okay, here we go.
Bent to My Will!
We did it.
I saw it, and it happened. Malicious, Mean, and Scary, and the Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, gets stripped from Fungus, and now Sky is right back in this game. We might be going to a game 4, Katie, right when it looked like it was over.
That is what we love to see. I always want to see both players came to do what they practice with their deck.
I feel like I've run a mile.
You did. You got up and you were running while you did that.
Somebody fit might say, why do you sound so out of breath?
He was running in place, so everyone at home can't see it. But here we go.
Now one lone John Silver Alien Pirate on the board of Fungus. The card that Fungus needs to put himself back into this match would be either a Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman or a Clarabelle Light on her hooves. We'll see what he has. If this is a T-Po, which would be really bad news.
That's so funny. I love that worst case scenario. Is like, I'll say that to somebody if they're going through a hard time. Could be a Tipo. But here we go. It's counting out a lot of ink for Tipo. Tipo notably is 2 ink. So he's saying, okay, how much do I have? It could just be an audit. And so Sky is saying, honestly, Fungus, I like you, but you scare me a little with what you've been up to.
Prince Philip. Now that is a little bit of a scary card, but without the other combo pieces, not quite so bad here. I mean, Fungus will get to draw an additional card off of the Donald Duck, and maybe this Donald Duck is going to be a little bit of a double-edged sword here, because while Sky is able to keep drawing cards to keep his opponent off of great cards, you don't want Fungus to draw into something absolutely nasty.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one of the things that can be so devastating in Sapphire Control matches is it's trying to get to really, like you said, kind of nasty things to do to somebody. It's just things like making you discard, wiping your board, discarding your whole hand. I mean, we even saw earlier Ink Geyser. It's like, get rid of your ink. So and that's not in this pair, but there's just lots of things they have access to. In this case, we'll say, fine, I'll go ahead and challenge. Look at me. I'm happy to go ahead and take that because I survived that challenge. So he goes ahead and takes advantage of that. And then here we go. Now this is...
Bounces back his own Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes. What a heads-up play, because at 5 damage, with only 6 willpower, that Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes was in the range of Malicious, Mean, and Scary. And you don't want to see that card get taken off the board. So Basil. So Sky says, with Basil, I'm going to bounce back my own Vanquisher of Foes and put you in a tough position. You know that I have it. There's nothing you can do about it. And if I draw into another Malicious, Mean, and Scary, guess what? I have all the combo pieces and all the ink to play it.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing to note is that Prince Philip does have the ability to sing that Malicious, Mean, and Scary and then go ahead and be shifted. But he has 1 card in hand and he's going to draw a card. Like you said, that Donald Duck is kind of a double, like a problem where he's caused Fungus to draw that 1 card. So he's passing, and the question is, do you have what you are looking for here, which would be perfectly Malicious, Mean, and Scary and the Shift Prince Philip. So that's worst case scenario. But
that would be
really bad.
If Fungus draws 2 cards off the top, and it is exactly Malicious, Mean, and Scary and Vanquisher of Foes, that would be an insane turn.
It would. But honestly, if anyone can do it, Fungus can do it. But here we go. Okay.
Chances are astronomical. Probably a Basil.
Okay.
Bouncing back to Basil.
This has been a game they've been playing of mouse and mouse, where they just go ahead and keep kind of doing the same thing back and forth. He goes ahead and says, by the way, I have this Donald trigger. You can draw a card if you so choose. I'm going to draw 2, for 1 for my turn and 1 for the Donald. And let's see what Sky has in the hand. He's been kind of collecting a series of cards. It's the most cards, most ink, and best footing in this game we have seen from Sky in this game 3. So we do see a Prince.
I think I see the Malicious, Mean, and Scary in hand, which means he could play that if he wanted to. Even if he wanted to quest out the Donald Duck, he would be able to. He has enough ink to play it, and we know that he has the Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes. He's going to sing it. We're going to play it.
I'm ready to run around again.
She's run around, Katie. The combo has been achieved once again, and now Fungus is back on the back foot.
That is for the first time in forever, we're saying, all right, look at this board here. So Sky has
Those are my favorite lyrics to the song. The first time in forever, I'm saying, look at this board.
Yeah, but for the movie Frozen. But here we go. We have, I'm speechless because look at this. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on board. 8 lore here. We do have that Basil, which is kind of a tempo play here. And he says, okay. And then now we have 2 cards in Fungus's hand, but we know that we have the Basil back, that bounce back to Sky's direction, so it can kind of be
right.
an Basil cycle.
If you're Fungus, you don't exactly want to bounce back that card because it is a high-value card. If this Basil, for example, on Fungus's side goes for a quest, sure, Sky will have to discard one of his cards at random, but then he would be able to use Tipo, put 1 damage onto the Basil, and then replay that Vanquisher of Foes because he put it back into Sky's hand. Let's see what Sky lets you do. It's the Basil battle.
It is the Basil bounce. You don't see it all the time where every Basil bouncing back and forth forever. But here we go. We have a Basil bouncing that Basil back to the hand. We have Clarabelle. We have a Tipo saying, oh, I can quest. And just like that, Sky is going up to a total of 13 lore.
Game on board, might I add. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Lore represented. Sky only needs 7. He's getting extra credit over here.
Yeah, I mean, Sky, his handle on some of the social media is Sky131313. And one time I said, what is that about? And he said, that's my lucky number. So is 13 his lucky number to get his first win in the finals here at this grand final.
Okay. 607.
All right.
Exerted to bounce back. Another Basil, the Basil battle of bounce here. But something that we know. Yeah, what were you going to say?
Well, we know. We're whispering to each other. There's 2 shifted characters that can shift in this on the board.
Which means that he would be able to gain an extra 2 lore if he needed it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, Sky just has to shift on the Prince, Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, and then he would quest out for 7 here.
Or Clara.
Or Clarabelle.
Clara, we're on a first name basis here, man. Clarabelle. I call her Clara.
Yeah.
But here he goes. But does he have it?
I'm still getting to know Clarabelle. You know what I mean?
Right. You want to get to know her. But instead, he says, I will do exactly. I'll do for
Here we go. Fungus smiles and goes, yeah, I kind of knew exactly
You can have
what
a win as a
happened.
treat, okay?
Yep. And now, Katie, we are in Game 4. We
Yes.
are going to Game 4. This is exactly what I was rooting for. I'm sure you were rooting for it too. Casters, we love to cast these games. The more games, the better. Let's go for a Game 5. Or will Fungus be able to take this game on the play? I believe this will be his first game on the play, Katie.
Yes. So for those just joining, this is a best of 5. So we talk about who gets to go first. We don't have to roll dice because ultimately it is based on your seeding. Sky was going into the top 32 at the 11th place, and then we had Fungus at 12, which means Sky got to go first, and then he lost that game. But then he got to go first because he lost,
game.
And then he lost that one. But then Game 3, he got to go first, and he won.
Yep.
But what that shows me is Fungus has proved you can win on the draw. He's proven it twice, and Sky says, I'll prove it twice too. Because, I mean, that's what he needs to do to win this champion.
If Sky is able to take this back from the jaws of defeat, what a story. Or will it be Fungus coming in and saying, nope, I'm going to deny it. Both of these Emerald Sapphire masters putting on an epic clash here in Richmond, the grand finals of the Disney Lorcana Challenge 2026 Season 2. My name is Brent Mukai. I'm joined by Katie, and we are so happy if you are joining us now.
That's how happy we are.
Prepare yourself, yeah.
You are happy just like Aladdin here. I mean, my goodness. I mean,
Aladdin's watching the game on TV.
He's just as happy. And honestly, I am so excited for those joining us because honestly, that's one of my favorite parts is knowing that people are watching out in the floor of the Disney Lorcana Challenge, but people are watching all over the country, all over the world. I'm sure there's people in Europe who are like, I need to go to bed so bad. It's really late. But they're watching because this matters. These are going to be their peers. I mean, one of these people they're going to have to play. There's someone in Europe saying, I have to play one of these guys. And so this all matters so much. So all across the world, if you're watching, thank you so much. And thank you for joining us because we are about to enter game number
4.
It's here.
It is here. The players are shuffling up here. The crowd has gone silent.
The crowd. I mean, honestly, because, we've seen really... it's stunning. These decks are so funny because sometimes it can be a little bit like, the first few turns are kind of like, all right, they're going to ramp, they're going to do that. I would like to note that we have seen Sky have Cinderella in hand and play Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman. Now, I imagine, knowing that he's done it twice on the play, that it's definitely tied to something about the play draw strategy in the mirror match and this kind of deck. But that is something we will not know until later because right now we can only say, well, now we're going to get to see Sky on the draw. And it might be a very different Sky because these decks just have better advantages when you're going first or when you're going second. And that's what the on the draw on the play means in this matchup. So he is doing his altar phase. We have 3 cards in one, 4 in the other. I like to guess which one's the keep power, which one's the no.
I got to assume that Sky is going to keep the Sail the Azurite Sea and let go of the Mother Knows Best.
I don't know. Listen, like I said, it's a play draw. It could be very different. But no.
He's a madman.
He's a madman. That's how he got here. But no, to your point, we have seen players pitch a full 7 cards back looking for that very, very critical ramp. So in this case, yes, we're going to go as a Mother Knows Best, and it's best at the bottom of the deck. And we will go ahead and draw those 3 more cards, trying to get the perfect hand as we start this game.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah, could it be the mirror? Was a mirror the middle of the middle game? Could it be that Fungus won the first 2 games, and then right in the middle of game number 3, the mirror truly shifted, where then Sky started winning, and then he said, and I'll win from here on out. It could be. I don't know. But it is a mirror match, which means it's kind of pretty much exactly the same decks. It's certainly the same ink pairing and certainly the same cards in the deck. The only thing different of these 60 cards deck, like we mentioned, is just the Improvise versus the John Silver. There's 3 in Sky's deck of Improvise and John Silver versus 2 Improvise and 4 in.
Hate to interrupt you, Katie, but the game has started.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
One card in the Inkwell, and Clarabelle, clumsy guess, comes down, setting up that shift line. I mean, if you feel like you're seeing deja vu here, folks, it's because we are in game 4. I cannot wait to see who wins this. What a swingy mirror match this has been. Let's see both players doing their best to out-navigate the other. Develop Your Brain gonna hit the Inkwell for Sky. I see another Develop Your Brain in hand, 2, in fact, I think. And will he play it?
I don't know what I'm looking at. But okay, Clarabelle. No. So for now, it's just a Clarabelle. But one thing to note is a lot of times people are like, Tipo or Sail the Azurite Sea. As we mentioned a few times during the broadcast, I mean, Tipo, the ink comes in exerted. He's a character, which is nice. But Sail is going. Tipo lets you ink anything. So let's say you're in a situation where you have 4 Cinderellas, and you're like, that's simply too many. Tipo can help. Missed it.
Vision of the Future is getting played right now instead of the ramp, which means that Fungus will not be able to do the classic curve of ramp into Cindy. This is going to throw everything off here. Sky, we already know, has the Sail the Azurite Sea. If there was a moment to take this to a game 5, this is the moment. Let's go Sky here. I wouldn't say it's the decisive moment, obviously, but
it is a moment that is, I mean, it's all incremental, right?
An important moment.
Yes.
Sky is the one on the draw. He got to draw an extra card, which usually puts you behind on ink, puts you behind in tempo, but now Sky takes the lead with the ink.
Yeah, so I mean, the good news is Fungus was able to do something. He was able to ink, he was able to do an action, but like you said, in this case, Sky is saying, okay, I have a little bit of breathing room, I have a little bit of ink, and I think I see a Cinderella. And
I saw 2.
So that is, I don't know if you guys know, this film does not ramp as well. So in this case, we say, actually, I regret that decision. I'm going to take that back, because you are allowed to do take backs as long as you did not learn any information and nothing material happened here. So he will go ahead and develop his brain. Instead, say, is there anything better than this? And then it finally hit ramp. I think I saw a Sail.
It was the Sail the Azurite Sea. I got to imagine that's the card that's going to come down. And Fungus is right back in it. These early rounds, while they may seem routine by now, because we've seen 3 different instances of them, kind of build the whole match. They are the bricks. They are the foundation on which the house of this epic match will be built.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing to note is, so the take-back policy is no new information learned by playing it, but Sky did learn a piece of information that you can unfortunately take back, which now he knows, okay, Fungus has Prince Philip, which is, as we know, a very key piece to the combo, but Sky just has to keep charting the course ahead, and he's got that Cinderella that we knew and love, and he goes ahead and deploys it, keeps that Clarabelle upright, which makes me believe that there could possibly be a Shift Clarabelle beat incoming.
Mm-hmm. That Shift Clarabelle in combination with a Cinderella You're Welcome here on whatever it is that Fungus plays, well, he won't be able to You're Welcome the Prince Philip, because that Prince Philip Royal Explorer has Ward, a 3-2 quest for 2, setting up the combo.
The combo. We're calling it a combo because, quite frankly, we've said what that combo is, but it is that Prince Philip, and let's just be in a scary combo. Now, that being said, one of the cool things about having that Clarabelle is, since he's not really interacting with it, then Sky, in theory, if he could shift, he could go ahead and, unfortunately, Fungus doesn't have the biggest hand ever. But if he had Your Welcome and the Clarabelle, he can kind of say, listen, I know what you're about to do.
But there's no good target, and maybe that's why Fungus played the Prince Philip. He knows he's setting up the the malicious, mean, and scary combo, the Wombo combo, if you will, and it has to give Sky some pause, because now there's nothing he can do about this Prince Philip unless he wants to hardcast a malicious, mean, and scary and then sing it with the Cinderella, but that seems like a big waste of resources for not a lot of threat, but you kind of have to, I mean, what's the line between playing around something and or just making them have it, Katie? Where does that decision line break for you?
I think that decision line is based in hours and hours of practice on these decks, and it's based on knowing what the limit of your deck is. And so what I'm saying is I don't have hours and hours of practice with the decks. These players are showing us what that line is. So that being said, he is able to get benefit by playing the Cinderella, and that will, like you said, the Cinderellas say, princesses, I see princesses. We're inking the Tipo and getting ready, because we say, like, Prince Philip, Malicious, mean, and scary, that's the worst case scenario. But he also is trying to play around the potential that Clarabelle will shift, which is another problem. It's kind of contradictory problems because Sky wants to have as many cards in hand in case he does have that board wipe so he can recover, but he also doesn't want to see Fungus just keep getting away with that card draw.
Only uses the trigger once. Could have used the Cinderella twice. That shows me that Sky has some critical game pieces in hand here. I can't see what they are. He's doing a great job of playing it close to the vest here, not showing anything. Malicious Mean Scary and the Prince Philip combo comes down. Everything is off of Sky's board, and just like that, Fungus has turned it around. The perfect set of cards needed in the early rounds. Fungus was not bluffing. Sometimes you set up the Prince Philip Royal Explorer as a bluff to keep your opponent off it, but Sky still has a good amount of cards in hand. Fungus notably with only one.
Yeah, and I mean, it's tricky because I do see You're Welcome, which You're Welcome suddenly, so what the ward doesn't carry through. Basically, once you shift whatever's on that top card is now what the situation. The damage carries, but not the abilities below. So in theory, he could You're Welcome, but he really doesn't want to give Fungus cards, but he also doesn't want Fungus to win. So in this case, he's like, well, all right, I'll play Clarabelle. Then he can set up for that You're Welcome next turn.
Setting up the You're Welcome next turn.
So that was a situation of, okay, please don't let you have that. And he has the next worst thing.
Down, bounces back the Clarabelle to the hand. Sky won't be able to set it up. Oh, and now we're representing 6 lore on board. Sky in a little bit of trouble here. This feels like the critical. This feels like the decisive turn here. What is Sky going to do? He has 4 cards in hand, which is not an insignificant amount of cards. Can he figure out a way to turn this around?
Because, yeah, I mean, like we said, there's upsides and downsides to everything he does from this point. Because if he spends ink to go ahead and do You're Welcome, because normally it'd be really quite nice to sing You're Welcome because you don't have to use the ink. But then he gives cards into Fungus's hand, and then if that's not nice, and he's using so much of his cards to do that.
That's not nice.
That's not nice. It's a nice thing to do, but it doesn't feel nice. So he says, I'm going to try this again. You're going to make me discard, and I won't love it. Now, this discard is going to be at random, so he has to survive a couple of things here. This Clarabelle has to survive this turn, and then also the Basil when he quests, which I assume he will. That it doesn't discard exactly what he needs to stay in this game.
2 cards coming down for a vision of the future. Develop your brain into visions of the future is something that I, as a mid-range player of the past, we used to fear a lot, and Fungus just took that card very quickly. I couldn't see what it was, but he took it fast. It's another develop your brain. Fungus is just cycling through the deck, trying to figure out what he wants to keep. And now he won't. The upside for Sky here is that Fungus used all of that ink to keep digging and digging and digging, and now the decision is between 2 cards, and he probably can't play it unless it's like the Prince Philip Royal Explorer. I got to assume he's keeping something a little more high cost so that he can play it on the next turn. But let's see what happens. Sky has this is a moment. Sky has the opportunity. We're going to quest for 2. We're going to see what Fungus hits, because Basil, Undercover Detective, with his ability, allows you to take one of your opponent's cards at random. It's the You're Welcome! Katie, if there's a second You're Welcome, that won't be any problem.
If there's a second, this isn't a problem.
But
that's the only one, and my goodness.
That was the card that Sky needed to be able to put Prince Philip back into Fungus's deck, have him draw 2 cards, and now you kind of can empty out your hand, draw an additional 2 cards off of Fungus, get that Clarabelle engine going. This is make or break time right here.
We've said
what does Sky have? There's been so many decisive
turns. Yeah, I know.
Turns.
It's like, this one's the maker, and that's really what the story of control matches, right? Is that this is critical. This is critical. This is really what they're doing.
No, I take it back. This is the critical turn.
It's just, guys, just in more critical. But it really is, and it's so hard because, like we said, there's a term you hear all the time: make him have it, make her have it, make them have it, and all it is saying, I'm gonna do what I need to do to win, and they just have to have it or I lose. And but the problem is every time I've seen Sky said make him have it, Fungus is like this, and he holds it.
Right.
And it's been a great time.
Illumineers, if you are just tuning in right now, you are at one of the most sweaty decision points of the entire, I was gonna say of the match, but maybe of the entire tournament here. Sky is down 1-2. It is a best of 5, first to 3. If Fungus takes this game, he will be your Richmond Disney Lorcana Challenge champion. He's at 11 lore. Sky is at 0 lore with a lonely Clarabelle out there, but Fungus has 0 cards in hand. Everything that he has is on board. You're pointing, Katie. What did you see off of that vision of the future?
I saw in the future, I saw a Basil. So now that's interesting because Basil can return that Prince Philip. Now that's not fun because he could do the combo, but we needed something to disrupt. That's what he's looking for, is something to disrupt this runaway lore train that Fungus is developing. So I'm wondering what he kept here, but really, I mean, if there's a well, you're welcome, that would have been nice. Oh,
it's you're welcome, Katie. You called it. You absolutely called it. We'll be able to. You're welcome, the Prince Philip back into the deck. That vision of the future was exactly what Sky needed to dig a little bit deeper. Don't get the cards confused, but Basil's coming down instead.
Well, this is 2 things, right? Because Basil can bounce it back, and then you're welcome, Clarabelle can sing. Right?
Onto the Basil.
Yeah, so I mean, he can do 2 things here.
He can bounce back to Basil and then play your welcome onto the Prince Philip.
He says, I can have it all. For
Katie!
once, I can have it.
I take it back. This was the decisive turn, Katie.
No, this one.
No, this one. And now Fungus will get 2 cards off of that, but so will Sky. Sky will be able to draw because of the Clarabelle effect. Light on her hoof, she'll be able to draw the exact amount of cards that Fungus has in hand. This year welcome turns into a benefit for both of them. Smart players have told me any time you can take a card and find its downside and turn it into an upside for yourself, you are going to get ahead. That is the exact premise of the Clarabelle You're Welcome combo. Fungus, we did see a flash of a Tipo there.
Oh my God, there's 3 Tipos. You know those are worse than 1 Tipo? 3 Tipo. We don't know, but 1 Tipo means statistically.
Sky has a fresh new 3 cards here as Fungus draws. This is a critical turn for Fungus. If Fungus did, let's say, for example, if Fungus did draw 3 Tipos, that would be awful. But instead, we're going to challenge him to the Clarabelle because
1 damage.
The Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, is coming down.
And so that is not the most shocking way to use it, but it is devastating in the sense that at this point what that means is that the Vanquisher of Foes got rid of the Clarabelle, but notable. But Basil is a 2-phased undercover detective.
He drew into the Mother Knows Best. What he can do is play out the Mother Knows Best. Hard cast it if he wants. Quest with that Basil, and then hope that one of the 3 cards selected that he will have to discard using the Interfere effect will be the Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes. If there is any time to high roll, this is it. I feel like that is the exact play Sky is thinking over right now. I don't know what the other cards are, but that is not a bad top deck because you potentially have the ability to take away this Prince Philip for the cost of 3 ink. Vision of the Future is going to come down, though. We're going to go 5 cards deep, and look at what we got.
I know, and this is the thing, is we keep saying, you could do this, you could do this, you could do this, you could do this. And that's really why this deck is not easy to learn and why it's nice that we have Sky and Fungus around to help us all learn it, because it's very decision points. And statistically, if I do this, can I get back in? What's better? Visions is something you see a lot of players do before they do kind of like their plan, is because they're like, all right, is there anything else that might happen that is better than what I'm about to do? So in this case, we do the Vision, which go ahead and take care of 2 of the ink that he has, and now he has a even bigger clutch of cards. All right, Sky, show us how you can come back here. We have Fungus at 11 lore with 3 presented on board, 2 in hand, but we do know if that Basil chooses to quest.
You're welcome!
He says, I shan't. I shan't.
Does that mean that we have the Clarabelle light on our hooves and that we're about to draw a bunch of new cards here?
Has he played Bend to My Will this game? Was that last game?
Oh, you're talking to past, Brent. I don't know.
Well, what I mean to say, though, is like bouncing something to the hand and then, or rather discarding. Bouncing.
I believe that was this game. I believe that Sky did play the Bend to My Will, and we both know that there was
only one in each deck.
Which, as a reminder to the folks at home, that Clarabelle light on her hooves will draw Sky some fresh new cards. We got the exact combo that we wanted. Fungus has not played He has been to my will. That is always on the table. That's something Sky is going to have to be considering also as a way to turn it around. What are you pointing at, Katie?
Because if you...
what are you looking at?
What do you see? What do you see, Katie? I see.
What is it, girl?
It's all inkable. So that's what I was going to say. He doesn't have it yet. But every card that in these matchups, every time they draw a card, I'm going, it could be that, could be that. Now, in desperate situations early in the game, if you have everything good, you might end up using a Tipo to get rid of Bend to My Will, and you don't feel so good about it. But here we go. Instead, it is saying, I shall try what you just did and go ahead and bounce that Basil back to your hand. Now, it is kind of funny because if you have these two Basils and you bounce a Basil back with a Basil, he can then do it next turn. But we know...
The Basil bounce battle.
The Basil bounce battle.
The triple B.
The triple B, which is very famous in this game. But in this case, Sky can draw for turn. So Sky has the most cards we've seen him have at this point in the game in a long time. But he has to have a little bit of flashbacks of the times that Fungus said, you know what my will is? My will is you discard your hand. And he's like, okay, I really need to use as many cards as I have. And he has a lot of ink to do it with. At this point, he has 10 ink. He starts with sailing away.
Go ahead and take a look at the cards. You have enough cards in hand to be able to ink twice if you want to, even pull even more ahead on that ink battle. I'm almost speechless here.
Yeah, I'd be very, very scared to keep too many cards in my hand at this point because ultimately...
If Fungus top decks the other Clarabelle Light on Her Hooves, and then we have the Clarabelle Starabelle.
Yeah, the Clarabelle when they keep looking at each other, it's like, listen, I will be light on my hoofs. It's a dance-off. So we see the Prince Philip. We see a John Silver, which John Silver is interesting because it does take away Basil's ability to request and activate that discard. Other than that, I mean, he's a nice body, but he's also inkable. People have been talking about how he's inkable, so we'll ink that John Silver, taking advantage. And we also ink an improvise.
Basil the Basil.
Yes,
yeah.
He says, I love the BBB play. You should try it yourself.
And if this is the same thing that keeps on going, the fact that Sky has the Clarabelle, he'll be able to keep on incrementally questing for 2 each turn, which is critical. As much as Sky has control of the board right now, though, I want to take your attention to the lore counts. Fungus is at 11. It's going to be hard to catch up. Can Sky do it?
Yeah, so we're going ahead and do a little audit here because ultimately he paid something that was 7 costs. He went ahead and then sailed. He inked twice. In this case, we will go ahead and deploy a Prince Philip, which, as we know, has been a menacing... It should be called Prince Philip Menacing Presence because he kind of just sits there and says, will I or won't I? And in this case, he's standing there, and that Clarabelle says, I'm feeling kind of relaxed. I'm going to do a little questing. And then with that, Sky gets 2 lore and is on the board.
Yeah.
That was a ton of work to get to 2 lore. I didn't realize he had no lore yet.
He had no lore yet. And Fungus now at 11 lore, still with 4 ink, maybe a Cinderella, maybe a Prince John. You got to
first the Basil bounce again.
You got to start developing the board, though, right? The Basil bouncing the Basil is one of the funniest things that I've seen. I guess these players have played enough mirror matches to know that that is one of the optimal play lines. Having the ability to discard one of your opponent's cards at random is something that you should be terrified of. Hence the Basil bounce battle, the triple B. Sky has a decision to make here. Or no, sorry. Fungus has a decision to make here.
Soon Sky will have one.
This could be make or break here. Mother Knows Best is going to return the Clarabelle, and just like that. But, I mean...
So Clarabelle is nice, but Clarabelle mimics your opponent's hand size. And just as we see with that 4-fingered glove up there, there's only 2 cards in Fungus's hand size. So yes, that Clarabelle got bounced to his hand, but Sky can shift plans. I mean, ultimately, Clarabelle is nice, but eventually you get to the point where you're like, well, where I'm going, I don't need Clarabelle. Because as we've talked about, you can go ahead and discard is quite nice. He has been, one of the other reasons I think they've been bouncing that Basil is when you're down to a low hand size, that discard is absolutely miserable. And it prevents him from questing. It prevents him from that discard ability. So will Sky elect to keep that going on and on for as long as he needs to, or will he go a different route here?
I mean,
we do know there's other options.
Something notable here is the fact that in the battle of attrition, Sky is probably going to win here because he has so much more ink. I mean, let's count it. 5, 10, 12 against 10, 11. I guess not that much more ink, but 13 now.
Now 13.
13 now. Tipo is going to allow him to ink additionally, and just like we saw Fungus in the other games, when he started to pull ahead, start dumping out his hands so that he avoids running into a Clarabelle, right? Sky is doing the exact same strategy. Both of these guys, masters of these decks. What are you saying?
I just keep seeing him put down a card and be like, and I'm like, okay, what are we thinking? So he's counting. So he's trying to say, like, okay, how much do I have left? So he's exerted a total. Okay, so we've got 4 over here. We go.
Okay.
There we go. Clarabelle is
Gonna come
back
down
here. Which makes me believe that he is going to play as much as he can here, to play at least one more card. He has 3 ink left, so he is saying, okay, when you have this much ink, it does become a bit of a math problem. So he does have more ink left here on this turn.
Or for the Cinderella? Oh, you're welcome to the Basil, and he clears the board!
That is, and this is one of these reasons that Emerald is such a fun color, because you're able to zig and zag and do all these, for lack of better.
Oh, luckily Fungus, the Mickey hand coming in clutch. Ladies and gentlemen, look at that. Did you see that? You thought that the Mickey hand was here for show, but it is a practical use. When you accidentally drop your whole deck on your hand, guess what? Mickey's hand is there to show you the way.
When you need a helping hand, Mickey's hand to save you from having to get through a long, confusing judge call. Lorcana call. Sorry, all right.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
We're getting there. So Fungus will be drawing 2 cards, but it's just desserts because we do have that Clarabelle on the board.
Yeah,
now,
and sorry, go ahead.
Well, I mean, that means that Fungus is going to have 5 at the next turn. Or did he already draw the 2 cards? Okay. I just made a sound.
No, the 2 cards have not been drawn yet. Sky still has to cut.
Okay.
Speaking of lore guides, I did want to take this moment while Fungus is shuffling, while he's drawing, while he's thinking through the decisions, to thank all of the lore guides that are here this weekend. You know them, you love them. They are at your locals. They are going to the set champs. They are judging over the calls, right? They are lore guiding, I guess, over the calls. So thank you all for being here. We really appreciate you, and we could not run an event without all of the lovely lore guides here. So yeah, just wanted to take that moment, give some flowers where they're due. Please continue with your thoughts, Katie, as the Basil comes down to hit back the Clarabelle into Sky's hand.
Yeah, and we've seen him do this quite. Basil has been putting in a lot. He's been working overtime, quite frankly. But here he is back on the board, and then we see that Donald Duck, perfect gentleman, and 2 cards in Fungus's hand. So Sky's been doing a pretty good job staying in this game. As we know, this is game number 4. Sky is on the draw in this match, but he does have more ink. More cards in hand. We see that Clarabelle going back to the hand forever. I'm so fascinated to see.
But the most important resource, Katie, is the lore, and that is where Fungus is ahead, and that is where Sky has to be extraordinarily careful. He must keep putting Fungus's characters in check. Otherwise, Fungus could, if he gets a couple of quests in, start to really get to a lore count, 15, 16, 17, where he will be unstoppable, where it will be inevitable. Sky is going to play Develop Your Brain here first. We always draw first, Katie.
We do, because we want to say, okay, what really are my options? Because nothing's worse than being like, I forgot to draw, that you get the next card, you're like, oh, that would have been way better than that thing I just did. So in this case, Developing Your Brain lets you draw 2 and say, not only do I get to draw, I mean, you get to take 2 cards, put one on the bottom, one on top. He keeps one, puts that on the other one on the bottom. The decks are getting a little thinner and thinner as this game goes on, but still we have plenty left. So now he has 1 more card in his hand here, and we are able to go ahead and let's see. I'm trying to see if
I know. It's so hard to see his hand. We're trying to give you the best play-by-play here, folks. We don't have a hand cam, unfortunately. We do want to see the drama on these 2 competitors' faces, both of them looking extremely locked in and focused right now, as they should be for the grand finals. It is untimed. We are going to crown a champion after this match is done. The game score is Fungus 2, Sky 1. We are on game 4 here. Sky was on the draw. Can he take this game? It is 4 lore to 11 lore. Everything's at stake, Katie.
Yeah, everything's at stake, but as we have seen, Sky is patient here. He's playing a deck that requires patience. He's in a matchup that requires patience. And quite frankly, he's been waiting a long time to get his hand on a golden Mickey. And he says, I can wait a little bit and work a little bit harder, starting with a Mother Knows Best and saying, what shall I do to just be disruptive here? He has 2 choices, and he picks
Donald Duck. You don't want your opponent drawing back into the correct answer here. And Sky says, you know what's better than a golden Mickey, Katie?
Golden Donald.
A golden trophy.
Okay,
you were so close.
I know. I thought I was going to get Mickey Mouse.
Where do I get golden Donalds from, Katie? Where am I getting
that? All right, listen. I've been doing pretty good with his setups.
You've been reading my mind all day, and you.
There it is. We were disoriented.
What? All the bent to my will.
We were disoriented, and we thought it was already playing.
I thought that it was this game, but it must have been last game because there's only 1 of them in here. Oh.
Wow. And so Fungus says, so this is what it felt like when I was this like, this is what it felt like when all the cards are, you're like, as long as you don't have ... bend to my will. And Sky said, I do have bend to my will. He's been taking a...
You always got to worry about Clarabelle off the top, though. Sorry to interrupt you, but that is the stakes here. Clarabelle off the top would gain you an additional 2 cards into your hand.
All right, 50-50 discard here. So...
50-50 discard. What do we choose?
Oh.
What is the card?
Is it Tipo? It's Clarabelle.
Clarabelle.
Okay, well, okay. I mean,
a little less consequential here. Ooh, Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, a 6/6. The quest for 3. Katie, that's not. I don't want to say that's the worst card we could have seen. I don't know for sure, but that's one of the worst cards we could have seen because Fungus is now at 13. That Basil was allowed to quest, and now we have 5 lore represented on board, a 2-turn clock, if you will. This Prince Philip is going to gain 1 strength off of this improvise. We'll be able to challenge into this Basil.
Stop the madness of the Basil discard.
Yep.
And so, generally speaking, we like the Philip because you can do that shift. But where Sky is, Ink's not really a problem anymore. So he goes out and elects to go ahead. He gets a card off the improvise. He goes ahead and gets rid of the Basil. And now we are in a tempo town where we are going to go ahead and bounce that Philip right back to hand. And it feels pretty good because when you only have 1 card in hand, that Basil becomes extra devastating. Yes, he has 2 right now, but ideally he wants to play one of them, and then suddenly he's in danger. He wants to play both because ultimately you do not want to let that Basil discard one of your precious, precious resources.
Yeah, notably Sky, though, is only at 9 lore to 13. He has 5 lore on board. He will get to 14 next turn. If Fungus is able to go a little wide here, play down 2 big cards. I mean, imagine if he was able to get down something like, I don't know, a Basil, bounce something back, as well as, I guess the...
Yeah, we're done with Basil.
Yeah, we don't have 16 ink in the inkwell, unfortunately.
Well, no, I'm just thinking, I'm like, if there was infinite Basils, because we have seen, it's funny because each game it feels like there's a character like, wow, that's a lot of that character. We have seen a lot of Basil, but here we go, where he's saying, I liked what you did with that improvise. That was interesting. So he says, I don't have any of my own characters, so I'll go ahead and give Cindy 1 strength, but I get to draw a card, which is what matters far more to him right now. And so it only costs 1 ink to do that.
And the Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes comes back down. Now the effect doesn't trigger. There's no damage on any characters on Sky's side of the board here.
And 1 card in hand. That means that whatever it is, Basil is surely interested in getting that into the discard pile.
Now Sky's going to draw 1, but the thing is, you need to take out this Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes. We are still on a 3-turn clock. We're at 13. We'd be able to quest up to 19 in 2 turns, but nonetheless, we want to get rid of this Prince Philip, but we don't have the answer. And the Bend to My Will gets stripped straight out of Fungus's hand because of the Basil.
Which, I mean, okay, it's a little less gassy. I gasped and I'm like, okay, he has 1 card, but still, it is something that he could have used as a punish later. So, yes, he basically said he's giving Fungus a problem, right? Because he's like, I'm questing. Do you want to do anything about it? You could challenge if you want to. But then he loses that 3. So that 3 is probably, it is the card with the most lore ability, questing ability in the entire
Sky
deck.
putting the 2-turn clock onto Fungus.
Oh, the pressure is on for Fungus now.
I mean, if Fungus is able to play down a card, that is not a bad card here.
It is not. And the reason is that ward here.
Prince Philip is going to be able to quest for 3 here. We're going up to 16. We're now at a 1-turn clock, and Sky might be at a 2-turn clock, but 1 turn is better. Does he have...
2 malicious meanings here.
Does he have an answer? Does he have an answer for either of these Prince Philips? The one Prince Philip, Royal Explorer, has ward, so he will not be able to target it.
Yeah, and the other one has evasive. So it's something interesting where I'm like, we can go ahead and throw a couple guys in that Prince Philip. So it's kind of a double Philip problem. One has wards you can't target. The other one is a 6/6 that has evasive. So he needs some targeted removal right now. And
Improvise comes down. We're going to be able to draw a card. It doesn't look like Sky has an answer yet. It'll all come down to what card is drawn off of this Improvise. If it's something like Mother Knows Best, we'll be able to turn the clock back a little bit and bounce back the Prince Philip, not with the ward, but the one with the evasive.
All right.
Sky needs an answer or needs the ability to draw into an answer here.
He says, first off, what did you have? Ooh, Visions of the Future is kind of nice because, I mean, that's something, if whatever he's up to over here, it could be. But, man, this is the most recent pivotal turn.
A Basil would do it, too?
Silver.
John Silver comes down!
This card is great because this card says, hey, you know how you want to quest, you want to get that 3? You cannot. Now, yeah, you can go ahead and get 2 next turn, but you'd have to quest that Prince Philip, and guess what? Ward does not stop people from challenging you. So he is in a little bit of a pickle here because Sky says, guess what? It is game, set, match for me.
We are on a 1-turn clock here, and unless Fungus is able to somehow draw into 2 cards and have them be exactly malicious, mean, and scary, and another Prince Philip, this game is done! We're going to game 5!
That is...
I don't know if you can hear it, folks, but the crowd is cheering. People are crowded around these tables.
I'm gonna, I don't know who's gonna win this, but what I do know is that the people watching right now, all of them love these 2 players, and I don't blame them because these players have given so much community and they've given so much to us today by saying, guess what? Not only is Amethyst not in the finals for those people who didn't want to see that, but guess what? We are about to see a new champion, and they played their hearts out. We have seen 4 games of what I would consider peak level of Disney Lorcana.
A moment of silence. Just
yeah, right. Like but honestly, fair. We've been running in place this whole time, and so I'd like to note that now we are about to see what I would call the most important shuffle of your life. Whenever I am playing in like a set championship, people say, how long do you shuffle for? And I say, I shuffle till it feels right. I shuffle to the point where I go, it's good now, I think. And then I try to not shuffle too far because I'm like, what if I broke it? What if I shuffle
superstitious? I know. Yeah. And then you're always like, oh no, did I shuffle one more? This is what is on the line here, folks. Take a look at this golden trophy. Not a golden Donald, the next best thing.
All right, we're not talking about, maybe that's the next. After the 500 Mickeys are gone.
Right, the next is the 500 Donalds. We'll see. This golden trophy, the Richmond Disney Lorcana champion will be crowned tonight. This is exactly what we both wanted. It's going to be Fungus on the play, Sky on the draw here. And you might be saying, well, it's a mirror match. Obviously, it's going to be tough. But Fungus just showed it's doable. He took 2 games in a row on the draw. Can Sky do the same?
I mean, what we have seen is we've seen 4 games, and in 3 of the 4, the person on the draw won. So that means, like, statistically speaking, on the draw is great. You want to be on don't be on the play. So, I mean, this has been fantastic. I don't want it to end because this has been so much fun, right? This has been one of the best 48 hours of my life, and for these 2 players, this has been some of the best playing of their careers. Brent, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling like a fan of the drama, a fan of the story, a fan of everything that this DLC has been about, which is players playing their hearts out, having some fun. How are you feeling, Katie? I was on the floor earlier. I mean, both days, the energy in here was palpable. You could feel it. People were having fun. There were children getting autographs. There were grown adults getting autographs from some of these players, from some of these lore guides, from some of us casters. I mean, I've been having a blast joining you all here in the booth. Katie, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling, like I said, a little bittersweet, right? Because, I mean, this is one of those things where it is the end of a very, very exciting story. Like you said, I mean, everybody out there had a different weekend. I would say Sky and Fungus are having some of the best weekend of all of us. But I don't know. I think maybe me and you are having even better than them because the dream came true for us. So it's just all these dreams come true where people are meeting people they haven't seen in months or years. We're seeing people get to play. We're seeing people get to collect. We're seeing just all these smiles. So my biggest thing is just seeing people have fun, and we are all having fun watching this match. What about you? What are you feeling? I mean, I just asked you. We'll just keep asking forever.
You know what my highlight of the weekend is?
I would love to know.
My wife played
yes
yesterday for the first time ever, went all 8 rounds, was going for the Mulan, finished unfortunately at a 2-6. Right at the end, was not able to pull it out, fought all the way to the very end, but she said she had such a fun time. 6 of her opponents were women also, which is so great. In a TCG space, how often do you hear that? How often do you look at numbers like that, right? So that a lot to be happy about. I think it speaks to the community. I think it speaks to the game. I think it speaks to the love and the magic that Disney Lorcana brings to people. And I mean, she told me that one of the children she was playing against saw one of the Lorcana celebrities and said, oh my gosh, you know him? And she called him over And the guy came over, the kid was over the moon, and one of the lore guides was pleasant enough to say, oh no, I'll give you the round extension. Please take your time, have this little moment. I mean, it brings, I'm tearing up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's these moments where, as we're going to be walking out of this place in the next, 3 to 50 minutes, depending on how this match goes, we're going to see...
in the next 19 hours, when this Sapphire matchup, the mirror match ends, right?
As we watch out, we're going to see some booster pack wrappers, we're going to see some sleeves on the ground, and we're going to remember this past 48 hours of Magic, and the Magic is about to even intensify. We are starting fast and furious, inking Lich's Means area, getting a Clarabelle off to the races.
That fist bump really signifying and representing everything that these two players stand for, everything that Disney Lorcana stands for, which is a vibe of fun and sportsmanship. I wish luck to both of these players. I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea like I am vying for one or another. I was vying for a Game 5. That is what we have here. Folks, I have the
biggest... It's recorded and we believe you.
I have the biggest grin on my face right now, Katie. I have all the energy in the world. It's been a grueling 2 days for the players, for everybody working. Thank you to everybody working. Develop Your Brain comes down. We're going to dig too deep. Sky makes his choice, and we're going to see if Sky has what it takes to make the comeback, or